ain't raised a chump. My mama raised me to persevere if I'm ever here in a slum. Cause nobody starts at the top. You do your part and you better buy. Working hard each and every day, even though some days it get hard to watch. But you gotta trust the process. Grind hard, don't you ever quit. It's a must, you see the progress. Gotta ball till you get it hit. They can never do what I could do, cause they on the same stuff. If you doubt me, then I'm coming to show them what I'm made of. Yeah, always showing your integrity. Yeah, if you want it, I'ma let them see. No guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy, it's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory, there's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win. No guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy, it's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory, there's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win.
Wake up, put the work in, that's the only way it's gonna work out. Hard work and dedication, no time for procrastination. Takes a lot of time, a lot of patience, a lot of heart mixed with motivation. On the days that you feeling down, look in the mirror for your inspiration. Like, woo, just notice, never stop, never quit. People wanna see you doing good, but never better than them. Gotta push yourself to the limits. You cannot lose if you are not in it. You gotta lose, sometimes it's to win it. Don't get discouraged, it's just the beginning. Yeah, turn up. Don't end up a Timmy Turner. Don't get caught up in the streets. Don't get caught up with a burner, don't be a slow learner. Oh no, you only get one shot, one chance. Talking March Madness at the big dance. Talking big man on campus. Like
no guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy, it's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory, there's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win. No guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy, it's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory, there's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win. From the back roads to back streets, I see you foes trying to trap me, but I don't run like a track meet, even though I'm number one like an athlete. And the way I maneuver around you and through you, I'm coming and I'm bound to pursue you. I'm everything that you knew of, plus more. What's in store is I'm about to get to you. Sleepless nights, better think this twice before you step to me and come and speak with strife. There's a lesson when you reach my life. It'll be chin-checking and I'll teach you right. Plenty tried, plenty failed. Too many times I've seen plenty bail. And there will be no surprise what I'm about to do when you are looking through my eyes. See many go, see many come. Seen that they won't bring it to me, son. Try me if you want, but won't be any fun. I'll take the challenge, I'll beat anyone. I'm the one, I'll be quite clear. Bow down to no one, I'm right here. I get it in, I don't fight fair. And guess what? I'm your worst nightmare. Cause I ain't taking no losses, and I don't even care what the cost is. Are you prepared for the forces I'm about to bring, cause I'm the boss of all bosses. I penetrate your thoughts and fill them with doubt. You gon' feel where I'm coming and feel what I'm about. If they come in with the drama, I'm wheeling them out. Cause I ain't about to have somebody here stealing my clout. I keep my friends close, enemies closer, cause that's the way it is and the way it's supposed to be.
Oh boy, a clash of titans of sort. Well, okay, so we got Bad News Bears versus Astralis. I was going to try to church it up, make it look and sound pretty to begin things. Because truth is, this could very well not be very pretty whatsoever. Bad News Bears not starting off on the right foot, and Astralis kind of doing a little bit of a hopscotch here all the way to the end. So talk to me a little bit about what we're looking at right off the top. Surface level, it's hard to say anything other than Astralis are a favorite.
Well, here Astralis can go for an Ancient pick if they really want to go for the punish, because Bad News Bears don't really play Vertigo is their permaban, but they don't really play Ancient either. We see them going for the Inferno pick. First tournament we had with Ancients was IEM Summer, and Astralis in the opening game against FPX, they allowed it to go in a best-of-1 to Ancient. They got punished.
Nice solid nerve. Glaive's going to be rotating through. Nade from Magis will do some damage. Here's the commit. Good flashes, good util in general. Jonji does lose his life on the advance to tree. Fast flank from Dupree and Lucky as well. They're pushing the smoke on the reload. That's a big punish onto Magis because they could just find Bubsky. It's Glock v USP. Spongy trades, Dupree doubles, and bomb's ticking. Chance for Spongy, needs 2 more though, and would love to have isolated one of these 2 duels. Lucky's so low, but it doesn't seem to matter as he finds that final bullet. Back to the top banana test. Now Magis, so far, he's good for it. He's already delivered that pistol round through playing for the retake, buying time,
this
surviving,
looks good.
Double nades off the half wall. Swish has done very well, as has Jonji. They are low. Lucky could finish it all with the FAMAS, but he's kept honest. And now the sight is theirs, likely the round as well. Dupree hears this. Oh, that was his...
There's a chance here.
That's the AK, that's yikes. They'll have to recover that from the bomb blast.
Which way is it going to blow? Because it might actually go towards Dupree here. So he might net himself an AK-47.
The wrap's coming in. Swish is going to give it all he's got. Good molly for the pit side. Will
this is great.
Remove some opportunities. And they're all taking contact at different points. This is great start. Lucky with the deagle. There is a threat. Nice find from Junior. It's Dupree with the MG9. He needs another frag. He does well to tag up Sheikh Zula, but the bodies have dropped in favor of the Bears, and with 20 seconds left, Spongy does need to prioritize the plant. It's Glaive up short trying to contest and make that difficult. Sheikh Zula could make a meal of this. He's so low, he can't afford to go down. It's the swing and trade. Spongy. The Bears are in, and there's nothing Astralis will be able to say or do about this. The only real threat is that deagle, and he's already been spotted out, catching a little bit of flack from the nade as well. And they're not rushing the plant, Chad, which I'm sure also is a nice sign of the things to come here. Bad News Bears not flustered in any capacity.
Yeah, we know Astralis are the team that do enjoy a good nade stack, you know, so maybe you get a fake plant in or you take your time in case they want to flash and pop through the smoke. So says that they will be trying to hold on towards the banana. This is going to get messy. Jonji with 2, going to continue the fight here.
Oh, they could lose 2 AKs here. Come on now. Come on now. Oh, and Sheikh Zula does go down to the blast as well. At least one of those AKs should be retrievable. They don't get either.
Play to lose, but he's gone over there to play poker. Why the hell not? A lot of Counter-Strike players have taken that route before. And, ooh, Lucky Zorb strikes first. Flash Sheikh Zula down. And, well, they're going to continue forward here, straight to the AWP again. Lucky, blind as you like. Yeah, it's Crosshair clearly in the right place, though. Every time he loses his vision, he's pulling a trigger and destroying the Bears. This one's fallen apart. Solid from Astralis. Spongy's added to Bubsky's list. Smacking my lips together and like wiggling my tongue a bit to gargling it.
Yeah, I don't know, whatever the sommelier of the coffee world would do. It was good.
Oh, this could get bad if they want to throw bodies at him here. Just a side, but
he's got 10 seconds and he doesn't even get another chance. So you got 3 flashbangs after the initial proceedings, and they've got their nice little double middle setup. There is a gap in that smoke. They can play around this. They are in trouble. One has slipped the net. There is one man, Jonji, on a wild mission, but Glaive will catch him. Defeat. Yeah, even though we do the whole round at a time type thing, they definitely have Ramak to go all in on B. Lucky needs to be careful here. Chopping and changing. Missed shot from Lucky. Fires off the AWP. What is that from Swisher? Tried to catch him on the bolt. You don't want to say save, but if it was Gambit, it probably would be a save, right? So he's going for it. He's doing it all himself. An underhand smoke, an underhand flash, and a chance onto Magis. Glaive there to deny the first. Sheikh Zula catching a lot of flack as well. So this one should just peter out into nothingness. He's got the bomb as well, so if he gets caught here on the TT duel, as he will, Junior in an all too familiar turf of overcommitted with an AWP and far too much time to try and save, surrounded by enemies no less as well. Lucky baited the shot nicely. Junior has a chance onto new box, and that was it. It's going to be hard against Astralis on a map like this, however. Down but under their barrel. Jonji gone already. So they really want to take the fight. Last round, Bubsky flash picks second mid. This round, Dupree just running all the way down banana, demands respect, drops the smoke, and what's another round here, even with the Deagles, that should just likely peter out. Is it Peter, like maybe there's an A in the mix there? I couldn't, is it P-E-T-R-E? I don't know. Petra. Oof! I speak the language, but not very well, and spelling was never a strong suit of mine. Oh, Lucky just found a couple here. That's a nice shot from Sheikh Zula. Felt like the name. Oh, it is? Yeah. You have to contend with that. For now, though, up mid, they're not really accepting that Bubsky could be there. There goes Spongy. Evacuate. Dupree ahead of his own smoke, which does eliminate Sheikh Zula. That's very aggressive. Astralis definitely throwing caution to the wind a little here. Swisher is in, and he's out. We'll see if Astralis plan to shake anything about. And then this Dupree and Glaive pairing just seems very reactive.
Oh, yeah, well, they knew what real estate they didn't have, and that was the majority of the sites. So not just running in with his knife out, Dupree able to mop up the mess. And now it's just Jonji to try and use this Krieg to his darndest. I think the biggest thing with jiggles first, before you get to that level of perfection you're talking about, is your crosshair placement with your jiggle, right? So that right there is really important. But I think, okay, 1 for 1. They're going to accelerate.
Nothing to be panicking about.
All right,
you can finish your point.
They're going in.
They actually
are going in.
And he has got an M4, so maybe I'll give him a second here. Because Magisk is playing around his pillar smoke, trying to divide and conquer. Oh, so much util. They really want him. Still lives on for now, and the hunt from Swish. Oh, that's a shame. He slipped off the lip.
They're cooking again, another molly.
It could even spread. Junior desperate for something away from the flames, and they will be corralled into the spray. They take a couple of heads. Not bad to bring 3 bodies down from Astralis.
Drop that one now, Bubsky.
Yeah, good timing on that. Ready to mantle up. He'll have some vision. Junior responsible for this. Oof, and he does return fire. Okay, advantage bears. 30 seconds. They're starting to converge on the site. It's Lucky on the site, standing strong with his own orb. Tagged down heavy, but they haven't finished their job. And it is still Dupree being a real nuisance here. Jonji needs the double. Somebody kill him. Lucky gets another. Somebody needs to stop him. And he's done enough on the site. 3 frags from the new addition. Make it 4. Lucky. Bubsky's already pushing middle to punish, and Jonji doesn't get a second look. That'll slow him down for sure.
They're not looking. The damage is already done. Junior's low. Swisher even lower. Well, there you go, through the smoke. So much pressure here, and they're being pushed towards A. Ah, there it is. All right, so Adapt's the last 2. Perfect range for Glaive. One to find the bomb is down. Sheikh Zula smokes himself out, gets that pick control. His position noted, and well, the cavalry is coming on over here. Everybody from Astralis rotating towards A. The B-rush looked promising at the start with all that damage, but oh, nades exchanged. All right, Glaive takes out Sheikh. Sheikh takes out.
Taking such an early beatdown. We've seen Bubsky going for aggressive maneuvers. The Banana players finding early frags, and here's Banana again. A massacre from Magisk. He's making burgers tonight out of bear. And now Junior and Sheikh Zula, what are you supposed to do? This was supposed to be your round, and already your whole team's forced to watch.
They've never been able to establish a default on a gun round. They've just been pushed, fought, destroyed. Now operating with very little. Bubsky takes down Sheikh Zula, and well, Junior last alive. We've seen an awful lot of this. T-side, Inferno, Orping. You're not going to be the first in. You're definitely going to be the last alive, and now we need to see a 1-on-5. Bodies are good. The util that they're throwing with the mollies and HE is fantastic, but those flashes is what allows these aggressive maneuvers.
Oh, so many men. Good tags as well from Glaive. And even Dupree's in a prime position. Every person we cut to on this ops team seems to be in the right place.
And they're all ready as well, right?
Yeah.
Their crosshairs in the right direction. They're not getting caught off guard. They feel like they're flustered in these fights, and now they're even aware that Junior might be in the smoke, last alive again. But they are coming.
Lucky, nice find on the pillar, expecting more. He's tagged up. Nice find from Swisher. Keeps it competitive. It could end here, though. Magisk is a problem. Sheikh Zula solves it, and they need to force this fight onto Nubox. Sheikh's going hunting. He knows if he can find Glaive now, that bomb can be planted. CT's an issue as well. Glaive down, but Junior falls. And so that CT presence, the retake's on its way. The bomb's not even down yet. Spongy will be there. It's a big hunt from Sheikh Zula. Ambitious, but finds it. 3 frags from the in-game leader, and oh, Bubsky. Oh, he hears it all. He knows what they're up to, and we'll get a first. Spongy's there to bodyguard, and they'll make it 4. Well, here we are, ESL Pro League Season 14. They stagnated. He still wants to fight. That's ambitious and Glocks. And so 1 by 1, they do jump through. Hard to keep your crosshair on them. Straight from Lucky's good. Taps
needs something.
Something from Swisher, yeah. And the flank from Jonji's very loud about it. Glaive ready on the sandbags and ready for a second as well. Wow, great round, all things considered. And it would have to be a Swisher 1v3.
The smokes deployed to help slow down these pushes. 1 or 2 remaining. Damage done to Swisher. Not looking like the best of starts here.
Oh, he wasn't expecting that at all. Great find, Swisher. Stop things from spiraling out of control. Shakezula jiggling like he knows he's being hunted, and Lucky somehow locked on. He will kill you. Oh, and there's one. Ouch. John G going for some seriously ambitious Mac 10 play there. Off the flash. Two very aggressive in the apartments. And does he wallbang him?
Yeah.
Just prior to 2-3 swing. The perfect wallbang.
Hearing me, all right, well.
Alongside, they don't know where they're coming from. Spongy hears a lot. He's got a lot to contend with here. Tucks in, playing it passive. Shakezula's gonna have a lot to do here. Nice isolation of Glaive. Lucky trades. Weapons to be recovered. It's Shakezula on the site, isolated completely. Junior trying to keep them busy.
Oh,
they're losing health. And it looks like they're losing bodies as well. John G with the rebuttal. That bomb does need to be going down, becoming a priority now as it is a 1v2. Good finds from Junior and Swisher respectively, and that bomb's on Graveyard. He's gonna have to hurry up.
Oh, this is awkward now for Dupree.
Let's get back across, and oh wow, reacts in time. 9 seconds, and he's against the AWP. 10 HP, 5. Just in time. Just in time.
Oh, you're gonna be kicking yourself right now if you're Junior. Welcome back. You've given up the line. Yep. Oh no!
What's to do? Beats him with the UMP as well. Oh, just a little late on that nade. Could have killed Magisk. He's long gone now.
Oh, they're back in.
John G aggressing. Bubsky found big contribution as Shakezula actually a little late on the extinguish. Goes
Got
down
hot in there, didn't it?
to a molly. Was that in the bedroom?
Yeah, he was up aggressively.
Yeah.
So they must have spotted him because he was trying to be cheeky with his positioning there. So that's probably not the trade they needed to give up after John G worked hard for that one in Banana. Bogdan's Law in play here, so like he's given over the AWP and, oh, stand up, I dare ya. There it is, in tandem. B given up, scout tag noted. They can really just play with the rotations now. They know one play over towards B, Spongy likely over towards A, and there's no rush here for Astralis. 50 seconds left, they can take their time.
What are you up to, Lucky? Just roaming in the smoke. They know Junior was last seen over towards B. So the Bears opted for Inferno.
Nuke next.
Nuke next. I was a bit remiss to not see him another Astralis Ancient, but they're happy to go to Nuke, and we will wrap up Inferno.
Yeah, it's just very difficult for Bad News Bears, right? Even initially the game kicks off well for them. After losing Pistol, they managed to win that force buy round. You think like, oh, they're getting some momentum now. Perhaps if they, win the first gun round 2 after that, they can get rolling. But really just as soon as Astralis shakes that off and gets the economy going their way, you could see how they were just outplaying them basically at every aspect of the game.
Bad News Bear, that's the name. Astralis on the T side, going to start off Nuke with an outside play. Glaive in lobby to corral or across. Junior will call for help, and Spongy's caught the tail of the assault. So lobby's clear, and a lot of bodies down to the lower side now. It will come down to Spongy to actually adjust very nicely. He gets 2 out of that, so good contributions from Spongy here on the pistol. Now the bomb's on Lucky's back. They have access to the side. That's a nice little nerdy nade. It doesn't quite achieve its goal. It does remove the door, and a lovely angle for John G to adopt and find. 2v2. They can pivot. Swisher was the one thing stopping them from accessing that top side. Now they can just charge on up the ladder. Lucky joining his teammate up there. Now Shakezula's coming lobby side.
Oh, he was coming lobby side. Look at this. They've just absolutely toyed with the rotations and just through vent, right? I think we spoke about this a little bit earlier. John G needs to hit this shot, and he can't. Dupree finishes off the round.
Oh, going looking, having a glance, and there goes John G. Shakezula's going to be feeling the heat now from heaven. This is all on Spongy to kind of contain this top take. Oh, what a shot. And there's another one to find just the tip of the dome. And oh, Spongy's Deagle's doing it all. Needed another head.
What a time that was. That was the majority of my life, actually.
Yeah, a very different dynamic. And there's a USP frag.
Oh, Dink.
Take 2.
The USP's getting it done. All right.
Hello.
Now we're talking.
Yeah, there's something to be said about this one. It's not going to be easy, though.
There's no one lower. They've just gotten straight down for free here. So they can plant this bomb, and now they need to start to fortify. AK's picked up. Bubsky with that vent rotation.
They got 2 recovered AKs here, bro.
Well, there's still no armor. Oh, Junior's down 2. This is all over.
Yeah. I'll go grab the Rover. 3v5 for Astralis. They stabilize nicely, and I think it's better to keep hold of those. Like, you don't
for sure.
feel very threatening now. Sheikh Zula loses his. Lucky is not letting them have anything. Even jumping for info. Oh, head on a swivel. So many targets. Could be walking through those smokes at any time. They are fading now. Go on, Swisher. First frag of nukes provided. And Astralis, it's all smoke and mirrors. Using their utility very well to force fights. 20 seconds, though, boys. You're going to have to make up a final game plan. It does seem like they'll descend lower.
They've had success here.
Yeah, but this time it's Junior. And he loses his head so quick. Dupree's into the site. Spongy the next to try and show some resistance. Turns the wrong way, and it does result in at least a death. It's the bomb lost, and the bomb will not have time to be planted now. Magic's just looking for survival.
It's a bit of the diagonal to facilitate the cross to secret.
He's not going secret, though. It's a top take. Spongy again with impact. He's doing everything he possibly can for the Bears. Sheikh Zula kept very quiet. And that's the end of that. Yeah, you just have to really think about, when naming your dog, what words you're comfortable shouting out in a public place.
That's true.
He's just going.
Yeah, full send.
Straight down the vent, uncontested. Dupree, he is going to be a very brutal object. Oh, looking the wrong way. And Dupree catches him. There's the first blood in return.
It's just for info. You'd love to take the fight, wouldn't you?
Oh, executes him. Lucky's gone. And that's the bomb behind Red as well. They don't know that. Swisher is down to hunt the missing Dupree. Spongy's joined him as well. Now, he'd have to make a sound cue. He is coming. Real chance, and bomb dropped. Blade needs this frag if he wants the chance, and has delivered enough.
Oh, they're not going to expect another. There's no way.
Yeah, backs are turned. Dupree with the flank. Spongy surely not going to be looking the right way. Ooh, slow reactions out of Dupree. Does put BNB 1 frag away.
They're actually peering in the direction of Glaive, so...
Big Zula locked at 2. And they do once again best him. Main gone, and they just immediately surge towards that hell position. Swisher needs to answer some questions, and oh, very hard pot shots. He just pushes out for the headshot. It's not all of them, but it's not a bad reaction. Dupree still missing. Spongy onto Bobsky, just through the smoke. Here we go. Now we're cooking. Now, Dupree and Glaive are fully yard side. The bomb's lobby side. He's going to have to join them. He can't try and brave going on through the inner on his own. And just in the nick of time here, Dupree is going to be able to at least catch them. Makes it clear where he's coming from. They need the plant. 8 seconds. Someone could destabilize this at any moment. Glaive, the bodyguard, keeping Lucky's plant body safe. Only for a second longer. Bomb down, but bad news, Bears will close the gap to just a single round.
Yeah. A little bit of util already being thrown on now. And not making it down the vent this time. So Sheikh Zula, with another through the smoke. Dupree gone as well. Okay, types of bears in North America. Bear identification. Strength of bears by naming sport teams after them.
That's true.
Here's a prime example, everybody.
There's one right there.
We would use this. We continue to fear bears. Evidence by popularity of media stories about bear attacks. Is it the popularity about, or is it that it's news that somebody got attacked by a bear? The polar bear from Lost, do you remember that? Our viewers won't. Probably about 3 of you were old enough to see Lost when it was out on television. A minute on the clock. Oh, and that's great.
That's huge, dude. And you now flash for Sheikh Zula to confirm his suspicions.
All the kills need to come in now.
They need frags now. Well, Lucky might spur them in. Main dead. Swishes on the chance for the return. There it is.
15 seconds.
You're running out of time, boys. You're going down the vents. I don't think you've got time for that.
Oh!
And the bomb is already loose. Astralis running out of options here. Bubsky charging in, and a solid defense from the Bears. Glaive's got nothing he can do. Down the vents without the bomb. And only keeping hold of a Mac 10 as well. So very punishing, and a solid CT haul alongside for it. And it's going to be a bait. And that's the frag. Junior pulls the trigger. Closing the gap is Lucky. No one else can really bail him out of this one. He's hoping for the second one. As I say that, some support from Swisher.
North Americans Spongy almost caught off by the teammates' flash, but together they work. And
I'm seeing some smoke sail through the air. CT and T alike. Junior's going to be on one side of it, Swisher on the other. I think the flash obscures the view, so chances as well. Not only Junior drawing attention, he's looking for a second as well. Knows the silo action as well. Just dips away before any more blood can be dealt. Bomb loose.
No map control whatsoever here. They have lobby. Swisher being forced into a fight. There you go. Bubsky with one. Sheikh Zula on the trade. This should be a Bears round. They knew the bomb was towards Yard. Everything's being picked up now. Unless they present themselves to Lucky and give him a couple of easy AWP fights, it should be the 7th. And there you have it. Just one man standing here, Dupree, who's been on a bit of a hot streak so far. Gets his 12th kill.
He does just look deadly.
I think in the first 2 rounds he had 7 kills.
Bomb's being held. It's an AWP as well, so his jiggle would have to have been absolutely perfect. Door open. And a chance for...
Oh, you can't be serious. Premeditated.
So quick with the P250. They're even dinking another one. This is a horrible state of affairs for the Bears, and it gets worse. Astralis are hitting everything, and they'll get all those weapons for free as well. There's the frag. Lucky has bailed his team out. They can move.
Spongy's in a lot of trouble here. Dupree's coming heaven. This is the fight.
Spongy's responsible for it. And Dupree already got him all onto Swisher. And yeah, Astralis just so diligent on their trades into the site. Angle management, everyone's watching something different. And results in a bomb plant.
It just became very hard for Spongy there, right? You know that he's committed to that heaven line. Bubsky will take down Jonji, but it really is the lucky kill onto Junior. Trading out efficiently, and well, nobody even went down here for Astralis. All 5 staying alive. It might even be a lobby crunch, you know. They're quite close towards Hut and Squeaky. And there's a free AK-47 in the vent. Okay.
And the Astralis are behind them. That's the angle. That's the result. Glaive. Sharp as ever, ready with the AK. This whole time, while the whole lower side is taken, Sheikh Zula would have to be quite the hero. Unloading his mag as best he can. It's Magisk who gets the frag, and yeah, this one will fall away.
Hello.
Sound cue heard. They know Junior is on his way back out.
This is one of the hardest things to do as an up-and-coming team, is adjust, especially when you're on the CT side and the ones who are being dictated to.
It's very strong in his fight with Jonji. This time he gets an AWP, and it's a very different result. Junior provides the opening kill in favor of the North American squad. Seems to have incited a bit of speed out of the util dump. It's Dupree. It's off another team, maybe. Good strafe around the corner, but it's nice from Sheikh Zula. 1 in the Constellation frag compartment. And Lucky actually getting chipped away at by Jonji. He is a threat. However, rotating back into Bubsky, who just about punishes that rotation in.
Bomb's being found here.
Yeah, ready for it. Ooh, a miss.
A chance.
Swish. And there goes the opportunity. It's Bubsky walking into this beautiful setup. There should be no way he gets one head. And we 8-7 on the half. Bad News Bears, a solid haul. 8 posted, and now it's their turn to bring the attack. Let's see, top take for the pistol. Glock's charging in, feeling frisky. And already popping some heads like fresh cherry tomatoes from Waitrose.
Now, don't let the 1x bet odds at the top of the screen fool you. If they grab this pistol, the Bears could really push this map. It's a 3-on-4. The bomb is down, already starting to tick, peppering towards heaven. We're trying to boost. Hello.
Kind of like the idea. Ooh, quick from Dupree, and now Spongy's on the site worrying a little more than he was initially. Certainly now he's isolated on his own. He knows Hut's a problem. Glaive's found him out, can't stabilize, and it's Lucky with 3 in total. You're holding an SMG as well. Like, it just takes so much self-control not to hold W. Well, hold W they shall into ramp.
Chasing too. Quite quick on this.
Yeah, Magic's not interested. He just tuck himself in, and double frag available. He doesn't manage to put the bullets in the right place. Glaive having issues as well. So Spongy using that hero AK to great success. He's definitely been having a game here on Nuke, and it's his team acknowledging it.
Not another oh no.
It's an oh no.
Don't give me an
it's
oh no.
It's an oh no. Spongy has not expected Bubsky here. Good reactions. Good God. And Sheikh Zula, what a lovely position from him. You wouldn't, though. You wouldn't.
Okay.
He deems more appropriate for his role, which is an interesting conversation in itself. Did hear the door, and that's his cue to start touching his W. Oh, and here we go. It's going to be a 1-for-1 so far. More to come. Those Deagles, pesky Deagles, putting pressure onto Sheikh Zula.
They're transitioning elsewhere right now. In limbo, indeed.
Oh, just as he looks away, Magisk strikes. Stand a bit more actively. In fact, he wants to bring the fight to the next time. Strike. It's Spongy again with impact. Burning. Bubsky lives on at 50, and it's Magisk actually rotating in, leaves it all onto that scout, and they will just about handle themselves. It was a 3v4 at one point. That used to be when we used to cut to the Renegades camps, Chad Birchall.
Oh, they smiled once upon a time.
They really did. Don't you go losing the silly ones now, boys.
No, they're going to be all right. They'll be fine. Bit of extra utility towards main. Maybe they will still be fine.
Okay. You weren't worried for a second.
Not at all.
Didn't doubt him.
I didn't expect a double deagle kill by any means. Clear your corners. Swisher does. More smokes towards main. More bullets. And this is going to be round number 11. So this is their most competitive jaunt, foray.
One of those like ones with the water, like back.
The camel backpack.
Camel backpack.
Yeah.
Bad News Bears have lost too early, and they've actually struggled to make an impact on their opening gambit. It's not necessarily all over. It could be now, as Lucky blocks down their ramp of grass, and it's all too easy. One more to bait around. He's having fun with it.
Availability in terms of the peaks that you go for. Wait, what? Did he kill the hut? Wait, he killed the hut.
Oh my god, imagine.
He killed the hut player with that.
Oh my god, just stop. No, I'm not even going to cast it. It's not real. I was joking, dude.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
It's do or die time for a couple of teams here in Group A of the ESL Pro League Season 14. And by the end of the day, a couple of teams' fates will be decided. Whether it's good or whether it's bad is still yet to be determined. And one thing should be in the mind of all the teams participating today is win. Win at any cost here to keep your hopes alive or potentially get yourself safe into our playoffs coming up later on in about a month's time. Jason Kaplan, joined by Yenko. What's up?
You want to say they need to win no matter what?
Exactly. You know what? I like having you here.
Saw that. I saw what you're trying to do. I saw it straight away.
I like having you here. I like when you're wearing these fancy, nice shirts. You're looking good. You're looking tan. You're looking happy still. So I'm a little bit lucky on my side. But I'm ready to get today underway, actually. I mean, we have, again, so many great games happen yet again. 3 back-to-back-to-back all day long. But we're going to start things off by taking a quick recap of where we stand in our groups. And Yenko, Heroic, after a struggle yesterday against Vitality after that first map of Vertigo, they do sit at the top of the table at 3-0.
Yeah, that was an intense game after that first map, especially, you know, being down 13-9 on T side of Inferno, managing to string 7 rounds together, go on a streak, close that out. A big leap forward towards securing that #1, not only playoffs, but #1 spot in the group. It was a great game. And yeah, we saw why those were the two teams that were undefeated at that point in time. And we saw some great CS.
Yeah, and we also have, Vitality at 2-1, Astralis at 2-1, ENCE even at 2-1 in there, as well as they picked up a victory yesterday and a victory when they played against Astralis the day before. It's really becoming closer at the middle of the pack, and again, I think at the start of the whole groups, the start of this whole event, we had our clear-cut 3 generally going into this group, but right now, ENCE are throwing a spanner in the works.
Absolutely, and they've also played some really good Counter-Strike and they made a big step towards making the playoffs with that win they had over Astralis, but now they have an even taller task ahead of them, second game of the day, playing against Heroic, right? So it's still a possibility for them. I think even a strong possibility, right? Because, you know, once all of the groups end, if you have tiebreakers, they have the better head-to-head against Astralis, but that's a long ways away.
That's for league ops to handle, not for us to deal with on air.
We just presented, they calculate.
Exactly. We just read our email and be like, okay, that's exactly what happens. But you know what? We've been hearing our thoughts. You know, we've heard Stunno, we've heard Moses as well. But I'm actually curious about another man here we have on the show and his thoughts of how the groups have gone so far. So Sadakis, who's going to be joining us here on the show. How do you feel like the groups have turned out so far?
Oh, dude, this has been pretty cool. Yeah, great to see you again, Yenko and Jason. This is certainly been a surprise group. I actually picked Vitality to win this. I thought they've been a little quiet for a while. I thought ZywOo was going to want to prove himself. And right now, they're kind of sitting on that cusp at the 2-1 scoreline, which seems to be pretty impressive. That ENCE is the team that's kind of making this all a little awkward for everyone. Heroic, the meme, we're back online. Everything's good. They certainly proved it. But yeah, ENCE, Kings of Tier 2. Massive roster revamp this year, got away from the Finnish borders, and I'm super impressed. It's going to make this really, I mean, imagine ZywOo or Astralis, Vitality or Astralis don't make it through. That's pretty remarkable, I think, guys.
That's great thoughts, Matt. But, you know, what I want to know is, it's been a long time since I saw you, man. How are you doing? Like, how's Jaden? Did you break any more bones? Right? Are all the, like, limbs still at the place they're supposed to be?
Well, not all the limbs, Yenko, but I've got my range of motion back. My collarbone is healing. My wrist is already healed. Those were the 2 breaks this summer. Jaden's good. She's getting to be old. She's upstairs waiting for a treat because I didn't give her a morning treat yet, so I'm going to do that after this segment. But thanks for asking. Yeah, man, how are you? How's the Serbian world?
Great. We're letting everyone come into our country. Like, there's no COVID, so we're having lots of fun. Everything's open, and I'm in Poland, so things are peachy.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, back working on Pro League. I have to ask, though, about Jaden really quickly. Isn't she a little bit jealous? Because I see your brother's dog, your little pupper there, and she seems to be wanting your affection a little bit.
Well, she's more jealous that I have a girlfriend now. So what she's done is very strategically third-wheeled me so that I don't get any love. They get the love from each other, and I'm just left out. But no, my brother's puppy, she's like very motherly, so she's actually really good with him. She's like disciplines him. She hangs out with him. She just accepts it. She's actually pretty good. As long as it was not my dog. If I got a transition dog, no game, no dice. Jaden's the only. But she's cool with my brother having one, so.
All right, well, Sadakis, so nice to talk to you, man, and so good to have you back on the show here, too, and hopefully we'll get to check in with you in your interviews later on in the show.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
I swear, he gave me a great idea. Super Bowl. I'm sure if you watch the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
But they have the Pup Bowl, right? The Puppy Bowl, where they have them all wearing jerseys to see like who would win some of these. Why don't we just do that with the teams?
They will probably hurt themselves real bad, like after 10 seconds. So
the puppies.
The teams.
No, wait, no.
The
puppies were the jerseys.
All right.
See who wins the matches. I would watch that probably.
Yeah, but then your Bad News Bears would beat everyone because they're a bear, not a puppy.
It would be a cup, yeah, or a cub, yeah. But you know what? Moving on from this, as we've been talking about puppies for a long time now with Sadakis, we need to take a look at what's coming up today. And the first match of the day will be Team Spirit up against Bad News Bears and Yenko. The story of this matchup is you lose, you're out. You win, you still have a slim chance.
Yes, but define slim, Jason.
You need thinner than I could ever be.
Yeah, that's right. That's a very, very slim chance. You know, unfortunately, I think the focus for me for this game, obviously, like the talking point would be Team Spirit, right? They've been so disappointing, really, right? Like, I mean, this is one of the teams that's, you know, been at the top at the start of the year, right? Definitely up there when it comes to CIS teams. With the rise of the CIS teams, they've been right in that conversation, and when you expected them to grow and become even better, they've actually regressed, they've fallen off, and that's definitely not something you want to see. So a couple of question marks above them. And from Bad News Bears, basically, you know, an experience gathering mission, so to speak, right? A learning experience. And I think if there's one thing that's going to help you improve the fastest, you have to remember, Bad News Bears is not an org, it's not anything, right? Like, it's just the guys playing.
Yeah.
I think if they were to get like a European coach, an experienced coach, right, to help them out, to kind of point out this, they can see the mistakes as well, but someone needs to drill you in practice every day, right? Be annoying, and so on. I think that would help them the most. That would help them get better the fastest. I believe, without the resources of, you know, an org, sending them to boot camps and all that stuff, right?
I feel like we're learning into a little bit of your coaching style of the being annoying part, maybe.
You have to.
I completely agree.
You're not doing your job.
Well, our second match of the day, it's going to be Heroic taking on ENCE. And again, Heroic currently sitting at the top of the table at 3-0. ENCE, I mean, the victory here, they could set themselves up nice. It comes down to, obviously, how they can perform here. We got to see some ups, some downs at events, especially when it came to that first day. But one team that really hasn't had any downs when it comes to the Pro League so far, it's Heroic.
Yeah, they've picked up where they left off from last season, basically. And with a win here against ENCE, they're guaranteed a top 2 spot in the groups. But I don't think that's going to be, I don't think that's a given, right? I think ENCE has been playing some good Counter-Strike. I think also this environment benefits them as well. We saw some great individual performances from, you know, Diha, Spink,
Dodo as well.
Hades, Dodo yesterday, right? That 1v3 clutch. It kind of seems like was a turn of the tide in that particular matchup. So yeah, I think this will be a very, very interesting game too.
Yeah, I think we had questions on whether it was a fluke day 1, or I guess day 2 when they beat Astralis, but seeming with their win yesterday, they might be this actual team that can contend. But then, to wrap things out, we have Vitality up against Astralis and Yenko here. This match means a lot for Vitality. If I'm not mistaken, if they win, they're going to be guaranteed into playoffs as well. Yeah,
that's correct. They're guaranteed the top 3 spot with the win here, and for Astralis, it will get really, you know, complicated depending on other results. So definitely a very, very important game for both teams. And you know, for Astralis, they haven't been looking, you know, impressive, or they definitely haven't looked like the team we saw at Cologne. Obviously, they made a roster change since then, but they haven't looked bad either, right? So I think today they need to kick it into high gear, so to speak. They need to play not necessarily their A game. I hate that term. Like, if they play their A game, they can beat everyone. Like, you can say that for any team. But, you know, they can't afford to make any mistakes. They can't afford for anyone to have, like, a terrible day, something like that, because Vitality, they've had this roster for a while now. They've had time to, you know, get Kyojin more familiar. He's had time to adjust to the tier 1 scene, so to speak. Didn't have a great game yesterday against Heroic, but perhaps if with a better performance today, can be what pushes Vitality over the line.
I do have a quick question for you about Astralis. Obviously, they come into this with Lucky come into the roster, right? With not a lot of practice with him within the team. I'm curious, do you think if they don't qualify, it's not going to be a big deal to them? Or do you think they expect to be qualifying into the next stage and then use that time to practice?
I think they definitely expect to qualify.
Okay.
But also, it's not going to be a big deal if they don't. Right?
Exactly, exactly.
It's somewhere in between. I think it's just about, you know, figuring out what they want. You know, Zipex is not the member of the starting roster right now, but is that going to change after this tournament potentially, or for the next tournament? That's also something we're going to have to wait and see.
I mean, they're definitely going to have their eyes on IEM Fall, the next RMR event, the final RMR event coming up later on in September. But you know what? We've had a couple of posts on Reddit, actually hilarious. Thinking of Cadian yesterday, we've actually have some player reactions that we want to show you guys and kind of compare between the two. And Yenko, we're going to talk through some of these and maybe talk about how some players deal with the stresses that come with playing at a professional level, when things work out for you and things unfortunately don't work out in your favor.
Yeah, I think also one thing that I like to say is, if you look at the player cams, when players are at their own homes, that's different, right? Because their teammates can't see them. So yeah, if you watch the stream, like, you should never have some sort of reactions, but in general, all right, this is like, Cadian is just insane. But I think, like, imagine you're his teammate and you're sitting next to him and you see how hyped he gets, right? Just has positive energy all over it, right? It creates a good atmosphere to play in, compared to, you know, some of these ones when you're like, you know, like, again, the players are at home, so it's not as big of a deal, right? Their teammates can't see it, but maybe the sounds you make, right? Everything you do, it's about creating, like, a good environment to play in, where it's like this. Every player, every coach will tell you this. Every team plays better when the communication is flowing, when the energy is good, right? You talk more, you become more active on the map. You're not playing as scared, right? That's the truth for every team out there. So if this, you know, if Cadian being crazy sometimes helps create that sort of an atmosphere, that sort of an environment while you're playing, then that's a plus, right? Obviously, you have to think, if he spends 10 seconds, you know, celebrating a clutch and he has to call something and he's the in-game leader and maybe they, you know, are delayed to do something and it hurts them in-game, obviously you need to balance that out. Yeah. You have timeouts and stuff to help you out in that regard. But yeah, the face palming, head in hands, the size, the, you know, awkward looks towards your teammates, like, there's no room for that at all, in my opinion, especially not when you're in an official game, right? Whatever you think is going wrong, however you were disappointed with either a call, a move your teammate made, if you think he did, like, the dumbest thing in the world, you just need to support him, you need to, right? Because at that moment, if you're giving up passive-aggressive, like, how is that contributing, like, to you winning the game? How is that going to help you win the game? The guy is just going to feel like shit. He's just going to feel like, Yes, it's just awkward, right? So positive attitude, guys, good energy, and it's gonna help you win Counter-Strike games.
Well, thank you, production, for helping carry Yanko out of this segment, because we're gonna be heading to a short break here. I feel like you could have gone forever, but we can't, because we have our first match here of the day. We can do it while we're off camera. Team Spirit taking on Bad News Bears.
Not that.
We'll see you guys in a few.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
We left off last season with the first truly global ESL Pro League. That was season 13. And boy, were things spicy online. Of course, that's where we found ourselves, given the global parameters that we were under. But so many teams came into the season with so much on their plate, starting off with the roster changes. Multiple teams had to prove their roster, either because they were completely new or because this was the first bigger event for them. For example, FPX, Sunny is a stand-in in-game leader. Heroic with Refresh and Shush, who obviously found success in that light. OG with Nico. G2 removes Kenny S. They add Jax. Evil Geniuses pick up Ovo. Also, FaZe and Mouse had their first real test with the new in-game leaders in Kerrigan and Dexter.
Well, Dexter not as aggressive as previously. Instead, tucked in up close behind the wooden panel, and well, with a flash from his teammate, 2 free kills, and eventually he doubles down and brings it up to a quad.
The CIS teams were super strong in Katowice. 3 of them participated at ESL Pro League Season 13, which would include Virtus Pro, Navi, and Gambit, but Navi and VP couldn't break into the top 8. Gambit, however, totally different storyline, where they made it to the grand final when they met up with Heroic. Heroic went on to win the grand final with a 3-2 scoreline. And the one memorable thing that's going to stick out from your grand final moment would be Cadian's clutch.
Oh my god, he's knifed him, and he's gotten away with the AWP. I'm starting to get nervous. There's no way. There's no way. Cadian, you can't win Pro League like this. You can't win Pro League like this. He just has to hit this shot, and he's done it for Heroic. The leader, calling well above his years, clearing corners. Oh, no! You're an animal. Heroic have done it, and I just can't believe it.
Crazy clutch, crazy end to the season. ESL Pro League Season 13 was something special, but Season 14, we've got something brand new coming for you.
There's no side we go inside. The man is the one. You build your walls with faith in God. They never come around. Then wonder why we all defy the burden to be born. We're coming home with a mission to bring an end to a terrible land. We are here to your omission. We are many of one. We're coming home with a mission to tear you down from your undeserved throne. We can take your conviction. We are many of one. You may call it a virus, but we call it the antidote. It's an answer to silence. The future is here to revolt.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to get our day underway. To kick things off, we have the lovely and delicious first match appetizer of Team Spirit up against Bad News Bears to kick things off. And as you said before in the pre-show, both teams need a win here to have a chance, albeit so slim, to potentially get through into the playoffs. And the loser, unfortunately, well, will either be staying home or we'll be flying home. And Yanko, still joined by you. This is going to be a tough one, I'd say, for both teams, because to be honest, both teams haven't looked that great over the course of the Pro League.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. Not just the fact that they've obviously lost all of their games, but most of them, the majority of them, haven't really been that close. Like, sure, Spirit had, up until yesterday, the only 3-map series, but outside of the map that they won in that series against Astralis, the other two were very, you know, convincing losses, so to speak. So I think for both teams at this point, sure, they still have a mathematical chance of making the playoffs, but I think at this point, it's just like, you know, some saving grace, like getting some. For Bad News Bears, it's like just having a win so they can see even a map win and like, okay, you know, there are some positives here, like we can at least take a map from some of these teams. And for Spirit is like where we haven't fallen completely off a cliff. You know, for them, honestly, it would be embarrassing to lose to a team like Bad News Bears still, I feel like. So, and you also want mentally to see them like still fight, right? Even though they're out of the playoffs, most likely that they're still fighting for, you know, every game. They're trying to win every game they can.
Yeah, very true. And also these teams do have the chance to play spoiler coming into the final day of games. But before we could even talk about the next day, we got to talk about this tweet put out by John G. And I'm going to just read it for you guys. Just want to say every new colonist bad. You kind of have to realize at a certain point that these teams play the best teams every single day, all day. In North America, it's like winning the lottery to get a scrim or two versus Liquid. I'm not going to read the rest because this is a family show, but you guys see.
Yeah, I think it's listen, I can, it's a good point. I can sympathize with him, you know, that it is in NA it's hard. Like, even when I was there with MIBR like 3 years ago, there were more good teams there, and still after you also can't practice Liquid every week, right? It just becomes redundant. So that is true, and as I said, it's hard like for a team that doesn't have as much support as some of the others do to improve. You can see here they're doing WOD reviews, right, which is one of the fastest and best ways, like what you have to do if you want to get better as a team, right? But I think like just in regards to the first tweet, is like, why are you tweeting anything? Why are you talking about it? Just like, why? Because people are saying you're shit. We are playing like shit right now. That's fine. You're gonna get better, right? That's not the problem. It's like it comes with the territory. Like, people are gonna criticize what you do. They're gonna be negative, right? But only you know, and your teammates and the coach, why you're losing, who's not doing their job correctly, right? What's going on? So why are you even taking the time or giving people attention by replying to them? Just keep working, like keep your head down, right? And the results speak for themselves, really, in a sense. So
you're telling me these armchair analysts have no idea what they're talking about?
Yeah, all the other guys, they don't know what they're talking about.
Exactly. Well, you know what? We're actually going to bring in someone who knows what he's talking about. I don't know why I just had a brain fart there. It's Magix coming in from Team Spirit. We had a quick little chat with him before we get underway with our games. And first of all, Magix, can you hear me? Are you there?
Yeah, hello.
All right, great to have you here. So first of all, let's just jump straight into it. We were talking about this already at the start of the show today. This is a must-win game for you guys and for Bad News Bears. Is this something that kind of weighs on you guys and is the back of your mind while you're playing your match today?
No, it's just another game that we should play. And maybe this time we will be playing better than before.
Yeah, I have a question in regards to that, right? Obviously, you guys had a really good start of the year, winning DreamHack Open, then top 4 at Katowice, since adding Dexter, some very good results. But, you know, when people were expecting you to improve from that point, you've kind of fallen off, right? Didn't make the playoffs at last 3 events. Could you speak a little bit as to why you think that's the reason?
There was a lot of mistakes done there since the beginning of the year. Like when the year started, we all were in the insanely good individual form, and we were like fresh, and we were just doing stuff, just killing everyone, and it was working for us. But with time going, it was just getting worse and worse.
Well, let me ask you a question here, because we've noticed 5 out of the 6 teams playing in Group A are actually in a facility together. Do you guys feel like that's hindering you guys' ability to progress and to perform better?
I think so, yeah. The bootcamp is a great thing to improve your game, and it is really needed to become stronger and fix your mistakes. It's helping a lot.
Okay, well then I'm gonna ask you one more last question here, because obviously the next RMR event has been announced coming up for IEM Fall. If you guys do unfortunately fail to qualify for the playoffs, is that your main focus now going forward, get into that major?
Yeah, since we have no chance to qualify for the EPL playoffs, our next tournament is the RMR, and we should be focusing on it and coming into it fresh and better.
Okay, I like it. I like you guys keeping your heads up, keeping your eyes facing forward as well to get ready for what's coming up on in the year. And Magix, thanks so much for joining us, man. We don't want to keep you too long because you got to get ready to play, but I wish you guys the best of luck today.
Thank you.
Okay, I like that. You know, I think it gave some pretty good answers. I think as well, we're
Didn't
seeing
say anything.
Well, you know,
we were killing everyone, and then we stopped killing everyone. It's like, all right, dude.
Well, I think his answer like gave way though that there's something happening. Like there's definitely some like frustrations maybe of the drought they've had throughout the year since the start. I think there was definitely more that he wasn't telling us, as you could kind of tell with the restraining.
As it always is, no matter what, you know, community or like PR people from NIP want to tell you, there's always more than what you hear from the interview. But I think it just also, I don't think I've ever seen Spirit in a boot camp. I can't really recall, right?
Yeah.
So maybe there's some, you know, travel problems or something like that. That's a minus, right? Everyone else is doing it. So yeah, I don't know what it is. We'll see from how they perform in these last two games. Also, the body language a little bit. If there's some deeper underlying problems, right, within the lineup, and they just have to push through it right now because the major is coming up. Obviously, you can't really make any changes. You're probably going to ruin your chances of playing at the major. So yeah, we'll just have to see.
Well, as we take a look at Avitos, I do want to bring our attention that, you know, he did mention that like they're not going to qualify for the playoffs. Like in their heads, they're already done, right? So to me, that means like they can really play spoiler for some other teams out there. They have nothing to really worry about when it comes to winning. Like, oh, maybe we can still qualify. So that makes them even more dangerous.
Yeah, that's true. You know, with the team has nothing to lose, can play more relaxed and cause some upsets. And we see in the map veto, no surprises really. The perma bans are out. Bad News Bears sticking with Inferno. I mean, they picked it every single time. It's their most comfortable map, most played map, but they didn't even get double digits so far in
Spirit,
EPL.
They haven't looked good on Inferno either.
Yeah, Spirit has been terrible on Inferno. I think it's safe to say. And for Dust too, that's the one map that Spirit has like a pretty good record on still in the last 3 months. It's been their go-to pick. So yeah, with Nuke as the decider, I think it's a pretty, I don't think there were any surprises for either of these teams when it came to the veto. And, you know, this is the best playground for them to show what they've got. Bad News Bears, if they are going to take, you know, a map or win the series, this is the pool in which they're able to do it. And for Spirit as well, like, yes, your Inferno has been really bad, but surely by now, right, you can beat a team like Bad News Bears. One thing you need to realize as well is Bad News Bears, like, let's say their best map is Inferno, right? But they already played it 3 times. You know, their playbook cannot be that deep where, you know, so you've used your kind of go-to plays. It's easier for other teams to study you now. They've seen your reactions in some situations, protocols and so forth. So I think, you know, I still have to go with Spirit in this one.
Yep, I'd agree with you as well. And I think for both teams, they're hoping to not go 0-5 overall in the groups. They want to be able to show a big victory to their fans out there and to themselves. But it's time to see which one can pull it off as we head over to our commentators to kick off this first match of the day with Machine and Sponge.
So good, so good. And I love that. Love that from Yanko as well. He's definitely not pulling punches. He's speaking truth.
Too early for that.
Yeah.
Too early for silly business from Yanko.
Great to have Yanko Pavlovich on the desk. Of course, Jason Kaplan, of course, your host, the 7-foot wonder child, the beanpole of Counter-Strike.
I thought it was 9 foot.
9 foot on a good day.
Okay.
Depends on if he's done his yoga or not. But we are going to be seeing Team Spirit start on the defense. Bad News Bears on the attack. Now, this was the much-discussed Team Spirit Inferno. They've had their fair share of woes, struggled to convert against some lesser foes. Now up against B&B. Let's see if the North Americans, who have told us to kindly F off, if anyone's got any negativity to share. Maybe John G will do better next pistol. Does go down. Early advantage found for Spirit.
Yeah, these rounds traditionally for Bad News Bears don't go too well. After they lose the members early, they just get bullied for the remainder of the round here. And I think Mir might be a ghost playing today as we get the curtain on the camera. But into B they go, and it's only another kill from Mir. Chopper takes down Swisher. I think Sheikh Zula not long for this world. Can he take anybody with him? Dexter says no, and there we have it. 1-0. Yeah, look, I have the same sentiment as Yanko in the sense that this is a must-win for Spirit, right? Even though, and I don't even mean in the context of the group, I just mean in the context of this team going forward. If they don't win this one, and in convincing fashion, like, I know they've struggled throughout the group, but they're still on the tiers of the teams that they've lost to, whereas Bad News Bears in this environment should be getting an absolute shellacking. So we're going to look on in here, and it's going to be only a very light investment. 1 deagle for Junji. Smoke and a flash, Sheikh Zula and Swisher, respectively. And the rest are going to be on Glocks. So AKs will come out in the next. And, well, top mid is where the deagle is currently heading. Warning shots exchanged. Dexter takes down Swisher. And
Die. There you go.
That's 1.
Yeah, but from behind, SDY can pepper them here with the MP9. Oh, lovely transfer of his burst into a second head. And that's the end as well for Junior. So 2-0. Nothing to get too upset about if your team's Spirit, just losing Dexter on that arch side. Get to see the Galils come out now. Now, this is where you get to see a real taste of what Bad News Bears have been cooking up for their Inferno pick here against Spirit, whether or not they're going to be able to bait and switch those CTs around a little bit, force some rotates out of them. And it will have to come down to frags. We'll have to see the individuals. Swisher's been impressive. Spongy's had his moments. Even John G on his entry frags. We need to see some more of that. So the retake stuff's been set up very early by Spirit. So they have SDY dumping initially. And a 3-2 split so far. SDY after dumping his util can float back to A.
Yeah, they've basically gifted them banana control here. So Swisher up towards the half wall calls things clear. They do just have to flash and clear the sandbag position. But there's that retake utility you were talking about. Held at bay right now. And SDY has finally been able to head over towards the A side to help them out. Now, just waiting out the utility are the Bears. So back and forth they can go. Right now, there's no map control for Team Spirit. They don't have info top banana since they've rescinded. And top mid, they've been forced back off as well. This has forced mid to rotate over. We have 4 players trying to defend A. There's still a decent amount of utility here for Bad News Bears to attack this site.
You're walking into the Lion's Den like this. They've got so much util. I think they're just hoping that something gets given to them on the re-push for mid-info. And here comes the push. That's the frag Sheikh Zula was waiting for. Re-aggressing as well from short side. Here comes Dexter. MP9 does manage to convert. SDY again with more impact. Posts his second frag and needed another from Swisher's Galil. He's got nothing to report, neither does Spongy. Okay, Team Spirit. No issues and not too much to complain about after the first B&B attack.
Yeah, and I think on the flip side of this, so we're talking about Spirit and how this is a game that they should win and they should still, you know, be able to kind of wipe the floor with the Bears. If this is that case, and we've seen Spirit struggle against some of the bigger names in this group, and Bad News Bears yesterday, they pushed Astralis on Nuke, then the questions become, it's like, oh, that's a shame. This was the best chance we thought the Bears had to picking up a map and making a dent here.
Yeah, 100%.
Now, this is the rounds where they tend to do some of their better work. They've got some upgraded pistols, 3 Tech 9s, a P250, and a Glock for Junior, who's in hot pursuit of that AWP. And speaking of AWPs, Dexter's shot down mid. Sounds on out, and they're going to take territory knowing that there is an AWP they can punish. Magic's up close and personal towards apartments, might have some business soon. But they are setting up this execute, so Flash is coming over. We're going to see the acceleration and then go on to A.
Yep, Mia's rotated in. Magix is going to tuck on in as well. And here comes the push. Sheikh Zula all the way through Graveyard. Look how far he travels! So much space. That's drawn crosshairs and attention. Dexter, however, still finding frags. It is only Swisher. And he's on the A site. They know exactly where he is. I say exactly, I'm exaggerating. That smoke's enabled him to a little bit hard to find. Chopper will find him in the end, though.
All right. Well, this is where the guns come back out, and Junior does have his AWP, and I just find myself time and time again talking about Junior being last alive with the AWP in hand going up against 4+ players.
Yeah.
So it's...
I love that from Sheikh Zula. Like, you need a player like that.
Just going for the space
there. Taking mad amount of space. If he'd have, like, got vision back and been in Graveyard, that could have been a different round.
Yeah, you know when you talk about, you know, let's do the strat and then hold W, don't stop? That's what you mean, right? Because you get too many players get bottlenecked behind a molly, or they, oh, I accidentally hit the wall. Did you? Or did you just let go?
Did you just second guess yourself a little too much? That's 3 incendiaries exchanged, more nades as well. Deep smoke likely to follow. Dexter once again patrolling middle, which is a sign that he's feeling very comfortable. He can just take that peek. No threat, no flash. And Jake Zula on his walk-up second mid is met by the AWP.
Yeah, if you can play that aggressively and you're not feeling under the pump, that's a great little weapon to have here. And look at the reposition.
Oh, he's already here. He's actually into the site on the tight line. This is almost a guaranteed frag unless Junior is really quick on this draw. John G to maybe try and bait the shot. I don't know how they don't get away with Dexter finding a center. Oh. There it is from Junior. Perfectly timed.
Well, he just walked in. I was looking for the flash. I just saw the body starting to come in front of the crosshair. That looked like a car crash about to happen. Now they're on.
They are on. Bit of a team flash. Or no, it was Mir that's actually supported that. John G's down. Swisher needs this one on the second orange. Big frag. And the site is theirs. Mir's the closest on Coffins. Junior's posted up. He won't be able to contest, and Bomb now down. This is the best chance we've seen out of the Bears. They can't let this slip away. 3v3. Retake now from Team Spirit.
They've got you two.
Double incendiary.
Yeah,
Emo's gonna suck. Resmoke CT though, I like that. Molly Newbot.
Oh, look at that.
Into the fight, and Mir does profit. Junior needs a second, and he won't have a chance. Spongy, one found. Needs this 1v2. Mir is on the Coffins and does deliver. That's Spongy absorbing the remaining two and putting the first on the board.
I was impressed by the utility usage there of Spirit, right? You can see teams who have the nades necessary to retake the site, but not all of them use it. So the fact they get the emo molly in, the one to new box as well, that looked like an almost guarantee, especially when it kicked off like this. But Junior just peeking in. I'm sitting there and I'm just looking at John. He's like, yeah, Alex is probably right. He's probably going to jiggle the corner, maybe bait some. Junior just steps into it. So big opening from Junior, and that's what we're talking about with this T-sided AWP. If it can get activated in that fashion, now we're talking it's not Junior with an AWP sitting back in a 1-on-5 going, where's all my teammates gone? Can the Bears build on this? Back 10's having to supplement the lower economy situation for John G and Sheikh Zula, but they could just go for another B exec. Now, take a look at the armor situation for Spirit as well. Nobody has the head armor, so could pop them like a couple of watermelons.
It's not easy to pop a watermelon. I suppose with a bullet it is.
For some reason, I just think about when people put elastic bands around them, and then, I don't know why, that was the image.
Yeah, and when you're testing weapons on YouTube as well, like
yes,
it's a good representation of a skull.
Ah, everyone's favorite substitution. So they can just go for this BXAC again. You can see them lining up the smokes here. John G limping one out, and they're head without the flashes.
Yeesh.
Dexter doesn't land the shot, has to run on away, and they're actually going through ruins here. Lots of pressure.
This is kind of fun, but it does mean Dexter will be a threat as they wrap around very quickly. There goes Dexter, big find. Chopper still invisible, and look at him. Double kill from the corner. Junior's thrown a no-scope into the mix. He lives on. Does have the bomb, though. Expect him to get that down shortly. SDY can contest, and Magix is close as well. Problems now for the Bears. The bomb loose, and both of these CTs are ready to make it difficult to get it down. Junior, real opportunity here to contest. He needs to be bodyguarding that bomb. Needed to. Misses his chance, and now it will fall away from them. Damn, that's going to be a tough one, a bitter pill to swallow.
Yeah, that plant, you know, they really would have loved to have got that bomb down. That extra cash bonus going forward would have been absolutely phenomenal for the buy situation. Now questions are asked. So Spirit, well, they're able to keep their economy in a good point, and Bad News Bears now not so much. And you can see this here. Traditionally, once upon a time, if you watch the old Inferno, you'd have two smokes covering the front of the site. You'd have that deeper CT, and you'd wrap through ruins. They've just done it with one and some good flashes.
But they had it. No, they even had a deep CT smoke landing. They threw one straight away. So like, it was a really cool game plan. And I think it's going to definitely be a frustrating one to concede, considering how much of that went to plan.
Yeah, Chopper there stuck behind the smoke, right?
Double,
being the absolute thorn in the side, right? If he goes 1 for 1, okay, now we probably have a Bad News Bears second, but Chunji's already purchased in here. And a timeout has been called to talk through their options. We're seeing AK's board up as well, so I thought that they'd maybe just go for another one of the half purchases, because they do have a good amount of these pocket strats where they execute from deep second mid or banana like we just saw, and can throw different looks in the face of Team Spirit. But they want to keep this CT-sided economy under the thumb, and if they can make sure they kill 2 to 3 players again here, let's go with 3 and a bomb down, they can continue to do this time and time again. Lost bonus is exactly where they want it at 3,400. It's good for one reason, it's bad for the other. Yeah, you're going to keep getting money, but you kind of need the rounds. So at some point, they'll need to break through this dam. It's very direct, though, isn't it? They just look like they want to pop up mid here.
Yeah, and there's 4 players ready to receive them. It's Mir who can't believe his luck. John G down and still kept in favor of Team Spirit as SDY has no issues. A massacre on a full investment force. Spongy thrust into an impossible scenario. They're even nading him. A great first shot out of the gate. Dexter deleted. He's got good aim. He's got a good understanding as to where these CTs are coming from. But I mean, poor soul. Yeah, maybe you could tap another one. Give me another head.
They're all just poised, ready to fight and swing off each other's contact. Well, that's lucky.
Lovely stuff. Lives on. Tap another head, and I'll start to believe Spongy. The impossible becoming just the slightest more threatening, and there goes Chopper. Finishing it off eventually. It was well handled. STY 9, deaths 1. Solid stuff from him in the opening 7 rounds of play.
Do you remember the cartoon Angry Beavers?
Yes.
I don't. There was always one was angry and one was stupid.
Yeah.
Is that like always the case? Because if you think of Pinky and the Brain, one was angry and one was stupid.
I think it's because stupidity and anger are both, you know, funny. We can laugh at people being stupid and laugh at people being angry.
Yeah, okay.
It's probably the most entertaining emotions. Like, it would be, imagine if you just had a sad character.
But OJ's like happy all the time. And
OJ
Borge.
Borge.
I think it's Borge.
Borge. Okay.
Well, we now reside where the name is from.
It's true. It's true. I think Cyborg every time.
You're right.
That's all.
Why not? Pistols at noon. Wait, what's the time? 1:40.
Pistols at 1:40.
That wasn't 12 paces. Is that how many paces? I don't know. I'm not a.
Gone are the days of a good old-fashioned duel.
Yeah.
You know?
Slap someone with a glove.
That's it. You're like, look, I feel disrespected. I'd like to engage in a trial by combat.
Now we just hold our phones at each other and go.
No, now we
throw the first punch.
Now we subtweet. Like, everyone knows who I'm talking about, but I'm going to talk about them without tagging them. And you can all agree with me because you're my followers.
I don't know. I try not to tweet anything negative anymore.
I see that. It's a big step in the right. I just basically got to the point where I write up a tweet, decide it's not worth it, and don't tweet anything, ever.
Yeah.
I just retweet things now.
That was like the Henry G method, wasn't it?
I just got really, like, I don't know.
Disenchanted?
Disenchanted with the whole thing. But I also realized that, you know, it's probably a good idea for the whole career thing. I just can't bring myself to tweet or post or do anything.
Yeah. Look.
Junior, double. Uno and DOS. Oh, it was supposed to be Junior. Can't put it across the line. Yeah, he's horny for it. Jonji will save the day. He's been dinked through the wall. Oh, he actually got caught. Damn, what a shot from Mir. And now he's taken all out banana control right back. He even caught the tail end of them rotating A.
But he's forced them into the 2 players on this A site right now. One towards long, one towards pit. They are going to have to try and pip the gap mid to B here. That could be the undoing.
STY's been so good, though. And even that nade looks promising.
Chunky monkey right there.
Ouch. And here's the flank blocking the door behind them with their knives out. Mir gets them, looking for more. Spongy keeps it level. He could charge B. Go on.
Back and forth, back and forth.
He's flirting with it. They're rotating in for the info, and Sheikh Zula collects. Both of them knocked on their asses. 2 for the Bears.
Okay. Well, look, there's a lot of stakes on this one here. You heard the desk talking about it. We'll talk about it some more. Whoever loses this map is out. Now, both of these teams, we're already kind of considering them out. They're both sitting at 0 and 3, but let's live in a fairy tale world where the more likely of the two is Spirit. They win this 2-0, right? They get a couple more victories towards the tail end here of the group, and then some mathematical equation comes out of the fax machine, and we're all good, and they somehow make it through. So there's a lot in this one for Spirit, right? We need to see a little bit of a positive sign, but probably not a whole lot of that into round number 10. They're just down to these pistols. It's a Zeus in play. I think if they're playing with the mentality that there's nothing really to play for here, then maybe we could see a loosey-goosey Team Spirit pop off. And well, Dexter out the second mid window. He peeks up his head. The P250 strikes, and that's an AK on the floor. But Spongy's heard this.
Yeah.
Execution. And now we're back to 4v4. I think they were hoping that would send them over towards the B-bomb side, but it's actually done quite the opposite here. The fact that Dexter was on his lonesome that aggressive, and they've been able to deal with him, they're just going to push in towards A. So being diligent with their utility, smoke towards Moto, nades towards the pit, just clearing everything out, letting them know that bomb can go down safely, and Junior's going to even go for a safe plant back of the site. Smoke there from Spongy. That's an easy one for all of you to learn at home. In the back of the pit, if you have a smoke, you look at that little lamp, jump throw. It's going to cover off the Moto and long position for you quite perfectly. Situational utility, we call that.
Yeah, I mean, but that's the kind of utility that everyone wants to have a couple in your bag of tricks. For every site you're taking, a couple of cheeky lineups just for the safe way to deploy it.
Yeah,
like,
that's the key word.
I hate the amount, like, everyone's had a couple of deaths where it's like, hey, can someone smoke CT? And then you just sit there dying with the pin pulled and you feel like a bit of a pillock.
Or you flub it and then there's a gap and then someone dies through that gap, you know? So, but guys, at home, I want to let you know one thing. If you ever misthrow a smoke that's been asked of you, right, and there's a bit of a gap, just say, gap on the left side. And then if people
die,
you've done the best you can, right? So just communicate it, own the mistake, right? And then hopefully it's all good.
I've heard stories, Chad, I'm not going to name and shame, of pro players that would throw smokes on executes.
Yes.
Or forget the smoke supposed to throw, freestyle it, miss it completely, and not address it as they fully execute into sight.
That's a problem.
Imagine that.
That's a big problem. Bad news bears, guns back out. Buy is not great for Spirit here. There's a couple Famises in the mix and they're aggressive.
Okay, Swisher, first found. Now we're talking. Team Spirit, they tried to throw aggression into Banana. And Chopper pays the price. This is an aggressive stance from Sheikh Zula. He's single-handedly maintaining top mid control. Dexter's going for a sweep. And that close line. Oh, he's cooked him. He sees you. He sees you. Oh, he lives on and actually gets the frag. Sheikh Zula does very well, and Spongy could have opened up the A site. It's only Magic's. He knows he's under a lot of scrutiny. Junior, what are you up to here? He thought about it for a second, just pushing and on that. Now the rotate's on its way. Chonji can lock it down here. It's a favorable fight for him. And then they don't clear him. He can catch Mir. Another's crossed into the site. SDY immediately reacts. And they're taking the bomb B, Chad. This is a fantastic play from the Bad News Bears. They've got a good understanding as to where these CTs remain.
Yeah, Team Spirit is staying very active and continuing to fight. SDY lucky to be alive.
Fisher's got him. He's got him dead to right.
Gone. Yeah, look at this. Simple as you like. Yeah, just Team Spirit is staying very active. It's like they're pursuing all of the fights so that they don't lose the back and forth nature of Bad News Bears. But that's actually kind of hurt them in some of these scenarios here. And it will just be Magic's left with the Silence Them 4 to save in that wide open pit. But the Bears with the fourth. And if there was ever a map they were going to do it, this would be the one. Played a bunch of Inferno. I think the first map that they picked was Mirage. And then since then, I think it's been Inferno. Bomb's going to go off. Fourth round about to be posted on the board. And oh, they're getting there. They're definitely getting there. And this has kind of been the story of a lot of the Bad News Bears games. It starts off, you know, we can see some positive signs. And then there's the oh no rounds. We haven't had any oh no rounds yet.
Maybe the B retake.
They won that one, though.
Did they?
Yeah, the mollies came in. I think they were all good.
Yeah, they were. No.
Am I thinking of the wrong round?
Maybe we're both confusing the rounds. Okay, I had one in mind where it looked really good for a moment. Maybe it wasn't a no-no.
That was like a Spirit. They double mollied.
Yeah, I remember the double molly, but then...
Bad News Bears won that.
Bad News Bears won that.
Yeah, Spongy clutched it out.
Spongy 1v2.
That's the one.
Bingo bango.
Yeah, so they have avoided the oh-nos. Now, this is a chance for an oh-no. 2 Deagles, Silence Them 4 saved, some HE grenades.
You ready for the Magic's pop off?
Okay. I'm not, but okay.
Well, I mean, you have to be patient because he's going to get.
He's not going to get. But Alex. He's been doing this for a year now.
Yeah.
He's been doing this same. Well, actually, no. Normally, he's on the little ledge to the left, a little bit further forward. Remember, we've seen there was shotguns. I remember we casted a game where a team just counter-stratted against their force by and triple naded that position.
Yeah. Oh god. On the boost.
Yeah.
They just throw it over.
I think they just walked up into the precipice of mid and banked it off the wall. But that was probably about. That was at least that's the spot right there. Thank you, MC.
I remember that.
B's the right call. Chopper's the only one over here. Has the USP in hand. Oh, Sheikh Zula's caught. Catches the kill. So that's the M4 down. They should be able to find.
Surely they know it's B now. Bombs arriving, as is the majority of Team Spirit. Chopper's going to try and destabilize with a little smoky USP play. They can boost as well. Oh, nice. What a shot. SDY's found something, and now the USPs can cause chaos. Oh, no, indeed. Swisher, Spongy, looking for some damage control. How is he dinking him down to 10? Chopper allowed to re-peek. Spongy on notice. Swisher wants to plant, but time's becoming a bit of a sensitive subject. And down goes the bomb. Oh no, indeed, Chad, because now no time and no players. The Bears lose it against nothing more than a saved rifle.
I didn't even get a kill, the save rifle. It was actually the first death, right? Magic's was the first death on the boost. They've dealt with the biggest issue. They had the bomb site for free. I think that all comes down to the boost kill, right? SDY with the deagle. It has to come down to that. Like, as soon as Sheikh Zula gets that kill, they knew that Magix was the individual who saved in the previous round. So they know where the rifle is. Oh, dear. Oh, no. That's the familiar feeling we were hoping to avoid here today for the Bears. And they recover. An instant bounce back. You'd love to see it. A lot of nades being lobbed out here to delay them at half wall, but no territory being taken, and a lot of damage actually exchanged against Team Spirit. Chopper's down to 17. Mia got a little bit of a lick up there, and SDY, well, he's sitting at 65. And they've gambled back towards A. Bad News Bears could just execute into this B site again. They're going to get in for free. Chopper's on the low HP. He is, or was, just defending with a jiggle and a smoke. Oh, this could be huge.
Yeah, he slipped through short.
This could be huge.
They've got 4 CTs here. If he could take one. Dexter's posted up on a very tight line. He just looked away now, and on the retreat, Jonji strikes. A great bounce back from the Bears. He's keeping them busy. Magix eventually will triumph, but now the site is theirs. And it's going to try and be contested by Chopper. He's got some degree of a lineup. Yeah, not far off. 17 HP, you could kill him with anything.
I think they have to save. I know it seems crazy right now. SDY with that util and the AWP on the retake, it's not going to be easy. Are they lining this there? They are considering it. They've swapped the guns across, so Chopper's onto the AWP now. This is going to get messy for Spirit if they decide to go for it.
Yeah, you'd think that Molotov would channel them further away, but they're
just
grouping up. They're just
ruins.
charging through ruins. As time is so sensitive here, boys. What are you up to? Walking in. Multi-kill from Swisher. And gets very costly for the Spirit boys. Chopper just about getting away with it. And I think Sheikh Zula's the only one that's potentially vulnerable, but he's got far enough away.
That's just bad decision-making.
Lost all those weapons. You can see their finances as well. They'll not be able to reacquire the same level of purchase for the next round of play. This was great. Jonji just catching the dream timing. Dexter's rotating off, gets shot in the bottom. If he'd got Magic as well, that would have probably incited the save even more so.
Yeah, but that was great. Right? That was really good from Jonji. That little sneak into the smoke, that's an entry fragger move when he's faking the site, right? So he's wormed a lot of space there. He's been disruptive. He's slowed them down when responding to that B hit, which was where the bomb was going. But that from Spirit, that was bad decision-making. There's no real other way to put that. Like, in that situation with Chopper so low, you're going to retake the B bomb site. You're just throwing yourself into it and hoping it pans on out. Now, look, they're trying to make this buy work. That AWP's been given back to Dexter. It looks like Chopper's going to have to operate with something quite slim, maybe an MP9. It really depends on how much util he wants to go for here. It's gone for a 5-7. Oof, okay. We've got the M4 brought up by Mir. He's got full set of nades. SDY the same. Magic's onto the FAMAS. This is the turning point right now of this half. Bad News Bears could get an 8-7 half here. Very, very easily. They win this round, that's the 6th. And in the last round of play, you're looking at the 2,400 as the loss bonus for Team Spirit, but they're going aggressive.
Yeah, Magix is throwing some aggression into the mix. It's Jonji's job to maintain this. He's got the pin pull. That's a bad death. And now Junior surely needs to be aware of this. Yeah, he's getting hunted, and oh, Magix nearly makes it 3. SDY quick to respond, and a little touch of aggression thrown into the mix has really destabilized the Bears. They get the info. No Sheikh Zula's on the banana. Bomb down towards T-ramp. You'd love at least one frag here just to claw it back into a slightly more favorable affair. SDY is committed to this, so if anyone is going to give it to Sheikh Zula, it's these two here on banana. Oh, just lingering in that off angle as he starts focusing his crosshair towards that sandbags. Crosses back safely. Go on, Spongy. What have you got for us? Nice adjustment. Nearly 2. Crosshairs in the right place. But that will be Spirit's 9th, and yeah, just throwing that mid-aggression with such a prominent feature of CT sides in Tier 1 Counter-Strike on Inferno. That's the first time we've seen it.
Yeah, and I'm crazy. Well, no, I'm not crazy. Well, no, I am crazy. I thought it was crazy to make a move like this, right? And you can see it wasn't the instant push. That's at 140 when he started to initiate. If you were just to barrel down, right, 145, right, is probably more like the time you'd set that contact. So taking it a little bit more staggered right there. I guess the reason they went for that buy is because the economy for Bad News Bears, as we can see here, is not great either. So it's been another one of these back and forth affairs, and here's Dexter lighting things up. Another opening AWP kill for him.
Oh man, these last 2 rounds just going to be so frustrating to stomach.
The bomb. Oh, he still didn't get it.
No, your bomb carrier's gone down, you're getting tagged up, and you die on the retrieval. Oh, I can feel it. Like it's bubbling up inside of me. I'm frustrated. I want to tweet. Oh, nice clawback. Could be finished off by the drive by MP9. It's getting a little messy. Tickles up John G further. Oh.
Yeah, and they're killing players at A, and the bomb's still been down this entire time, right? So with a minute on the clock, the ability to go back and find this is not going to be easy. You got John G on 27. You've got Shake Zula on 17. Chopper's over here helping out Banana now. SDY can come swing from late middle. He's feeling a little bit of pressure, not too sure where those pesky T's have gotten off to, but here we go.
This whole round has just been about finding that bomb that Swisher struggled to hold on to, and they're boosting for it. Chopper will collect, and that's the end of that. That's a Dexter round. That's a brutal one as well. Bad News Bears, bearers of bad news. We'll be back, though, with the second half in just a moment.
Hey Future Pros, back on Inferno, and I wanted to show you the deep mid smoke that G2 popularized. To throw the smoke, get into the corner next to this bench. Aim at the top right corner of this support beam and jump throw the smoke. This smoke will keep the T's a bit further back if they were planning on doing something fast in mid, and will also block some smoke setups the T's like to use. If you have a spare HE, you can use the cover of the smoke to get some really deep nades down mid. This one is too easy, so I don't think you Future Pros need any luck here.
10-5 half and a frustrating end to a competitive half. It was a good T side from the Bad News Bears. Team Spirit definitely down in the dumps as well. Both teams in the doldrums of a 0-3 for their Group A here at ESL Pro League Season 14. Couple of rounds slipping away through the fingers of the Bears, puts them at a disadvantage 5 rounds to the 10 of Spirit. But now we are over on the CT side, and this is statistically one of the worst for Team Spirit. Perhaps they could hit the wall on their attack. We'll find out. I say we, I'm Machine. I got myself Chatty B in the house.
Yeah.
I tried to be enthusiastic.
Yeah, no, I don't know. What do they do?
Yeah. Chat.
Yeah. Just to note, they did this same aggressive move with Junior against Astralis, and Junior got naded. Well, Swisher got shot, and the result seems to be the same here as 1xBet odds at the top of your screen are still favouring
the firing range. Just 2 little domes poking up. I quite like that.
So that's a lot of info right there. So they know that there was 1 player aggressive, 2 in towards Boiler, and that's going to thrust them forward onto this B bomb site.
All right, no fun for Jonji just yet. He'll have to wait out for his team. Peppers through the cross. He's got an incendiary and a flash.
Yeah, and they even have a smoke on Sheikh Zula, so looks like this util is going to make their life a bit easy on the retake. They're just going in.
Just charging straight through, and Chopper can't believe his luck. 3 in quick succession. And only the Zula, he's out too. All right, well, that will be a quick 11th for Spirit.
Yeah, and I was checking some of the stat lines this morning for the individual players, right? And Chopper's had a really rough go of things on the Inferno jaunts that they've played so far in this event. And SDY hasn't been having a great event either. When you took a look at the bottom 7 players in Group A, SDY was number 7, right? Well, not number 7, it was 7 from the bottom, right? I don't know exactly how many players in the group. We could do some simple maths, but 7th last, there you go.
That's
then
it.
under him is all 5 members of this Bad News Bears team and Chopper.
Oh, gosh, okay.
So SDY, we have the 7 worst performers of the event so far in the server right now.
It makes sense that they'd be in the 0-3 teams.
Yes.
Team Spirit and Bad News Bears combined do house the bottom 7.
But SDY, my point, which I never got to, was that he's having a very good game. And Chopper with a lot of impact right there on an important pistol round as well. So some difference makers for Spirit today.
Ooh, Jonji might have the element of surprise here if he just lingers in that smoke. Mir is so focused on Swisher, and he's going to continue to be. They might walk past. Oh, a real opportunity for Jonji to do some damage. Dexter disagrees.
They're trying to rotate over towards B in time, but the bomb isn't even heading there. It's just actually these steps. So, bit of elephant foot and banana to lure over.
It's worked
the Bears.
so well. Even Sheikh Zula's coming on over for fun.
Now, to justify a call like this for the in-game leader, you can just go, all right, well, let's just stack B. If they go A, we'll let them keep their guns, and we'll just save onto these deagles, and we'll go again next round. So, look, they gambled incorrectly. It's like roulette, just with less options. At least with roulette, you can do 0 and double 0. Here, it's black or red.
And this time, no dice.
I never really understood craps.
Is it craps or crabs?
Craps.
Oh, okay.
I thought it was craps.
No, I think in my head I've just called it crabs, but probably shouldn't do that, really.
That's a chicken. And there's Bad News Bears and Spirit of Dragons.
I didn't know that apparently there's a lot of imitation crab meat out there.
Imitation crab meat. Oh, yeah, in the sushi, right?
It's just a fun fact I learned. Yeah, Gordon Ramsay was going to a sushi joint.
Yeah, so that's not crab.
He couldn't believe it. Like, he couldn't believe it. Imitation crab meat. So what you do is you paint white fish with a red layer to look like crab. And it's just, you smother it in enough sauce, it's completely indistinguishable from your bog standard crab. I've never eaten crab.
Yeah, but you're getting into it. You
I
had
am.
some sushi when we were
I can do the non-fishy fish now. I've advanced. You throw a tuna steak in front of me.
Good fish is not fishy.
Good fish is not fishy. Chad Birchwood 2021.
Well, good sushi is not fishy.
Okay, yeah. Like the salmon I had the little...
melts in your mouth. Nigiri?
Nigiri.
That's the one.
Really nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't hate that at all. Especially with proper wasabi. Have you had proper wasabi before, folks?
I smelt it. It definitely, and it had a different punch to it.
From the little shark belly, it's a root, it's all bougie.
It didn't seem anywhere near as artificial.
No, very interesting. That's the end of fun wasabi facts, though. Most of the wasabi you consume, and maybe most of the crab you consume, is imitation.
Unless you're a crab fisherman, and then I hope that you're...
Or a wasabi...
connoisseur.
Digger man.
Collector.
I think you have to dig it up. Is
Curator?
It Curator.
Farmer.
Farmer. A wasabi farmer. Hey, that's a pretty good fake nick, actually. I'm going to call myself Wasabi Farmer in my next matchmaking.
All right, well, these are just saved pistolas here, and top 4 middle. One over towards the second letter of the alphabet.
D? A, D, C. How it goes?
You're close.
A, D,
just put a line
C,
through
D,
the middle of the D.
A, D, C, B, A, F, G.
It's actually mostly skillful to do that. It wouldn't be easy to pull that one off. All right, well, they're going into this stack, or are they? Or are they? Spongy's getting a move on.
I think they're going to take the teleporter in the last second, actually.
Is that bind?
Yeah, he's going to actually put fake footsteps through the teleporter.
Throw the Rainer flash.
Oh, no success on the dog ult.
The dog ult. Is that the Sky that sends in the info dog?
The dog.
Send it in the house.
Honestly, it'd be so funny if we were just like, I just don't know the names of the abilities. I'd just be talking like, oh, it's the bouncy wall one. It's the bouncy wall flash.
Yeah, that's Yoru. Yeah,
Yoru.
He does the bouncy flash.
Yeah, he's the one I bought.
Yeah.
I bought him.
You bought him?
Yeah. I focused on him. I was like, I'm going to choose the hardest, most complex agent to be my first one.
All right. Rocket Girl.
Rocket Lady, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. She's apparently meta still.
Okay.
I do see the Quakey highlights of that one. You know, you can like satchel Ghibli into a RPG. I'm like, well, that's a different game for sure.
Yeah, remember the ultimates couldn't kill people?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Ah, yes.
Yes.
I think the ultimate right now for Bad News Bears is going to have to be the Junior AWP. 6 frags so far in his name, and he is going to equip himself up with 1. And it's time for Bad News Bears to try and put up a fight. We haven't seen them post a single round on the CT side. We are only 3 rounds into it, but the product of a 10-5 half.
They were long rounds, weren't they?
Yeah, they were. So 13 already in Spirit's bank account. They are not in a rush for this. It's going to come down to what the CTs can post. Give me a Junior Aggie banana peak. He's not going that way, maybe even towards mid. We saw Degster finding success with something like that, maybe even the second mid. Go on, my son. He's not interested too much. Fires off a warning shot, though, and it does just whistle past the cap of Mir towards the apps for the 2-man setup. They want to pop through this. He's even considered the extinguish, which is odd. And instead, he's going to be lining up Actually, I think that was just for the smoke.
Yeah, that was curious. I don't know what the go was there. Maybe if they were contested, they would have smoked and pushed, but interesting enough. But they do get this mid control here, and that Yuta will keep Sheikh Zula at bay over towards the arch side. Junior and Spongy in tandem, blocking down apartments. Banana control has been gifted as Bad News Bears are rotating back very heavily. I think a gamble call has been made here. They've just evacuated B completely. Swisher is staying towards CT to deal with Arch. Jonji has now just gone over to the B bomb site once more. And I think this is going to fall apart for the Bears here because it is going to look very much like a B execute. 4 up Banana. Samdai Young posted towards the Ender Halls. Sheikh Zula, they're so back and
Spirit
forth
don't know
here.
where they want to go.
Yeah.
But the thing is they're not like showing presence on any of these. So it's kind of just unknown for the Bears. Swish is now going B because they cut noise so long.
Oh.
Junior's got info top mid, but they're about to lose it.
Yeah, here we go.
Bang. Lovely find. First man falls in the take. Spirit are going to commit to A here. Smoke's raining in. Spongy biding time. He can hear them. And with Dexter down, they're running out of chances here. Spirit letting this one slip just a little bit. Junior still on site, 15 seconds for the deny. He's hiding in that smoke. And now a chance on the no-scope. He's gone. Big find from Magix and Chopper respectively. They need to plant, or maybe they just need to frag. They'll take them all down.
That was messy. That was very, very messy. And just Bad News Bears there, as soon as you spoke about Junior having top mid control, that was the reason they evacuated, because it was so late, there was no noise, they didn't have any B info whatsoever, so they've made the call, it's going to be the B play, and then Junior just under the pump right here, and their util very stifling. That no-scope hits, bombs down in the site, probably can't get to it in time, and there would have been the Bears first. Now, let's talk about the stakes here, because Bad News Bears don't want to allow this one to get to 15. If either team 2-0s this series, still looking very likely to be Team Spirit, they have a chance. The slimmest of chances, but they still have a chance to get out of the group. Now, it's not a very likely scenario by any means, but they are fighting for their survival right now. The loser of this is well and truly out.
Because they got a map versus Astralis, there are some scenarios where Team Spirit will require, just on the tiebreaker, they'll have a better shot because of their win against Astralis. But to be absolute certain, the last 2 games that these boys have, they have to win 2-0.
Get the W's.
Then the rest is in everyone else's hands.
Gabe Newells.
Gabe Newell. Speaking of secret Valve employees, Action Slacks is in the studio today.
Oh, for all you Dota fans out there.
Sir Action Slacks in the flesh.
I thought it was Purge with a shaved head.
Was it Purge?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I've never met him.
Spoilers. Here we go. John on the sandbags, MP9 off the flash. He mantles up for a good first. His teammates have done an awful lot as well, and the flash is good. The frag is not there. It's Magix who's starting to make a 2v4 look a little more possible. They're surging into the site, taking space. Magic's hamstrung by the tag through the smoke. It shakes Zula to finish the job. Oh, damn, Magic's is a problem. He should be wallbanked here. Lovely find from Junior. All that hard work from the earlier tags. Dexter wants to plant safe. Oh, he's vulnerable. Should have a shot here, Junior. Oh, just as he looked away, he'll tag him instead. Dexter needs to find 1 jewel now. He suspects
5 bullets.
The other 5 in the chamber. He needs some taps now. Oh, he started to try. 3 left in the chamber as he goes down.
All right, well, there is their first CT round and an essential one here if they want to keep their dreams alive. The force buy to disallow Spirit getting to that 15 paying off, and they can even grab themselves some upgrades. Junior into the AWP, Spongy into the AK-47. Georgie has enough to buy himself. Swisher probably the same. Junior's dropped 1. They can make this one work, but Team Spirit, they are looking lovely as far as the buy is concerned. 5 AKs, full bags of util. Interestingly enough, no HEs being purchased from Team Spirit here on this T side. So they're just operating all of them with 2 flashbangs, a smoke, and a Molotov. Bit harder to do crowd control against an AWPer like Junior if you want to be nading towards top banana or forcing him out of any of those lines, but he's over towards top mid here, and he's going to peer on down. No AWP on the other side. Won't meet necessarily the hardest of resistance. And he's thinking better of holding on to this line. He's pivoting back, and he's actually just given up that mid line as the rotations here from Sheikh Zula. So they fortified mid with 2, but it's about to get messy.
Very messy. He might lose vision. He fires off the warning shot preemptively, and they're wrapping, coming in thick and fast. It's down to Spongy to bail him out. He's playing anti, but they're already flooding into the site. No help available. Sheikh Zula with 1. Spongy can't even get his feet back on the ground. SDY was there as well, swung in, and a very solid, quite quick A take. It leaves Jonji and Swisher, the B defenders, crawling through a smoke as it fades. SDY's in such a prime position for some taps here, some supportive util, and oh, it's just too easy for him. Collects another. And Jonji just scarpering away with an M4 and his tail between his legs. 15 for Spirit.
Yeah, he hasn't kept running, so hanging around here, see if he can grab anything on the way out the door, trying to hide in plain sight. Has a chance against Mia, but it's just that, a chance. Low HP. Not the first, that's precise. Know where he is now, and he falls. SDY finishes the round off, and 15-6. Looking good to make this one quick, and well, this is more like it. Necessarily in the first half for Spirit, there was some moments where their aggression was their undoing, but the executes like this, it's tidy, right? You can see how quick they're reacting, the flight paths, the trading is there. Things are looking good.
Give me your dream 5-man best North American players in their prime team.
In their prime?
In their prime.
Holy
like, I'm straight up interested into like the 5 names that are that have been best individuals from North American region.
Elige Naf.
Elige Naf, solid. I'll give you time to think about it. It's not an easy question to answer. And you guys are at home as well. Hiko a good shout. Hiko is a good shout. So Hiko, Naf, Elige. What about your AWPer? North American AWPers, I mean, Skadoodle could shoot, but he couldn't talk.
Yeah, he did it in the major final, though, didn't he?
He did.
Maybe we could, yeah. I was going to say Sean Gare so we could in-game lead an AWP.
Ooh, in his prime, though, he was still just more of a...
Still a supportive
in-game leader.
Yeah. Let me have a think in the break. We'll go back for map 2.
We've got 3. Let us know how you'd round that roster out on Twitter at Sponge, that's SPUNJ, or at MachineGG, or Machine Egg.
Yes, the 1-on-5 with the FAMAS. Well,
or not.
That one's over. 16-6. Map number 1, Team Spirit. They pick this one up in style, and they keep their Pro League Season 14 dreams alive. Can they do it in 2? Well, it's a must. Find out. We've got the desk up next with Yanko and Jason Kaplan. And then we'll be back with map number 2, Dust 2. Hang around.
Junior, this is both a huge release of pressure, but also a massive test. With PTR leaving Bad News Bears recently, there were big boots to fill, and Junior may not have lived up to expectations over Infurior, but now back under his countrymen and the banner of his old in-game leader of Shakezilla, Junior is going to be a lot more comfortable.
And now Junior to be the hero. Great predictive play. Oh! And as well, Junior keeps Furior in it.
For Bad News Bears, an unorgless team, this is going to be an important event. Going well here and getting through the group could push them through to the top 20 of the ESL World Ranking. So safe to say, Junior has got to perform.
Embrace your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together, been staying off track forever. Child of the nation, will seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Reverse the tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, go back, you're back now. Keep your feet on the road and stand up.
Spirit have finally pulled out a victory on Inferno here in the ESL Pro League Season 14, but they're not done just yet. They still have to win this next map of Dust 2 to have a chance to stay in the runnings for a playoff spot. Now, it's more likely that I'll probably marry Ariana Grande one day than them getting through with all the calculations that are involved with it, but there is still a chance.
Ariana Grande.
I can think of much better women out there.
Is she just supposed to carry a bucket with her the whole time?
A bucket?
Well, she's like this tall.
I can think of better things to stand on than a bucket. I mean, we had Bleh on a box, Grande on a bucket. I don't know. We'll work it out one day. But again, Team Spirit looking pretty good here. And unfortunately, some problems on the Bad News Bears side, as we got to hear from Hugo there in the break. It's unfortunate they haven't really been able to unlock the potential that Junior can bring to a team.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, you need time to kind of slot in to the roster. And also, I mean, it's a big difference. Furia has a very specific play style, for one thing. And also, no doubt about it, the players on Furia are just much better, more skilled. You know, individually, they know how to handle themselves. So moving from that environment into a different one where you also feel that you have to do more in order for your team to be successful needs some time to get adjusted to.
Well, unfortunately for Bad News Bears, success seems to be just out of their grasp here in this Inferno. However, there was a play that happened back in round 6 that you wanted to break down for us, so I'm going to let you go and do that with Skybox.
Yeah, I think it's a good example. It's a very important round. They were down 4-0. They win the gun round finally, so now it's a reset round 4-1. If they win this round, they get to break Spirit's economy. If they don't, well, their own economy is going to be in some problems. So this is late in the round. They get banana control, about a minute left. You can see how the CTs have a setup. So I'm just going to play it now so you guys can see what sort of an execute is it. It's one that Heroic likes to do a lot with the deep CT smoke. Now that the vision changes, you're going to see exactly how it looks. So basically, just wait for the smoke to pop. There's a deep smoke here. Smoke for first block. This is so it denies vision for the player from coils when you're initially coming through. If he tries to play it wide, so he gets this angle, he's going to get flashed by the flashes coming over. Also, it allows the guys to go into ruins and go for the wrap. Now, Dexter, he's seen this a lot of times, so you will see how he's going to move his crosshair. Just wait for the ruins players. That's why Junior has a Molotov for that position. He's going to throw it. Dexter has a smoke. He's going to extinguish it with a smoke. So at this point, Chopper is just playing around the first box smoke. He's waiting for someone. Usually where Spongy is, this player can also try to just stand in this smoke and then go on top of the box once the teammates have contact as well. That way you guarantee a trade kill, but he plays it a bit deeper in pools. So Dexter is going to unfortunately miss his shot. They get the kill. Chopper does a great play, gets 2 kills here, gets traded, right? And you're thinking now, after Junior gets this kill on Mir, well, this is a 3v2. They should be pretty set at this point to win the round. But now we get into the Twilight Zone. I don't know what was going on here. So a couple of things. Junior has the C4. He's the Opper. Spongy, he still has a smoke, right? But instead of just kind of communicating it slowly and saying, hey, you know, at this point, you just hold a little bit. You're 3v2. You don't want some mad play to kind of ruin your plan. So they start, Junior drops the C4 to Shakizula. Spongy still isn't sure where to throw the smoke. They're all clumped up here. It's just complete chaos at this point. SDY is just peeking. The smoke comes in, but he starts planting before it pops. SDY sees him. He gets the kill. Okay, still a 2v2. Not the worst thing in the world. Pick up the bomb, right? Let's try to plan it. But, you know, Spongy goes for here again. It's like, I think miscommunication. Obviously, you can't cover everything. Like, they could be coming down banana or whatever. But, you know, you need to communicate here. He's just going to go for the straight up plant. And Junior, out of everything, is going to try to hold the smoke. I mean, it's a 50-50, so to speak. But, you know, there's still 30 seconds left at this point. They have plenty of time. They can tap the bomb once, and then Spongy can hold CT. Junior can hold the smoke, or vice versa, right? Just felt like a lot of this, not even post-planned, but, you know, post-execute was just rushed, you know. Let's just take your time. You have plenty of time. And I think this really, you know, hurt their chances early in the first half. They got a couple of rounds in the first half, but nowhere near enough to beat a team like Spirit.
You know, as you were just breaking it down, their execution to get onto the site was phenomenal. It was fantastic. Like everything you're pointing out, trying to push Dexter out of the back of sight here and trying to get the right angles and the right positions. But like you're saying, maybe they've been able to work on the executions, but it's all about that experience within the team of how situations do change as a strat develops.
Yeah, and that's what the strat, you know, very not often against good teams is strat going to outright win you the round unless you have some really good read, right? It's supposed to put you in a favorable and winnable post-plan situations, and it did even more here. But that doesn't matter if you fumble the quote-unquote easy part of the round, right? That should have been Bad News Bears round like 4 times out of 5.
Well, you know, they still have a chance to take some rounds here and potentially take a map as we head over to Dust 2, but we have to head to a short break before we can fully jump into this. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few moments with Team Spirit taking on Bad News Bears.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Why would they slow down? There's the flash. That's going to catch Crims out. They're going to push on through. MBK gets one, but Crims with a spray down. He gets himself the triple. And Fnatic are not done yet.
Can you believe it? What a spray down that was.
Apex is trying to stop them, but it's not going to happen. It will be overtime in the first map of the Grand Finals. Sheer confidence from Fnatic, sheer aggression being unanswered by Envious.
And look at the guns, 4 AWPs. Lifetime, he is destroyed.
Hard work and dedication, no time for procrastination. Takes a lot of time, a lot of patience, a lot of heart mixed with motivation. On the days that you're feeling down, look in the mirror for your inspiration. Like, woo, just notice, never stop, never quit. People wanna see you doing good, but never better than them. Gotta push yourself to the limits. You cannot lose if you are not in it. You gotta lose sometimes just to win it. Don't get discouraged, it's just the beginning. Yeah, turn up. Don't end up a Timmy Turner. Don't get caught up in the streets. Don't get caught up with a burner. Don't be a slow learner. Oh no, you only get one shot, one chance. Talking March Madness at the big dance. Talking big man on campus. Like
no guts, no glory. Not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. It's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win. No guts, no glory. Not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. It's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win. From the back roads to back streets, I see you foes trying to trap me, but I don't run like a track meet, even though I'm #1 like an athlete. And the way I maneuver around you and through you, I'm coming and I'm bound to pursue you. I'm everything that you knew of, plus more. What's in store is I'm about to get to you. Sleepless nights, better think this twice before you step to me and come and speak with strife. There's a lesson when you reach my life. It'll be chin-checking and I'll teach you right. Plenty tried, plenty failed. Too many times I've seen plenty bail. And there will be no surprise what I'm about to do when you are looking through my eyes. See many go, see many come. See that they won't bring it to me, son. Try me if you want, but won't be any fun. I'll take the challenge, I'll beat anyone. I'm the one, I'll be quite clear.
Just a few days ago, expectations were very, very high for Team Spirit. One of the best from the CIS, names like Magix, Dexter, and Mir. Legendary and very, very capable, but not a single win yet in Group A. They're up against Bad News Bears, who have fallen to the same fate so far. 1-0 up, Team Spirit. Their chances of getting a top 3 placement and advancing to the playoffs of ESL Pro League Season 14 from their group, a stacked group at that, Astralis, Heroic, Vitality, all part of it. They need to win this. They need to win this 2-0 and every game following. We start off with the pistol. T-side start for Spirit, and it's on Dust 2. This is their home turf, Chad.
Yeah, and look, yesterday when Ents showed just how you can maneuver around the map as the CTs, they punished Spirit. But unless Bad News Bears are able to download that demo, all watch it, all be on the exact same page and understand how to make those maneuvers happen.
I mean, yeah, Ents truly demonstrated how to win Dust 2 against Team Spirit.
Yeah, it looked very good. It looked very, very good from Snappy and co. Now, Junior's been gooshed on up. He's down to 12 HP, back over towards A ramp. Shakes all a mid-long to back up Junji, who's currently in pit. And it's 3 out long, 2 up short. It's about to get ugly.
Yeah, Shakezula's got a flash, and it will be threatening as he peeks out. There goes 2. Big connections from the Bears. The rest swinging up from short. It's Junior's responsibility to try and cage them and not able to do much with it. So the bomb's not with them. Dexter's got it, but he's starting to hit shots. Oh no, they can't lose another bomb now. Lost in a 2v2. Now the CTs have the bomb, and with 40 seconds left, it's a bit of a weird one. They're actually going long side.
Magix and Mid both have picked up USPs and all of this, so they're well and truly equipped to take these fights.
Okay. 28. They really have to rush this bomb plant, or rather bomb retrieval. That's the fight. Spongy's done very well there. Magic's turn to shine, and that's a very quick click. 18 seconds, buddy. Pull up your socks. Jonji's going to catch you. Jonji's not going to take his pot shot. He'll aim for the element of surprise instead.
Oh, he's not chasing him.
Does he plant short side? That's the question.
He's going to have to plant safe. He has to plant safe.
Just in time. Jonji's very loud about this. Jonji's very loud about this. Jumping around. And it's Magix. Doesn't let him touch the ground on the jump. Great shot. You can see a slight smirk.
He knows smirk from Boris.
He knows what he's done there.
The absolute butcher. See, the problem with Jonji's the play right there is you're in 2 minds, right? Because you know he's there. You can either just jump up and start chasing immediately and you get caught in a fight. And if you win the fight, or if you at least delay him, he's not going to be able to plant. But if you make all that noise, right, and you don't use your position, you have all the info, you have the positional advantage. If you elephant foot around like this and try and catch him off guard, oh, dear, okay, yeah. Well, you can't account for that either, can you?
Magic's just happened, and Dexter's just going to stroll in to be here and test Spongy. Good shot from the Deeg. Wow, he's done very well to keep him honest. Maybe Jonji can finish the job here. Nice headshot. Second round force here. Could put Spirit back on their bottoms. They've got AKs, another Deagle headshot. Nice. Now we're cooking. Spongy and Jonji have done more than you could have asked of them on the B defense. It's up to Magix and Mir once again to pick up the pieces. It's quite reminiscent of the pistol.
Well, they have another smoke on Mir and a flash for Magix, and there's no rush to get this bomb down. Hot shots through, not that far off, all things considered. And there's that smoke left over. Oh, they have another one. Okay, so they still have that one smoke left over. So Magix has found a secondary. Keep your eyes on Swisher and his flash. He can set up Junior and Shakezula for this retake with his.
Come in for the peek. They're looking the wrong way. The timing could not have been better from Magix. And now Shakezula caught by the team flash. And Swisher the last man with only the Desert Eagle to guide him. Does recover an AK-47, does have time, but he's just not worked it out. Mir strafes out for his second of our second. That's going to be the 2-0 and an eco to follow.
Yeah, B is just such a fortress, right? Especially if you can either smoke off the doors or the window. At that point, you're talking about, you know, one little hidey hole to poke your head through. It's always going to be awkward, especially on a low-buy scenario like that, and especially if you cop a bit of unluck with the timing as well. Jonji's actually opted in for a scout here, so curious. I guess he's more than happy to operate with something a little bit lower in the next round, seeing if they can keep up the damage, knowing only one survived.
Just the quick B up against the scout. What's he supposed to do? 2 flashes, very good positioned. Oh. Yeah, Swanji's caught a stray bullet through the door there. But unfortunately, you just discussed it. The fortress is once again established. Some good damage, but yeah, not much more to come of it. You could boost for a little bit of a gap.
Yeah, Spirit would have to get very lazy here. They still have smokes, still have flashes. You'd almost have to give this one over right now. There is the dark play coming in from Swisher. Ooh, and Mir on the clear, so maybe there's a timing. But bomb already halfway ticked. It's not looking likely as they set up for exits.
Yeah, are you going to try and maybe push last minute, try and make it really costly on these AKs?
Yeah, they were playing the economy game right now because last round only one survived, so if they can take away a couple more of these upgraded guns, it's going to be looking very good. Spongy with another nice shot. SDY does find the trade. Swisher's chance here. There you go, he'll take that AK and SDY can't defend it, so very good damage in back-to-back rounds, all things considered, and it is first to 16. Let's see the ramifications of that and how they're going to be felt. But here's the deal. If you cannot stop Team Spirit from rushing long, you have to have a response somewhere else. And what is that response going to be? It looks like long spawns right now for the CIS squadron. Really, their buy doesn't look great going into the first gun round. Smoke towards corner, flashes are coming, and the biff is here.
Good pace.
Graceful.
So they've got long. Here's the response from John G and Sponge. John G and Spongy. And now they've got tons of control. We know how this works with Ents. Once you lock the door behind them, it's going to be down to your first peek. Swisher, that was brave, bro. He's hanging out on elevator. Face checks it, essentially, and now the whole squad's on its way to receive. The cross smokes will be deployed. A CT1 in response to try and keep it a little bit awkward. Magic's, though, surging forward. In Gandalf, we've got the real opportunity.
Couple mollies to deal with this position if they want, Spirit.
And they do deploy. Swisher's going to cook very quickly. He's running out of health and chances. Burnt to a crisp. Boost is a good chance. 3 of them here. Ooh, they know where you are. Dexter's coming in for the flank on short side, though, and he's got to get this right. Got to get this right. 2 targets. First tap, lovely second conversion as well, and the Bad News Bears has got nothing to say. Just Dexter, lovely 3-man flank.
Yeah, scoop up that AWP. He'll love the upgrade. Didn't even really need to use the scout in that round, so it was all down to the $300 pistol, the P250. And the move was good. They took Chopper out early. They had all the information. I thought the Bad News Bears had a bunch of utility to be able to use. The little micro decisions were looking good, but what do you do against this? Nobody ready for it. A bish, bosh, and a bash.
You just saw Judy do it like a double take, like he just instinctively took a look, and he's like, oh,
I see.
Right, it is you.
John G's bought an AWP.
Ah, so he's been going for these, he's kind of been out of sync for a while.
He's that one guy in the pugs.
With the boys, yeah.
Bloody Orange.
You try and explain to them, like, look, Orange, you know, I understand that you are now out of sync with us for the rest of the game, but if you could just take one on the chin, we'll have a full 5 fingers of a fist as opposed to 4.
Come on now, I had an Orange today.
Did you?
I had an Orange. I muted him 3 rounds in and we still won.
Oh, that's always good. I'm definitely working towards being less petty, but when someone is being obnoxious, I can't.
It's just easier. It's easier on you, you know?
Yeah.
Just set and forget. Give it your best.
He's got the smoke to play around, and now burning behind it. You can see the counterplay to the simple smoke is a Molotov behind it. John G does enable not only him, but Junior to find some headshots. There's a chance, and it's starting to dwindle. John G's only real bastion of hope is that he finds Chopper and didn't expect him so close. Gives him the frag for free. And now their hope just dwindles away. Dexter will hit this. And we find 5.
Well, I think it's going as we expected, on Dust 2 especially. Imagine if Spirit somehow still make it out of the group. Like, if one of those crazy mathematical equations that Michał Slavinsky's currently got his supercomputer. I can just see him standing there. He's got the coffee in one hand next to the supercomputer, inputting all the data. It's spitting out all these different equations. This was looking like the Bears' best chance.
They got 4 here. It's going to be like a 4v4 on long. So strap in, and John G's gone. Chopper once more. The flashes are very suppressing. In the flames, Magic surely gone. Sheikh Zula doubles down. A great conversion of the long aggress, but now Dexter's taking all that space back on B. This is a great reaction from him. If he could find this, find this frag, now the site is his. And the CT's gonna have to pull up their socks and go for a pretty damn long jog. You can see Swisher's opted for T. Spawn, Mir's on that Xbox, maybe spotted out.
Yeah, so Mir would be the player you're looking to catch right now. There's also a push from Sheikh Zula coming through short. So if they can deal with Mir, now we can have a bit of a conversation. Will Sheikh Zula clear below him? Has the first 2 kills, and now the 3rd. Game leader stepping up when they need it. Now Dexter and SDY to get past.
Yeah, Mir wants to fight on this flash. It's SDY, do excuse me. Pressure from Tons, and SDY brings the fight. Junior was very hesitant to overcommit from CT. Surely you want to commit to that. The damage already inflicted, they're so low, but time becoming a bit of a factor. Junior arrives a bit too late, and now the clock is on Team Spirit's side. SDY does a dance. No kit on Swisher, and no time for the defuse upon retrieval. 6 now for Spirit. And the B side, a real thorn in the side of Bad News Bears. What a reaction. Like, don't forget, they got a double kill on the long commit from Spirit. The only reason that becomes in any way, shape, or form as 6th, Chad, is Dexter's initiative. Yeah,
so right there, I think all the extra U2 and their willingness to fight long here is kind of what spurred Dexter to take that massive risk, because he was on his lonesome. Gets in the B bomb site, and then from there, well, they're able to bleed out the clock far enough. And the AWP is saved, so Junior gets that back if we're looking at positives.
Yeah, would you say it is a skill as a Counter-Strike player to identify and quickly kind of keep a count of how many enemies you're fighting with and contending with?
Yeah, and I think as well, one of the things which is important is the bomb site holds, right? Okay, so yeah, this guy traditionally plays the bomb site. If he dies early or if he's giving a flash assist, you can use that information to kind of build a mental picture of what setup they might be running to help with those guesstimations.
Right.
As this one is over as quick as it started. Nice shot there from Swisher. Will get himself an upgrade. Even sprays the body for good luck. And now he runs and hides, and we play... Where on earth is Swisher?
Save Simulator.
Well, there he is. Goodbye, Swisher. Dexter says, no, 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 and it's 7-0. I didn't realize we had a speedrunning category for Counter-Strike.
Can we just live in Dexter's, like, because I want to be able to, like, in my dreams, I want to be Dexter.
You want to be Dexter in your dreams?
Yeah, okay, taking out of context sounds a bit weird, but what I'm saying is like, that's the AWPer I want to be on T-side Dust 2.
Okay, the flashy AWPer.
So today we're going to take a lesson of how to be Dexter. John G for now posted up on this mid push. He should have a chance if they don't flash it on the cross for the hinge. Yeah, dry. This should be John G's all day of the week. And it is. Collects the opening frag. Double AWPs in play here on the CT side. John G's already found success with his.
So right now on Dexter Watch, it's been pretty boring.
Yeah, I maybe chose the wrong round, I suppose, but he's just his responsibility, and as we know with every simple game or Na'Vi game of Dust 2, an AWPer can get an awful lot done on T-side just by staring at that mid doors. Like, you essentially have locked down the rotate. If your team succeed on B, you've got it on lock, and that's an if in capitals, I and F, because Chopper has met the AWP again.
This is looking like a very, very nice round for the Bears to take, and if they can keep these 2 AWPs alive, even better. Out mid we go. Ah, well, there's the Dexter AWP. Now they've split the defenses 2-2, so they have the number advantage if they want to attack this A bomb site. No more flashes to push Junior off the line. They might need a run boost or something a bit more creative.
Or you just use Dexter. Charging in. Mir down. Oh, I love this from Junior. Nearly plucks the head off of Dexter. They're advancing into the site now, and good tap again, giving him the AK to find the frags. They're coming in from CT. A boost might be available, but Dexter with the AK and health. Great find from Spongy. Very quick to the draw. And it will be the first for the Bad News Bears. They recover. And nice group play, grouping up and trading off one another. Lovely stuff. And it's been Spongy we've seen hitting a couple of real scorchers even in the face of defeat.
Yeah, so the money's still pretty good for Spirit to go for a buy. We want to see consecutive rounds here, and that was a freebie out mid, so I don't think Team Spirit were necessarily ready for the double AWP setup. Both AWPs finding frags, and I think this one from Spongy right there was the nail in the coffin, the most important as part of that retake. Here we go again. Towards long, Magic's about to throw his body on the line, flashing for him. The timing of that is everything, and out he goes, blue bin. Well, he's got the territory he wants, and now we can kind of just chill.
Good nade damage and support from Sheikh Zula. Last time we saw him get a double here upon the loss of John G. This time, it's gone the other way, and even Swish is in trouble to Chopper on the aggressive walk-up. Problems now for the Bears as they not only just won a round, but could be sent straight back to Squalor Oof. All the time in the world now in a 5v2.
Yeah, didn't get away with that aggressive maneuver towards upper tunnels this time. Chopper was ready for it, so big kill from him. Now Junior, I remember like a Triumph highlight with him at the top of A, pivoting between long and short. He's nowhere near Goose right now. He's actually gambling on this B bomb site, which is nowhere near the action. So what we're going to see is Team Spirit probably hang around for the next 20 or so seconds.
Yeah.
Then they're going to throw some cross utility. Then they're going to get into the site. Then with probably about 20 seconds left on the clock, they're going to plant the bomb. And then with the 40 seconds left over, they'll either try and chase away these two guns or they'll just chill. So if you want right now, if you really had to go to the bathroom, now is your chance. If you're gagging for a glass of water,
what about
get it now.
Hearing about our spin the bottle stories? Do you have any stories?
I never played any
Not
of that.
once.
Nah.
Not at a house party. A prepubescent, an adolescent.
You know me.
Yeah.
How many parties do you think I've been to?
Is that back in the day as well?
Yeah,
you'd peace out after one, say, sorry guys, I've got to go home. My mum needs me.
I didn't do adolescent parties.
No.
No, the first time I ever had alcohol,
yeah.
I was underage. No, you weren't. It was at a Nationals LAN event.
Oh.
And I was like 15 and all my teammates were like 18.
Yep.
And they said they would lock me in a locker, because we used to stay at youth hostels, if I didn't take the shot of tequila. So a bit of peer pressure.
That is peer pressure. That's back in the day, of course.
So
this was like in, what, 1985?
1986. You were close. Yeah. So I took it, but I just spilt it all over me so that I didn't have to actually drink much
nice.
of it.
Like the plant pot trick.
Yeah. But just on me. So then I just smelled like a,
Yeah, I remember.
alcoholic.
I think you've sent me straight back to my first LAN drinking memory, which I will put in my pocket for another day.
All right, okay.
Yeah, it involves tents and absinthe.
All right. Drink responsibly, everybody.
Absolutely, it's not funny. It's a little bit funny, but drinking isn't. The story, I mean.
The story's funny, yeah.
The story's funny. Just want to make sure everyone's on the same page there.
Double AWPs.
Dorps. On the doors. John G's bringing in a flare of his own and does cancel that after firing off the warning shot. There we go.
Can't find the exit.
We've all been there.
Well, they have long again.
I mean, I've been enjoying watching how teams can counter the all-in longs. Like, we've watched this for over a year now.
Yeah.
I think my favorite of the responses has been the Astralis one, where they really prioritize like cat aggresses. Like they like to have someone knocking on long doors now. Like where Sheikh Zula is a short, they would have someone already pressuring SDY. And that makes everything a bit more hot and bothered, so the A players have some space.
Yeah, the nerdy side of me really likes it when we see teams hold on to a lot of U2, and then
it just gets it. That's all he's waiting for.
Yeah, just somebody overstepping the mark. Holding on to all the extra mollies and smokes, and then when they try and cross, using that to slow them, bog them down on the site. But every time I build that up, I'm like, oh, they've saved a bunch of mollies. They never use it in the way that my brain is quite envisioning it.
But like SDY's just counting in his head, it's like, wait for that simple smoke to fade. And now we can do our cross smokes. He's got nothing to play around now because he just dropped it.
Oh, they're going a little bit more contacty here, aren't they?
Another one thrown out. Switch to peek around, and he's got a little bit of a hope. They unload their magazines. That's the frag he's waiting for. Mir will deny it, and now Spirit's got a firm grasp of the site. Can't really contest the plant either.
They have to start going for some of these, maybe one or two more saves. So we're about to see another, but at this juncture of the game, if you're Spirit, you might want to start hunting, and I think we're going to see exactly that. Try and deny. Ooh, they've all. Ooh, this for a second could get. No, Sheikh Zula doesn't have a kit. I was about to say this could get. Oh, there's a kit right there. Hold up a second. There was a world. There was a world. There was a world that I wanted to live in where they all evacuated the site, left Dexter on his lonesome on 12 HP. Sheikh Zula comes out, shoots Dexter in the side of the head, picks up the defuse kit, and he defuses.
I've got a different world for you where they lose all their weapons.
Oh, that looked like a bullet in the teammate's head right there for a second.
A different world, and it's the one we reside in, yeah. 5.7 on the high end, so Spongey's got enough to throw an AWP into the mix, but other than that, they are a bit poor. This unfortunate death from Jonji did result in that slow and very methodical team spirit conversion.
Just like pulling teeth.
It is, exactly like that, like it's an extraction. And they will go conservatively into the deco. trying to balance out their funds a little bit, stacking 2 towards the doors and maybe even aggressing off the back of this smoke.
Jumping up Xbox. Here's something.
Cool. That's very cool.
Something.
Oh, he's right behind them. Swisher, they check. Junior to finish. Bullet's so close to the mark. Mir is so low. 1 bullet would have done it. Breaks his legs. Very audible.
Oh, so much if. So much almost.
Little mini game for Dexter to play there.
Skeet shooting. Junior, last man standing, and this will be round number 10 quite quickly. Thrown up on the scoreboard here for Spirit, and well, this Spirit doesn't feel like the same Spirit we've seen in the last couple of days. Now, obviously, caliber of opponent needs to play into that discussion.
I mean, Ents made them look silly on this very same map.
Yeah. And I guess that's maybe unfortunate for Bad News Bears because their last game tomorrow will be against Ents, who have actually... I think Ents need that game tomorrow to be a guarantee to put them in the conversation. Now, obviously, their game today against Heroic, which is not out of the realms of possibility they can win that, especially take a look at the map pool. Everyone, I implore you to go and have a little bit of a look at that and see how that one could shape up. There is a chance that Ents could win that. They've been in good form. If Hades continues what he's been up to, Diha, Spinks is at his moments, Doto, phenomenal when the chips were looking down, and very fast-paced Counter-Strike from Snappy and crew, right? They love the 4 spies.
And, it's been a long time coming that Snappy gets a roster where he can feel like he's got, a real good set of tools.
But it's the oddest of the bunch, right?
Yeah.
Like, he's had these... Well, he had that jaunt in Contact, right? With a bunch of more well-known, I would say, international names, or at least more prominent. And now it's like, it's a bunch that were doing well in their teams, and they've kind of grabbed them and assembled these guys together. And it's weird that it's working.
And Snappy's been around for like forever, no?
Yeah. He's a 1.6 boy.
He's a 1.6er.
Yeah.
So to see him still thriving, it's he'll probably eternally live in the shadow of Carrigan in terms of veteran in-game leaders from Denmark. But
yeah, I remember watching Snappy when I was like 16. I'm sure he would have only been 15 or 14.
Oh, Junior, he's very extended over for this, and it does mean that if they hit the go mark, he's gonna have a bit of trouble. They were thinking about the boost. I think the nades will cancel that. Chigzula to mantle up. He could have the element of surprise here on the commit. It's a 3-man stack. Jonji's there as well for good measure, and they know him, spot him, execute him. And Jonji's next on the list, just the one. Junior needs more with the AWP, and he has caught a glimpse of that bomb that's being planted. SDY gets the numbers punched. Looking like 11. Late crawl up from short. Chopper will be bumped to back him up. Molotov for CT. Just as Spongy decides he'd like to give it a go.
He just flashed for this long aggress.
And they're even going wide on the scope from Junior. So in about 3 seconds, I reckon, SDY might have a look.
They are going for this.
There's SDY's death. It's Chopper to say no and does deny the request. Takes it to go down with the ship, though, and a quick flick from Junior at least keeps the AWP out of his hands, but he's got plenty of cash to splash, about 12 grand in the bank account. Make it 15 as the bomb bonus comes in. 11 on the T side, and we've just played 12. What did he see? Damn, yeah, just his little heel.
Yeah. I have a question for you. If you had like 12 grand right now, like said, I just get 12 grand, you can buy whatever you want right now. What would be the first thing that you'd purchase? Like if you, is there anything that you're kind of looking for, anything that you're after? I know your birthday's coming up soon. I don't know if I'm going to spend 12 grand on it, but
oh God, I don't know if there's anything I desire. Maybe like if you could just make me have a driving license just the next day.
Okay, so it just appears. Well, I'm sure we could bribe someone with 12 grand.
Yeah, we could try that. I just don't think I'm going to learn in Malta. I just don't think that's the place.
It's not the place to learn how to drive.
No, and nor Germany, probably, because I don't speak German.
Or yeah, and you'd be on the other side of the road to your residency and your citizenship, and it'd all be all over the place here.
It's my life.
Driving's fun.
It does look fun. I nearly had my license and then bloody packed my bags off to ESL Cologne.
Down the road from here.
Not blaming them that though. Definitely no complaints about what that's led me to.
Oh, they just burnt 2 smokes on the mid doors, so the hinge smoke dropped, and so they could safely try and rotate over to help A. They dropped the mid smoke, but they dropped 2, so...
Here you are. That's what you were waiting for, and you should get away unpunished. CT smoke being dropped. Mir just decides he's had enough. Pushes straight on in through the smoke as it fades. And now we're into a 45-second 4v4, setting their sights on B. I love this from the Sheikh Zula. Gets all this information for his squad. Might get Junior pulling up for a little bit of a rotate as well. 30 seconds. Dexter sweeping through T-spawn though. You know, you're going to be so mad if you're getting spotted out and pushed by a T-spawn at 20 seconds left on the clock, but Dexter thinks better of it. It's time for the B commit.
This is great time management. They have a molly for this back plat position here as well. Car's probably more of the drama with Swisher.
Here comes the util. Sponge, he's so good on the draw. Another with his Deeg. Up to Swisher. Again, clean damage converts off of what Spongy delivered. The flashes were there. Have they delayed them enough? They might have. 4 seconds. There's no hope, no time. This will be the second for the Bears. Whew. Down to a fine margin. Junior was there as well.
He did not just push through window looking for that kill. Junior is a little bit crazy right there. Okay. Let's see. Can they get 4? That's the best that the Bears can do. 13 would be the max round Spirit can get here within this first half. And well, I'll do it. I'll do it for all of y'all at home. 4 for Bad News Bears with the pistol and conversion means we could be looking at a very, very quick 11-7 scoreline. But let's get to 4 first before we even start that little chit-chat. Might be creeping through here as that molly starts to recede. They can push forward into the bedroom and play for a bit of info on Swisher. He's been pushed on back and deterred from holding on to that real estate. Nice little nade over top mid, lands on the noggin of Dexter. Bit of chip damage down to 84. But cat control is theirs if they'd like, and Team Spirit, they have a multitude of different ways to execute. Junior with the sweep here could catch someone unawares as they just tuck out of the line of sight that's possible. No AWP over towards that A ramp. It's going to put a lot of pressure on Sheikh Zula here if it is the executor, and everybody's buttoned on up, ready to go.
All right, time for some impact from Sheikh Zula. He's found a safe haven from the Spirit util, and here comes the body of the assault. They're actually opting to jump down, and the flank will be there. Sheikh Zula's a threat. Magic's is 2 though, and with Dexter's conversion, it leaves it all onto Swisher. Quick tap, good response. And so a man advantage for the Bears as the bomb does need to go down shortly. Dexter considering his options. Mir working on that plan. This is going to be hard for them to break, especially if Dexter is ready for John G. Oh, just crouching under. Amir, only the first before the Bears make it 3.
Okay. 1 more round, then an ad break, and then we'll have that pistol round conversation. I know you're all here
He's
for
excited. Everyone, I mean, you're really building it up. I can't wait to hear you say it.
We got a little audio board here. I just press the same button and we change out the team names.
I swear Harry had a soundboard at some point.
He did. I think when he was doing it from Hugo's kitchen.
Yeah, Hugo's kitchen, as opposed to Hugo's bedroom.
Yeah, as opposed to Hugo's bedroom, which was a great name for cave on Ancient.
I'm glad that we've ironed out a couple more calls.
Hugo's ledge.
I'm just really happy. I'm not naturally calling it Hugo's in the commentary anymore. You know, like that's when you basically brainwashed me. We played 30 games of Ancient. You kept calling it Hugo's bedroom. And Lara, we called it Lara. We had the forum. We had the poll from CSGO. We accept defeat.
Donut.
It's a donut. What? Actually, I heard another alternative. What was Harry calling it?
Cube.
Cube. So it's still up for debate, I suppose.
Nah, I'm just going to put donut. Save the hassle.
The 2 syllables.
It's fine. Fine. We have banana. We can have donut.
Banana. Damn. Yeah. What are we up to? He's on ban?
Nah.
Nah.
Definitely nah. NA right now.
Nana?
Under
Actually,
the pump.
Nana.
Nanis.
Could work.
Well, they forced this rotation out of B right now. All 5 alive. They can go wherever they want. Biggest drama is getting multi-killed with Magic's and Mir being so low. So avoiding that #1 priority as they'll just hop on over.
And Dexter holds you across, so unless you're smoking doors late, you've got to deal with Dexter. And he's ready for you again. This is why Team Spirit's Dust 2 can be very effective and has been previously, is if you aren't fully aware of how they like to play, you're going to get caught off and beaten up. Lovely little boost to get him up onto the window peak. Jonji wiggling in frustration as he gets to find his least impactful. It's round 15, dude. You wouldn't...
I don't know. I think he's still trying to work out exactly where they all might be. This is for stat padding right now, because winning this round is going to be difficult. Look at this boost.
Get another one. Hey!
All right, Jonji, come on.
He's got this. He just has to pick up the kit.
Nice.
And now he's used his teleport spell. Teleport behind him. Then blind them all.
He's going. He's passed. Oh, he can't win. Oh!
It's a valiant attempt, bro. Imagine if, yeah. No! Hey!
The ace!
Give it to him!
They got the ace!
That's Jonji's ace. You can't take it away from him. 12-3, guys, will be RB.
Hey Future Pros, back with a more complex pro tip today which will help you establish presence at long on Dust 2. For this execute you will need 2 Future Pros. The utility required will be 2 smokes and 1 optional flash for this take. Future Pro number 1. To throw your smoke you will need to line up with this metal bracket. Then find this corner and aim your crosshair so it lines up with the satellite antenna. Then throw. Future Pro number 2. You will need to line yourself up with this dark spot in the shadow of the car. Aim upwards and find the gap in the palm trees. Then position your crosshair so you're aiming just above that gap and throw. Optional Future Pro number 3. If you want to feel like a part of the team, you can stand at the back of the car and line up this flash towards the top of the doors, which will help your teammates get out of long. If the smokes have been thrown correctly, this will help you segment long and fully take control of pit.
It's not been all too fun for the Bears here on Dust 2, beaten to a pulp, 12 found from Spirits T's side, and get once again reminded why it is one of their best maps statistically. It is definitely a comfort pick for those from the CIS, otherwise have been struggling, and we now get to see if they can finish this one off. This is their only shot at remaining in contention for a playoff spot within Group A. They need to be picking this one up and picking it up convincingly, a 2-0 compulsory. Look at that 3-man setup on the pistol. They had 3 ready for the doors fight mid, which is interesting enough. That's Chopper, Magix, and Dexter. I suppose those are your A defenders as well. So they'll push for the B tons, and should they take A, which is exactly what the Bears are up to, they might drop their smokes for the cross. Magix isn't going to be able to contribute a damn thing.
Okay, well, they can hop across, and the 1x bet odds at the top of your screen, they haven't changed. Well, they have changed a little bit. It's now even less likely from the bookmakers that the Bears pick this one up. But we've got a couple of flashes, and that's going to help enable this retake for Team Spirit. Get ready to hit the go.
Oh, just as Junior falls off. Swish is tucked in on Goose. The bodies are dropping very fast. It's all Spirit. Bad news Bears with just more bad news.
Okay, well, if there was any conversation that was going to start about whether or not the Bears would be able to be competitive, that pistol round felt compulsory, right? We've seen them be pretty good on 4 spies, but it's not looking likely. Now, we were talking about Michal Slavinsky earlier, and you were just mentioning the fact that maybe there is a chance of Spirit making it through. Now, one of the scenarios for Spirit to go through, let me give this to everybody at home. If Spirit beat Bad News Bears 2-0, which is kind of looking likely, Vitality. So if Spirit beat Bad News Bears and Vitality 2-0, this is a must. Heroic beats Ents and Astralis. Astralis beats Vitality, and Bad News Bears beat Ents. That's one of the opportunities where Team Spirit can still go through. Just so you can all understand at home just how unlikely this would be.
I see. Well, you had me. You had me all the way up until the last one there. This is the Ents that made short work of Team Spirit's Dust 2. And as you currently stand, the Bad News Bears on their 4 spy here. A man disadvantage. It's getting pulled away from them here. Zula and Junior. Oh. Filthy little gap over the smoke from the CTs, and this one does reach its conclusion. 14 now for the Team Spirit boys, and Bad News Bears going to have to stomach an eco for 15.
Well, that's the thing. At this point of the game, they're just going to force.
Yep.
You just force. It's not even worth it. You just force. Because at that point, you would have to be defending against 15. You'd have to win 12 rounds on the trot.
Yeah, just 12 rounds in a row,
12.
bro.
Just
That's
12. Yeah, so we're not going to get to Nuke because the decider there, as you can see, that would have been the third. But
I'm just saying, Swisher believes.
Maybe Spirit believe that all of those crazy results that I just mentioned could possibly happen. And that's why they're just putting the shellacking down. Junior, nice shot.
He's got another one, I reckon.
Oh, not far off. There it is. Okay.
Lovely stuff.
Maybe this is a round.
It's definitely around. Jonji's confirmed it as Mir caught out by the double click to the belly button.
You can call their saving now as well. So if they want to try and strip this away, which they should, right? They should, because at the same time, like I mentioned, they're not really playing the long game here. They're trying to keep themselves in it. You can throw a couple of these deagles over towards that site, try and take away that AWP, try and take away that M4. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case.
Chad, I think that round was enough, actually. I've changed my mind.
You changed your mind?
Yeah, I reckon Spirit are in
Jonji's standing up.
Trouble here.
He's getting excited. He's getting the boys hyped.
There you go. It's the start. It's the start. Where were you when the comeback started? Because I know where I was.
Sitting in
a studio
Germany.
in Cologne, yeah. Where were you, though?
Right next to you.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah. Just for a fun fact, the Jonji ace that took place is the first ace in Group A that has not involved Vitality. So either Vitality have been handing out the aces or they've been receiving them. That was the first one that did not involve Vitality. There's a fun fact for you. You might get that one on a pub quiz. Written by SEO. Imagine you rock up to a pub quiz and SEO's just done a bunch of Counter-Strike questions.
Yeah. First question in 2014. EMS 1.
EMS 1?
EMS 1. It's in the game. I think that's how it goes. Well, they're going for a B hit, so if they kill SDY and Mir, we're on for a 5th.
Late flash.
We're on for a 5th. Here we go.
We could actually be on for a 5th here because...
I feel it. Sheikh Zula's even holding down the cross, so they will clear him. They will, like the nerds they are. But he's ready for at least a 1v1. He'll take that. Even trades. Dexter and Chopper. And what is he up to? Junior's just charged through his own Molotov for an element of surprise, I suppose.
We're surprised.
I'm surprised.
Look at all these nades. Smoke tunnels, Molly car, Molly backer plat or site, double HEs Tahitian / big box, flash, go.
This angle, though.
Smoke tons. Show the mollies. Molly big box, that works too. Nade big box is pretty good as well.
Just needs to survive, though. He just needs to survive. And that's the first frag. Dexter's coming in, and Spongy says play on. That was all in Junior's plan. That was all part of Junior's plan.
Lull them into some sense of security that they don't get the last kill. All right, well, it worked. It definitely worked. Junior is a mastermind. And let's see how long play can be extended here. It was audacious.
Yeah, and you know, Dexter did look surprised for a second, I think.
So, I love the hype. Getting excited. You see the coach in the background. He's loving it. Mad Cow having a bit of a... I hope he's not crying. I hope he's laughing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw them talking about how much they like being in Europe, the North Americans.
Yep.
Like they were speaking so fondly of whenever they get to spend time in Europe. I'm not even talking about CS. I think they just enjoy, like, you know, civilization.
Okay. Well, they are
mutual respect for each other.
Well, they're in Sweden, right? At the God Center.
Yeah.
So they're in Malmö. So we've been there a bunch of times. I think when you pay like 60% tax, the place has to be pretty clean.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, that's yeah.
they hire someone to pick up the trash over there.
Now, what's going on with the Team Spirit USPs? I think they're playing quite reactively. Like, you can see they're all gathered around, ready to hope and pray it's an all-in A, which it could be. And you can see they've even got a little flash cop. But this short presence will make things a bit awkward. And they're not slowing down, so there could be some chaos here. Don't lose to the USPs. And they won't. They won't.
Okay. How long will Spirit allow this to go on?
I don't know, dude. I reckon Team Spirit's mental is super fragile right now. I'll give it, if Bad News Bears get to 10 and there's a little spicy clutch in there, Bad News Bears win Dust 2.
Okay.
I reckon Spirit are super fragile. They'll start like talking negatively to themselves and all being like super depressing and projecting all of their own dissatisfaction about how the team's been going onto each other.
In the middle of the match?
In the middle of the match.
That would be quite the meltdown.
And they've done back-to-back timeouts. That's already like Spirit are getting a bit salty. Like, come on, man, we want play.
Okay, all right, all right. Well,
man, play, come on.
I think Certus is calling that just to give them all, it's like a little bit of time. Well, a timeout.
Not Certus, that's Bad News Bears. That's Mad Cow. He's the one that's taking the timeouts.
Oh, yes, you're right.
He back-to-back. Now they're under the skin.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
John G's going to put a smiley face in the chat next time he kills Dexter. And all the pillars start to fall.
Okay, well, I would love to see the under-over on that one. They have the AWP on Dexter. They don't have a defuse kit.
North American Counter-Strike resuscitated on round 21. Here on Dust 2.
All right. They're having fun at least. There's smiles. They're keeping themselves in good spirits.
Bang. Excuse me, I'm getting a bit excited now.
Well, they've done a 4-man A-lane here, so they just
actually
rush
could
B
work.
again. This could
is
work.
the play. SDY is going to be so angry. He's only gone and got one. Flashed off, still alive. John G's responsibility. He has got flashed again. Mir is going to arrive, as is the entire Team Spirit roster. And they're running out of opportunities here. They're running out of players. Junior's already tagged up. They still haven't found him. Spongy caught on the doors as well. This spells 15. I did say they have to find a crazy clutch, and it would be crazy for Junior because he's right there in the smoke. Down he goes, and the all-in B. They had only one man to best initially, but very reactive out of the CT boys, and they lock it down. I started believing everything that came out of my mouth there,
Did you?
Dude. No.
Because I was sitting here going, how far is he going to take this? How far is he going to take this? Everyone loves a good underdog story.
Yeah, and listen, you know, don't forget, Bad News Bears, whilst they are doing their officials, I would like to think that this is also, every single day they're in Europe, they're also
playing 10 scrims.
Grinding as many scrims as they possibly can. So, you know, this is not like their venture to EU is going to be all for naught. This is huge for them. Every single round they claw away from Team Spirit.
Well, especially with some of them being Canadian, having to go back for 2 weeks worth of quarantine as well. So you want to get as much Counter-Strike in while you can. Unless they do the scrawny method. I see he gets his PC delivered when he's in quarantine so he can play.
That's the play.
But here we go, 3v3. Long tussle has been won out here by the Bears, and the mid-crawl is starting. Team Spirit currently chasing their tail, looking for where the attack might be coming on through, and the most likely option is the correct one. It will be long. And plenty of utility here for Team Spirit on the retake, or if they would like to re-aggress, they can flash and peek and take a little bit of a jiggle, but here they come, slowly walking up. Smoke's about to land, and Dexter action on.
Yeah, Dexter's going to have a real opportunity to peek off the flash, and it's 1-for-1. Junior does bodyguard effectively. Spongy's got good info there. If his molly does get deployed, Mir's going to have to respect it. Bomb can get across. They've got 40 seconds. They don't have to rush the plant. Junior down to 3 HP.
The flames.
But he's an AWPer, and he's evaded the nade as well. SDY's on the crawl from Elevator's side. Mir, I'm sure this is Junior's frag. He needs this one. think he suspects he could have dropped down. Still lingering up there. This is a real chance for Junior, and he does thrive. A second shot doesn't go awry, and we see 7 for the Bad News Bears.
And money not there for a Team Spirit purchase.
Wait, how did he get tagged from 3 to 1 HP?
I think that HE that came in just kind of gently, you know, a bit of breeze, some shrapnel.
I didn't realize that. So he got 3 HP from the molly. The nade brings him down to 1. That could have been it.
And he didn't look too flustered, right? Oh, you're right, being an AWPer, just having to hit those shots. But once again, we see those spirits being kept high. 2 nades, 5 USPs, and another, well, fast mid to B type scenario here. Joji and Sheikh Zula through the upper tunnel, Swisher and Spongy clearing out close mid. Utility, just to be sure, and the bomb will go down. And Team Spirit are really none the wiser right now. Still residing over towards this A bomb site.
Explosives planted.
They're having a laugh too. Dexter looks like he's smiling. I know we can't really... Yeah, he has a bit of a smirk on SDY's face. What's going on, guys?
Just a team talk, you know? It's like, so how was your day? Are you cool? It's good to check in on your mates once or twice.
We're getting a unicorn round.
This is the full unicorn. I'm talking silver blood.
Okay.
I'm talking horn.
The horn, one of its key identifying factors.
Are unicorns typically white in the
I do believe
fantasy
so.
realms?
Yeah.
Or, like, because
Remember
I know
Charlie?
Charlie. Yeah, but they did have different colors. What, Charlie bit me? Charlie the unicorn.
Charlie the unicorn.
Yeah. They were around the same time. So there were 2 kind of viral Charlies.
You're right. The one that
Charlie bit my finger.
Yes. And the animated series.
And the animated series of the unicorn.
Yes.
Probably neither of which our audience is particularly familiar with. I realise I'm getting further and further away from my pop culture references.
Welcome.
Topical.
That's no cap, no fax, no printer.
Oh, nice, dude.
Yeah, that's what the kids are saying these days.
Also, Ratio, no one asked, and that's it.
Is Ratio still in? They're still doing Ratio?
They do, yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, rinse and repeat, the same strategy here.
I reckon they've got this. Spongy and Swisher.
They actually could do. They're here so quick, they're not even looking.
Well, they're going to have a glance, and Mir's got the perfect angle. Of course he does, just under that cart. Oh, Mir. He wants to finish it right here and now, and with 2 great shots from the M4A1, I'm afraid it's looking likely Junior, and would have needed a second. Dexter's aggression does catch the AWPer, and now in a 4 versus 2. You know, Chad, I mentioned that at some point during this comeback, they were going to need to...
crazy clutch?
Win a crazy clutch. Now, 2 versus 4. And I reckon Jonji's the one to watch here. So Sheikh Zula's basically going to just sit in tons while Jonji tries to completely, single-handedly sell the A-long presence. And SDY and Mir immediately knife out and rotate, right? Like they just immediately bite on that 1 Molotov long.
Yep.
They all evacuate B.
Yep.
And then they play the 2v4 from the site. It seems Mir's quite confident that there's no real issue. And this 2-2 split of defensive resources maintained.
Shakespeare's about to walk into this AWP.
But will he, though?
Yes.
Jonji starts the clutch off with a bang. Bomb recovered, will clear out Mir. He's been there the whole round. And finds the frag necessary.
Now we're talking.
Now we certainly are. And 12 seconds. Oh, Jonji, you big boy! Oh, that's not fair to get the no-scope. And that's the end of that. Spirit needed it. 2-0. Their hopes and dreams still hinge on others, but they've taken the first step in recovery for ESL Pro League. And that's the end for the Bad News Bears run as well. 2-0. Spirit take it.
If we are comparing ourselves to Gambit or Navi, we are not really missing a lot of stuff against them because every time we're facing them, it's a close games usually, and some of them are being won by them, and some of them are winning by us.
I think that Junior just brings a lot of late round stability. Pete was more of like a vocal person on the team, and sometimes that was like really good, especially if we were winning, and it could also be really bad if we were losing in terms of like, you know, mixture of ideas and things like that. But Peyton's more of a opera that'll just kind of listen to what he's told to do, or, you know, he might have like an idea at the start of the round of what he wants to do, but for the most part he's just like there to do his job and to like, he knows his role really well, and he's going to play a lot of post plants, and he knows how to play them really well. And so that's kind of like a factor. Is now late round we have Spongy and Junior working together a lot, and they're really good. So that's been something that's been very successful for us, especially in NA.
With Team Spirit taking that victory, they keep their chances alive of potentially getting into the playoffs, albeit slim. And unfortunately for the Bad News Bears, they're sent packing as they now drop down to 0-4 overall in the groups. However, Bad News Bears might play a big role coming into the match tomorrow if they can beat Vitality. There is still a world, as you heard Sponge say, that we could see Spirit qualify in third place. But that is still a long ways away. We still have 2 matches to get through today, and we still have 3 to get through tomorrow. Jason Kappan's still joined by Yanko here. And Yanko, that was quite a spanking, it felt like, on Dust 2. The scoreline really didn't reflect how one-sided that match felt.
If Spirit qualifies for the playoffs, I'm gonna eat a shoe.
Okay.
Or drink a shoe, or I'll do something with a shoe anyway. But yeah, let's keep it optimistic. At least Spirit didn't fall even further down the rabbit hole by losing to Bad News Bears. And for Bad News Bears, they picked Inferno again. No double digits again. Dust 2 didn't look much better than that. I think the problem is, like, the teams have gotten so much better, and the players individually, where you could be doing, you know, a lot of things right, but if at a key moment you mess something up, you're a bit out of sync, someone doesn't get, you know, a kill he's supposed to, then the whole round falls apart. And that's what happens in a lot of these Bad News Bears games. Is like, you're looking at things, okay, this makes sense, this is right, oh, this guy just failed, they failed this thing. And all of a sudden, you know, a guy on the other side is someone like, I don't know, Mir, and he just gets like 2 more kills or 3 more kills, right? And that just it. So that's the problem. It's not polished enough, and there's still like too many mistakes happening in their game, whether individually or as a team, for them to make these games even more competitive.
Okay, well, let's take a look at, I guess, our top players from both sides here in our U.S. Air Force Aim High head-to-head. And I believe it's going to be Dexter and Jonji be matched up here. And we're going to see, I mean, Jonji, he had the, as Sponge said, the only ace outside of a Vitality match. Albeit at a knife at the very end there when we saw in the first half. But still, I mean, putting up some decent ADR. But as you said, I mean, individual performances are good and all. But for Bad News Bears, it seems to be coming down to a team thing and the communication and obviously the execution of some things.
It's just like a bit of, you know, I think the best way to describe it is players not really understanding where they are in the round as a team, right? There was even the first gun round here. They lose, you know, Spirit goes for a fast long take. It's a bonus round for them. They get long. Good reaction from BNB. They push B tunnels. They kill Chopper, so they killed the Lurker. They have all the info. Everyone else is on long, right? They're in a 5v4. I think they, you know, get another kill. And after that, it's like some of the players are isolated. Spirit uses the molly for Gandalf, molly for short. They kind of get the kill there. So they're slowly, they're taking their time. They're using all their utility. And Bad News Bears is still a little bit disjointed. Like, you have the numbers advantage, you have the weapon advantage as well. Sometimes you can just brute your face in, your way in, use the numbers, right? But for example, you know, Dexter just makes a good play in that round, goes from long with a scout and a P250. He flanks all the way around back to Cat and gets 2 kills or 3 kills in the end and wins them the round, right? It's small things like that where, you know, they're getting punished, and losing 4 pistols in this game too, as an underdog, really you need that sort of a boost early on to create a buffer for some of the mistakes. They couldn't get that either, so just not a single thing out of the winning conditions really being ticked for Bad News Bears.
Yeah, unfortunate for them, but fortunate for the likes of Team Spirit. You were just talking about Dexter and his flanky pull.
Yeah, they must be feeling very fortunate.
Yeah, I mean, hey, a win is a win. Let's actually have Dexter come in for a quick little interview here so we can talk to him about that victory and obviously talk to him about everything going forward in the year for them. So Dexter, first of all, welcome. Congratulations on the win, man. Obviously, it's not as many wins as you guys were hoping for, but I think it's at least nice to get one under the belt, right?
Hi guys. Yes, it's good that we won at least first game in the start of the season. We have some problems in our game, as you can see in our last matches, but we are trying to fix it right now. We are working a lot. We cannot work as much as I want because I get sick. Right now I don't feel comfortable when I'm playing CS, when I'm sitting on PC. So we have some problems with that, but we're trying to fix our game. We're trying to do some changes, as you can see in our Inferno today. Yeah, it's good that we won at least our first game.
Yeah, well, first of all, I hope you feel better. I hope it's nothing serious. You've played great ever since you joined Team Spirit, and the start of the year, you guys were doing great. I asked a similar question to Magisk. You know, what do you think is the reason that you guys weren't able to build on that and get even better? Instead, you kind of were in a slump, right? Last 3 international events, you didn't make the playoffs. What do you think is the main reason for that?
Right. Actually, I cannot say that I know the reason why. I just can start thinking about that, and I can see some problems that we have as a team. You know, sometimes on big events, always someone is playing bad. You know, he did bad performance on one big tournament. Another player will do this bad performance on another tournament. I think that's the reason why we cannot be in top like other teams do, like Navi, Gambit, or VP. But we're trying to fix that right now. We're working, we're talking a lot, and I hope it will be fixed with everyone.
Well, we'll say this, with you feeling under the weather, you have been playing lights out, I'd feel like, over the course of the Pro League. I think it's scary for other teams out there if you start to feel better and you're still hitting your shots as well. But Dexter, obviously, big congratulations to you guys on the team for getting a victory. You guys still have a chance. Obviously, find out if that chance is going to close, unfortunately, a little bit later on today. But thank you once again for joining us.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. We will try to do our best.
Love to hear it. You know, I always feel bad for players who are feeling under the weather and have to play. I mean, it doesn't matter if you just have, in general, feel under the weather and you have to work. But he still was putting up some nutty shots over the course of these last 3 days. Like, he's been playing fairly well. I feel like it's even scarier prospect to realize once he is feeling, you know, back to 100% how much damage he can do in the server.
Yeah, he's just been super solid, even in Cologne, right, which was on LAN. He put up amazing numbers. I think he ended up something like top 5 for the event, or even top 10, even after the playoffs, where he obviously didn't play, right? So he was really, really good for his team. And yeah, we get the same answer from him, similar to Magix, right? Really just putting it down on individual performances like every other tournament. Someone is having a crappy tournament, right?
Yeah.
And it's really hurting us. But, you know, you would have to go deep into the analysis to kind of see if it's because, you know, some of the moves are a little bit random, so it's not always going to work, so it's inconsistent, or is it as simple as, well, it's the same things, just not really capitalizing, or the execution just isn't there, at which point you just not much more you can do except put more hours in individually and just try to, you know, work yourself out of a slump.
Well, as we set this one behind us, we still have another match to come up, a very big match actually for these two teams. Heroic up against ENCE. There's a lot of potential results that can change depending on how this match goes, but I'm kind of excited to see how it goes, because for me, obviously Heroic playing well. They're sitting really high up on the groups. But for me, it's more of the ENCE story, right? Day one, they didn't look too good. Then they beat the Astralis. Then they looked good yesterday. I'm wondering, can they maintain? Is this the actual ENCE that we're seeing out of them, or these last 2 days maybe just a high note for them?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting also to see where their map pool is at, if they get challenged on some of the other maps. You know, that Vitality game, they lose a 16-14 game on their own pick, and then Overpass was pretty much a very convincing win for Vitality, right? If it went to a third, we might have seen it go the other way. So also against Heroic, to see what Heroic goes for. Do they try to punish them, or they just go for some of their stronger maps? We'll see that after a pretty long break.
Yeah,
right?
It's about an hour and 15, hour and 10 minutes until we do come back here with our next match. And if you guys are at home are wondering, you know, in this time, I know what I do. I go get some drinks, something like that. What do the talent do, right? You know, we go sit back, we go chat, you know, we go relax a little bit, get some sun, get some fresh air before we come back in for the next game. But I'm always wondering, what are Chad and Alex doing? And I have the answer for you. They're playing Mecca Arena. We're going to check in with them. And remember, about an hour's time, we'll be back here with our second series of the day. So make sure you don't go anywhere.
Still grinding, Chad?
Yeah, I'm working on it, man.
Can you remember the score?
3-0.
To me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it a tournament if I've already lost?
Technically, maybe, but I think you need all the practice you can get.
All right, let's get back into it.
All right, game on.
Game 4, as you mentioned, control point again, Paradise Plaza. I'm playing for Pride. You've technically already won the series.
Technically, but I plan to rub the salt in your wounds.
All right, let's go.
3, 2, 1, go. Get out of my way.
There's no way the shield just tanked all of that.
Sponge
now I
down.
need to die.
Oh, I help. Okay, well, I can capture it at least. Sponge, behind you.
No. What? That was nowhere near me.
That was nowhere near you.
Wait, how am I meant to track the jump?
That's the plan. Go!
No!
You are running out of robots.
I'm running out of robots.
Oh, and there you are. Oh, what a shot! Yeah, run away. Yeah, you better run. Oh, you better run.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Chad. Imagine if you got cocky.
How could I choke
Imagine
this?
if you got cocky and lost a 4-game run. So close.
What are you aiming at?
I wasn't aiming. I was capping.
No!
Oh, dear!
That's the game.
I think it has to be. I need to capture A. Oh, no, you've got a bot. You've got a bot.
Yeah, but you've already overtaken in points.
Oh, we have. We actually have one.
Now I'm spectating a bot.
That's so funny. That's funny.
Oh, no.
That is funny. And here comes the...
You got the 100 points.
Yeah, he's just going to walk it in. One-handed victory from Machini TV.
Oh, no.
But we talked about you getting cocky, bro. We talked about it in the 2v2. You're even MVP. How have you pulled that one off?
I'm so sad.
50% of team damage.
That's 4-0.
That's 4-0.
That's 4-0.
Game, good game.
That's 4-0. I'm sad.
We talked about it.
I'm going to come back stronger.
Yeah.
In the next game.
Okay. See you then.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters, and the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Yeah, I've seen him. I'm going for this. There it is. There it is. It's taken a while.
Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, straight into a Goomba as well. Oh my lord. I see one guy over here is coming for the drop. I'm just gonna go.
Push late.
One more behind. Towards the tree. Go ahead. Sorry if I bumped you.
Go and screw it.
Alright, I see the last guy.
Enemy remaining.
Oh dear. I'm on a tree. Oh, dude, this is good. No. I got him.
I still got 3 breaches here. Ah, nice.
4 enemies remaining.
One below me in the town. That guy's about to bump down here. Oh. Oh. Yeah, one in the road here, Freshy. I might go for this.
Nice.
Oh, the poor guy, man. I was trying to throw bump mines at it.
Why not pay a visit to stunning sunny Sirocco, where palm trees line the streets, and you'll never be far away from a sea view. Yes, Sirocco, it is an active port, and you could easily while away the time watching cargo ships carrying their precious freight out into the distance, but don't be too distracted. There's a couple of very tall towers you must be sure to visit. These will give you a bird's eye view of the entire town, should there be anything or anyone you're trying to keep your eye on. Sirocco provides an interesting, Insta-friendly vista with freight containers, tunnels, and diggers. In fact, if it weren't for the mad gunmen around, I'd say it would be a great place for the kids. Accommodation-wise, Sirocco is a little run down. Being honest, doesn't feature many original buildings, still completely intact, but if you can embrace the bijou feel or go without sleep, I'm sure you'll have a fantastic trip. You could take yourself on a fun boat ride with the interesting jeopardy of potentially being shot. It's just like one of those fun red letter days. There's not much by the way of food or entertainment in Sirocco, but it does attract an interesting clientele and features that aforementioned helipad and personal prison. Perfect if you really are desperate to get away from it all. Sirocco is arid, it's quiet, and the mist does descend quickly on occasion, but if you're looking for somewhere private, somewhere secluded and, quite frankly, terrifying, you will wish you were here.
our exposure when scrimming is pretty awful in North America. We are regularly scrimming, not even premier teams because they don't. Majority of them don't scrim. No professional teams scrim in North America at all. If they're in North America, they're just resting and not playing at all. Scrimming is pretty rough.
Regarding our performance on Cologne, it was just some of the players just shit pants, and like team overall, we can't play on this level if we lose individuals. For example, in one match, I was completely off. On the second one, it was Chopper or Magix, and only Dexter and Mir had some level on this tournament. So if you play like that, you will never win or achieve anything. So we needed to step up our individual game, and we're working on it.
Welcome back to Winter Workshoppers, and today we're going to look at some mini-maps. Now, these mini-maps are a great deal of fun. I absolutely love these things, and I was playing again with Chad Sponge Birchall.
Yeah, this is filthy. This is where you get to really see who your true friends are.
I love this. I was doing so much cheese in this maps. Like, I highly recommend giving these a go. 1v1, they work really well. 1v2, they work really well. We did 3v3 on this Mirage one, and it was actually really fun. But my god, I had so much fun in these.
It looks like we have elephantitis, right? Like, look how small, well, not small, look how big everything looks, right? It's crazy with just the scale and all the running around, all the nonsense. You're doing fakes, you're pulling out all of these like misdirection. Yeah, look at you here. This is filthy.
Yeah, the rotations are so fast, and it's because the map's so small, obviously. So I was just trying to cheese the timings everywhere I could. Hit a nice one on you, some whiff shots, but that's all good. I mean, I was definitely the champion of this. Don't look at the score lines, but we played one which went really long. Like, as you can see the score at the top, we're like 15-17 right now, so we had some very long.
Yeah, I didn't want to be out cheesed, right? That was half of it here, but it is good fun, and I think that, you know, it's a familiar layout, obviously just shrunk. So yeah, it's something that people will be able to jump into quite easily.
I'm giving this one a 4 bumps out of 4 just for this map. Maybe the other maps get a high score. We'll wait and see.
4 out of 4? You mean 4 out of 5?
Yeah, 4 out of 5. Sorry, my bad.
That works. Windows Workshoppers Minimap Edition D_nuke. That's not the name. What's the name?
Mini Nuke, I think.
Mini Nuke. Okay, well that's simple. People might remember something like Mini Dust 2, but check this out. Filthy, Rushly, one-way smoke. Look how good this is. Look how good it is. You got all the angles, you geek.
Now, I would say I am the king of Mini Nuke, Chad. The way I played, it was cerebral, it was fast, it was high octane, a lot of movement going on. I would like this to be in the active map pool rotation.
Do you notice how you prefer the mini-maps, which I think just correlates to you being a rat?
What's more, you know, Counter-Strike's a very patient game.
Oh, check this out. It's real ratty behavior right here.
Yeah, so you can jump on the roof here. We didn't agree on any rules before this, however, there was a lot of talk after. But as you can see, it's a pretty good spot being on the top of Nuke. Who would have guessed? You can see a lot of stuff, so I move over here and actually catch up another one. But Chad, how did you feel when you died to this?
I want to go with gutted. I want to go with betrayed. And a little bit heartbroken as well here, Russian. Because of that, unfortunately, that one boost is going to get this one only 3 out of 5 bumps.
I don't like it, but, you know, if that's what you say, that's what it is. And the last of the mini-maps was Mini Inferno. Now, Mini Inferno was a little weird, honestly. Compared to the other ones, I think we had more fun on those maps, I would say.
Yeah, I can think if people just see you typing Shifty Boy there, that basically says it all. This map, right, it was maybe a little bit too claustrophobic. You can see how tight all these corridors were. Mollies were doing the whole site. The rotation time, I basically just stayed in CT spawn and beat you.
Yeah, and you had your nades up and like in your hands a lot of times, maybe not. So look, these are the kind of kills I get on you, just pure jumping kills. You said some pretty choice words to me after this one, as I can imagine. You yeah, you didn't have fun on Inferno.
No, it was just just too claustrophobic, I think, and you know, it is a good concept, but you can just see, look at this, how tight these corridors are. Maybe a little bit extra and we could have made it.
Yeah, I have to give this one a 2 bumps out of 5, Chad. What do you think?
Yeah, get it back in the workshop and maybe we get something nice and new out of it. think this whole matchup right here is the David versus Goliath.
Yeah, I think, well, obviously Liquid is going to be overwhelming favorites, and I think this would have to be such a massive upset for ENCE to pull this off, and we've seen them kind of do it. 18-16, ENCE about to knock the North American hopes and dreams out of this major.
Alu, 32 kills to his name, gonna add another one, and here's Alu with 2. This could be all she wrote for Liquid. Alu chipped in for a third, 20 seconds left, and a fourth. ENCE have done it, they pulled off the upset.
ENCE eliminates a tournament favorite right at the start of the playoffs.
Now we need to get a entry fragger, but I'm bringing in my boy Nico from G2. He's really strong individually. He has a good mind. I want an entry fragger who has the head with him as well, who's able to make the right decisions, who's not only going to run in first, but not do it with the head under his arm. He knows when and how to take fights, and at his best, he will out-aim anyone. So I'll also bring in Nico for this team. The AWP player. There I would like to go with the Simple. Super strong player, right? We all know what he's capable of. 2 years in a row he's been fighting for that first place spot. And yeah, he can do unreal things with the AWP. Now we need to get an IGL, the guy who has to sit in the middle. And I think it's up for no discussion that we need to take the one who has had the most success with his team. He's brought Astralis to something that they definitely weren't before his appearance. So the in-game leader of my team is going to be Glaive. He's been doing massive work over there. And even though there's at times some banter and rivalry between me and him, I respect his work a lot. So he's going to be the IGL for this All-Star team. The star player of my team will be Saibu. And I think that also you can make a good argument that when you see him play alongside Nevera, where Nevera has some of the AWP duties, he's still doing just fine. His rifle work is really good. If he wants to, sure man, bring out that second AWP. I don't care if it's T or CT. Now we need a lurker, boys, and to get the lurker, we have to respect the legacy, respect the history. You might forget them in these 20-21 times, but you definitely shouldn't. I'm gonna add GetRight as the lurker of my team. back in his prime, in the early CSGO days, he literally invented this position. And he was such a pain in the ass to play against. You never knew where you had him. He was such an awesome player to play against. And even though that he is now a retired player, as the only one of the ones I chose for the team, I don't think that anyone can or should forget how incredibly good he was earlier on in Counter-Strike Go. When we're looking to add a coach to this all-star team, it's very important that we do not only get a coach that has a strong strategical point of view, but also knows how to handle human beings with differences and is able to tell them all that, listen, we collected the best possible players for each role. I don't care if you sometimes disagree or whatnot, we have to make this work, so let's get those trophies. So I'm going with a coach that has both the strategical strong side and also the human strong side. And that's why I have to go with Sonic. The work and the chemistry that he's built in Astralis is unbelievable. So there's no other coach that I would want for the team than him.
How many players, coaches at this event have played at the first Cologne in 2014?
You have to be here?
Yes.
Oh shit, right?
Oh my God. Oh, it's gonna be tough.
JW? It's not, Fnatic is not here, forget it. Fnatic didn't make it, sorry. That's harsh.
Okay, I can start. Me, Sip, Dupree.
So, obviously, there is the Dignitas. So, Dignitas boys were Xipnix, Device Dupree. So, those 3 players for sure. Then, Olaf from Fnatic.
Yeah.
Me.
So that was when Nip won. So
Sure, I didn't even know that.
Yeah. And they played Fnatic.
Yeah. I'd say Carrigan would have been playing.
Has Device played, no?
He would have, surely.
Yeah, so grab Device, 1.
Okay, Apex.
I was there 2014.
I can't even, I don't know what.
You were there with Copenhagen Bulls, you beat me.
Okay, so we got Olaf, yeah.
Carrigan.
Shocks. Carrigan.
Apex?
Apex.
Wasn't Carrigan playing as well?
Kerrigan, he was not in our team. Was he?
I don't know.
Yeah, he was playing though. He was playing. He played for Copenhagen Wolves with Glaive. That's true. Glaive was also playing it.
Yeah.
Then you take away, boss. I have no clue.
TSM and stuff. So it's 3, Device Dupree, Xipnix, myself. 4.
Coach.
Sonic, no.
Coach is back in the days. Oh my God,
I was too young.
It's really hard. FaZe, attends, FaZe c'est Olaf.
I was not in Spodek. You played in this one fucking NFP one.
Okay, that says me a lot. Oh, that event.
It's a major they won, no?
Oh yeah, no, I know. Yeah, okay, there was like a small arena with cover and people
that was the
plus
arena.
18 had to go in.
We only missed 1. And it was Blade. From
Blade, right, yeah.
Oh, right.
Navi, yeah.
Navi.
Ah, yeah, Blade was playing with Flammy back in the days.
In Flipside, no?
I'm not sure it was with
Flipside?
He was playing Flipside. Okay, Blade then.
No, I can't remember the last 2. It was Blade and Shocks. Oh, Shocks. Yeah, of course, Shocks. Shocks played in Apex team.
Boss, man.
Listen
to the wild guess over here. So I just wrote down like 7 here. We got 7, I think.
I wrote down around.
Okay.
Yeah. Fuck, I didn't write right. No.
You were the only team to get all of them so far. Yeah.
I did Shocks. We said 2 French. Yeah.
Then you got all of them. Nailed it.
I'm good.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Blade and Shocks. Yeah, we got close.
Advantage of that, but ends up leaving it all on the back of Fallen. The taps. Oh, what a
high flashes in response. The Flames close the gap.
Oh, what's that from Shiro? And Blind no
no-scope into the smoke, and he's got another. Just simple. And the flick there as well. To stretch his legs now, and very uncomfortable for Gambit. Inters doesn't get checked, and he can get the bomb. Oh, hit the plant. This is chaos. Na'Vi in trouble. Only Perfecto. He's already hit the first two of the 1v4. Another one. Oh, Perfecto to save the day. He could very well do it. It's only Inters, and Perfecto does the most ridiculous clutch. There's no way, Katie, you can't win Pro League like this! You can't win Pro League like this! No way! Exile's left, 40 seconds and the bomb's on A. Take your time, son, you're about to make the play of your career. How Lucky's positioned his crosshair. Perfect find. Nothing for Sheikh Zula to do. And Lobby, Lobby is safe. Spongy, happy to collect. Lucky, still being a nuisance on that EAWP. And as they crawl in, plays on that very tight line. Sheikh Zula's familiar with how it works, but he's just getting peppered. So dynamic, so mobile. They'll finish him off on the reload. And if they could find Lucky, which is easier said than done.
One-on-one.
Get a one-on-one. Junior 6 HP though. He has to win this through positioning and decision making. Oh, but Junior's ready. Here we go. And if he swings open that decon door, he'll have a lot of opportunities to flank and provide. Oh, Magic Spray is deadly. Results in the loss of 2. Spongy trading. It'll cost him half of his health as well. Quick reactions out of Lucky, and the flank from Bubsky is swift as well. They don't really give the Bears a chance.
Yeah, they know Jonji's lower, but they didn't clear their corners. So Glaive's dead. Jonji with a 1-on-4. Is he going to peer up from ramp? Looks like they should have him pretty well covered here, especially with him on 34 HP. And well, the blind grenade. Just the spidey senses there of Bubsky tingling.
Glaive's doing his one-way on Yard. Don't think he's going to find anything. Swish is going to get caught out here. The pop flash is in.
Oh, no.
And the double is naughty. Found. It's so mean from Astralis. And Jonji's got that hero AK in play. He doesn't even get to see anyone. Just finds Lucky in the end.
Another clutch attempt for Junior here. And that's what it'll stay. An attempt. Let's focus in on Junior's AWP as he's immediately smoked off ramp. And here's some more aggression. Dupree pushing. Oh, just adding the punishment here.
They're like throwing the rulebook out the window when they know BNB are going to try and hold on to it for dear life. 4-on-4, great return. Junior's provided it. Jonji is kissing Bubsky in the smoke. That's a lethal one at that. Glaive's down 2. Looks like the Bears have still got some bite. And now the top side's theirs. Dupree trying everything to delay. It was a motivating factor. I want to prove to Device. I believe Magic's quote was, I want to prove that it was the wrong decision. Which is a very, motivating factor for a lot of people. Ooh, Warehouse didn't get spotted out. That's an advantage for Jonji. He's crawling in on this AWP. The AWP flash forces him out of the line. Jonji's hunting a second flash.
Oh, good awareness.
Oh, he's so aware. Lucky with some huge impact. And the Bears are being flanked. They're not even considering it. This is a nasty way to lose your life. Junior caught. Sheikh Zula processing all this new information in the blink of an eye. The bomb is lost in Yard. Bubsky's even coming up the flank through the vent. Spongy caught out. Quick from Bubsky. 1-on-3 for Sheikh Zula. Looking to lead by example, and it finished off nicely.
Why did this one get so much closer than, say, Inferno? Because I got 4 rounds in Inferno. Nuke looked a little bit more compact for them.
Yeah, I think it just when it comes down to it, they had a good string of rounds in the first half. It did seem like potentially Astralis might run away with the game, winning pistol 3-0 up, then getting the reset on Bad News Bears as well. But they managed to consolidate themselves a little bit, made a couple of riskier moves, over-rotated a few times, got some good reads on Astralis and got a respectable first half. But it was actually the fact that they were able to win or actually to get a good start in the second half too, that gave you a little bit of hope that they might, you know, make that comeback and force us into a third map. But in the end, Astralis did manage to get their stuff together and close it out. Listen, I think this whole tournament might end. Astralis can make the final, and we still won't know enough about Lucky, in a sense of it's going to take a couple of tournaments for us to really see, you know, how he's going to perform. So far, as I've said, I'm happy with what I'm seeing. I think he's doing what he has to do for the team and just growing with each map.
Lucky, how do you feel about those nice words?
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear them.
Oh, well, they were, for the most part, nice. Lucky, what's up, man? Welcome to, I think this is our first interview with you. So how are you feeling? How's it feel to be in Astralis?
Yeah, it's amazing. Like, you could imagine yourself. It's just amazing to be around these people. They're all nice and kind and all that good stuff. So it's pretty nice.
How do you look at yourself in a sense of what the plan is and just, you know, having to play the same role basically that a player like Device had for Astralis?
Yeah, I think we all know that there isn't a player that can go in and take Device's role one-to-one. But yeah, I come with some new fresh energy and I come with what I know I can, and I hopefully can evolve a lot here in Astralis. And on long terms, I think maybe if I'm lucky, that I will.
You are lucky.
Yeah, I am lucky. But then maybe I will be able to like, yeah, at least get close to his level someday.
Actually, a huge wrench thrown into this matchup because of the victory from ENCE over Astralis yesterday. That's a huge tiebreaker to own if it gets down to it. That's a massive piece that ENCE has between them. And just from a different level, just being able to beat Astralis, and even with the roster changes coming in, a weakened Astralis, that's a good win for this ENCE roster. So, and actually, that's a...
ENCE helps them out.
Yeah, that's disappointing right out of the gate, isn't it? That one certainly hits me in the feels. ENCE not feeling too comfortable on Inferno, taking it away, so Nuke and Spirit's going to get that Dust 2.
I mean, to me, this also then is going to scream a 3-mapper most likely. The fact they're going to get Dust 2, and we've seen like they smashed Astralis when it came to Dust 2. Maybe not a map they were heavily focusing on, especially with Lucky coming to the team, but this could be an interesting one for me off the bat. Seeing ENCE, seeing them on Nuke, seeing Team Spirit as well. Dexter versus Hades, in my eyes, is going to be such an exciting match to watch when it comes to the Opera v Opera battle, but I'm expecting us to go 3. I don't know about your thoughts. Important match for ENCE. So you take this, you tie things up with Astralis over towards the 2-1. If you lose, you potentially get knocked out the entire event. Where Spirit, if they do lose, they're going to be knocked out the entire event. It's time to get into our second match of the day. I believe it's Sponge and Machine going to be taking it away for you as we're going to see what's going to happen at the end of this.
Something about it. Chopper dipping out quickly, not interested in the action as he starts to descend. Good pick, first found. Diha descending. And they should have access to get that bomb down. Now, it's on the back of Spinks. He's already punching in the numbers now. It's Snappy's responsibility to corral from Vents. Man disadvantage, but bomb down. Pretty much calls it level.
No kit for this.
Armored Julies. Off you got, Magic's Doto. Probably not gonna be too interested in re-peeking, but they forced the fight, love the boost, and they've got so much time to find these remaining 2. He's still hiding in the vents. Is Snappy, Spinks needs a clean one, and Magic's is not letting that happen. The Juggernaut setup, and it will be a Spirit pistol.
Yeah, not really planted for old Snappy there, trying to come back around the decon, as you can see, under the railing. Not easy to fight through that little doorway.
A lot of power for Spinks. He actually wants to go topside. Great setup so far. Magic would have to cause a bit of a kerfuffle, and has. Did get Molotov down, but look at this. Magic's really not letting this place go. Still holding on to that top side. Dia's locked out and hunted down. Chopper with the reaggress, and the CT's comfortable now.
This is looking very good for Spirit. Oh, Hades. Got one head, and he's currently under the line of sight of Mir, but Dexter will get that kill. Bit of a jump scare moment right there, as it will just be Snappy, 12 HP, a Tech 9, and 3 to find. Out through the HUD is being pipped for a matter of time. Hades, for those of you who don't too familiar with mythology, is the god of the underworld.
Yeah, brother of Zeus.
And in the language that we expression, it is pronounced Hades. And I messaged him and I said, is that fine? Is that cool? And he said, yeah, sounds good. So Hades it is.
As opposed to pronouncing it like Hades, which I'm sure English people pronouncing it like we were Polish would be weird.
But he has lived in the, well, what did he say, something about him since he was 7?
Yeah, he spent a lot of his childhood in the UK, I think.
So the flag is a bit like the Mantu flag.
Yeah, gang. And I was, you just reminded of, you know, Mantu's story arc when I saw him commenting on Conflict's recent news. A bit of a stretch, don't you think? I mean, okay. Mir's got enough to definitely find a glimmer of anyone across. They haven't managed to do so just yet. But Snappy's in main. And no word from Mir. They picked the gap. 2 for 2 trades so far. Numbers favor them briefly. It looks like Dexter had a chance. He's thought better of the nade.
Maybe not, actually. Molly in the hands, smoke fades, he goes down, and now definitely signal that they could bolster out Squeaky, and here they come.
Wow, he's so quick, straight through, doesn't even hesitate, runs straight through, the trades are there, it's all Hades. Hades with 3. He provides, he's the only reason Ents have pulled this round into an even keel, and they wanted to send the vents, I like that. They're hunting him, Dexter would have to make a sound cue to hunt Dark. And here they go. Spinks, chance, Chopper reacts. They are low, but Hades even lower. It needed an ace clutch. Chopper denies. And that one's gone a little south for Ents.
Noisy again on top of main, behind red, flashing fast. Snappy is loving the pace here, but he goes down again. Mia with the opening exchange. Dexter, wild taps from heaven. Door will swing open, that smoke will get lobbed on out. That will give passage to the back of the bomb box. But meanwhile, Team Spirit have been working on some information of their own.
So they'll at least get this bomb down. Magix and his partner in crime walking into this crossfire. Diha should be responsible for this. Oh, lovely hold the tight line. Magic's trade. SDY kept honest. Magic's really with it all to do at this point. They're low, and they're both there. Oh, it could very well have been the double. Dexter's surely not going to try anymore now. With 10 HP, he'll back up.
Dodo, down the vent.
Uncontested. He's got the bomb on his back as well, and they'll even take one for good measure. SDY kept honest. Dexter actually finds the headshot on that scout for the last tail end of that descent. Diha traded. And outside yard is Mir. Lovely find. He's walked on up. This is good. You smoke lower side. That's surely going to force some rotations, or at least Chopper to commit to the site a bit.
Yeah, they need somebody to go down the vent here. That Molly is selling it even more so. Oh, and that was it. Hades had to make that kill. This round is looking over now. They have to go into the lower side. That smoke will start fading shortly. Dodo has another one to throw on down, but they're just going to get mobbed by 4.
Yeah, this one kind of fell apart for Ents, and this was as you discussed, double eco territory. Spirit have chosen to force, and it's come real easy. He's even faking it out.
Gotta get that down. They need the money.
Not going to be an easy one. Spinks would have to have a real pop-off here. And he's pushing on up. Similar positions where shortcomings arrive. Doto, very necessary on the headshot. Spinks can close the gap. His responsibility is decon. Dexter still a problem. And Doto needs a very quick headshot. Oh! That's exactly what we're talking about!
Oh, dearie me. Okay, well, this should be the 4-4. Scores on the doors momentarily should be tied on up. And again, they just ravage through this top side. Not going great for Snappy there. Immediately goes down, but Spinks mops up some of the mess. Some things coming out. It's getting dangerous. 2v2. Okay.
Gosh, guys.
This is really rough, this fast stuff.
It's a bit rough around the edges. It's a little rough around the edges.
It's my type of counter. Like, I enjoy this. Furia love this.
Nothing spotted. No trigger pulled. And 3 members, make it 4, going for a yard take here from Ents. So another look at their style. Oh, Khmer jumped on Doto with more high impact. Dexter will find the first, but there's a chance he walks into the AWPer there, and Hades can't believe his luck. He's been given the pick. Okay, so just next time I'm asked to hold lobby, this is acceptable.
Yeah, you just have to say, listen, boys, when we come back, they can be everywhere.
SDY, 1 for 1. They have the low site now. The rotate will have to come in. No one from Spirit's moved muscle. Snappy can go either way.
Yeah,
looks like he wants to go top. And it's left them the bomb. If Hades doesn't hit this, no, Magix has ruined them. Spinks forced to come up clutch. Chopper's in the off angle. Does he have the control? Jesus. He does not.
Hades and Spinks, they're definitely on the peripheries right there, but back we go. Just another brute force into top. They really love these hits. Oh, and they can't even deal with SDY.
Yeah, Magix again with his just constant double. Whoa, damn. Dexter catches him through the box. Snappy was fully hidden. Doto does well to get the bomb down. Shotgun at this range won't be fun. You can see he's kind of got a bit of a Sophie's choice between shotgun and Deeg. That will do better. AK-47, where he's not only gotten the weapon, he's gotten away. He's gone for an ambitious angle over that smoke. Counting on his teammate to find Mir. Good contribution. Another drop through, though. He's not looking for him. Dexter does go down.
Huge.
More from Doto. And only Mir. No time for this one. He's lost his teammates. Just pulled out of the server by that AK. Doto does it all.
SMG's pistols forced by the Spirit and Mir up close towards Yard this time round. He's hearing all of this.
Yeah, this is going to really... I mean, if they don't have one person responsible for this...
Lobby and killed Spinks. Oh.
They've even killed Doto as well.
Oh.
Don't get the trade. Mir gets away. Enter dropping like flies. This is supposed to be against the anti-force. Snappy just about keeps it competitive. Flank can come in. Snappy will surely not be considering this. And there's the element of surprise. Hades to come up clutch. They're so low. He should have a good shot at this. They just need a bullet each. And it's not enough. Dexter just strafes out. And see something. He's working with a small gap. Molotov's out. He's open the doors. He's doing everything he can. Snappy's just better. Chopper doesn't provide anything. And neither does Dexter. Doto's up to his old tricks.
His impact has been insane. Bomb's about to go off. AK and M4 to be saved.
That shotgun is just potent at the right range, and there's nothing better than this corner. Ouch. Blood splattered all over the lower side.
He's been playing some danger zone.
And here they come. Top 8 into Deagles. It's a recipe for a disaster. Magix is a problem. He's hit another shot. Spinks looking the wrong way. Too many targets. End starting to lose men too fast. Doto
has... Again, mate. Not again.
Is he going to save them?
Come on now.
It's Hades and Doto. Maybe we shouldn't be writing him out just yet. Hard shot. Magix is so quick. Doto with the 1v3. Ace clutch required. He's into the shotgun, and SDY is having none of it. It's like, so those last 5 rounds, it's like when you see fighters kind of look at each other and say, you want to go? You want to just start swinging? Yeah. They just windmill at each other. Both teams windmilling right now. He has found the opening frag, and it's Snappy's Tech 9. You told me he's a bit of a fan of the Tech 9.
Yeah, he loves it.
Good God, I mean, I saw Magisk made that Tech 9 look very convincing when he got 2 taps on 2 ramp players from the bomb.
Okay, Ents win around round number 7, then back to Spirit, then back to Ents, back to Spirit, back to Ents, back to Spirit, and now back to Ents.
I love Chopper's position to actually punish the hunt. He's 10 HP, dude. He's 10 HP, Hades. Just put 1 bullet on him. 1!
There we go. Guaranteed. But they know what they've lost.
Patience is a virtue. And you can see the virtuous Doto. And even Snappy up heavily to have a little glance. And oh, bloody hell. Mir's not interested in that. That will get them a little high alert.
Oh, and they're flashed off as well. They have to go. They have to go.
This is it. No time for anything else. Last round of the half. Yep, running into the meat grinder that is the AKs, the AWP, and it's all ramped up. 8. Ents will take it. They win their T-half here on Nuke. Stepping into the fray up against Team Spirit. This time on the defense. Double. Kimbo pistols are out, and already SDY and Mir are handing out headshots. What, is this just why SDY plays with the door?
Where was Spinks?
Oh, it didn't check his corner, and there's the quickest pistol we've had on Nuke. There we go.
Quite work out what the tone of the bell in the boxing ring is. It's like ding, ding, but I think it's not as high pitched. Anyway, we're simulating the top rushes again. Out Spirit go, and this time, well, not a lot of resistance whatsoever. Completely stuck outside of the site. Doto's about to find himself dead through the smoke. And there it is, and well, now it might just be a save. That happened very quickly again.
All right, I like this. At least it's fast.
That's
if you have
right.
faith, you'll find your dragon.
Yeah, and every time you say a fairy's not real, that one of them dies.
Nice one, mate.
See ya, Tinkerbell. Julia, was it Julia Roberts who played Tinkerbell?
She didn't speak. Why would Julia Roberts play her? Did she speak? I don't know. Here's a Deagle. Never mind, it's a Scout.
Was it Julia Roberts?
Tinker, the original Peter Pan.
I think so.
She just shook her bum.
I don't think it's the original.
She
I
just
think
went
it's the one with Robin Williams. I think that one's just called
like
Pan.
a real life one.
Julia
That's the Deagle I was talking about.
Tinkerbell.
Solid form from Deha and tested up for more. There's Magic's his next victim. Okay, Ensa making this one costly and very well could convert. Now don't forget, first 2 rounds have gone Spirit's way. These boys are forced into a deco. An armored deco, and Deha's going to be a bit remiss to not have it connected that one. Chopper on the repeat could get him. Here he comes to the swing. Nice find. Not quite done, now it is. Spinks will take the AK for his hard. This is his duel. That's what it's been waiting for. Yeah.
What a clear that was.
Tip of his head. Works it wonderfully. Hades in trouble now, and they might just pull the as an underproduct of your setup. You even acknowledged that they were kind of giving them the side, hinging on Doto for impact, and bloody hell.
Doto's spot, think about it with me, everybody at home for a second. When he's watching those stairs, he's hoping that somebody walks up, overextends, and then he can get them as they're clearing elsewhere.
So they're going to go do a top pop, it seems. SDY's lining up for another nade as well. Spinks going to be burning. I think he's safe on top. Oh, dropping into the flame though, and at this point, it's SDY that's the furthest forward. Now Doto knocks him for 6, and they're running out of players. He knows where you are, Hades, and will at least have a chance for the first. Dexter and Mir, 2 versus 5. First found as he maneuvers towards the heaven.
Is anyone watching?
No, not right now.
Oh.
Snappy should have no issues with that.
Yeah, that's not a bad spot to be Mustang to be watching Heaven from. Bit of an American call there. I guess Mustang doesn't even really exist anymore. Right or wrong, but Mia from the hut cannot profit.
Deha.
Toes.
Spotted out and eliminated. Mir exploits the gap they manufactured. Now forces Hades to post up for this. He's actually dropping a smoke to play around. Oh, just as he looks away, adjusts, but he will pay his price. Any moment, just as he looks away, Chopper. And now SDY should have a free frag into the spine. Does catch Chopper beforehand. Snappy has such an element of surprise if they do off the top. Just a pixel angle, good from Doto. Oh, he's lost Snappy though. And at 2 HP, he will just fall. Chopper remains hidden, and the body of the assault descends. Deha for the info. Hades does eventually catch him on that mini roof. Deha gets the info. Darts up to play defensively. And swinging in. Nice headshot delivered. It's onto Snappy, and his MP9 suited to the task. They'll have to disrespect it, and they will.
He's in a lot of trouble. He's going to get caught in no man's land.
Oh, and his spray is good for 1. SDY using that Galil. The only real rifle for them to play with here on this force buy from Team Spirit. He was the one that kind of incited this team to purchase, so the fact he's got the first is a good sign. There he goes. Time to play with the Galil. Dexter equips it, and it's just Snappy. No issues from him until Mir and his late arrival. He knows exactly what to do. Closing the gap. Ready for them both. They do adjust swiftly, and now Choppers and the bomb. He doesn't have to rush this. He's got too many targets. They're jumping all over him. Doesn't have the bullets. Ents will make it 12.
Team Spirit have to take a bit of a knee here, and they're just going to try for a top pop. Deha could farm with that.
Oh, those blocks felt very deadly. His MP9 was supposed to be singing.
2 objectives. Winning the round is great. If they can't do that, they have to get that bomb down.
Dexter ahead of the util and tries his luck. Spinks says no. Get the hell out of my sight. Mir, however, working on his magic from main. Deha's responsibility to house him here. There is a small window of opportunity. Deha's caught Chopper as well. Mir looking for revenge and delivers it.
And wow, he does adjust swiftly.
Worry about the red push as well as... Oh, spotted. Mia, chance. And Spinks, nice shot from range. It's just Magic's to find, and Spinks will finish him off. So a great round there. Good position. Certus there. Way to start this round. So Mia is continuing to be persistent yard. He's got across the secret with a kill and a rifle.
Depths of the site with 3 players here to deal with top. Here comes the top pop through the vents, through the squeak. Spinks does well, as does Doto, and they are falling, dropping like flies.
Even when he gets that control, they're not able to profit too much success from it. Deep smoke towards yard. So this is a different look at the aggressive ramp play. SDY's down. Hades changing the pace, and Spinks wants more.
Yo, going for some real hyper-aggression. Why not when you've got a couple of extra rounds to play with? And there's Chopper, booked by Spinks. They have to worry about the silo flank now. He's already evaporated. Dia going in for some more aggression.
Look at this.
Ents just want to finish it right here and now, and I love it. What a flavor to finish. Is this the finish? It should be. Mir, however, making it competitive as best he can. Smoke is faded, and he surely will too. The lights fade out of his eyes as Ents secure their map.
Moses, what a crazy way to finish things off, though. I mean, one player in particular we were standing out for Ents was Dodo, putting up some phenomenal kills, phenomenal clutches, but all in all, I feel like we saw so many players across both teams have their own individual moments.
Well, I think that's why it felt chaotic, is because a lot of it felt like did come down to some individual rounds and individual efforts in those rounds, and a lot of that I think is due, you know, especially on the CT side, Spirit still like dealing with some, you know, getting effective maps deeper into their pool. CT side on Nuke, they have a tough time getting down to that lower bomb site. They prefer to kind of at times give it a little bit and be able to find ground elsewhere, push outside instead of rotating through ramp room, but they do seem to miss those timings to get down and properly defend that lower bomb site, and when that's your primary strategy, your opponents are going to read it. So I thought Ents came in with a really good game plan on their T side, and obviously things still could have gone wrong. Spirit started this out really well, 4-1, and that's when Dodo kicked in. He does end the game with, what, 25 kills, but it's not even necessarily about the number of kills throughout the match. It's 3 specific rounds, I think, all in the first half, maybe 1 in the second half, that were just absolutely wild. This one right here, the entrance, he finds some of these kills. He's absolutely massive at securing this round. He wins this 1 versus 3 is absolutely magnificent.
Mir lingering in the tons. We are seeing a bit of CT aggression from Spinks and Diha. And they actually catch a glimpse of Chopper.
Dear.
Great shots, and the round's falling apart.
Yeah, that was nice and quick. I think Chopper was the one with the utility there, right out towards the B bomb site. So he's gone.
Go on, go on.
Now just one more head to find. So this has happened very quickly. Now, this veto conversation is we have Dexter about to attempt the first.
Up short, he does take a little chunk out of Chopper. And the MP9, perfect weapon for the job, only gets 3. Only gets 3. They're coming and knocking here on the long doors. And Hades has hit some sort of no-scope headshot to start us off. He was detached from the pack. He's fine. I think he pushed mid-doors.
He pushed lower dark?
Yeah, he's actually on P-Squad.
With his scout?
I think they know it's the all-in long, and he's managed to get himself all the way around.
Cross ramp. They can use those nades for the site or the ramp. All 2 players transitioning Gandalf, and they've even caught Chopper.
Drop the smoke if they need something to play around. Spinks still has one. Nade land right at the nose. SDY running out of teammates. They're boosting nicely now, and he's looking the wrong way. This is perfect. Absolutely perfect. Smoke on Chopper will be deployed now. Dexter drops a lurk smoke as well, and they'll start to pincer in. Flying up to the flank. Timing is good for Spirit, and they're struggling to finish their shots. There we go. They've got chance, a little bit of room to move to get the bomb down. Ents will have to play retake here, and there's some weapons have fallen into enemy hands. SDY armored and equipped.
They have 2 flashes here to work with, but Snappy, the one without a flash, is the only one going from doors.
Oh, well played by Chopper. He's even tagged up Doto, warding them off the site, and it will be Team Spirit making this one theirs. They want to contain Mir again. He's up to his usual tricks, and a lot of flak caught by SDY and Mir. Spinks is even connected onto the B-Tons player. So now we're cooking with gas in terms of Ents bouncing straight back.
It's going to get awkward. Diha's going to stand a fight here. He's not going to fall back. They're going to contest this here, Ents.
Yeah, and the Alex is fine. Committed to this now, and you can see he's just dancing away from all that trace of fire. I think he
caught one bullet. Walking through.
The lineup.
Diha does get more than one, two in fact, and the flash is good. He didn't see him in the corner, works it out and finishes it off.
Some massive balls to hang around. They even tried to molly him out of position. Snappy not going to find the frag. Tucked in behind the box. Magics will survive. Very, very careful. The barrel might get spotted by Chopper. This is going to be difficult. Might get baited into this by the upper dark presence.
Going to get seen by Chopper.
Run! Oh, Diha with the save. That is huge. The trust right there.
What a rescue. Go on, Hades. You get a peek
curious.
around this. I
Very
like the
curious.
angle and already finding Magics.
Creative.
Very creative. He's got more to provide as well off the flash. And oh, he did isolate. SDY is still alive. That's the bomb as well. And steadies his aim for a conversion.
Do you think he loves these guys as much as he did the full Finnish roster? Or are these guys more like they're adopted? You know, he loves them.
Are you suggesting you wouldn't love adopted children as much as your own children? That's...
No, I don't know. They're just not your own flesh and blood, Alex. That's all I'm saying.
I understand where you're coming from. I think there's definitely a part of him that was very in love with the whole idea. Hang on a second. Diha is being tested by two different angles here. It's really not the perfect weapon for the job.
No.
You can't lose another one of these. You can't lose another one of these. You are losing one of these. Dexter's Deeg is too much. And from behind, they do strike. Chopper doesn't finish his meal. Magics does.
They got themselves an early gun round. We've seen them already have a couple, and here we go one more time. A very, very fast biff down middle for Cat and mid control.
Yeah, they're doubled up on short, though, and the flash is good. Doto for one. Hades being pushed. Still gets it. Vision must have just returned in time to adjust.
Avant-Garde smoke 2. Molly towards the ramp, Molly towards A ramp, and, well, they're giving it a go.
Dear, dunk down. I don't know how Hades will explain that one, but they're into the site now, and Spinks is the one that's making it difficult from arm's length on long. He tries to contest. They know the jump from Snappy was there. Swinging very wide. Good edge, and Diha does trade. Door smoke out. Spinks readies himself to strike. Diha for the first contact. Spinks starts to unload his mag. It's good damage.
Lots of damage.
And it's Diha with the lethality. Double so far. Another one onto Diha. 3 to his name as they do enter the site. A bit fluffy from Snappy. He didn't hit his shots and loses his head. And now a problem. Chopper's holding the tons push. SDY will be allowed to get the bomb down. It's only an MP9, but the MP9 sings, and so does Doto. Smile on his face. 2 to 5 for SDY. 1 closing the gap. He's got close very quickly. And it's a dunk.
A nade!
What a perfect calculation.
Oh, come on now, Doto.
Oh, Diha, what are you up to? They're boosting for the AWP peak. Dexter with a nade, and oh, he's cooked perfectly as well from Hades. This actually could hurt. This could be the end of friends, unless Doto can find one now. He's trying everything he can, but there they go. Just like that.
Spinks
is still here, and SDY is his first victim. Doubles to finish it.
You're bang on. So this is probably better than not. That's a Doto peak. I haven't seen one of those before. Just have to get to a major final, I think.
Yeah, you know, he sees Doto. That's enough. He's got the finish flag on it. And they've got Snappy, at least delivering one. Now, Hades will have to play more passive now. He doesn't get overrun by wide strafing deagles and a quick bop from Dexter's scout. But this wall of smokes will only get you so far. You have to get across that pesky secondary line. Hades does have the AWP, but Dexter Scout's the one to connect. He's vulnerable now, and he's given up the sight. SDY will punish in the one way. It is Doto, however, that stops the first. Now, bomb's on Mir. Mir is low, but they are hitting everything they have to. Here's the flank to finish it all. Bomb's loose, and only one remains. It's on to SDY. 2 to 5, dancing around. It's high pressure. He needs headshots, and it's not to be.
I'm just curious what Ant's going to do right now, because so far they are clustered towards CT and the bridge. Diha's now playing in the site. Remember Snappy's molly to keep this awkward. More shots are missing, and here comes the cross. It's all about to hit the fan.
Drop the one way. I don't know if it's going to be down in time, and so for survival. 1 for 1. Time-sensitive mission now, about the 30-second mark. Mir is across and elevated. Whoa! Diha throws some aggression into the mix of his own.
The flank's still coming.
It is. He's closing the door slowly. Dexter to peeking. Does get the info. Spinks will have to be careful now.
And the great spray control bests the AWP. Now they're open for the flank. They're very vulnerable. Spinks falls to Chopper, and again in the 1v1. It's going to come down to timing. Coming. Here they come. Spinks, all to do, does get completely flashed off, and the sight is theirs already. Off the flash in response. He peeks out for nothing. Crosshairs were in the right place. Snappy's on the rotate through, looking the wrong way. An easy frag for Mir to find, and it should be Spirit's round all day of the week.
I'd be happy with, to be completely honest. This has been a difficult half for them. 5 rounds on the nose.
You got the write-up for that one, actually.
Forcing this U2 out early.
Oh, and they're pushing mid, and oh, damn, Deagle's threatening. That's the bomb spotted on Chopper.
What's he to do?
He's gonna get pre-fired. He's gonna get shot in the bottom.
Oh, help me, guys, please.
Maybe not. He's caught nearly 2. Dexter's his next victim. Spinks above and beyond the Call of Duty. He's jumped on, dinks another, and that's the round.
This is definitely falling apart at the seams right now. Another buy with not everything right now for Spirit, and away they go out long. They get the opening. Mir has opened up the exchange. Snappy has to fall back, and the pressure's still coming. Well, Hades is leaving middle now as well. Diha's starting to get a move on, and again, note how much utility there is for them to try and thwart this long take. Oh, this time Hades not getting away with his life. Dexter finally lands a clean one. And a 3-on-5. Should be 4. Needs to be 4.
They're not expecting no at all. Oh, dear. Can't hit the shot, and he won't get many more opportunities like that. Dexter collects a freebie. And so Team Spirit looking for their 4th, just 2 clicks of the mouse away. End this half on a high. A rather scarce high. It's been rather absent from the Team Spirit T half. Molly and nade towards Goose, not bad. Doesn't quite force matches out. 11 for Ents, though, on this defense. It really has put within touching distance, finishing it on the guaranteed Spirit map. 11-4, all right.
The individuals have had their moments. They just haven't been getting it done as a team. And the 11-4, Ents are looking like they want another.
They were ready for that one. Just a quick click of Hades' mouse, and down goes Dexter. You can see 1xBet odds on your screen. They are disastrous for Team Spirit fans and those that expected this one to be at least going to 3. D-Hurt, something. Magic's way more. Oh my God, multiple targets. He's nearly done it all.
He's still going.
He's still going, leading bullets more than anything else. The only separating factor from his frags is not bullets in his pistol. 1v2 for Spinks as the taps come in.
Oh, he's under so much pressure.
Yeah, and it's not going to be easy to plant. He's considering it. He could get swung on. Takes the Gormir into the line of fire. It's SDY that takes the shot.
U2 forward as well, and that smoke might actually help them as part of this execution. Here we go.
Yeah, they'll flash through it and go through. SDY has vision, and he's got nothing. Okay, they have the sight already. Doto just gets a blind one through the smoke.
Oh, dearie me.
Okay, it should all fall apart here. There's weapons to be retrieved, there's rounds to be won, but Team Spirit only the pistol to boast before it's taken right back.
Some more of these force spikes, who would have thunk it?
Loud about it as well. And multiple men's, multiple angles. Good molly as well from the Brick's position.
You can make it very, very awkward here. How much more are they going to get? Up close and personal. Tech9 not going to land from Snappy this time round.
That's a really nice crouch. You might want to have a look at this. They've got a kit on Magics. They find one now. And they find bullets instead.
Hold up a second.
Oh, chopper, chopper, chopper.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Gaming Malta, Intel, US Air Force, 1xBet, DHL, Monster Energy, Coinbase, Raid Shadow Legends, and CSGO Hub powered by Coil.
baby. Time to jump into our next matchup of the group. It's going to be Ints taking on Heroic, and we are right on the cusp of figuring this whole group out overall. I say we, I mean you and I, and Yanko, of course. Welcome back, everybody, to the ESL Pro League Season of 14. My name is Trace, and I'm taking over for Jason for the rest of the day. Not to be confused with Lil Momo, who is sitting idly by in the green room.
Please stop calling him that.
Lil Momo?
We're talking about Jason Moses O'Toole, one of the greats
Moses Mohammed O'Toole
of our scene. Don't call him Little Momo.
Why not?
Don't diss my.
It's an endearment.
Don't diss my brother.
Hi, man. I know he got disrespected.
You're lucky
yesterday.
we got some distance over there.
Yeah, safe distancing, social distancing. Speaking of social, go ahead and check out the hashtag ESL Pro League if you want to get involved with all of the Twitter sphere and everything that we've got going on, because there is a ton to dive into right here, especially as this group continues to unfold right in front of our own eyes, Yanko.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is one of the more important games of the day for both of these teams. Yep. Heroic with a win, they can lock themselves a top 2 spot in this group, and ENCE can make you know, a lot of work going to securing that playoff spot. It's not over just yet for them, even with the win. There are some other scenarios, but you can see, yeah, outside of Heroic, we have 3 teams with a 2-1 score.
And you know, it's weird just seeing how, you know, kind of close this is at the end of the day, because really Bad News Bears, they're out of the running, right? They lost to Spirit earlier, which obviously pushes them beyond that echelon that lets them pass through to the playoffs. But to have just that many vacancies from here to the very top of the group, Yanko, is that normal?
Yeah, I think it's, you know, what you would expect in a round robin sort of a format when you have so many, you know, good teams in the group as well. I think more than anything, you're really surprised. I mean, really surprised. That ENCE versus Astralis game, that was an upset which started this whole thing, right? Now everything's up in the air. We'll see the Astralis Fatality game after. It's also going to be super interesting.
Super interesting is what happened last season as well. If you didn't know about ESL Pro League season of 13, you wouldn't know that Heroic came into that season with their game faces on. So for Heroic, they are the they are the defending champions. Not back-to-back quite yet. They've got a little ways in front of them. This is what it looked like in their group. They go 5-0. They beat Complexity, FPX, Renegades, OG Big. And that is just about how the group stage went for them. Overall, made it look pretty easy, looked pretty convincing. This, if I remember right, is one where Big kind of faltered in that group. Then we look forward to the playoffs. Heroic drew a winner of Group B in the Ninjas of Pajamas for the play-in. And after winning that, they went on to the semis, where they met up with Furia, who was in the middle of a swap with Junior. That was actually his last official with the Furia squad. Heroic and Cadian, moreover, win the grand final in style over Gambit 3-2.
Yeah, I think for this one, you know, they win Pro League without dropping a single game, right? And earned their way to it. This was just after they made the roster changes, right? So not too much time to practice. Going undefeated in the group was also a big feat for them. And then with that extra few weeks to practice, came in really strong for the playoffs. And I think it was definitely was a surprise for them to take down Gambit. Not a huge one, because you could tell they were playing really solid CS, but
at this moment it was different for
at this moment. Yeah, you couldn't really know, and especially a full 5-map series and this, you know, insane clutch to close it out. It was definitely a memorable performance from Heroic.
Yeah, style points for Cadian, by the way. And once again, yes, Alex, you can indeed win Pro League just like this. I'm pretty sure that was the question of the hour. Cadian pulls this one off. If you haven't seen this clutch, you are indeed missing out on exactly how Heroic secured the last EPL title. Now they're looking to defend it, and they've got a little ways to go before then. Still looking hot to trot in the group, so good stuff for Heroic. Good signs going forward. You can see the elation on their face right there as they went on to lift that trophy. On the other end of things, Yanko, there's this little team from Finland known as ENCE, and they've had a roller coaster of a ride since last season.
And I think it's safe to say these two teams were the 2 biggest surprises of last season. Heroic in a sense of going really all the way and winning Pro League, and just making it out of the groups. Like, look at this group, Trace. We had the likes of G2, Vitality, Mouse, FaZe, NIP. Like, all of these teams, you know, can beat each other. There was no clear underdog besides for ENCE, and they were the ones to make it out. They were all actually really close to going out in first place, hadn't they lost that last game to FaZe Clan, but unfortunately they fell down in the round of 12 to VP.
Yeah, they squeaked out that group 3-2. That was a pretty tight one there at the end. Of course, last season featured play-ins. They didn't quite have to worry about that because they didn't win their group. So they went on to that round of 12, like you're saying, lost to VP, another one of those candidates for team of the year almost for the year of 2020. Who knows? It was a weird time for 2020. Let's just kind of forget about all that, huh, Yanko?
They were not the team of the year of 2020, dude.
I was trying to make them.
You were trying to hype them up, and
you
took it too far. But yeah, there were some great performances from ENCE. No one really expected them to. If there was one team you wouldn't say are going to make it out of that group, it would have been ENCE before the group started. But they surprised us all, and unfortunately, after that, they couldn't make anything happen. They were playing a lot of the close qualifiers, getting shut down there, and then the change with Hades coming in instead of Alu was really what got them back on track, and they started putting up some Ws.
Yeah, no Alu this season. He was there last season. For us, we need to hear from the guy calling the shots over there at ENCE. He goes by the name of Snappy. What's he got to say?
What's been the prep coming into this? Did you guys take much of a break, or were you constantly on it given all the changes?
No, we had a 3.5-week break. We took a long break because we want to have longevity, and if we didn't take a long break, we would just burn out quick. So we started last Monday playing. So I think we started fairly late, but we've been working hard since we started, and I think we are in a pretty good space, and hopefully we will play ourselves up in the tournament as we have so far. I think as soon as we laid off the nerves, it was a lot better.
Yeah, I think that's a big part of it. You're right, nerves. And obviously we're still online getting into LAN. That'll happen again. I know some of you guys are quite experienced yourself in that group, but some of you guys are still going to have to get used to that. Today's an extremely important day. You guys have a very tough matchup because you're playing against a team that's already 3-0. Heroic's already through, but everyone else is 2-1. How do you approach that game? Obviously, there's some Danes on that team that you'll know well.
I mean, it's going to be a tough game. I think Heroic has proven themselves alongside Gambit to be the kings of the online era. So I think no matter what, we're going to face a team that is very ready and firing on all cylinders. And I think from the start, we kind of knew that, especially now with it being online, Heroic was going to be the toughest opponent. Not to say that they won't play good at LAN, but I think they are in the same spot as us, where the players are not that experienced yet. So I think that the potential on LAN is something that's going to come later down the line. Obviously, I think if a team plays that good online, it will at one point transition, but I think they need just a couple of more events to kind of, so it feels like online in a way, right? If you saw the old Astralis lineup back in the day, they were very, they needed some time in order to become the best team in the world.
Interesting way to look at it. I wouldn't have thought of that, but that's actually pretty cool. So, thanks for your thoughts on that. Again, I won't keep you too long. Good luck today. Big match, and it's been really fun to see ENCE sort of rebuild and look really great so far.
Yeah, let's hope it continues.
Oh, yeah, it definitely continues. Right on into the map, Vito's. Yanko, I'm looking at this. Heroic not going to be selecting a Vertigo Dust 2. ENCE, on the other hand, 7 maps in the pool?
Yeah, they have a 7-map map pool, and I was going to say they're probably going to get rid of Vertigo, but they decided to get rid of Inferno, actually. That's not a punish pick from Heroic. They go for Overpass, a different sort of punish pick, so I like that from Heroic. They just don't go to Nuke yet again or something along those lines. We saw how good it worked for Vitality in the opening game against ENCE, winning that Overpass fairly comfortably, and for ENCE, Mirage, it does make sense. It's one of the worst maps for Heroic in the last 3 months, only winning 2 out of the 7 games. So we'll have to see how that one pans out for them.
Realistically, could we have seen Ancient right there?
We could have, but for me, I thought they were going to veto Vertigo and then veto Ancient in the second phase, right? Because I thought if Vertigo was in the pool, Heroic was going to go straight for that. They had a really good performance yesterday against Vitality on the map, right? But it seems like, you know, they thought they're better off going for Overpass.
Yeah.
And they still get Nuke as the third maps, which Heroic is going to love.
A little bit of a balancing act there at the end. For us, the act is over. We're ready to jump into this game.
The disappearing act is next.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're going to do. Disappear off this big green platform that we're on and hand it right over to Harry and Hugo.
Where's the green?
I don't know, man. Do you see it? I don't see it.
I don't see it.
It's somewhere around here. Take it away, Harry and Hugo.
Ah, yes. We're all out here looking for green, but right now, Heroic are ready to take on ENCE. Oh, this is going to be a cool matchup. I'm really looking forward to this one. ENCE, they've kind of gone above and beyond my expectations here, right? They've been a very exciting team to watch. We had a blinder of a series just yesterday out of Heroic when they took on Vitality. And so this is going to answer a lot of questions for me, right? Where are ENCE at? Heroic have kind of established themselves as the big boys in this group.
Yep.
The
and
final
so
boss.
Yeah, it's going to be cool to see how Ents do against them. Also, Hugo, hello. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, Harry. How about yourself? Having a lovely day. Time for some Counter-Strike, time for a bit of Mirage. It's a nice change and a fast pace. Ents run out ramp with the smokes down.
Yeah, they're already in. This is a retake setup, and that's a nifty little boost there. Stown throwing up on the head of Cadian. I don't mean he vomited on him. I mean, like, he got put up on the boost. Spinks is going to trade that out at least. And over this 4-on-4, Snappy takes it one step further, refreshes. Ramp flank has hit a good timing here, and they've got a guy trapped. Diho is caught out in the open in the site there. For Hades and Snappy, this now becomes a matter of playing around this bomb, playing around the plant. And with Hades dead, Snappy got to do it all. And he's going to double up with the Tech 9.
Lovely.
3 in the round in total.
Yeah, clean taps, man. That's what you love to see, right? We talked about this the other day. The Tech 9 has certainly moved away from this run and gun spam body shot machine. You've got to be very accurate. You've got to be ADing. You've got to be strafing. And so seeing in a pistol is a delight. Good round out of Ents, especially considering, right, that once that bomb goes down, the 5-on-4 is taken, the ramp flank is activated. Everything's going so well. It forces a bad plant out of Ents. They've got a plant for CT with Snappy in jungle, right? That was reverse triple. So that got very scary for a second, but Snappy moves in and he answers the call. Change of plan in the mid-round, but it doesn't hold Ents back, and Heroic, nor them, they decide to buy up into the second. Nothing surprising about that. Some of Heroic's force buys have proven to be very problematic for their opponents. Vitality yesterday, no exception. However, lots of rifles for Ents. They are armed well for the job. Smokes into the window, Molly into Khan. It's just a normal mid default here, and there's nothing Heroic can do but wonder just how many men are still here. Ents playing with the idea, moving away finally. Doto rechecks ramp to see no one has aggressed. And even though there's pressure on B right now, I wouldn't be surprised to see this bomb go under later. We've still got 2 players up on A. It's not like they've got the util to face. Spinks is in the palace. You can't really throw many grenades from here, and Doto has nothing. So you guys walk out A, and we'll go plant B. What could go wrong?
Oh, well, that's not the start you wanted. And now the B players are like, all right, well, the A fake is in shambles. Let's go. Let's try getting Cadian Scout. Oh, they're up close. And he's not ready for that.
So many ways that round can go wrong, man.
Yeah.
That's such a risky call out of Snappy. I mean, it works. Oh, it's not done yet, though. Stown with a quick Deeg shot. No kick currently. Got to move in. Snappy's hiding out. The longer he lives, the harder this is for Heroic. And Flash fight him. Snappy wins another fight. It's all onto Stown now. If he doesn't get a quick kill, save might have to happen. And Snappy just won't allow it. Another 3K from the in-game leader of Ents. And he locks in that anti-force buy. Okay. All right, Ents. Bringing some fight, bringing some flair to the table. Remember when they took on Vitality on this map, they managed to take them the distance. It was a 30-round game. They did eventually fall. It was a shame, but right now, bring in that level up against Heroic, and they certainly needed to.
Yeah, just a full eco round now here. Right, these are never that exciting. That's so to be exciting, but that's a double kill at ramp. Uh-oh.
Don't you dare.
Why would I say it? Why would I tempt fate with a statement like that? I should have known what I was doing. Oh, my word. Look, they've got 2 AKs now. Snappy is going to get him in the smoke. I don't know how. They walk into one another. But still, Tessez and Refresh are in with a chance. There's spam coming through. Tessez on the receiving end of it. They're still just fighting for this bomb control, and Refresh is actually swinging. Gives Hades that kill. And now with Tessa as the last guy left, that AK dropped out of his range at ramp. He's on the Galil. He's looking for one. There it is.
Oh, they even smoke him off. This is such a nice slowdown for ENCE in the 3-on-3. Even though they lose the bomb, they don't panic and try and run it. They know they've got the time in their favor, and now with only one man alive, Snappy's flank is ready to go. Tessa's knows the smoke almost gave it away, but who will he find first? If anyone, Snappy ready to backstab, and that's another 3K, 3 rounds in a row, and Snappy has been at the forefront of every single one. Tech9 3K, and now 2 MAC-10 triple kills back to back. Heroic are under attack, and ENCE, I'm loving what we're getting out of them right now. Heroic's first buy round though, right? You know, considering they come into that round with pistols and they make that so damn close, you got to watch out. You got to worry if you're ENCE. What are Heroic about to show us here in round number 4?
Yeah, we got the AWPs out right away. I'm very excited for this AWP duel between Cadian and Hades. Hades has been a very, very nice little surprise here, right? His AWPing has looked incredible. He's got a grizzled veteran to go up against. Cadian over here on the stairs, trying to take a peek down towards ramp. We could get a clash of the Danish IGLs to open this one up. Snappy will get smoked off, so we're gonna have to hold our breath for the time being. Wait for that little fight. Don't actually hold your breath. Here you go. I don't want you passing out.
Yeah. Would have been a long one. He wants to go through. He's got a lamp flash. Deha not lining it up. It's just contact as a smoke fade. Shush caught with a Molotov out. And Cadian jumped on by Snappy, who is commanding the server right now. Demanding respect. 11-0. Can we have another 3K? Can we just have it? Keep up the consistency. Snappy's on the way. He's on the hunt. They're already trying to save. Heroic have called this off, and ENCE is so aware. Doto up in apartments. Tessa's going to walk right into him, and Doto, if he tucks here, they're going to deliver kills to his doorstep.
Yeah, he collects the freebies.
Save it for Snappy.
And so Tessa's is going to try and get away with the AK, but look, Snappy.
He wants it.
I mean, he's 11-0, right? Like,
Yeah.
screw it, you know. Give this a look in. If you take this gun away as well, there's really nothing for Heroic in this follow-up round. Mate, Snappy's cracked. Who knew?
Astralis.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit too soon. Oh, he's going for it. Oh, he's gone. Finally dead. It was about time. It had to happen eventually. And at least it happened in a 1 round. 4-0 up for ENCE. Mirage is looking luscious. Heroic. 1 safe gun. And, you know, again, these are rounds you can never count out from Heroic. Or any team for that matter, but going to be surrounded by much. Just armor. Deagle. Cadian caught by surprise. That was a jump up the stairs for Snappy. He was expecting a swing. He didn't get it. So, a bit of this and that in this round for Heroic. The AWP once again out for Hades. Stound's going to get mollied in con. Can always smoke it off and try and fight through it. He does with Tessa's coming up from Catwalk. The spray is messy. Does some damage to Snappy. And Doto down under knocks out Stound from the round. ENCE recover well. Heroic may have sprung the trap into middle. And Snappy, he can do it all, man. He's taking the AWP from Hades. Heroic resetting, grouping back towards that A site. A great round to make a gamble call like this, but the question is, will it be the right call? D is up in apartments, ENCE have taken ladder. They're looking to split onto this B bomb site, and so the stack will be avoided. Perfect read from the in-game leader, and there's nothing Heroic can do. Save that gun yet again, perhaps.
Yeah, it's feeling a little cursed at this point in time, that rifle, but it's going to get out of the round. ENCE up onto 5, and no real resistance yet from Heroic. Obviously, you know, we've only really seen the 1 rifle round out of them. So they can still, you know, turn this around. But hell, dude, there's no ignoring this lights out start from ENCE. I do get the vibe, right? I think they even said it that, like, day 1 was just a bit of a slow start from this squad. And since then, we've seen them go from strength to strength. That's why this test versus Heroic is so exciting. I think we have a much more informed ENCE now.
Yeah.
So it's cool to see, you know, where they stack up versus the top dog of this group.
Absolutely. We've certainly seen, like, you know, the difference in play from a lot of these rosters after the player break and how improved they are. And I think one thing that has held true in that is even maps and you know, improvements on maps. I wouldn't say we've had many teams in Group A massively change up their veto structure or bring in new maps, but what ENCE have done is they seemingly perfected Ancient, for example. It's not in this series, sadly, but we saw them take down Astralis on it, who even looked pretty dangerous on it in their first day. So that's really nice to see. And Mirage now 5-0 up for ENCE. Double AWP coming through. This is always scary in the hands of Heroic. Right now, they've just been getting dodged. A smokes is a perfect call here. It's going to cut out the AWP. Shush is the only one near that A site. We've got Stown AWPing B-Apps. Cadian here again towards the jungle. Can he find an angle? Is there a gap in the smoke? Is there a way in for Cadian?
Now he's locked out for the time being. Shush dead right away as well, and Tessa's all the way back here, and CT's even getting spammed out. In the meantime, he's going to go through, and Cadian gets one on this CT angle. I don't think they're going to be ready for Tessa's now, right? You've seen the AWP in CT. You knew there were two players there, and you're thinking that Cadian is that second man. So Tessa's is a nasty surprise. Look at him. Swinging in, taking fights, refresh with a double as well. And so finally, you know, we have a Heroic rifle round going their way. They come out with the AWP. Cadian repositions the CT. His kill is very, very important. It lets Tessa's get away with murder in the site.
Yeah, it would have been very easy to give that up, right, considering they weren't, you know, I was going to say they weren't set up for it, but, you know, they were fine to play a retake A setup there with only one man playing CT and everyone else leaning mid and B. We've seen these mid takes out of ENCE in a lot of rounds so far, but, no, I like how much Heroic throw themselves into that site. Both Shush and Tessa's getting involved and not letting ENCE get comfortable, not giving them the respect that maybe ENCE would expect at this point in the game. Heroic telling them, no, we're still favorites. We're still top of the group, and we're not going to concede our first loss here and now, getting instead their first round on the board. Another mid take for ENCE, back to basics. Lurkers looking for openers, Spinks up in the palace. Has been spotted, been tagged as well. Maybe time to duck and weave your way out. Double ramp push instead for Heroic. They've taken a lot of information. The bomb's coming back through spawn. Shouldn't be a worry. Shush ain't going to go too far. But he may have that early warning system alongside refresh that ENCE are going for the A split. Oh, Snappy finding an opening kill, and now it's all going to start to flow through.
Oh, well, he is traded, and are they ready for Shush? So deep in at ramp.
Oh, dear.
Refresh continuing on this tear over in triple. Hades will land a shot to Shush, but he's also getting wrapped through T-spawn. This is very, very weird. Refresh is going to get spotted. Tess says, that's the bomb, but he fires off. He's not able to drop it. There were two options for him there. He could have tried to play trigger discipline. He could have tried to drop the bomb, and he wanted to do the latter. He wanted to uproot the round. Now he's given up the aim of the game on this flank, and he doesn't get the reward of slowing the round down. He's peeking out from ramp. I know they've got him pinned. Cadian over here in jungle is starting to move forward, but he's brought down by Hades, the one that got away. Tess says will catch him the second time around, but the bomb planted for Diha back in CT. There's a smoke on it now for Tess says. He's going to try and tap it, hoping this baits the peak, and it will. Tess says locks in the clutch, puts a second round on the board for Heroic, and he rights his wrongs. He missed that little ramp timing, but he still comes in big in the clutch.
Yeah, man, so calm there, right? Never rushing in that retake, just throwing out his pistol. He was hoping the AWP was on him, right? He was trying to bait the shot from Hades. He knows that's going to do very little to a rifle, but Hades was on Cadian the entire time. And yeah, that was all very weird, right? After Hades takes down that first man at ramp, the reason he's delayed is because they know Refresh just killed Spinks in Palace. He doesn't want to push again with the bomb. And funnily enough, that's almost the undoing of the round with the backstab getting missed from Tesses. Had a chance, but I don't think even he expected Hades to still be waiting there. Nice try for ENCE, but Heroic now starting to feel the burn. Down, headshot through the floor. Despicable. Doto's down, and now it's a B split where Cadian's finally poised and ready. Can't smoke him off here. Flashes will have to do when Hades found an opener. Cadian now feeling the brunt of the pressure. They're coming in from Catwalk. They're dropping in from the apartment. Smokes are down. There's no cover. Cadian's hitting those scopes. Refresh is jumping up, and they still know they've got him locked at the car. Can anyone find him? Yes, Snappy saving the day. It's no surprise given how this game's going. And a 3-on-2 that Heroic are wondering if it's worthwhile for.
Hey, has Snappy got like a personal vendetta against Cadian or something? That's what it's feeling like. Look at him go! 3 in the round. Snappy has locked this one in. And he's even holding the AWP pullback from the grimiest of angles. Oh, the AWP should live to tell the tale. Down. Gonna lock in that frag. Is he going for this? Here he comes. Over it short. Hades gonna lock that round in. Never a chance for Stow, never a chance for Heroic. Snappy's having game of life right now. He really is, bro. Like, this is one of those ones where you're typing in all chat and you just say life game, and it's like, oh, it's scary.
There was some Danish chitter-chatter earlier between Snappy and Cadian.
Okay.
I can't translate it. I can't read it. But maybe some experts can.
We need either Risk or Pimp or someone like that to come in. Give us the translation.
No, I'm joking. I love it. Some fun games at the end of the day. And yeah, I'm loving this. Snappy's feeling like he's got a lot to prove, right? You know? Last couple of years, maybe not been where he wants to be. He's been at the top of Danish CS. And now he's back in an international roster off the back of a very brief and maybe even disappointing, but how much could you expect in Astralis with that weird roster last year? And now he's got a lot to prove, and he's at least doing it, leading by example in the entries as well. Fast out grab through the smokes, through the mollies. No fear in the world. Dota with a kill. Spinks gets caught, but there's a trade immediately, and there's almost no way this round can go wrong now. A flat eco, and he's getting run over by Ents.
Now look at Snappy go. Like, he just wants kills. He just wants more, and he's going to get it. Tessa's on the receiving end. Grab them, Eek. Snappy, keep improving this scoreline. 7 on the board for Ents as they overrun the Pistols. No contest. It was never meant to be a tricky round, and so it isn't. Snappy is like seeing in slow motion today. And he's left fielding like an astronaut in the ocean.
Nice.
Here we go.
Well, Cadian, is there anything to grab? Will he even get away with his life? The bomb? No. Should be no chance. So, yeah, what else are you going to do?
Yeah, try to grab
USP.
guns on the save.
You have a USP.
Yeah.
Hey, what's the alternative? Go and die or try and get the gun?
You know, if you were Mega Brain 10 trillion IQ,
yeah,
what you could have done, Cadian could have grabbed the AK, right? His teammate, I think it was Tessa, still alive, could have gone towards CT. So then when Cadian dies to the bomb, the gun would have gone whoosh, forward, right? That's the power of forces and whatnot.
Yeah. Okay, scientist here.
Yeah, and it would have been blown into him. Now that maybe is like 10 trillion IQ.
Yeah, let Cadian know. I'm sure he'll appreciate your advice.
Yeah, man. Well, Cadian, look. No, dude.
No, I get you.
We have to one-up Cadian because he's been trolling us, right? The whole Shush IGL thing, we thought it was bait. It was bait.
Yeah.
They do a little trolling.
They do a little trolling.
They do a little trolling on the side of Heroic.
I can't believe it. I mean, yeah.
I can't completely believe it. It's very on brand.
Yeah, we called it and day one, and then it seemed like it was just... I don't know.
They put the tweet, they're so dry,
yeah,
man.
So
like,
dry.
They're like, oh.
And then we have the interview, it's just like, yeah, man, oh, that was all me, baby. I know, yeah, I called everything there. But that's fine. You know, they do a little trolling, and ultimately, it might come back to bite them, you know? The Danish destruction right now, provided by Snappy, 16-4. Not willing to give them a break. Now, this is a good setup, right? Heroic have skin in the game in this round. Shush on the bomb site. Cadian's AWPing CT. Stown's here as well with a Molotov ready. Scared of a con split. We have had that come through. Ents have been good at taking these mid positions, but this time it's all out A. Good shot, Cadian over the top. Takes down Doto, and they're all stuck behind the smoke and the Molotov. Only one man out of the ramp right now. Diha catches Shush on the swing, and Stown looks through the smoke to find nothing. Oh my goodness.
Oh,
it was looking bad, but now it's gone well for Ents. Refresh throwing himself into the fire, and it's not gone well for anyone here of Heroic. It started so strong. And now look where we are, 10 seconds. Bomb can and should get planted eventually once that smoke comes down. And that's the round, Harry.
Snappy will throw your flashes, he'll throw your smokes, he'll plant the bomb, he'll kill 3. He'll do whatever he needs to win the round. Rough for Heroic, man. This is a little bit scary. They're trying to make these plays that they so often get away with, right? There is a lot of just, you know, like raw individuals on this Heroic team. And so, you know, they keep trying to make these plays happen, right? Like Stown in that round there, he's pushing through a smoke with a flashbang, dies immediately. Refresh tries to do the same thing. Flash through the smoke over in jungle. What happens? Dies immediately. You know, they're trying to do all this kind of aggressive, in-your-face stuff that they can oftentimes get away with, even if you think back to Vitality just yesterday. But right now, ENCE are countering every step of the way.
Yeah, I don't know how. I think the big kill is, I think it was Diha on Tetris who takes down Shush right there. The 5-on-4 that goes equalized. Like, Diha should not be winning that fight. He was just jumping up Tetris. Shush peeks out, knowing exactly where he is. He's trapped behind a Molotov. He can't retreat. And Diha wins it. And then it all just spirals out of control. Heroic just keep trying to throw themselves back in. Warp, Cadian tries to get involved, but smoke, Molotov, everything in the way. He jumps up through it. Waiting for a flash, perhaps. There it goes. And Cadian can't see anyone. Another mid-default waiting for this under-cruel Diha's on duty. Coming in from below. Hades holding for B aggression to see if Heroic want to try and take some space. Not in this round. They're moving a second man over to B. Shuffling this setup. Shush has cleared ramp. He just peeked in very deep into spawn, so only worried about Palace and Connector for the time being. Cadian's allowed to float and support mid with flashbangs. Refresh. Still not really seen anything, though. That's a lineup. Hades, quite sweaty from the B apartment, smokes off top Connector. That lets his team get up catwalk if they want. Smoking window. Refresh in a very powerful position right now. Worst gun in the round, but he's got to get some value out of it. ENCE coming his way.
Okay, all right, there's the first from this this ladder position. He's going to get Molotov. Things are going to start to heat up for Refresh here. And now they just smoke him. They go, look, we're just not even going to fight this guy. We're not even going to give him the engagements he's looking for. Tessez is the guy I'm looking at right now. He could get away with a lot of damage here. They're kind of discounting, and what with Stown having just peeked from the truck, Diha is blindsided, and Snappy's followed up onto. Finally, you know, you have one of these like triple B leans. We've actually had these a lot of the time at a Heroic when ENCE have attempted the B play. Right, so often we've had this triple hold there, Refresh Down, and normally Cadian alongside them in these instances. Here, they're able to stand the test of time, and that is a great thing to see, right? These triple B stacks have gotten dismantled time and time again, and so I bet it's a bit of a sigh of relief for the Heroic boys that they are actually able to repel one of these B plays that have felt so devastating.
Yeah, and this is a way back into the half, right? Like, you can break the money, you know, in just a couple of rounds in a row here if you're Heroic, as long as you keep things clean, especially. They saved the double orb right at the very last second. You saw Stown getting hyped there after that round. It's only 3-8, but Heroic know the implications of winning that one. They can seriously get back into this half. Will ENCE let them, though? ENCE have not been in a giving mood today. Snappy's been taking away everyone out of this server. So, what's the game plan for ENCE? What do they go back to? More middle, perhaps. Lots of smokes already landing in the window and the catwalk. And the pace is there. Hades looking for the con pick. Cadian, oh, he hits the shot. Somehow only does 26 damage to the AWP, leg through the corner. Doto does take the space though, and he does walk into the Molotov. Maybe that's been heard. Can Cadian call that over? Checking his Shush, but Hades doesn't care. He's got the drop. Damage done. No HE grenade. That would be massive. That would finish the job. Shush has to change position. He doesn't know what they've got in their arsenal. Spinks through a smoke, catches that reposition, flashes over A, but it's all a bit of a fake. They're going into this B site.
Yeah, and Heroic, they are panicking after losing this ramp player in Shush. They're leaning more towards A. Cadian still holding for anyone to get up into window as well. So Stown is the lone defender at B. Dropped the bomb and doubled up. Cadian now getting into position. The Orps are taking this round into their own hands. Oh, finally Stown will get traded out, but now you've got to deal with this second AWP. Back in the site, hell of a flick for Cadian. And it's left to Spinks. He opened up the round with a kill over towards A ramp. Now he's got to win it in the 1v3. He's dealt with that AWP. He's dealt with the pesky Cadian.
Yeah, didn't spot that market player. Millisecond difference on that bit of information. Spinks would love to know either of these players' positions. You can only guess, you can only assume. And market is the safest assumption of all. Flash in. Spinks is going to cross out. He's so ready for this spot. Just doesn't know where that second man is. Oh, now he's got it. Where's Refresh? Climbing out the window. Moving from the market, Spinks, he's got the drop, he's got the spot, and now he just stalls, plays that bomb. Refresh nade does almost nothing. He's got to win the gunfight. First headshot takes the win, takes the round, and Spinks can't get it. Refresh in with a spray, takes the fourth for Heroic. We said there was a way back in, and even though it's not clean, it's not pretty, it is a means to an end.
It's not easy street yet, though, Hugo, right? You're not looking at this going, yeah, right, we've broken that money. Let's really start to, you know, exert a lot of pressure here. We can start to chain some freebies together. No, it's going to be a bit of a grind to get back into this one.
Yeah, it is going to be the weakest buy we've seen yet from ENCE at least, so they're not going to have that AWP on Hades, and maybe the Utah will suffer as well, but even so, let's see what ENCE can do with this double AK, Deagle, Mac 10s, another A execute round. These have gone so well for ENCE, but how much of that has been coming off the back of the rifles? We need these two guns to get entries, because Snappy's just sidelined from Stown under the balcony. Molly gives him no space to work with. Shush flashed off the top as well. Refresh again wanting to come through another smoke. Will he commit? You've got the 4-on-4. You might just cut your losses and play for a retake. Cadian's got the AWP. Once his smoke's made, he can start to pick up crossing players. Oh, it's a messy one. Hades, Deagle out now. No ammo on the rifle. Can't follow up. Can't find a second. And Cadian's still waiting for his smoke to fade.
Yeah, they're setting up to let Spinks and Diha play around this bomb with the rifles. The one guy being a little more aggressive, a little more overzealous is Doto. He's only got the Deagle Mac 10. And Cadian's on the receiving end of that. Now the AWP picked up, and that's where the rifles come in. As mentioned, right, it was engineered so that you could try to play that around this crossfire of Diha and Spinks. It didn't even matter so much that Doto gets that kill, right? It was always meant to come down to those two AKs, but him getting away with it, alleviating all that pressure in Con, only further served to tip the scales in favor of ENCE.
Yeah, that re-smoke on Connector as well, right? Heroic will be playing for Cadian. He was probably calling, all right, yeah, the first smoke's down but on triple, but I'm going to have a, you know, sightline soon. Just wait for me. They wait for him, and then another second smoke comes down, and Cadian knows he has to move in. He has to play like shotgun or coming through Connector. And so that just changes the entire round for his roster, who can no longer wait for him. Another top con smoke. And another A execute. Luckily, not a lot to play with for Heroic. It should be a freebie. Flash is going over, and off that alone, you can tell that they're either heavy in con or heavy in short. With Stown throwing that flash, you know you've got to watch out for middle, and really you don't have to worry if you're ENCE. The bomb site belongs to you. You're up against almost nothing. And so, as far as a round goes, should be all said and done.
Snappy's looking for eco kills, mate. Look, the bomb's down over at A, but Snappy's like, ooh. They won't see this one coming. He's going to pounce down from lower, and he just gets out there after getting the first kill. He doesn't even hang around. He doesn't want to give the AK over. ENCE are up onto 10. There's a real divine kind of beauty about this, because, you know, for the longest time, Heroic was a snappy squad, right? It was a snappy team. Professor coming in with the tweet from HLTV. He's linked the article back when Snappy and S-Tag got benched from this squad back in 2020, when Cadian moved in. Yeah. Him's even weighed in, and he said there's no greater motivation than that, right?
Beating your old team? Yeah. Who doesn't want to do that?
The guy who replaced you. Snappy, he's certainly looking motivated, bro. Like, it would explain how.
He just one-tap Cadian as well to close around.
Yeah.
Ah, no big deal. Just chilling. 20-7. 10-4. First map of the series. It's a great day to be an ENCE fan right now. Never been so easy. Are there solutions? Hades with a spawn now. Orb on him though. Cadian's going to hit it. We needed that, but we've had 5-on-4s that Heroic have not managed to convert. This could be one of them. Doto straight out Palace. Shush helped out by Refresh, provided a bit of cover, and both of them show up, leaving just Snappy, if there were any man for the job though.
Yeah, but a 1v4? Surely not. Surely this isn't where Snappy makes another grand stand for ENCE. Well, he's trying to force players out of Con. He sees one. He doesn't know about the second man, but right now can't win that fight onto Tessez back in CT. And so Heroic, they salvage 5. ENCE still have a commanding lead though, and Snappy is the guy spearheading the whole damn thing. You don't want to miss the second half of this series. Stick around, because we'll be back in a moment. Snappy, the Crocodile fans right now are up in arms because this guy's having a hell of a game, right? He's looking so damn good versus the Heroic boys topping the charts. 10-5 at the end of that first half in favor of ENCE. Heroic, they're able to stumble back to their feet somewhat, Hugo, but is it going to be enough? Is 5 rounds enough of a jumping off point moving in to their T side?
Well, a pistol, certainly one way to alleviate the pressure, Harry. Certainly one way to get your head back in it. But our ENCE going to be giving you options. Hades certainly isn't trying to charge into middle, and Doto, well, it'll take first blood. Everyone falls past that point. The Danes are back in, and they've got an answer to the question posed. Spinks with one, jump up on the bench, refresh. Oh, he can't catch him, yes he can. Moves back into the angle. Now it's up to Snappy again. 1-on-3. I'm not counting him out. That would be foolish. There's the first, and he's got 1v1s given away as well. Shush out A, Kaden with a bomb up top middle, and Snappy dodges death for a moment.
Snappy, you're making me nervous. You're making me nervous, Snappy. And you're making me more nervous now. Shush has been spotted. Snappy hunting this man down. Cadian is going all the way back through T-spawn with the bomb, so it's important that Shush stays alive here, or else that bomb is moving in to a lost bomb site. Snappy is looking for this 1v1, and now it's the clash of the IGLs. Cadian versus Snappy. Snappy has read into this that it is an A fake. Cadian, being one step ahead, is now planting that bomb in A, and Snappy is just too far away to hear it. He's not going to get the realization till he's on that B bomb site. Snappy, come on. You can hear it now. You can hear it. You know that it's not B, and so he's going to start to reroute back. Cadian v Snappy. What a fitting way for this pistol round, this clutch attempt out of the IGL at the helm events. The draw to an end. He's going to try and stick it. Cadian's got the knife out. Cadian's in with the knife. Oh no, it's only the tag! Oh, and Snappy gets the kill as well! Humiliation as Ents grabbed the pistol round. 1v3 for Snappy. And oh Lord, this game, this guy, it's so good, Hugo, it's so good. Put it straight into my veins.
Oh my goodness, if Heroic weren't mentally melted already after that 10-5, that pistol will do it. And Cadian, if he just stepped another foot forward, right? Pulled one more blade out, one more slash, he would have had the round, Harry. It was so close. Snappy was down to 40. And then he just wrecks it like that.
It's like poetry, Hugo. Yeah. You couldn't write this.
Oh, no respect. And even with the rifles, now we got 3 AKs in this round. Stan's dead immediately. Tries to get a ram. Tess says, that's the bomb, but be careful. They're in B. But of course, Snappy kills Refresh over the rifle with an MP9 at range. The bomb does get out of dodge for now. It's going back through the spawn, meeting up with Cadian. A little regroup here for Heroic, but check the health. It's not getting any easier here for the Danes. Snappy's low as well, but he's got his merry men behind him to put down the pain. And there's still 2 at B with a 3rd in CT ready to lean back. Snappy. Oh, get him out. 4 kills. No breaks on this train.
Snappy is a god. We didn't realize it, but we're all just NPCs in Snappy's world. Oh, look at him. And he's literally,
so
he's got like the serial killer mantra about him, mate. He's just sat there, emotionless, unfeeling.
Oh,
remember
when...
Oh my God.
That was a wallbang, well, not a wallbang, but a collateral on Cadian. Died through his teammate. Of course he did. Can't catch a break. Can't win a clutch. Can't close around Heroic. This is a shambles, and it's all from Snappy. He's shaking up the cookie jar.
Bro, he's almost at 30 kills. The next nearest in the whole server is 12. Like, spite, revenge, it's all a wonderful reason to play, and here it is. And they're running away with this round. These little hero rifle rounds are normally a signature of the Heroic success, and this one goes against them.
As did the triple AK. That was a really nice buy right off the back of the bomb plant second round. Like, we didn't touch on that. You get 3 AKs, 2 Deagles, man. You're very happy. You're laughing. And they just got trashed, Harry. They got destroyed. I can't say it's not entertaining. That would just be untrue. 13-5. And Heroic, is there any hope? Is there any way back in? They're going to buy again, 3rd round in a row, putting in money. Same some of the previous, at least, so they've got plenty of rifles. Trying to make a move, the flash will deny. Down dead in middle. And Ents just disappeared, turned off like a light.
These MP9s are brutal. Like, you know they're good, but how are they doing this? All right, that one was Spinks. I thought it was the here again. I was like,
no.
I was about to freak out. Oh. Heroic, what can they even do? What can they even do right now, Hugo?
Roll over and take it. Might be their best bet. And these guys have looked like just the firepower.
If the MP9 wins this, right, that's
a rifle.
it.
Yeah,
Get
I mean, he can't see through the smoke. It's a little bit of a one-way, right? It's favoring Diha. You hate dying like that if you refresh. You feel like, oh, I should be able to see him here. You can't.
Surely the MP9, yeah, finally, it's brought to an end. But
done.
Round still belongs to Ents, mate. 4 alive.
Okay. I can't wait to see how Heroic recover from this one. They were the ones dishing out dominance yesterday, right? They destroyed Vitality on that first map. Vitality managed to pull it back, take Nuke in the series, and still fall on the third. But do Heroic have the same staying power? Can they reset? As much as Vitality were able to, because this is even more one-sided. 13-5, 14-5 rather, and another bit of investment. Tassis has spent, everyone else has saved. And they're going B, boys.
And who's here? Who's here? Snappy. And this MP9. And he's joined by Spinks on the AK. They are churning through Heroic. And even though they trade Snappy, even though they deal with him at 30 kills deep, the round was always going to be Ents's. Snappy is fired up. And the rest of Ents are all spurred on by this performance out of their IGL.
10 MVPs. He's got 30 kills and he's got 10 MVPs over a 3.0 KD against his former roster. And yeah, you can't help but laugh here. Wow, I'm surprised. It shouldn't have been this easy, but it is. Ents are probably thinking. They're not complaining, though. Back into the final round here, unless Cadian has something to say. He gets a tag. Diha legged on the cross. The jump saves his life. But we even saw with these MP9s how keen Ents were to fight in middle. They'll check it out. They'll see nothing. Not yet. Push down B and Snappy. Wall bangs out down like it's nothing.
Just get gone. Just get gone, Hero. Like, just admit. You know, get ready for the next one, all right? Like, there's always another map. Because Ents have steamrolled them here. Everyone looking good. And across the board, just outperforming that of Heroic. We don't have this star power. We don't have this guy.
Yeah, that's so rare.
No, yeah. When you look at Heroic, the one thing that you're not ever questioning is like, oh, who can step up in this series? Like, there's so many names who can fit that bill. And right now, none of them are able to outdo the likes of Ents. They're a man down in this round. It could be their last round on Mirage. Tess says we'll try to reclaim what ground he can. Hades over here at ramp. That's a lovely little flick to refresh. Spinks gonna drop the bomb. That's Cadian losing it down in connector, and that could be the downfall of this round. Tess says he's doing everything he can. We needed a hero. Tess says is trying to be that guy. But Snappy, he might get the round-ending play, the game-winning play here. He's wrapped Shush, knocking him to his knees, leaving it on Tesses, who now needs the 1v3 ace clutch. He makes noise, they know where he is now, the jig is up, and Diha is going to send him packing. Ents with a statement victory. Snappy's making statements. Oh, it's beautiful. This series, Hugo, just got so much more exciting. Now we look to Cadian, now we look to Heroic. They need answers, and they need them stat.
I think for me individually, the biggest hurdle was that I was vaccinated 6 days ago, and it has affected me quite badly. Actually, I've been sick, and I still feel headaches and a bit of brain fog since the vaccination. So that for me personally has been the biggest obstacle. As a team, I actually think we've done things the way we could. We started Monday, and we've been practicing hard ever since. So I think we've done the best we could, and now we just have to hope that's enough.
Well, Snappy living up to his name, and just that, making it a quick affair here on Mirage. Heroic faltering 16-5. It's going to be instant pick up the first map of the series. Snappy most certainly leading the way at 32-9. My goodness, there's a little bit to talk about right here. Mirage not looking so pretty for Heroic. Testis and company tried their best, and we're going to do the same. When I say we, I'm talking about Yanko, I'm talking about myself being Trace, and I'm talking about you watching us at the ESL Pro League Season 14. Yanko, what the heck just happened?
Snappy happened. I like how we were discussing basically every player on that team,
but Snappy,
except for him when it comes to, you know, just getting the kills and being a factor individually. Obviously, he's the in-game leader, so has a lot of impact regardless of the frags, but boy, did he deliver in that department as well. 10 multi-kill rounds, 2 clutches, 32-9, 140 ADR. I mean, he did it all this map.
There's just sometimes when a player gets in that sort of, I don't want to call it a rhythm or
in the
groove
zone.
Or something. Yeah, I mean, it's just like nothing is going to go wrong for this guy. You see him getting peaked there in B halls on Mirage, and it's just like, you know, 2-3 bulleting a guy with a silenced M4. It's just pretty nuts. Also, brings us to our Air Force aim high head-to-head. Snappy, obviously, the selection for the inside. Then there's Down, who's, you know, quite a stark contrast.
Yeah, nothing really went the way of Heroic in this game. Slow start to both halves. I mean, and even when they started to win a couple of rounds on the CT side and just managed to bring themselves right back in it, they had a good game plan, yet again executed it well. A lot of emphasis towards that A bomb site early on, right? And after you had success in some of those early rounds, it forces Heroic to adjust a little bit. Perhaps just to kick things off, Heroic was maybe a little bit more passive than I expected them to. Like, they're very aggressive on the CT side, but, you know, it could just be a matter of switching things up. And
that was an awkward pistol round end right there. Obviously, Snappy goes the full distance, but then he sticks the defuse. Cadian trying to get a knife in there. Then it's that panic switch back to the pistol and hope for the best. Didn't really unfold his way. Tons of Snappy highlights. Obviously, it's going to make sense. And for us, we look at what this matchup means within the group, Yanko, and how important is it right here for ENCE to secure this victory?
Oh, it's incredibly important. Brings them one step closer to securing the playoffs. For Heroic, it's also a matter of, you know, they have to play Astralis tomorrow too. We heard from them yesterday from Cadian that matchup is a little bit tricky for them as well. So, you know, they still have some work to do. But I have to say, for Heroic, still they're up to 2 very good maps for them, so they're not out of it just yet.
Well, let's dive back into the playbook, Yanko. If we look back at this whole matchup, I think round 4 stuck out to you.
Right, this is the first gun round. I said ENCE had a good game plan and they executed it well, but here's an example, right? First gun round, they're basically just trying to fake a mid default, smoke windows, smoke top con, molly inside of connector, flashes, and they want to do a holes pop. You can see 3 players are eking towards holes. Staban is aware of this, right? They don't hear too many flashes, so it's probably like just a fake. They get a good read, so they block them with the smoke. This delays ENCE. You can see how they added this jungle smoke from Dodo. Like, that was the play. Jungle smoke, flash over, they pop out, and they swarm the A bomb site, right? They couldn't quite do it this time around, so they just, okay, let's just reset. Let's take it easy. There's still a lot of time in the round. We don't have to finish the round just now. They try to do a 2-2 split. Another smoke comes in to block them. They still waited out, right? And you can see how Heroic, Shush at this point, is aware that they might be just waiting out the utility, so he wants to come closer to get into a better position to stop this if it's indeed just an A execute that's coming in. But the problem is, he's up against this guy, right? And he's already on 9 kills at this point in time, so he's just playing the fade smoke. Shush is gonna pull out the incendiary to block them yet again. Snappy gets the entry kill. He just jumps on Tetris, gets the kill on Cadian, who was watching out for App. So in this round, Heroic has a good read, basically, but just like the good opening kill from Snappy really ends the round there. And at this point, Heroic is just trying to save, and they're going to be able to save 1 gun. But, you know, I would have expected, when I said Heroic was a bit more passive than I expected them to. When things are this quiet, you would expect them to maybe double push B apps, or maybe just try to go for an information play. I think here they had a good read. I think they expected this, just, you know, awkward timing a little bit, and the round goes south. And unfortunately, it means basically a 5-0 scoreline for ENCE.
So what happens, though, when we, you know, turn the page? Overpass ahead of us. This is a pick of Heroic. Do you think it looks a little bit better or more, you know, convincing as to be a competitive series that way?
Yeah, I think definitely so. We saw Vitality already have success against Ents on the map. Ents are no slouches, only they had some good wins against, I believe, NAP, Mouse Sports a couple of months ago. So I think for Heroic, just like maybe don't overthink it too much, stick to your strengths, right? Be active on that CT side. Don't doubt yourself and just try to weather the storm, so to speak, because now Ents is going in with a 1-0 advantage. Opponents map pick. They're going to play, you know, with nothing to lose pretty much. They're going to be probably a little bit more loose, so you want to cut that in its roots.
Just nip it right in the bud.
Exactly, that's what I was looking for.
Boom, you nailed it, Yanko, and you can nail it on the wall. We got another matchup coming your way, and by matchup I mean a map. We're going to overpass, we're going to see Heroic, and if they're capable of bouncing back against the Finnish esports organization, Ents from Finland. Not Finns from Finland, but Ents from Finland. Yeah, whatever, I'm out.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
They got met with a brick wall of the Fnatic stack out towards B then. And my God, 14-14, nerves, pressure, everything is now on the line for both of these sides. Fnatic won this done and dusted. They got the first map. They won this over with. Dignitas are fighting for everything now. Look how many players are here for Fnatic. Fetish has got his foot in towards the site. Pronax finds Zipnix, not the best of starts. Flusher gets Dupree. Bomb is going down. Device still kicking as Fetish waits and waits. Finds himself a little bit of smoke to hide in, but it's a 2v4. Desperately hard to hold on to. Device around the world we go. But the defuse is coming in. He's still going. Oh! Just about gets it as the flames come in. And look at the little dance of happiness. That is how to control your nerves in a situation. Dance it out, but my God.
gold and making heroic mold at 31 years of age. Snappy just had his best performance ever in this server, taking down Heroic in a very dominant fashion, looking good while he does it, but a Danish destruction, and now we run it right back. We've got Heroic's map pick. There are questions to be asked, Harry. We are hyped at the prospect of seeing that again for Snappy, but the question is, can he keep it up?
Yeah, you're asking a hell of a lot out of the guy, but hell, dude, with the kind of day this dude's having, you never know, right? It's so hard to quantify when someone's playing like this. Can ENCE keep the good times rolling in, or is this where Cadian and his boys dig deep, fight back, and make this a 3-mapper? No. Well, hang on a moment. We were just teasing you, right? It was meant to be like the woo, big opening, but JK. No, it gives us a little more time, Hugo. This is such an exciting series now, right? It would have been cool enough if ENCE win with Snappy at the helm. The fact that he just gives us the game that he does makes it all the more interesting. And so now I am looking at Cadian. I'm saying, look, man, if he's getting this fired up because he wants to beat you, you've got to get more fired up because you want to beat him.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Cadian's reactions on the cam these last couple of days. He's been going absolutely mental, right? Head shaking, eyeballs gyrating, and it's been a joy to watch. But I don't think we've seen Heroic outclassed quite like that. Even in maps that they've lost, they've been super competitive all the way through, and then finally falling at the last hurdle. That's not what we just saw. We just saw an absolute reckoning. But yeah, a different map and a really good chance to reset. This is a nice map for Heroic. It's not a go-to for ENCE. It's one they've already fallen on in the tournament, 8 rounds against Vitality. And so you don't really know where this one's going to go.
Yeah, I'm imagining that Heroic can bounce back here, right? I think a lot of it's just going to come down to mental, because if you look at like the numbers on this one, they're big favorites. It's their map pick. This is their chance to right their wrongs. I think it would also make it even more impressive if ENCE were able to win here, right? In reality, this is a series that should go 3 maps on the back of the stats. And so if ENCE are able to weather the storm, to get to the other side and end it in a 2-0 fashion, you got to give them even more props.
Absolutely. And like, let's talk about firepower here, because, you know, we've touted Heroic as one of the most capable rosters, especially inside of this group, but maybe, you know, in the entire region right now, in the entire Pro League, with, you know, so many players able to step up. Well, when we look to ENCE, yeah, okay, don't get me wrong, that was great fun for Snappy, but he's not the firepower guy for this team. We've seen ENCE doing well with Snappy, you know, going 5 and 10 in some of these games, even beat Astralis, and, you know, he's in the negative. Hades, Doto, Diha, these guys are stepping up massively. So, you know, all we need is I don't even want to say a return to form like anyone on ENCE play bad there, but even if Snappy can't keep up the performance, we do have heavy hitters on this team that can do exactly that. And Hades has been a delight to watch in his games so far. So let's see. No more waiting, no more questions, only answers as we get into the pistol round of Overpass.
No, I think you raised a really good point. I think this is a very exciting series because every single player has more to give outside of Snappy, right? And already Refresh with some banging openers. Doto and Diha on the receiving end of that. Spinx is over here at long, and he's keen to fight this while he's got the range. Well, now they are getting closer, but these peaks are all one at a time, and so Spinx is able to take 2 out of the round with him. Tesses, Refresh, and Stown now being led by Cadian from beyond the grave. His ghostly apparition is going to try to push them in the right direction. This from Hades is a ballsy little move, though. They're still waiting for this peek at long. He gets the info. Tesses up close, should have this locked in. And with Hades now gone, it's Snappy, 1v3. I don't want to say we've seen him win this one before, but we have.
Yeah, he's got no smoke this time, so he's going to need to do it all with a gun. He's got the kit for time if we get to that point.
What's going through your head right now?
Coming back to him.
If you're Heroic, you're going, we can't lose to this guy again.
But that might be your undoing.
Yeah? It's a big, Snappy, no, the timing, he just misses it. CS timing 101.
Yeah, lovely round from Refresh. He just started that round by going tap, tap, and taking down both monster players off of the peak. Really, really good stuff. But yeah, it got a bit scary there in the mid-round, but still Heroic come out on top, and that's a reassuring fact in and of itself. Like you said, expecting 3 maps, unless, you know, Snappy goes nuclear again or someone can fill that void. And the pistol round already, the momentum shifted back in the favor of Heroic. If you're Heroic right now, you're saying, come on, guys, refresh, reset. Let's get back in. Oh, they might have a flash from B into Con, but Cadian's up very deep already. D has got a... What?
Ooh,
Okay, yeah, he does have
I
a
was going to say, bro, what?
But they're not ready for Spinks. Nades just doing what they can to whittle down their opponents before they see them, and Shush doesn't need to see them. Spams the smoke. Stown holding the aggression. He's got Snappy dead to right. Another one traded at least. That's fine for Heroic. Full control right now. Spinks. They never truly knew about the second man in Connector. And so he still has the chance to catch them by surprise, but Cadian will not let that happen. Holding on passive, letting the scout work from heaven. Hades looking for one of these B players. He misses the cross. There's Spinks finally going. It was only a matter of time with Heroic walking into B. Tessus is even here to cut off the scout save.
Oh, Hades nuts, am I right? He just takes him out of the round. Tessus on the receiving end of that one. Blindsided by the scout. That's a gnarly little shot.
Yeah.
Now the bomb's going. By the way, that one's free. Y'all can use that.
Hade easy. Not so much. Cadian does shut it down. So no AK saved. It will have to be the full eco here for Ents. And Heroic stumbling back to their feet.
We have to see what kind of a stumbling back to their feet it is, right? Is this like a composed, elegant, you barely even notice they fell over and now they're back in their stride? Or is it, you know, sloppy night out, the falling over just never seems to stop? It's all like a continuous battle of, you know, trying to stay upright. Here we go, a little bit of a B play, only up against the pistols here, so this is a nice chance for Heroic to find a clean round. Snappy's going to get thrown up on the triple boost. They're holding for it, and that's also a lot of information to have. You know that there's 3 players over here towards the back of the B site now. And so with that info, Heroic probably slow it down. It looked like they wanted to go for the B play, and these are only pistols you're up against, but you know that everyone's here. Spinks is dead in Con. You know the other 3 are on B because of the boost, and so the world's your oyster.
Up they walk, reboost comes in, but again, it's massive info, just shuts the door. And with that, the round should just be falling in the favor of Heroic. You know, they're still going very slow for this third man, but they know there are at least 2 down on lower right now. Obviously, footsteps can be heard from this position on short. Down below. But the fact that they are not means Heroic are in no hurry to rotate, only moving 1 man up now. With wards taken, they've got 2 on the move, but this is all just a formality. This should just be clean as can be. Refresh continuing his taps off the P250. Plant coming through. Just damage being hunted for by Ents.
Oh. Is down. He is checking this on a timing.
Refresh, chill.
Yeah, mate, Refresh is hunting them down. He wants to come out with a statement of his own. I don't think he's happy with how bullied they just got on that last map, right?
And I think actually from the games we've seen, Refresh has been like the shining star. You know, obviously everyone's had their moments, but Refresh has had some phenomenal games in the Pro League already, and we're just days in. Other teams' results getting affected too by this matchup. Events take this victory. If they run over this series and 2-0 Heroic, it's going to knock Spirit out of contention for those playoffs as well. Spirit don't want that, but it might not be down to them. Rooting for Heroic, perhaps. Here's a gun round.
Ooh. Yeah, now Heroic know about that AWP. Right, this is a nade stack onto the barrels, not going to find anyone there. But Refresh is looking like he wants to maybe take this first engagement over towards short. Heroic, they do love employing this boost as well. They often throw, you know, a little bit of utility to try and force peaks out of you. And with Doto playing the barrels late, he could be open to this boost, right? He's only moved into this position because it's already been triple naded. So now he thinks, well, you know, they attempted to clear it. They've used their util. I don't have to worry about getting, you know, nades stacked in this position. But him being on barrels leaves him open to this boost if it does come through. Just something to bear in mind as Heroic are setting up this B-Wood utility.
Yeah, it's so heavy on A, but because they're double long, Tessis' little lurking toilets could be massive right now. Will he stay here and kill them coming down connector, or can he catch them retreating back to the A site? Util's going in now. The execute for Heroic, and they needed that entry. Diha does get spammed out at least in the second man. The spray isn't pretty from Stown. Tessis now activating the lurk. The bomb can leave if it wants up con, and that means Spinks is going to miss all these timings right now. Oh, the penny's dropped. He's realized they've started to move back up. It's gone very quiet. Tessis is deeper than maybe they're ready for, but the call is in. Spinks with a backstab, dropping one. The bomb down. Now Shush trying to pick it back up, and he does just get out scot-free. Even though Tessis owns A, Ents aren't feeding him. He'd love these kills, and a truck plant has to come through just to stop the flank. Orb cut off behind the smoke. Tessis providing cover, and he takes down another. Now split between two, and they don't know about Doto.
Oh yeah, Doto's the nasty surprise. Just Shush left to beat down to the 1v1, and Shush takes the fight right away. Big round out of Shush and Tesses to save that one for Heroic. And we're starting to get more of the Heroic we wanted to see, right? You know, they struggled getting anything going back on Mirage, but here on a more comfortable map, when everyone's a little more aware, so you're also kind of fired up after the hard L you caught back on Mirage. We're getting a more classic-looking Heroic here.
I love that rotate, right? That's such a good call out of KDM, right? If the B play works, if they get these double entries, they just run in. But if it doesn't, you know Tesses has so much space up on A that you can leave. Tesses out B with one, and he does die, but it was all a means to an end for a round here. It should happen, but Hades making us question even that. Quick dig, and Snappy's found Shush through the smoke. Don't do it like this. Not like this. Stown just trying to hold on. Does get rid of the rifle and can't follow up, leaving Cadian in the clutch. Orp is not really what you'd want here. Ents are sticking side by side, looking to trade this kill. That makes the AWP a problem. But Cadian, problem solver. Rotate up. Hades making the gamble, leaving Spinks down on B. So Cadian's got his chance opened up once again. The window, however, closing. The flank activated, and this is a really lovely play for Spinks. He knows he's conceding B, but he'll have that backstab in just a moment. Has Cadian read it, though? Seems like
No, Cadian. No, he locks that in. And now just Hades left to be. Oh, almost the Deeg flick, but not meant to be. It's on the back of the Deagles that they get their first round, and as you point out, Hugo, yeah, the free AWP upgrade for Hades, he will take that all day long. All right. I like that we have an early response for Ents. I was a little bit worried with how this game was starting, that, you know, we could just have Heroic on their map pick trying to steamroll them down, and it would really take away from the efforts of the boys back on Mirage. So, nice early roundup on the board. Lots of money, because you were buying here anyway, right? You weren't anticipating to win that last round.
Yep, they got the nades. Heroic, I mean, I say this every time we watch them on this map, but their utility is always great. And again, I'm going to throw back to a few Pro League seasons ago where they started every overpass game to, you know, use these double nade stacks to deny bomb plants up on that A site. Something we even see GAM do a lot now on the B site of this map. Shuro sitting in CT a lot. Heroic were there first. Put the writing on the wall. Nades, however, this round don't work out. The Molotov's good. Hades smokes it to try and stay with his teammate, not offer him up on a plate. Grenades chip away at the health events. Heroic defaulting. There's a bit of a push on B right now. Refresh.
This is how we open up the pistol, if you remember, right? Yeah. It was a double kill in very similar circumstances, but this time he's flashed off the angle. With Snappy throwing that flashbang over to blind him. And it's allowed Ents to take this monster control. This poses a bit of a question to Heroic, right? It's like, at this point now, Ents are gonna... Ooh, that's a little rough. Doto got caught moving back through monster. And what I was about to say was Heroic only had this A control, right? They'd lost outside of monster. You're anticipating at that point it was gonna be a heavy A lean. They get this B kill now, and they're still looking to follow through on A. Snappy and Hades both in this site. The bomber's got to come in. Hades with the AWP, trying to keep the round going. He's got a 1v2, and if he denies Cadian, the missed shot, and that's all it's gonna take. Cadian walks it over the line. He had to get that. That was a 1v1 for all intents and purposes, and he's able to lock it in for Heroic.
It's not pretty, but yeah, Heroic, they're winning the rounds, right? They come right back in off the back of that eco win. Yeah.
So that was very, very scuffed because, you know, they're leaning towards A, right? And as I was trying to say, I didn't want to do it in the middle of the round. When you've lost that monster control, it's a little bit awkward because you know at that point, Ents no longer think you're going B, and so the odds are they're going to heavy stack A. You actually have that information. You just don't have the time to adjust, to go back down towards the B site. So Heroic know they're walking into a stack. They know they're a man down because Refresh is so far away, but they had no other option but just to follow through with the A play.
They're going to try and hunt the orb. Hades is sticking here. He's going to catch him with nades, and he grabs a kill and still escapes. Meanwhile, Spam Frag came through for Heroic and is still doubling down on the entries. Now Hades locked in the pit, flashed out for a second time, and he can't hit the second shot. Tests his lovely entries. Spinks now with a deagle, and it should be a done deal. Oh, one more to do it, but he can't find it. It's down with 2 and Heroic with 6. This is much more like the Heroic we've seen throughout this group stage so far. They may have been a little ruffled after that first map, Snappy in their head, but he's 1-7 right now. A different map, a different game, and a different Heroic. Different Danes.
Yeah, mid-molly's gone in, but no one's looking to peek with it. Instead, Ents are looking to take short water away, and Hades is actually going to open the round up with that orb over at long. This is going to send Heroic away from A. They decide now, right? Like, we've been mollied in mid, we've been delayed on the mid control, we tried to get out towards long, and we ran into the orb. We don't like that, so they're going to group up outside of B. But if you remember, Ents took short away to open up this round, and there was nobody here for Heroic to watch for this. Are they ready for Diha? Refresh is holding for the swing, but it's Cadian to trade that out and deal with the man at short. Heroic, now that they know short's been taken, they're going to start to look towards Monster. Cadian spammed on that angle over from the barrels. Snappy looking to fight for this, looking to hold on. Going to try to get behind Pillar, but Shush beats him to the punch. Doto will deal with Cadian over at short again. Monster smokes back in. The bomb's going back to try and move in on the short side. This is going to, I was going to say, he needs to go back to Shush. Does not want to lose the bomb on short. That would be the end of the round there. So he's going to take this safe passage into the site, but this open plant, he could die to the AWP, and there it is. Hades drops the bomb. It's left onto Shush. 1v2, 25 seconds. And he's making it happen. He's making us believe. Just Doto left to beat, and Shush with the swing. All 3 in the clutch. And it's 7 on the board for Heroic. This is a return to form from the incumbent Danes.
Yeah, not an in-game leader, but an in-game reader right there. Perfect call on every single position in the clutch. Shush always reading those monster flanks. That's what we've been seeing out of Heroic. And, you know, that was going so well for Ents, man. They had Heroic completely locked into B. They had them trapped from all sides. Shush is so good at hunting down these kills. Clinical headshots. 7-1. Nothing can go wrong here for Heroic. Keep the hype going. You flip this series on its head immediately after a bit of an embarrassing start to the day. Another money breakage for Ents. They've taken a lot of space in this map, right? They know about the fakes that Heroic have been running. They've seen them. They keep trying to get information, and it does them well in that round. It puts them in a 3-on-2, right? Taking Monster in previous rounds. Okay, maybe it hasn't gone well, but pushing up in water. Diha does catch players there. Hades getting opening kills here and there, but this one will be a lot more difficult. They're close left. He's going to run back and just get out in time. Shot misses, but Stan won't fail the second time around. He's seen 3 players here. He knows what he's up against, and he doesn't care. Going to remove them one by one, calling for support. And this is nice and easy, nice and clean for Heroic. Needs to be. Don't want to give any way in for the pistols.
Mate,
Flank on long.
this sucks for Diha.
Oh!
Nah, nothing going to come of it. He's running.
He's running through.
Oh, lordy, he run.
Dota's still a B, but even with a Deagle spam, no more than one, surely. Even if he gets to
let's
it,
see.
won't change the outcome of the round. That's a quick headshot, but I'm not worried for Heroic.
Yeah, sorry, D, bud. I would love to be rooting for you here. I'd love to be like, yeah, oh, D, how has he done it? But he doesn't do it. 5 health with the Deagle in the 1-on-4. And Heroic are continuing this dominance, 8-1. And at this point, I hope we get to nuke. I hope we get like and it certainly looks like we're going to. By the way,
And you know, 8-1, not a one game. That can be your biggest mistake.
It would be a very fitting showdown, right? Like you end up on this middle ground map. No longer do you have the caveat of like Mirage being a good Ents map, a bad Heroic map, Overpass being a real good Heroic map, and one that Ents don't lean into as much.
You know, if it's that weird mid-ground where it's like, oh, you're never going to pick it, but you also won't ban it, and, well, for that reason, everyone will pick it against you. Vitality did. Now Heroic as well. They like what they saw in that game, and they're making it even more one-sided. Some boosts up now. Doors shut.
This is, yeah, this is the boost they do with the Molotov coupled into it, right, to try and force a peek into the boost. Now, Snappy saw the Molotov come over, and he's a smart guy, so he knows, and he's come to his teammate like, yeah, watch out at barrels, watch out for the boost. They might try to force you out of position at Monster with that molly. So that's why the smokes drop there ahead of time, right? That's like a double purpose. It also stops Molotovs blooming at barrels to force you into the boost, and it protects you from the angle. So that's a nice reaction.
Spinks has this weird backstab again, but it's not like he's going to get anything. All these rotates up A have come up connector. Yes, he'll be quick on the flank, but right now they don't even know it's a fake. There's another man at B selling it. Hades now realizing, dropping Shush. Cadian's gone from lower. Spinks now activating. He knows it's A. It's been cool, but it might not matter. No one's breaking through. Tess says can't do more than one in, and Ents will win the round. They don't fall for the fake there. The late rotate backup connector. It's something Heroic have done a few times now on this T side, and Ents are finally cottoning on, right? We're seeing the adaptations. We're seeing the, you know, learning brains of Ents and Snappy in some of these previous rounds, right? Taking more water control, not panicking off these A rotates. And maybe there's a bit of hope left in this half, but, you know, when you've got 8 T-side rounds on Overpass and you have this much more room to build, it's going to be very, very easy for Heroic to, you know, laugh their way through this half at this point. Spinks back in the corner, and now this position has value. They have no idea. The mollies that came into mid have slowed down Heroic. And they don't know about this spot. They haven't seen it yet.
I'm really curious to see how much it gets away with. The fact that he's pulled this out, you know, a couple of times now.
They're checking it.
They're looking for him, and yeah, Stan's ready for that.
Yeah, good read.
You know, the idea, I guess, is like, you know, when they're clearing long, you hope that they just don't check like the mega deep angle. But I feel like if you're already looking that far into long, right, everyone's gonna...
Yeah, consider, you know, that it's not like that's super telegraphed. Yeah, okay, Stan probably reads it because of the molly, but you throw that molly anyway, whether you're pushing mid or not. You know, you like to condition, you like to just throw it almost every single round, and then sometimes you'll be pushing party and taking those mid spawns, but... Yeah, in that case, long, Snappy, just blinded, stays on the angle, couldn't do much about it in the corner there. Dota's going to try and re-aggress, flashing behind himself, going through on the reload, he catches Cadian. Lovely stuff, Dota's done, and Hades is all alone. They're already way deep, and he's ready with a flick will do. One more maybe, but Stan would not allow it. Picked up Snappy's AWP, puts it to good use, and builds up 9 here for Heroic. Yeah, this is the team that we've seen in these first 3 days. Snappy still silent, 2 and 10. Oh, how the mighty have fallen.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think you kind of knew that the odds of Snappy giving us another, you know, 30 kill bonanza were pretty low, right? Like, that was the best map of CS he's ever played. And so asking to do that twice in a row is always going to be unrealistic. This is where we need to look at the other boys, right? This is where we need to look at, like, the usual suspects. Cadian very, very aware that this long area is something Ents have liked to get tricky with. He's going to check the rock. There's also a player at tree. It's a battle of the elements over here at long. And well, whoop, Flash is going over. And Heroic get all the glory. All right, Diha.
Yeah, 4-11, you know, having a rough time. It's not a bad play. Does prove to be problematic if they go up long into A. But you're hoping you can grab a kill in toilets, upgrade to a rifle. I love how Heroic just slow down here as well, right? They're not in a hurry. They've got so much of the clock left up. They know that Ents are scrambling, scared, making their gambles now, leading A with this water control. And even though this is the best setup Ents can really allow in this round, it's not going to save the day. Diha needs some incredible shotgun shells to connect. Stan's clearing so methodically, it's not going to get easier. He's been spotted, shotgun pre-fire, and there it is. Diha with one, make that two. Bomb dropped, can he grab a gun? He's seen a third in the divider, and Diha almost delivers a third. Doto on the big flank, running up connector. Have they heard it? Cadian looks aware, and he's still dead anyway. Bomb needs to cross in, that's awkward, and Doto doesn't want to allow it, but the flash provides safe passage to Heroic. Oh, that was so close.
Oh, that was the hit. That was the hit. If only he knew that was the hit, though, Hugo.
Won't change much. He's got an AWP at the end of the day. He wants to save it. No kit, barely any health.
Flashes mean everything there, by the way. Like having that tiny bit of utility left, right? You know, you talk about the tiny differences that can affect an outcome of a round. You know, sometimes having $200 extra, getting a flash out, it lets that bomb get past the AWP. And so Heroic, they continue this streak, 10-2. They're on a little revenge story of their own.
Yeah, both of Ents' rounds have come individually as well, right? Like immediately responded on by Heroic. And that just makes it so hard to build money. It's not like you've got back-to-back rounds or taking clean rifle rounds either. You're coming out with 1v1s, coming out with clutches. It's their first one. Yeah, despite that double one take, Heroic make quick work of it. Yeah, things get awkward in the toilets, but they don't panic. They get the bomb back under control. And even Ents calling out pauses here to try and figure out the future. It's another very important buy round. You lose this, and you're leaning towards those 13-2, 12-3 score lines. No one wants to be there.
And, you know, one way of Heroic able to come through with, like, a statement of their own, I think, would be outdoing the one-sidedness of Mirage, you know? There's very little ways you can look to, like, throw a middle finger back at Ents, but that could be one of them, right? If you take your map even more dominantly, it's a bit like, yeah, you know, don't get me wrong, I'm happy for you boys that you won, but we won better. And so this is their chance to do that now, Hugo.
Oh, those nades.
Nades onto the boost.
Dia just got back up as well. Felt like he was done with that, but no, down to 40. Smoke deep con, Cadian looking for picks, but Snappy's not going to move around this corner with an MP9. Diha's just trying to spam, but really are making risks with that play, especially with an AWP on the other side. Cadian won't bite though. Moves back out. You have to fire a shot. You have to give away the position of this AWP. It's going to become clear soon enough.
See, Heroic on overpass, they're normally pretty ballsy, right? Like, they're even thinking back to that, I think it was Team Spirit matchup the other day where Cadian buys, like, the second round AWP to Pete Con, right? This is a team that like to take risks, that like to have fun, that like to be a little trolly at times. But right now, we are getting an incredibly clean game out of them where I really feel like they are giving this 120%. Like, they're treating this like it's like major final territory. They don't want their legacy in this series to have been a dominant game, one that they're barely able to edge out. No, they want to send a message.
And, you know, Yanko addressed this on the desk as well, but it's like, you know, yeah, sure, they're 3-2 up in the group. They're in a very 3-0 up in the group, but, you know, if they lose this series, well, next they've got to play Astralis. That's not always been a great matchup for this team, so that suddenly, you know, throws you back down to 3-2. That leaves the spot open for the taking, so it's something to keep in mind. 10 seconds, you need them on, and Hades is here to deny. He's found a kill. Miha follows up a refresh. No time, no chance, no kills, nothing offered up, and he'll get but it won't make a damn difference. The firepower's there, but the round is not.
Refresh, this guy, his ability to like get shot at from 180-degree like field of view and make it happen. That's how he ended.
Mid-push,
that's how he ended the game versus Spirit. He did something similar the other day versus Vitality. It's just mind-blowing. He reminds me of like you know how VMAS and his spray transfers is such a prolific thing? Refresh is the sort of dude where you can be either side of him, shooting at him, and he's like an owl, for crying out loud, bro. He's so aware. His head can do a full 180 swivel, like he's undergoing an exorcism.
Oh, it's getting a bit awkward. It's getting a bit wild now. Ents have bit the bullet, and they've won a round out of nowhere. It came to the clock, but at this point, you just take what you can get, take what you're given. It's just, you know, worst case scenario to lose all those guns at the end, but they're putting their weapons here to good use. 4-on-3. Hades spotted. He still gets a shot off. Refresh is gone. No response.
He saw them on that jump.
Stalin knows just as well when Hades would finally fall. He couldn't escape. He had to re-peek. There was a timer on that position. They were coming to him. And so he takes down a couple with him at least. 3-on-2. The re-aggression is going to cut off this late B rotate unless they go connector. They're walking right into this. Dota, oh my God, no one clears this.
Yeah, they should not be ready for it. But as I say, Heroic, mate, they are considering everything, and they are treating this like it's the major final.
Sweaty.
So like, here we go, right? They're sweating. This is, oh, look at, oh, shush, stop it. Oh, no, he believed before he'd actually cleared the angle.
You always got to go deeper.
Yeah, it's all about how deep you go, right? 4-10. And Ents, they now could mirror that scoreline from Mirage. Considering this looked like it was going to be a 13-2, you'll take that. It's something. You know, I doubt you're like up in arms going, oh, boys, 5-round CT side, yes! You know, but it's something. It's a jumping off point.
That angle is really weird. It certainly looked like, you know, we had X-ray off. Jakey showed that very well. It looked like it was clear, man. It looked like he checked it. You'd see something. No? Nope. Denied. Good double for Doto, and now Hades taking matters into his own hands, down connector. This is only pistols though, Harry, so Heroic.
That's what I was going to say. The 5-10 scoreline feels like it could really be a reality after that round win.
Nade stack again? Or they've just got one this time?
Yeah, not much of a stack.
Yeah. Nade?
Nade? Here we are. They're just going to do a standard little B push here, all in with the utility, and these can spiral out of control. Doto is the only guy in the site. He really needs to be taking like 2 to the grave with him, and it's only 1 damage onto Tesses. Oh, more damage coming through to Diha. The nade will rain out with a kill. It's a 3-on-1. Stown is the only guy left. His Deagle not able to weather the storm, and Ents, they do pick up 5. We have mirrored score lines at the end of the first halves here. It was 10-5 back on Mirage. They're in favor of Ents. Here, they've got to try and embark on the comeback, or else we're going to nuke.
Hey Future Pros, over on Overpass today, to show y'all a smoke I saw Furia throw to help get out of the monster position on B. To throw the smoke, get your back against the ladder. Aim where the line meets the base of the arrow. Then walk forward and jump through the smoke once you get to the middle line of the A. Then optionally, you can throw some deep flashes over monster as shown. This smoke makes pushing at a monster a bit less scary as you can play around it and get a bit of a one-way to clear out a lot of close angles. You can also boost over it if you're feeling extra spicy. Good luck and Rash B.
ball till you get a hit. They can never do what I can do, cause they own the same stuff. If you doubt me, then I'm coming to show them what I'm made of. Yeah, always showing your integrity. Yeah, if you want it, I'ma let them see. No guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy, it's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory, there's no need to go again. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming is to win. No guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy, it's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory, there's no need to go again. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming is to win.
Wake up, put the work in, that's the only way it's gonna work out. Hard work and dedication, no time for procrastination. Takes a lot of time, a lot of patience, a lot of heart mixed with motivation. On the days that you feeling down, look in the mirror for your inspiration. Like, woo, just notice, never stop, never quit. People wanna see you doing good, but never better than them. Gotta push yourself to the limits. You cannot lose if you are not in it. You gotta lose sometimes just to win it. Don't get discouraged, it's just the beginning. Yeah, turn up. Don't end up a Timmy Turner. Don't get caught up in the streets. Don't get caught up with a burner. Don't be a slow learner. Oh no, you only get one shot, one chance. Talking March Madness at the big dance. Talking big man on campus. Like
no guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy.
Heroic out for blood. They're able to salvage a 10-5 half here, with ENCE getting a couple on the board at the end. They're giving themselves some breathing room, but I can imagine Cadian and his ragtag squad here are going to look to clamp down upon that in this second half of play. They're now moving onto the CT side for Heroic. ENCE, what are their answers?
Yeah, you know, you look at Snappy in the first map in the cam, you know, he's calm, he's not freaking out, he's not going wild, even though he's destroying Heroic while Cadian's getting loud, and so are the boys on this full Danish roster. And that's only going to pump you up, that's only going to motivate you. Ice in their veins. Snappy 3 kills. I don't want to keep pointing it out, but it's just such a stark comparison to that first map. But this is more like it, right? This is more, you know, we're getting Hades performing, Dota's getting a lot of entries, Spinks with his lurks. And this is where things can maybe get interesting. Events can start off strong with a pistol. Dota lining up grenades, only one man on A, Cadian. Quick tap, couple of them in fact, but he finds nothing and he doesn't know how close they are on long. Jump out, Diha with a shot, and Heroic running a rotate. They've got no kit right now. That's going to make things very claustrophobic as the halls get taken by ENCE.
Yeah, Diha's in with a double and still causing trouble as he's dinked down Shush. Hades going to finish the job. They're actually chasing these remaining Heroic players. And so ENCE, they're going to pull up with a pistol round in this second half. Now at 6-10, right? You'd be surprised how quick these score lines can start to shrink down. What's the response going to be out of Heroic? They're a pretty keen team when it comes to the force buys, and so they are going to pull out Deegs and Armor here. Trying to come in with a response right away. If it doesn't pan out, that means the scoreline is going to read 8-10 before we have the first rifle round through for Heroic.
Still an if, though, still a question as to whether Heroic can upset the grain. The same round here out of ENCE as well. Dota's lurking B, but everyone else moving through the playground. And Heroic double con, trying to play to the power of the pistols up close. However, this locks them in and away from A. Tessa's going to try and reroute, get that control back. Snappy spots him, not wanting to offer up a kill, dodges the nade. There's not much info to work with for Heroic, but you know the timing of that con play. You can't wait there forever. Always got to worry about long in the back of your head, and now they're even moving ahead, putting Tessa's deep in as Cadian baits for him at the back. It works well with an AWP and a rifle, but 2 Deagles, I don't know. Might even have a boost from the other side as well. They just swing it, Cadian makes contact. Now they've got to check close and still worry about the deep angle. They'll deal with him. Snappy on the board. Cadian having to back up, ENCE closing the gap, and this should be similar to the pistol round.
This time, though, Heroic, they take no chances. They go, look, everybody come A. Let's just all get in this site and give it what we can. Diha and Snappy are both keen on the entries. And Diha is coming alive to open up this second half, right? Coming into this, we said, like, we would likely now have to start looking at the rest of the squad. Diha is often one of those names. So it's nice to see him finding this form, looking good, especially considering we've already had a pretty good performance out of guys like Hades in the opener of Overpass, right? That AWP has been no slouch in his hands. And so with a few more players finding their footing, with them, you know, breaking apart this force buy round, they've at least closed the gap. When the first rifle round comes in for Heroic as well, if that doesn't go their way, suddenly you're looking at a tie game.
Yeah, this is what you talked about. You said, you know, at the end of the day, winning a pistol 10-5, suddenly you're very close. Really, you know, all that is one rifle round between 5 rounds. Yeah, okay, there's some this and that as a pistol. There's a force buy. Ecos are always winnable, but you know, at the end of the day, you're relying on one full buy. At least it's going to be everything for Heroic, right? Taking that force buy, while it delays their rifle round, it means they will get that AWP if they want it, if they save for it, and so that's you know, a good prospect for Cadian. This is a round where you could go for a B rush if you're Ents. You know, you don't have a lot up against you, but that's the read made for Heroic. 4 down lower immediately, and set up outside of the site. Boosts coming up, double boost on top as well. Both players want to fight together.
Oh no, it's really late.
Some serious time to assemble. Stepping on Legos right now. Doto's looking for entries into this site.
Yeah, mate, that ain't Legos. That's like connects right now, mate. They're snapping them together, and oh yeah, it's all come up in favor.
These Bionicles have been torn to pieces.
Bionicles, mate.
That's a throwback.
Yeah, dude. I still have the whole collection.
Yeah, you got a room dedicated to it.
Whole room, just Bionicles, Beyblades, everything from like the 2000s.
Dominoes. You got those little skateboards that you use with your 2 fingers.
Yeah.
What
Love
are they called?
them. I don't remember what they're called.
Mini skateboards.
Mini skateboards, yeah, I think that's the
definitely
name.
the branding. 10 to 8.
Got Zoids as well, you remember them?
I don't remember Zoids.
The little,
maybe remind me.
they're like little, basically magnets. So they go together and they go zzz. Yeah. That's all it is.
I know exactly
Dude,
what
for the
you
year
mean.
2000, kids were so easy to entertain.
Yeah.
Now you need to put a whole show on the internet. You need to show them video games and
they're
stuff.
still entitled.
And but back in the year 2000, mate, you could, or what was it? Was it orbs or something? Maybe they were called different, but I just remember, you know, little magnets. That used to be
magnets, man. They're so much fun.
Right, so here we go. Down in Concadian. Is he a magnet? Is he a bullet magnet? Ooh, he sees heads, and yeah, he's going to take one to the grave with him. He does best Snappy. They don't know about Teslas, but Spinks will uncover the truth that Laid and Connectus down, dead in the A-bomb site. And this is a quick A follow-through, a very alarming pace on this push. Ents are looking like they're in with another round. And at this point, we have to start thinking, like, this comeback is starting to take a pretty terrifying shape.
Yeah, and Snappy's going to start getting confidence as well, even if that doesn't show in the fragging. Like, he's leading his team to victory right now. The calls are coming through.
Oh, but Hugo 2-on-2 now.
Backstab should be there. Refresh won't fully check it. Doto with a drop. And now it's all on Shush. He's going to give it a go. Nothing to lose, everything to gain. But look at Spinks looking at the ground. There's no kit. The time is ticking. He might need to get out of here right now if he wants to keep his weapon. AK and bye-bye. Shush is out of there. Spinks going full swisher, running that A4. Swapped off the AK for it. Looking for the speed, looking for the pace of that rifle. Right now, Heroic have got to be getting a little bit ruffled. Feathers plucked out by Ents. One more round, all to do it and close it. And again, there's only one rifle in this for Heroic to play with. We always give them credit when they deserve it. We always say watch out for these rounds.
Yeah,
Heroic seem to always have a plan.
They're very, very proficient and good at like heading into these hero rifle rounds with a game plan, right? And an actual, you know, it's not just a case where you go, yeah, let's just kind of do what we normally do and hope that someone steps up. Now, normally they center around like really trying to get the max value out of the Deeg armor players, putting the rifle in a spot to succeed. So let's see if they're able to stay true to that now. they would love it if this could be one of their signature hero rifle round victories.
Got the boost
Flash
up.
getting set up. The players here blinded. Snappy was not on the anti-flash angle, but Hades trades them all over at Monster. And with Spinks waiting down here in Con, these players want to get involved. Spinks is going to mop them both up, and so ENCE are looking like they're on the path to a tie game.
Yeah, that's why Spinks takes to the A4. Lovely spray, got the control perfectly. Down with some deeks, and he needs something. He's got the first. Bomb might try and hold off now, might try and wait, group up with Spinks. Hades might even throw him the AWP. No, instead they just switch back to both rifles. There we go, Spinks retrieves it. Stan's made the read, he's on the right move. He's going to be there in time at least, but he's got to walk as to not give away his position. ENCE throwing the smoke and getting closer and closer. Stan now hears that land. But he's not falling for it. He's not believing it. The flash, however, that's a different story. Stan now doesn't know where to look, where to go. He's still here at the right time. Bomb will get planted, though. Both players truck side. Spinks pushing in. This is dangerous. Barrel might give him away, and it does. Stan's got a 1v1 now. No kit. Time of the essence. Would love the AWP, but might just have to stick to the Deeg.
Yeah, he's low, and Hades is backing up. The bomb's on truck, so he can't really afford to go anywhere else but to play in the site. Luckily enough, Stan's so low. This shot has got to be immediate from Stan. It's got to be crisp. It's got to be clean. And Hades just will not give him the fight.
Nice.
Till it's too late. 10-10. Remember, this was a 10-5 half to Heroic, right? This was a mirrored scoreline from back on Mirage. There, ENCE took it 16-5. Heroic never even managed a round, whereas now we have ENCE coming up with answers on Heroic's map picks, something the Danes were unable to do earlier in the series.
8 rounds in a row across these two halves. 10-2 now to even score. This is very impressive. Let's get a flash in the pan, though. Heroic now have their best buy yet. Orb surrounded by utility, some map control taken, given away by ENCE. And because Heroic get that map control, they pop short, they see no one there, they hear nothing B. They've actually moved the second man up to A, more of a standard setup, even a third starting to consider it as well. Stan's going to walk the rotate, eventually just running amok. And this is the perfect time for ENCE to run a B explosion. They've still got corners to clear. Refresh doesn't have a molly on his barrel's position, or a smoke rather for the molly. Shush is holding one ready to go out near the pillar, and the flashes are coming through. Here come ENCE.
Yeah, Dia with that opener again. He's been so good at getting these, creating this space for the team. Hades, what is that trade? Oh.
They're out.
And that's a save for Heroic.
Yeah, it's getting to them now.
They can feel it. You probably were quite happy if you're Heroic coming into this second half. You were thinking all right, boys, another day in the office. Yeah, Mirage didn't go our way, but we're not about to let Snappy and his boys embarrass us here on our map pick. But now with each round that has sailed past you, opportunities are decreasing. The lead that you once had, the lead that you were so happy about, is now flipped the other way.
Yeah. And that's
just in pole position.
And that's just a mystery, right? It's not based off anything but the sheer lack of information. They see nothing be water, they hear nothing outside Monster. No one's spamming the word or throwing that molly to get you the short control. Meanwhile, because Heroic only started off with 1 on A and 4 on B, playing for the rush, funnily enough, they never had that mid info. They didn't peek down deep and see, all right, they're starting their default with 3 out mid, watch out for a late A, they could go con speed. No, there was no info. And so Heroic do just gamble in that round to an extent, moving 3 up to the A site. And then we have that lovely entry. The smoke doesn't land on the Molotov at Barrels. Instead, I think it was Shush used it for the electronic smoke, right in front of the pillar, in front of the Barrels. At that point, Refresh was already dead by the time it came out. And then you're alone on B. You die as well with only 1 kill. Heroic save. They had to save.
Hugo, do you remember when this scoreline was crazily dominant in favor of Heroic? And we were saying, this looks like it's going to go to Nuke. It's all going to culminate there. Oh, if only we knew then how wrong we were. 11-10, ENCE up in the lead, building momentum. Right? It's 8 in a row, I believe, right? So this is 9 now.
Yeah.
Unreal out of them. You've got to credit this ENCE squad. We were saying, like, it would be so commendable if they 2-0'd this series, because statistically, this should be a 3-mapper. They are giving it everything they've got, and we said Heroic, they were playing this like it's a major final. Well, now it's rising themselves to that level as well. They want this 2-0.
Oh, making a lot more noise, and that might be their undoing. Doto spams the monster smoke, and Shush does respond with a kill. We've got Orbs in this round, and despite all of this madness, ENCE are still leaning back down to B. Heroic, again, triple set toilet side, trying to make the read, but with no real information. It's a gamble. It's helped by the fact that they do actually only have 4 opponents left to deal with, 2 apiece on the B-bomb site. Easy, right? Just get a double, lol. Or we'll see how Heroic fare, because his B execute is inevitable right now. Door off for Cadian. Wrist breaker. Flicks to Spinks. Now the push comes in. They're going to hunt him down in the water. Monster's been cleared, and Cadian has as well. Shush has gone to Diha, and the entry's always dominant in favor of ENCE. We need a 3rd man down at this B bomb site. We need a hero. It could be Tessez.
Yeah, he's at least tipped the scales back in favor of Heroic. This is one of the best situations Heroic have been in yet. Just Snappy, the guy who stole Mirage away, left in this 1v3 clutch. And he might finally get a taste of his own medicine here. What will Heroic prescribe? The doctor is in. Snappy traded after 1. And there is Heroic finding an equalizer. Their first CT round. Their first round to break a 9-in-a-row streak out of the ENCE squad.
And that was a better setup, right? Even though they had that triple toilets play, it's better than the like scared rotate they did last round on that B side, where they walked up CT. It just means your rotates are not only like, you know, pretty predictable, but loud as well, coming down through Heaven and CT positions that are cordoned off by utility. No, they realize the BXN comes in, and they just sprint down connector. They're so quick to get down in there and get down there in tandem with their Heaven player. And ENCE never gets set up inside of the bomb site. They might get both the entries at the cost of 1, but past that point, it all comes up Heroic. Cadian flashed off. Tess is set up in party. He needs a multi-kill, or at least he'd like it. Cadian can cover his back. Tess is... They have no idea. They are not going to consider this one. It's not looking likely. Tess says the molly pushes him in, and he activates, not for a double though. ENCE will take that. A free trade on a position they never knew was owned by Heroic. A 4-on-4 opens up the map. And again, Heroic lean A.
Oh, yeah, I mean, you couldn't make it up, right? Of course, as Heroic lean heavy up towards this A bomb site, this is when, you know, the ghost of Snappy, through the Waluigi board, communicates to the rest of his team. He says, look, boys, go towards B. You're destined for great things in this B bomb site. As long as you can get past the gatekeeper of B, it's Shush. Up here, in the most grimy of spots, he's only good for 1. Diha, often the man with the entries, has to get traded this time around. Refresh now on the pillar, has got to do a lot of heavy lifting. They're moving in, they're coming his way. Refresh, what can he give us? There's the first, fully flashed down from short, helps him out. And Hades is left in this clutch, blindsided by the man up close. Heroic are back in the lead.
Yeah.
The B plate finally able to withstand one of these crunches out of the ENCE squad.
Yeah, great cover from Stout. He runs through that Molotov. There was a little bit of a room inside of the fire on short. Missed it. It went too shallow for ENCE. Stout just able to save Refresh's life, right? You'd expect him maybe... I mean, really, I don't know how he gets 1. He's full blind. But even then, you're expecting he gets traded. They try and trade him, and Stout comes in through the Molotov, takes a lot of damage, but provides a lot of value. 12-11. Like you said, lead taken right back. Double molly into the playground and middle, forces a smoke, but you won't use 2. You'll just take the fact that you at least got out middle. But now they have a lot to clear, right? The same way that Spinks would push up in that CT side deep long. ENCE are scared of the same problem. It's not apparent. It's only Tessa's deep back at long able to escape. In terms of Battle of the Orpers, Hades not being rivaled by Cadian just yet, but there's still time to recover. Again, the in-game leaders, they've had a lot more on their plate to focus on this game. And that is showed in the fragging. ENCE grouping A, and man, Heroic, round after round, triple stack this site. Finally, it's coming their way. finally the read is right. So you'd put your money on Heroic here, judging by what we've got right now. Even if those B rotates will take time.
Yeah, for Heroic, they've kind of been wanting you to play into this AAA stack for the longest time, as you say, right, that they're finally going to have a chance to flex this AAA setup a little bit. You hope it's not a case where they've waited for it all second half long and then they get dealt it and it crumbles. So there's the opener for Cadian. Diha with a response is given the opener over at long. Will they be ready for this close player? That's the big question. Stown is the... Oh, Hades just misses it, but Snappy's going to deal with him anyway. The B rotations are a long way away. First man in, runs through and gets shut down. Shush doesn't even get to leave the B bomb site. Yeah. Heroic, they'd wanted to show why they're triple stacking A so much. They wanted to flex that A control, and it does get mowed down. This is a little bit awkward now, right? Because you've been leaning heavier towards A, which isn't the most common thing anyway here on Overpass. And the fact that it does just get broken apart makes you a little bit worried here. You've kind of got to solve that as a problem now.
Yeah, I mean, you know, just the fights don't go their way, right? Cadian gets an opening kill on short, Tessus loses his life at long, and Stown gets cleared. You know, he shouldn't have survived there anywhere near as long anyway. Cadian was never really covering his toilets, dropped the nade, but just peeked into Hades' AWP. And Refresh, you know, he had to go. The option was saving the 2-on-4 or commit through the smoke. He just didn't know there was a molly there, and that's just free extra damage. Diha, you know, special shout out. I know Hades is taking a lot of the glory off this orb, but Diha, time and time again, both bomb sites, opening kills round after round, and getting Ents into these, you know, these T-side rounds.
No, it has been so impactful, man. Since getting onto this second half, if you remember, Diha opened up the pistol with the double kill into A. Then in the follow-up round, he double kills a B entry. It is just so consistent out of this guy. And even when he isn't getting kills, he'll at least create space and opportunities for his teammates to trade off the back of him, right?
Oh, I would have loved that opening kill if Cadian was able to get it last round this time. Not yet. There's still time to do it. 4 stack at B. Heroic changed the grain, but oh, it's just such a danger, man. The reads, they kind of let Heroic down at times. You know, don't get me wrong, they've had some correct calls, and even in AAAs, they've been very proactive at taking space. This round is no exception. Good, they've pushed through Monster. They've got a big T-spawn flank activated. It will take time. Shush ain't even going for it. He can stay here, though. It means his team can start to rotate up, pad the defense at the top site. Things are looking good right now for Heroic. My goodness, what a stack, what a setup.
Yeah, no, I love how Shush plays this. Like, if he committed to the T-spawn flank, there's timings where they can still go B, so you would need to keep a B player. But because of where he is, he can hear the rotations through T-spawn, he can spot Con, so he knows that he's got B on lock, and that frees up everyone else to go and play this A bomb site. Heroic, if they can't hold it with 4, they can't hold it at all. 3 was not enough last time. This time they need results. Spinks with the opener. There's a response out of Stown. It's the sheer number of bodies here that's going to come as a surprise to Ents, and all the kills looking to go in favor of Heroic. Doto and Hades with a lot to do. Flash goes over. Maybe a bit of miscommunication there as to where that flash was for exactly.
I feel like Hades had that kill without it as well. Like, he was dead on. Stown was so low behind the truck. That's a real shame. I mean, it was already, you were getting your graves dug right in front of you, but maybe you could have clamped out. Even so, even with the opener, Cadian covers the cross, Down spam smokes for an eternity. And yeah, the stack is everything there to Heroic. It started scary. It started with a 4B, but they make the read early, they make the move. And without Ents, you know, having this default, a lot of these rounds for Ents, from the get-go, they're grouping 5A or 5B, and they're just working the site. Without this map control, look at the info Heroic are getting. They're getting these con flanks. They're getting the monster pushes. So Ents may want to start spreading a little more thin, and this round is an example of that. 1-man B, double con, double mid, and a more standard round as well for Heroic. Oh! Oh! Dear, double dink!
Refresh!
Double dink through the wall.
Spinks and Snappy are like, well, let's
who wants the AWP, buddy?
Con, I guess.
No, me.
Snappy's gonna get it, right? That's the benefit of being the seasoned veteran at the helm of the team. You say, Spinks, mate, look, if you want to stay here,
fine.
You're gonna let me have that AWP. And so they're just going to group set up for a B play. While Heroic do have the aggro long push, and they will be able to rotate sometime soon, right? Because of the information Tesses is getting. We're kind of getting like a very similar situation here where Tesses is in an information grabbing position. He's like the scout of Heroic. He is sealing the deal that it's not the A play. Thanks to waiting, they're re-smoking Monster. And at the 35-second mark, you've got to go through that Stown. Oh, putting on a show with this AWP. And remember, Spinks and Snappy, they were tagged up by Refresh right at the opener of this round through the plywood. They're both saving.
Yeah, Tesses is here to stop that, though. It was in the game versus Spirit with Tesses, Refresh. These guys were so aggressive on the A site, coming in with these spawn flanks. Nice read. Tesses ready for the stairs position. Refresh happy with the assist. And he'll get another one. Snappy with the leg shot. Oh no, he is not long for this world. They're coming, and they're coming fast. 2 seconds. He wants to die before the time, and at least he does. It's better than the alternative. Gets the loss bonus, but does get nothing else. At this point, you've got $2 grand per player against 14. This was looking so good on the comeback. 10-2, all the way back to 11-10, 9 in a row. Favored Ents at one moment in time. A massive 3K out monster for Stown. And now Heroic. I mean, there's almost no way they can drop the ball here. A lot of teams would play for overtime in this position, but Ents making a very ballsy call to buy up full.
Puts a lot of onus on getting something done on the fast round. Snappy's going to open up with the tech. His Tech 9's been great.
Yeah.
Cadian now, the other strong Tech 9, and one of the best Tech 9s as far as I consider him. He's going to be up close in toilets with the AWP Deeg combo. He nails Deha. Snappy dead on the long push as well, and there's the follow-up. Spinks' tech, while it will tap out a handful of kills. It's the martyrdom from Refresh. Nade goes in, avenges his teammates. And Heroic are now on map point, 1 away from taking us to nuke after all.
I'm stealing that angle. Whoever that was crouched by the bank, right? Head, you know, once you crouch, your head goes a little bit right on your model, so it's almost hidden behind the corner. Very hard to die there. 15-12. Yeah, it's a ballsy call for Ents, but it's one that they might be coming to regret. I would have really loved to see them play for overtime. It means they at least get rifles. In the last 2 rounds of play, all they're going to have is Galil on Spinks. Pistols elsewhere. Nade stacks, no one's there.
Look, once again, Heroic have got the info. They've pushed mid. They already know what's happening here. They're not giving any respect now. The triple nade stack comes in and Heroic go, yeah, it is B. We are right in this assumption. Refresh holding the line, only good for 1. The rotations, even though they're coming through, they're still going to take a while to get here. And right now, this site has fallen under Ents' control. But from heaven, Tesses rains out with a kill. They've dealt with Stown on his flank. And so it's a 2-on-2 to decide if this map keeps on going or if we run it back on nuke. Hades retrieving an M4 is going aggressive. He spots 1 of these 2 remaining players. They know about Tesses. They don't know where Cadian is yet, but now they've seen him. They've seen him back in CT with the AWP. They won't give him this fight, and when they do, they're going to double swing it together. Very little that Cadian could do there. The AWP far from ideal in that situation. And so Ents, with that cobbled together buy, with 1 Galil as the only rifle fielded, they keep the dream of an overtime on Overpass very much alive.
Yeah, that's a shocker of a round to lose for Heroic, right? Everything's seemingly going their way, not just the fast mid push for Stown with the flank, but the confirmation of the B rush given by those triple nades that get no damage off. And yeah, this game gets scary once again. It felt like a shoo-in for Heroic. Instead, full Oos Brown, got to play an eco, got to give over 1. And they're fine with that. They know that they will have everything they need for the final round of regulation. They've just got to make it work. Hades looking for the boost. Oh, here's that drop. He knows they're up close, and he's silent in connector, so that info's only a one-way street. Cadian backs out, just playing.
Dude, he's so annoying, isn't he? Like,
now they just full rotate up A.
He runs it over the con. It's like the equivalent of, you know, knock down ginger, if you know what that is. Like where you knock on someone's door and run away.
Why the ginger?
I don't know.
We just called it knock and run, I think.
Knock and run.
Yeah,
oh no, we've had this debate before.
Run.
It's so no, I hate that, mate. Okay. Here you go. Look at this, right?
Knock down ginger.
All right, mate. All right, lad. Well, Nothing too gingerly about ENCE in this round. They're actually pretty hands-on with just fighting these pistols. They're getting us to 14. That much was guaranteed when they break the money of Heroic. And so it all culminates in round number 30. Both squads are going to have everything they could possibly need. I'm talking about this round like it's done because it should be. It should be. It should be, but maybe it's not. 2-on-2, time ticking away. I think it's all back to normal now, right? Regularly scheduled programming. How has Stown gotten away with this? This was a USP for the guy. Cadian always runs in right as the bomb goes off to try and save guns. It just dies. But right, as I was saying, it all culminates in round 30, Hugo. We've got full rifles for both teams. This is a battle of brawn and brains now. There's no caveats in terms of the money. There's nothing we're looking at this and going, oh, well, they're going to be lacking this, they're going to be lacking that. This is just who is better, who wants it more. Overtime, or we go to map number 3.
Oh, what a prospect. Tantalizing, and a double orb to do it. Heroic have got even more money off the back of those kills at the end. They're going to try the 5-man boost. ENCE looking for the quick stack up, looking for the tower, and they fall right off. That's such a shame. It's all a waste. It's all in vain. There was nothing to grab anyway. No one was open to that position. One AWP outside of B. Stown looking into water. He's nearing the 30 kill mark. His AWPing on B has been ludicrous. They're just walking out Monster. Heroic are double long right now. They have no rotate. Their anchors have got to hold. Sjuush about to see everything. Snappy with a spot. And there's the lineup. Sjuush with a double dink. Takes down Dope with 7 points of health. And Heroic, they might be here. They might be ready to close out this map.
Yeah, man down. Snappy. The 1-4, the savior from Mirage. Now having to watch as his teammates try to make overtime happen, but one at a time, they're falling to the hands of Heroic. Sjuush him with another. Stown's gonna put the nail in the coffin, and Doto at 11 points of health. It is a damn good try for ENCE, but this series is set to end on Nuke. It felt destined. We're going the distance. Heroic versus ENCE culminates in just a minute.
And just when you thought it was a lock-in, boy, were you wrong. I can't believe you would have ever have slept on Heroic to have not won this map. My goodness, Overpass going away. 16-14, okay, it was pretty damn close. Ents making it look competitive, and of course that leads us into a third map. That is Nuke. So this all gets determined there. It all gets settled there, and again, the implications of this game are pretty important. Yanko Paunovic here with me on the scene to sort of talk about all of it.
Absolutely, Trace. It's turning into a nail-biting series. I mean, great first half from Heroic, 10 rounds on the T side, and you're thinking, okay, it's just a matter of time before they close it out. But Ents got to a role of their own, right? Even took the lead, I believe, at some point in the second half. So it took everything Heroic had to close it out in the second half. A couple of, good plays. I think again, being a little bit more aggressive in the mid round was the key adjustment, so to speak, for them to really close it out and win Overpass.
Yeah, and we look at that first half of play, and the CT side there, it just wasn't really coming together for the side of Ents, and that's pretty much what gave Heroic their lead in.
True, and there were some good rounds individually from the Heroic players. I mean, we had the Shush 1v3, which was a huge round, a couple of other, close rounds, good clutches. So kind of balancing itself after the performance from Snappy, mostly in that first map, and some of the clutches that he won for his team. This is the Shush round. This was just really crisp, great game sense from him to understand that the last player could be coming out of Monsters. So great shot to close it out too, and yeah, everything was going Heroic's way in this game.
Yeah, it really started to come together that way. Stown putting up 31 kills, that also helps. That goes a pretty long way as well. And this sort of manifests, this sort of like comes together and culminates. Do we feel like now that third map will be ever so competitive?
I think so. We saw some good games from Ents on Nuke already, and we know for Heroic, ever since this roster formed, pretty much Nuke has been their go-to pick, really. So they're not going to have any problems. They're going to be very comfortable playing the map, and I think it's a great map for this matchup to be the decider. I think we'll see another close game.
And before we get there, we like to let you play with the toys, so just do what you do, man.
The toys, yeah. So this is like a very close game. After 10-5, it's 12-12 at this point. So you'll see here the adjustment from Heroic I was talking about, and starts with A default, heavy default towards long. You see 4 players here just taking that control, chasing Cadian away, and as soon as he has that contact, he's probably making a call. This is early in the round, 1:30, so they're doing a long, heavy default. What are we gonna do? Okay, let's try to get control towards B. They can't be strong everywhere at the same time. You see here Refresh and Shush, they're coming close to the smoke. You have Tesses from all the way back. He's going to throw the flash for them, and this flash play gives them a huge amount of information. They know all this area outside of B is clear. If you don't have contact, even with for example, this position, if a guy isn't there, then it tells you like he can only be water, which he probably isn't at this point, and they're doing like a full 5-man A default, which is what they were doing. So similar thing happened in the previous round where Ents did an A execute, and even though Heroic had 3 players there, they still couldn't hold it. So now, well, let's send an extra man. Now we have 4 players there, and that will prove to be the deciding factor. You can see Tesses and Stoner there, Cadian with the op, and Refresh is coming as well from B. Only Shush left outside B, and the execute is still good from Ents. Like they're covering a lot of spots. This smoke here from Stone is going to prove to be a problem. That allows him and Tesses to get some kills, do a lot of damage. Cadian finds a gap in the smoke as well. So Ents at this point just isn't ready for the amount of bodies, and this was crucial for Heroic to win a round, because the economy was all over the place for them. If they had lost it, they would have probably had to go on an eco, and that was just too close for comfort for them. And this was, I believe, the adjustment that allowed them to close this map out.
I believe it was a Molotov there that was meant for behind the smoked truck, and it seems to have landed on the top of the truck. You see it right there. That might have played into it a little bit differently had it landed in the appropriate spot.
It's weird. Maybe not, because the CT smoke was already there. Maybe it gets extinguished, but it was just more chaos than Ents was ready for, and just like it's all about the information play in the mid round. Like that was the key. Otherwise, it wasn't a blind gamble from Heroic. It was calculated, and that's their go-to style, really.
So Yanko, in just a few words, just a few seconds, we're going to be going to that third map. We're going to be deciding it on Nuke, but who's going to win it?
It's hard. I'm gonna go with Ents. I don't know why. I just think that, you know, Pro League seems to be well. Both of these teams shine at Pro League, but I don't know. I have a feeling the underdog is gonna take it.
Yeah, and that's what we're gonna keep our eyes on. If you got your eyes on the screen right now, you'll know that that music means we go to a break, because when we come back, Nuke will be the deciding factor between Heroic and Ents in the Group of A, ESL Pro League Season 14, y'all.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Close. That's true. You did the dog play. Oh! Nice calm on the flash. Oh, nice. Two outside, one dinked outside. Oh. Nice. Rush was low. How did he get there? Nice. How did he get there so fast? Main roof. Nice. Oh my god, they're just hiding. No, he's just...
Knocked out with warehouse, could be chasing me. Yeah, he's lower.
That's my AK.
50 HP was secret.
Yes. Nice, Harry. No, he's so fast down bed.
Nice, bro. This is the comeback.
Oh my god, both outside, both outside. Hell, Harry. Nice. Hell. Oh. Nice! Let's go. One up. Both outside.
Double spray down, remember actually there.
The spray down. Break up. Nice. Outside already, on it. Oh, you've let him get in such a sick spot now by not sticking it. Oh no, there's one. Nice, Harry. Yeah. Get him out.
One main.
Right, roof, I think. Third ladder. Got him. They're just sitting outside. Sitting. I've gone around the map. Nice. Unlucky.
Well, if you've joined us for these last two maps, you are in for a treat now. We head to the decider of Nuke between Heroic and ENCE. And man, this has been a hell of a series so far, right? We had the dominant start for ENCE and Snappy to open up back on Mirage. Overpass looked like it was going to be a very clean victory for Heroic. It ended up going the full 30 rounds with them just about getting it over the line at 16-14. Now we head to Nuke. This is a good map for both teams. This is both squads giving it all they've got, giving it 110%. They both want to be the victor, and it's all decided as we head into the third map of Nuke.
The final face-off. And boy, it couldn't be in a better battleground indeed. ENCE, they managed to take down Astralis on this map just the other day, and they looked excellent on that T side. So with Heroic winning knife round and getting that CT start pick, I don't think ENCE are too perturbed by that prospect moving outside very quickly. Dropping on main roof, that's going to get her. Doto jumping around the site, and he's going to find Stam, but mid-air catches the kill. There's one trade out of Hades, and Shush has pushed at least to find one. Katie drops the bomb in the open. It's madness. It's everything happening at once. And both players on the CT side fight for their life in hell. Diha now knows exactly where everyone sits, and he drops down the vent to play B.
They've also gone down ramp. No, he's back up through the ladder, faking door noises.
Up, down.
He's being very, very loud. But the thing is, how Heroic are playing is kind of interesting. I love what they've done with Shush here, sending him late through lobby. Shush doesn't want to die because he's collected a lot of utility, and that would be a lovely little bonus to hold on to. If Tesses is able to come through with the kill from Heaven, that's a huge win for Heroic. Let's see, he's got this decoy. He's going to try and use it as a fake flash out through Heaven, takes a little peek with it. Diha does not know where this second man of Shush is yet. Deals with the first, backflip, sticks the landing, but it's Shush winning the round.
Oh, he went all the way around the victory
and he
lap.
did go, yeah, the victory lap. Is that going to cost him here?
I think it has, Harry. I think it has.
Oh,
he's
it's
got
close,
it.
but
He's got
yeah,
it.
I thought he had it, Hugo.
Yeah.
From the get-go. You know me, I'm
It's
good
under
with
control.
The
it's just for style points. He does a little lap
does
round.
the lap, yeah, that's ballsy.
Flexes his muscles, shakes the champagne everywhere, and gets a defuse off like it's no big deal. Oh my goodness, that's not nice, is it? That's terrifying.
Look at that. Perfect 10. On the backflip, though.
Yeah, I don't think the defuse could have been closer there, to be perfectly honest. But hell, a round is a round, and Heroic will take it. AK out for Diha. It's great on those entries. Lots of util for ENCE on this little force buy with pistols. Their 8 hits against Astralis were their bread and butter. That's what they were getting them through so many of these key rounds. Now, a lot of them were out the gate, but there's a little more delay on this play for ENCE. Hot Roof Molly ready for Hades. Diha, he's going to try and lurk into main in the late round. No one's watching outside right now. Cadian's covering the cross from hell, but that's not really going to provide anything when it comes to this main position. If Diha does commit, it's free real estate. But Stalin is moving up from B, and so he is tasked with getting that yard info, and he could get it at the perfect time. Smoke's going in. Diha waiting to see if he gets delivered this kill. He's telling his team to hold off. He might have a pick here. Stahl's not made any mistake. Flash is ready on the call there. Stahl spotted. Diha now knows he likely has a lot of room outside to move, and so he'll continue to go closer to main, and Spinks gets caught in the door. This A play, while slow and steady, has been called to a pause. They need Diha to activate. He's been smoked out by his team, and Refresh has doubled up, dropping the bomb. This did not go to plan for ENCE. And Diha left on his laurels in a 1-on-5.
Yeah, this hero AK. Well, he's been given a lot of room to be a hero with the AK at least. But with only 20 seconds left, he is just saving here, getting out with this gun. Heroic, all 5 players staying alive. The SMG, the auto shotgun making a bit of money there. And now ENCE in a weird spot. Whenever you hold on to this hero AK, right, you fully understand why Diha doesn't want to do anything in this round. But it always leaves you in a bit of a weird spot, right? He's only at $50 now. That means when this first buy round does look to come through, he's going to be very, very poor. Here's why I'm so excited for Nuke, though, right? In terms of the stats, right? In terms of any little caveats we could put on this, it's like shocking how neck and neck ENCE and Heroic are, right? They've both played this a nigh on identical amount of times. Their win rates are nigh on identical. It's very, very cool that we don't have the caveat of like, oh yeah, well this is a great Heroic map and it's one that, you know, ENCE have been struggling on. Like, no, right, as you said, ENCE had that real good-looking game versus Astralis just yesterday. Doto wanted the AK.
Okay,
Snappy with a double. All right, Snapster. Anymore? There is a player back here in Garage that he doesn't know about. It's Cadian chiming in with a kill onto Hades. Snappy.
Oh, he's missed it.
Gonna go undetected. Doto, there's a reason he TK'd her for the gun, and he's onto a double. It started with a TK. It started with friendly fire. And now, 2 mortal enemies, Snappy and Cadian, up against each other once again. The eco round for ENCE could still come through. That bomb down through the vents into the B bomb site. Plant guaranteed at a bare minimum. Cadian gives chase.
Faked it.
Faked run into the double doors. Snappy trying to outbrain him. It's a battle of brains. It's a battle of wits. It's a battle of who the better Danish IGL is. And oh, Cadian gonna take his head off, will convert the 1v1. That was only pistols for ENCE. That was the one saved AK on Diha, which wasn't on Diha for long. Doto getting a double from it.
Yeah, at least he made it worth it, right?
Yeah,
like,
it's a lot of damage as well. Like, dude, you get out of that round with a bomb plant, one player surviving.
The tech taps as well. They completely lost track of Snappy. He got a double kill and Cadian always thought he was still there, and I guess he wasn't wrong. Snappy went a long way round. It's such a shame because if he just turned around after Cadian showed his hand outside, he would have likely had the backstab and the trade there and maybe even win the round. Instead, the full flank to heaven and he falls on B. Now the buy round now, well, it's the first proper for ENCE. Hades has the orb. Cadian's got his, of course, and he's sitting in towards heaven. He can't stop the secret play, but the footsteps will be called over. Nade does a shockingly low amount of damage. And with a back garage player, they know there are numbers down in B. Tessus is able to drop the Molotov. And with Refresh alongside him, you've got this little 2-pronged attack. Shot at from both sides. Peeking on your teammate's contact. Molly's going to push Tessus in, though. He's got to fight for his life, and now Refresh can't trade. He's going to hope they don't suspect him in this position, but the spray is a mess, and Refresh only one. 4-on-3, Spinks won't let them rotate without a costly kill, and he's trying to find that right now at red. Oh, the timing eludes Shush. He feels like he's cleared it, and Spinks doesn't know either. That might set you up for the retake after all. Bomb's so late.
Oh, Hades collects that kill. There's another player at ramp. The molly is forcing him to peek wide, but Heroic, they might just try to get this AWP out of here on Stown, right? It's the big ticket item. It's a 2-on-3 retake that you can't even begin to attempt. You really needed that peek from Cadian to give you something. And with Hades already up on the angle, posted in the way he was, that kill felt destined to go his way. The rifles come out, and hence they find success immediately. On the back of saving these 2 guns, at least, you know, you could... well, you know, if you had saved those 2 guns, you maybe could have made a case for a buy.
God, you love cursing everything.
I don't, that wasn't, that one was so unreasonable. He was just saving, he should have been fine. He should have been fine. There was so much time left and he could have just gone anywhere. I didn't think he was going to die to the bomb, Hugo, but as I was going to say, yeah, you could have bought, he could have had pretty much full rifles.
You're still going to buy, but
they're going to fully invest. Yeah, you could have had like You could have 4 M4s here.
What I like is that Ents go into their first gun round, but they don't go into these A rushes. Like, we will see them in this T side. Hell, we might not have to wait long for it. But right now, they're showing a lot more. And Heroic have definitely watched the demo, definitely leading into the fact that they're expecting these fast A plays that worked so well against Astralis. In fact, no one was playing ramp this round. Cadian takes a pot shot, but Ents are already ducking down B. Oh, this is a weird round for Heroic. They do have players in the right places, but a 5-on-5 retaking the lower site is a weird one indeed. Kit's available. Can they find their way back into the bomb site? Fighting through with MP9s. Doors off now. Open season for these kills, and still yet to find a first frag. Refresh gets it delivered. Doto somehow takes one. Tessa's trades, but at this point you're still thinking about saving. The time's so far ticked. You're out of position, you're smoked off, and Ents have ramp under control with an open plant. So out you go, saving your guns. And that, you know, that's a read for Heroic. That's them stacking A in anticipation of one of these top site rushes. And I promise you, they will come eventually. The question is, when? And will Heroic be ready for them?
Yeah, and that is something to be said about this Ents squad, right? The top site executes they showed us the other day were disgusting, and so you can understand the fear of Heroic when it comes to trying to deal with that. You know, we kind of noted not only do they have great utility on the A crunch, but it looks like such a well-oiled machine. Like everyone very much knows where they're meant to be watching, what their roles are, what their responsibilities are. And out of all the A rushes I've seen a team deal, like Ents' looks astonishingly clean and almost machine-like with how it comes in.
Oh, it's a bit of a gap. Stan won't be able to take anyone with him. Nade late, leg through the wall. Hades, man, he's really making Cadian work for his kills in this series. This has been such a fun head-to-head to watch. Spinks has already dropped into vent, so no one can rotate safe. And again, B just controlled by Ents. Snappy on the roof looking for lurks, and USP. Oh, and the gun's stuck up there. That's a shame. Any boosters? Any way to get up? Got to worry about that clock. Ents are soon to plug in the numbers on lower. Smoked out. Heroic are locked away from this B bomb site. But Ents still don't have that plan. That gives more time for Heroic to set up.
The smoke has fallen in a way that makes me nervous as well. It kind of gives you a bit of a veil to cross out. I don't know. Dia should have heard it, but yeah, there we go. Hades is going to attempt to lock that in.
Yeah, it's a save. You know, fair enough again, even though they grabbed that kill outside, it's not like they got the gun. And even though Ents takes so long to plant, Heroic move in early, maybe too early. And Ents were already set up in B at the end of the day. They may not have had the plant, but they had the post plants already ready to go. Nice shot. Doto deletes the AWP. And he will go down to Refresh. May be able to get away after all, but he had to fight for his life and will succeed as he runs for the AWP. It's still an Ents 3-3.
Yeah, that AWP's going to find its way back into Cadian's hands, right? Shout out Refresh for being the guy to trade that, grab the AWP, carry it forward.
Big round for Refresh as well. Remember, he was the one guy to go down in the previous on B, and so when it came into that round with 4 saved weapons, and Refresh was literally $1,900, did not buy USP. He got a main roof kill, and then he got 2 more with no armor. Not bad at all. But yeah, like you said, AWP is back, and maybe this is the top rush we've been talking about. Oh, they're just scaring Heroic. Here they go late with it. Smoke on the Molotov in the middle of it, and nice start for Shush.
Oh, yeah. Real nice stuff on this A-hold, and perfect, mate. Like, we wanted to see what the response would be to an attempt at one of these A-crunches, and it's safe to say Heroic have done their homework. They've got that locked in.
Yeah, I felt like the flashes weren't there.
Yeah, it also, you know, if you are able, right, that's obviously like one of these A rushes you've been dealt. You haven't really been dealt them yet, but you've already quelled it once, right? If you remember from the other day, it was really, really hard for Astralis to hatch the solutions to stop the pace of that A play, right? And, you know, it felt like it was a large bulk of what the Ents T side came down to, was finding success on the A rushes. If you're able to remove that from their repertoire, that is a big bit of the strat book removed for Ents.
All behind the vent. Spinks is going to try and drop down, but that smoke is not in the right place. And so Refresh, it's open season. 5-on-3, Stown peeked outside at start to take down Deher, dropping on Silo. Hades looking for a pick off the AWP, but Cadian's offered up nothing. He's deep on the radio, crafting a path with Tesses to take lobby, and they have so much real estate. They now know at this point, and it's the only positions they can be are outside or down lower. Got lower on lock. Hades trying to pre-fire corners. Is only going to give Stown more warning. Meanwhile, Snappy's climbing up heaven. And this bomb is coming down, so Hades has got to be very careful. 3 health. I don't know how you're meant to get out of this one. Tessa's even going to put the knife in the back.
Yeah, Tessa should have it locked in.
Should.
Don't. Oh, they pass each other.
Ships in the night.
Oh, Hades is probably dead. Oh, wait, hang on. No, he's going to get the trade. Yeah, Snappy dies in heaven. And so now the destiny was to try and go A. Ents are a bit lost in the source. They don't really know what they're dealing with, what they're fighting, and Heroic have got a very good idea of what's going on here. They've spotted Doto over in main. 2 players on default in this A bomb site. He is in for a rough old time, and Stown did a crunch it from outside. There was a lot of moving pieces in that round, and I think Ents just kind of lost track of what was really happening with so much real estate taken for Heroic and so many weird timings here. It was a bit of a coin toss as to who ended up, you know, benefiting from that. But in the end, it's Heroic.
It's such a shame because they were trying to fake out that lower play onto Stown and end on A with Snappy in heaven. Like, he's the last guy you're expecting to die from that outside play. And the funniest part is the ramp player pushes through ramp into lobby, wraps T-spawn all the way to outside, and then kills someone heaven. Like, that's what a weird circumstance. And in all of that, you lose your A split. Hades, who's been waiting lower all round, re-aggresses. Well, who already has? Stown was wider than he expected. Yeah, from bad to worse, everything there for Ents. Coming up, top trumps for Heroic. Power rating through the roof. 5-3. Seeing the Danes on nuke start to do what they do best and ease into the lead. Can they keep it up? Got a force buy here for Ents, putting everything in, and not a lot to show from it. Maybe this would be one of those top rushes who have lots of nades.
Oh, Hugo, you've looked into your crystal balls, and you were almost right on that one.
Yeah, they were expensive.
First guy peeking in. On the receiving end of that AWP, and now more to follow. That's the bomb dropped in the open, and this A rush has been quelled by Heroic once again. I think it's so important that this is something that you're able to repeatedly best.
Oh, Refresh. That should not be his kill.
Honestly, though, like these A plays were like a real feature of Ents' success on this map last time.
Yeah, we aren't seeing the same rushes, though, like the same exact speed and stuff outdoor. Like, you know, they're doing the delayed play. They're splitting door first, then hut second. You know, I would like to see the exact, because they ran the same strat 3 rounds in a row, and it worked perfectly. And then Astralis started to cotton on, and we had to see Ents switch it up. But we haven't seen that exact same play. Obviously, a lot has to go right, but yeah, it feels like they're respecting the door molly, and then they're waiting on that push, smoking it, and then committing late. Maybe it takes a second to line up the flashes. Whatever it is, Ents still have room. They still have time to perfect this T side, but Heroic should be on for a 7-3 scoreline right about now. It's just Eagles. Not much else. And when the Tech-9 is getting tapped out like that, it's a sigh of relief for Heroic.
Oh, that's the bomb. So the odds of finding much here kind of out the window with that. Stown really taking liberties, seeing what he can get away with here. And the outside aggression goes unpunished. He's got the bomb, he's got all the kills, and for Doto and Spinks, this is now a damage-dealing mission. But look at this, almost, you know, line of Danes across the map. They're holding in this line very far forward outside with the bomb under control. Like, there's really not a lot these Eagles can do now.
Oh, Stown's had enough. Oh, now he really has. Bullet to the head. Oh, watch out, Cadian. Double tag, but they're not ready for Refresh in the same position as Stown just was. able to close the round with the 7-3. It was always meant to be, but now ENCE pressures on. They're even calling a tech timeout. ENCE's coach of Saw has crashed. So hopefully we'll be waiting that out and he'll be jumping back in just a moment.
I love what we've been getting towards outside out of Heroic, right? There was that one round, the TK round, if you remember, where Snappy like runs main roof, gets away with absolute murder. Well, since then, and since, you know, ENCE have shown a kind of bit of a tendency to fall back onto these outside plays with the smokes, Heroic have been approaching it really nicely. Cadian's dedicating a lot of his early attention over towards that silo rush, right? Making sure that no one can go for those fast main drops. And that's kind of been tapering off a lot of the real estate that you can get if you're ENCE outside. Then a lot of the time, he's got like a capable rifler out there alongside him, helping fight at the Red Cross. It's very devastating to try to go up against. And ooh, it's fine. We fell into the void for a moment, but we're all good. What's the solution going to be for ENCE? I haven't really seen much of an attempt at ramp, but that's not like an all-encompassing strategy, right? Like, it might be nice to see them have a little look in, maybe on one of these partial buys.
We were talking about this after the way that Overpass ended. It felt like, you know, Hades was having a game on the AWP, right? When he had the AWP, he was popping, and it felt like, you know, we never really got to see ENCE play around that. A lot of their T-side rounds, while they, you know, pulled this massive comeback, obviously it let them down at the end. We never really got to see these defaults where you're letting the AWP roam, and you're letting the AWP work a pick, get a kill, adjust the CT setup, and then recommit in a 5-on-4. A lot of the time, it was just, all right, let's walk 5 out A, or let's walk 5 out Monster. Think about how that game closed. They went for the 5 boost with the AWP, sure, didn't work, he fell off the top, and then they just walk out Monster. It's like you got your top performer on an AWP, walking out Monster in round 30. Like, you're not really letting Hades get away with much there. He even had to drop it to Doto, who was dinked. So, you know, I would love to see more of a default round where you just let Hades go for whatever he wants to do. Let him go for a pick, door play, ramp boost, silo spawn, blue boxes. There's so many options for opening kills on AWPs on this map. Presuming we have the money for Hades on an AWP, maybe it won't be in this gun round, maybe it'll be next. I'd love to see more of that. Because ENCE, you know, the dry runs are good. The XX out of spawn are nice, but right now they're not working.
Yeah, and you know, if you were going to default as well, I think another player to keep an eye on and maybe give a bit of room to would be Diha over towards the door. I think he's a real menace at getting openers over here, right? And you kind of mentioned this, that whenever they've tried the A rushes, they're very respectful of that door utility, right? Whereas contrasting it to the Astralis game yesterday, mate, Diha was on a wild one. Don't you remember that one tap he got where like he runs through the Molotov? I get it, you're probably not at like peak confidence right now, and you don't want to feel like you're throwing away fights right out of the gate, but you've got to give a bit of room to these guys, right? Your Hades, your Dihas. That's how you get activated here.
I don't think we will have the AWP though in this round for ENCE. 5k, you don't really want to glass it. Let's see what ENCE, they've had some time, right? It's been a bit of a tech, but they've had some time since to figure things out, to discuss. Bit of a breather.
Okay, Diha has a great spawn. I was hoping he was going to try and take some sort of peek early. I just love this guy in door, man. But instead, he's going to look for a fast silo play. Now, I mentioned that Cadian a lot of the time has been watching for exactly this, but this time he's over towards CT. And so Diha is able to get in through main, but not for long. Stown is hot on their heels. That's that little wombo combo of Cadian and one of these rifle players outside, swooping in, trying to save the day. Stown picking up kills, but he's left in the clutch. He needs an ace in the 1v2. Donning Cadian's AWP now. He's going to reroute over towards Heaven to try give this round a go. He's got a smoke as well. He can throw that Heaven retake smoke. Instead, he's faked the rotation and he's going back to main.
Oh, second smoke down. It's down. He might just have to go through it. That's 15 seconds. Half the bomb gone if he is patient. Still gives him a short window. A chance maybe. But Hades has this cross and he's not giving it up. Down, nothing being thrown away in this round for him. Molly going to give away his position. Now both eyes trained on the prize. Down, just got to get out alive, and Hades won't allow. Spam through the door, or at least through the vent, and grabs the AWP as well. You know, Heroic, that was the last thing they expected, Harry. It was the A play. It was the thing, the exact thing they've been shutting down. It had a bit of a twist on with Diha dropping off of a main, and also ends through full outside smokes. On top of that, Heroic, that round, they were double ramp, double outside, 1A. That was the last thing they were ready for. They still do a damn good job of making that interesting. That double from Stown is lovely. A player goes 1 for 1.
Yeah, you know, they tried to like lean into a bit of a read, right? We were even commenting on like, yeah, we haven't really seen a ramp play yet out of Ents, so I think that was maybe the worry there, because even though Cadian was outside, he was leaning towards Hell. He was leaning towards a fast rotation to ramp. Whereas usually he's been peeking that silo angle to stop those fast main pushes. So I imagine we have him go back to that again, just to make sure they can't replicate that round with the fast main drop.
Yeah, more numbers on A this time. Not a bad idea by any means. Oh, lovely nade.
Oh, so instead Cadian's going secret. That's the change here, right? Straight through ramp. He's going to try and get set up to help hold off this outside cross. With the wall of smokes down, Cadian's already here on the B bomb site. But outside is nothing more than a bit of a ruse here for Ents. They send Diha across. The rest of the gang are still all waiting back in lobby.
Ramp player has even gambled. Tessus has moved out. Expecting Util to come down on ramp, right? Rather than a contact play, you hope you'll have a bit of warning if someone walks into that position. So the risk might be worth it. Stack on A right now, and they may have secret, but they're not selling much of a fake. One flash for Doto. He's going to try and push Cadian back, perhaps with a Molotov here. But if he dies with nothing, Ents are just going to be forced into this upper play. And oh, Cadian's going up and over past the Molotov. Doto doubling, or Diha doubling down. Oh, refresh drops through the vent, dropping the bomb, and 2 men. Grabs it off, quick shot across, he can't get it off. Switch too early. This is a weird one. Just if he went back down vent, he would be shot in the back. Doto's still lurking the door.
Yeah, that is a ballsy move from Refresh, but is it going to be enough? It's a 2-on-2 retake here. Stown trading up onto this AWP. Shush gonna deal with Spinks. Diha left in this 1v2. 20 points of health, he's low. Gets that first fight to Stown. Shush at 100 HP. He's got a chance here. He's gonna start to move in through the door. Diha's gotta be clean, and it's anything but. The round goes the way of Heroic. They're up onto 8 now, double the score of Ents. Big round for Shush and Refresh with that vent drop. If only he hadn't quick switched off the AWP, man. It felt destined. He was about to make a big play there.
Luckily, he doesn't lose in the round there, but yeah, massive kills anyway. And these rounds are just getting crazy. Ents throwing everything at the wall, hoping something sticks. That was 4 on the A side for Heroic. No surprise, their flanks were so fast. Spinks there was so attracted to the player who had already run past in secret. Shush was late, and he was able to close out the round.
I love that move because, you know, you say about how it's the 4-man A stack, right? I think Heroic realized, like, if they do get down vent, we could be in a very, very big problem. And, like, they're not killing anyone crossing through that vent smoke. And so Refresh goes, well, if you can't beat them, join them, and just leaps in behind them, knowing that someone had to make a play. Someone had to do something to slow down that B bomb site rush through the vents.
With so many bodies dropping down, Ents aren't keeping track of who's what, which team they're on. They're just hoping they get the respect. Heroic do not give them an inch. And Ents, they're looking for scraps in this T-side. It's been their T-sides carrying them through their new games here in the Pro League in both that Spirit and Astralis matchup that they won 16-11 each. But right now, they're going to need something at the end of this half.
Yeah, Refresh is really starting to look like a real gem whenever games go the distance. Whenever it gets to crunch time, I feel like you're getting the most mileage out of this guy in a third map. And it's just brilliant to see that that's something he's been able to keep up throughout the Pro League so far.
Oh, no, Diha. Oh, the turn.
Doesn't get checked. It's kind of half-arsed there. They do open up into the A side, but once again, that's the bomb out in the open. Stown, dead over in main. It's a 2-on-2 retake in at this A bomb site, but Ents, without their bomb planted, they could still try to make this tricky.
It's stuck vent. And in all this madness and all this silence, Tessus has made a read. Maybe they've walked down the ladder. Maybe they've gone lower. He's decided to set up in the B-bomb site. That gives even more time for ENCE to cross in. Stick for Snappy, cover for Spinx, and Cadian in the wrong position right now. He'd love to still be back in heaven. Bomb is not for main. But the kills might just come to him. Snappy crossing through. Cadian again, the head-to-head of in-game leaders, and a missed shot gives Snappy the round. Likely Tess has got to go through the Molotov, and there's too many targets. Spinx shuts it out, and ENCE another calamity on that A site, but they do win it out. And that has resounding consequences. No money left for Heroic. Some very expensive rounds, very close rounds in these last few. And the effect that that's had means ENCE might be sneaking in an 8-7 half. They'll be happy with that.
Yeah, it's kind of devastating how this keeps managing to happen to Heroic, where they have like these big leads and things are really looking good, and then their money starts to taper off right near the end of a half, right? It's sort of what happened back on Overpass, if you remember. They were 10-2 up. It felt like nothing could go wrong. Then their money gets broken heading into those final few rounds, and that was how ENCE were able to make it a competitive half after all. This one is attempting to look like more of the same, and that's a beautiful flick from Hades to open up. The one non-vanilla pistol already brushed aside. Cadian's trying to grab it, but it's just a CZ, you know? When you've got the hero CZ, I doubt anyone is expecting much from it. So into the guns they go. Cadian will get one with this CZ. Oh, he's jumping around. He runs entirely out of ammo, so it's probably a good thing that he dies to the Deagle there, or else I think he would have got knifed. That's the downside to the CZ.
All right, ENCE have set themselves up for success. It may have taken a bit of a long road here on this T side, and we've not seen what we typically expect from this team, but that's because Heroic have done such a great job of shutting it down. Now, how will this final round go? No AWP for Heroic. Hades has his. Scoreboard's pretty similar all across the ENCE side of things. Smokes again outside. Stound's been so proactive in this position, moving up, checking silo, denying the walk. Looking to do it once again. Diha's got to check everything. He's been burned before out here. Tesses, meanwhile, has that main cross, meaning Stound doesn't need to worry about his back, just needs to worry about Secret. And now there's not much you can do about it. Smokes are down, he's dropped a cheeky little smoke in the way, and that might scare you that there's a player playing behind it. There's so many one-ways on this stairwell, but there are not. And ENCE managed to clear that out. Can now drop B. ENCE, they like to complicate it. They like to make things interesting. Doto's fallen off of main route. Tessus grabs that kill, but he should know the comm is in. Stound doesn't tell his teammate. He just hunts down the frag, swapping out to an AK. Hades trying to cross back out. Stound won't make it away from blue. And now ENCE, all they have is Secret, and they don't even have the bomb there.
Yeah, it's a little awkward. That bomb is out towards main, and in the prying eyes of Tesses, the responsibility is going to fall to Hades to try and trade this one out, right? He's actually managed to get the bomb from under the nose of the Garage player, and now he's going to set up his teammate with a flash into Garage. Diha getting these trades. Right, he not only mopped up Stound, the other problem outside, but now he's dealt with the Garage player in Tesses. Diha's impact in this round has been huge, and it's given this 3-on-3 over.
Yeah, a bit of a B round. Heroic have not had to deal with too many lower takes in this T side, so now they're all grouped up. They've cleared lobby, they've worked it out, they hear the steps. Notice they don't have a kit here. That's going to cut the clock for them. Moving down ramp, everyone grouped up right now. Shush is late in the vent. Already they're just running through. They're giving no respect, no room, but Hades Orb does fire through. We're waiting for this flank, but Hades waits for no one. 2 kills, leaving Shush in a clutch. He's having a great game right now, but he needs something unbelievable, and it won't happen. The 8-7 locked in right at the very end. ENCE do hold strong in this third map of the series, but Heroic hold the lead. Where is this going? I couldn't tell you. You're going to have to wait and see.
You like nuke? No? Well, here's a common warehouse smoke for you anyway. The lineups for this are nice and easy. It's fairly common AWPers should play from this spot, and this smoke should push them away and force them to relocate. Position yourself over this corner and aim slightly above the metal fixture, and then toss the smoke. Easy. Now you removed one of the 45 different angles that CTs can kill you from.
From 0 to hero, the Danes decimated on the first map of the series. They pull it right back on overpass and now take us to nuke, leading 8-7 at the end of the first half. It's a good CT side. It's not bad, but ENCE are also going to be happy with where they sit in this series. It's open season. It's anyone's game, and we're getting right into it. Pistol round to decide the momentum move for the start of this half.
Yeah, we're pretty much neck and neck, all things considered, right? One hell of a point to start from coming in to the last half of this series. The last, what, 2 and a bit hours all come down to Heroic's T side and ENCE's CT side here on Nuke. Diha, he's given up this ground. He's let them take L, and well, Heroic, oh no, they've secured this heaven wrap. ENCE have not rotated down to B, as is the idea behind this strategy. We actually call this one the Hugo. And ENCE are all here, grouped up, pushing in. Great understanding of what was happening in this pistol round. Sjuush, though, he understands something far more pure, and that is these Glock taps. Spinks with one. Just Sjuush left to beat, and he's going to do it. Defuses in, and ENCE win the pistol, tying us up at 8-8. It's a big round for Spinks and the boys.
Yeah, that was Spinks or Sjuush on for the 4K. Someone had to get it, and it was Spinks. Lovely shots, lights out. And that Heaven player is going to be molding as well. You didn't want to be dying first. You'd rather be trading off your teammate in the bomb site, playing that package. It is for you. But just a slither of your head pokes out, and that is all Spinks needs to pick it off. Look at this shot. Ugh. So here we go.
So yeah, that's a bit of a classic pistol round strat there, right? You, hang on a moment, look, we're being invaded. What's this? Like, I get it, we want to push the brand in and all, but come on now.
Heroic versus, who? What have they got? What guns? You know, the funny part is we're just hiding that second round AWP from you. That's what we're really doing. Hades has got it in. Ramp smoke push. Tessa's grabbed Snappy after one. Second round AWP is bonkers. But it's all thanks to the drop from Spinx. And
mate, it's a Cadian move, bringing out a second round AWP. And
a very Cadian move is the triple AKs for Heroic. You couldn't even tell who won the pistol right now. Bombs planted.
Yeah, this looks like a rifle round that's taking place like 6 rounds into the half.
Nope.
No, this is round 2. Refresh. He's getting wrapped at ramp. They don't know about Spinx. And while the wrap is good, time is a bit of a problem. Spinx is taking a long while to get anything from this. You've put a lot of onus in waiting for this wrap round. You don't even need it to deliver, though, as Diha swoops out with a double, and the defuse is in. The rifle buy for Heroic does not pan out. And it's ENCE moving on to 9, stealing the lead away from Heroic.
Yeah, dude, the bomb's just so scary, especially with custom HUDs. You never really, I feel like I have a good grasp of it until they come through. Little bars racing to the finish line, and it's going to be ENCE to get it under the rug.
I don't know how you mess it up, Hugo. I just think, you listen to it, it's all a feeling.
Yeah,
CS is all one big emotion.
Exactly.
Right? And I know you don't have emotions, Hugo. That's the lizard part of your brain.
Thanks. All right, fast out A.
Oh, Hades and Diha with the opener. The nade in combination with his spray lights up those players trying to drop the vents. And that's the bomb, lost in door as well. Little partial investment for Heroic. They were hoping this could have been another bomb plant, another chance in a post plant of finding success. But the odds of that happening now are slim.
Yeah, Scales weighted now in heavy favor of ENCE. Heroic are just going to try and contact out ramp. Hades here with the AWP. Sitter of a shot to hit. Maybe a player can jump and take the bullet. Cadian has a Glock. Could presume it would be him. Stown just wants that opening deke. He wants to get a gun for his in-game leader. Hades, only right hand on the keyboard. It's all he needs right now. Take that shot. Don't need to move a muscle, but it's a missed one. Stown's on the angle. Hades back for more, and he gets it this time around. Deagle, can Cadian grab it? Yes, he can, but Refresh isn't getting any more fortunate. And now Cadian doubling back into his inevitable death. So it will be 10 rounds for ENCE, 5 alive as well. The second round AWP, while it can be a risk, as teams like Heroic have shown, it can be your undoing. Well, it's gone pretty well for ENCE.
And I keep bigging up Diha over towards door and main. I hope that now, over on this CT side, we really get to see why that is, right? This was certainly a good start to the round from this guy. Denying that drop in through the vent. And also going on to close it. Now we've got the rifles back out for Heroic. This is where they really want to hit the ground running here. They're going to go early, outside. Lots of bodies here. Spinx watching over from the heavens.
Yeah, Molly's on smokes as well. That's a bit of a problem.
D has also early dropped down towards B. And Hades even joining him down on this lower site. That's because of those outside smokes. ENCE don't have the information, and so they're leaning down lower.
Well, the funny part is you say that, but they did Molly smokes, and so there is a big gap. And as a result, Heroic don't cross because they're scared. And ENCE don't even know that. They gave it up. There was a gap. They gave it up anyway. They say they lean on the B setup. And now it's very weird. Now Heroic are running the A execute. They got the big molly coming in on the rafters, hut roof as well. This is going to be fiery. This is going to be ferocious. And ENCE are not here, not with the right numbers. Dota just trying to get tucked in behind the Tetris, and Stown clears him with a headshot. A belongs to the Danes. Locked out at ENCE. You wouldn't be embarrassed if you saved here. It might have to be your call. Unless kills come to you, you will go away from them. Oh dear.
Yeah, it's just a save. You know, you can't even give this one a look in, and you hate that, especially, you know, when you consider exactly what you were just saying, and that you, if you were still watching those outside smokes, if you were carrying the gap that you'd created, you would have actually had that info that no one had made it down B, but instead they take the rotation early. They're left just too weak up on that A bomb site. And essentially, that whole round came down to, like, Can Doto take at least a 1-for-1? Ideally, you really needed like a 2-for-1 for you to want to, you know, feel comfortable going that late into a retake. And with him falling right away, I think ENCE knew from the get-go that was going to be a save. Only one man going down, though. Reinvestment back in, and money still good, looking to the future for ENCE. They've at least secured a bit of longevity here on the back of their money. And that can matter a hell of a lot, right? With Heroic, I kind of said this earlier, it feels like when they were building up leads, they would always have the money turn against them, and that's how they would have situations get scary. ENCE are trying to prevent that.
Yeah, it's a round where everyone gets satisfied, right, to a degree. ENCE, you know, they'd rather win it, but at least they keep 4 up. TeSeS, nice drop onto Dher. Still on the roof, ready and waiting to go. Pressure being put on the A site. You could even get down the vent with that door smoke. Oh, that looked close. Refresh gets a second life in this round. Hades with a missed shot. And again, a 4-on-5 for ENCE where, you know, if Heroic run one of these A executes, you're going to get locked out. You're going to be looking for more saves. There's 2 CTs here at least. Snappy's pushed deep on ramp. He doesn't want to activate a flank, not yet. Hades drops a smoke to give himself a one-way. His hell's been smoked off. He goes over the top of it. But this is all just a ruse. It's all into the A site where Heroic want to commit. Tess is walking through the main smoke. 2 targets to pick. The AWP going back up and no one firing. No one finding success. Hades burnt out from heaven. Doto, the last line of defense, pulling nades was not what he needed. Instant trades instead for Shush. And that's the round.
Snappy's left saving, and you just have to stew in this one. You have to come to terms with the equalizer now coming through for Heroic. And you know, I don't think it would feel like this series is done justice if it wasn't close right till the very end. Snappy is hunted down. That's actually a pretty key frag in the grand scheme of things. You know, the only way Snappy was able to field a rifle here was if he saved. And so with him dying, you know, he's relegated down to an SMG. Not the end of the world. Rifles are out on everybody else, including that AWP still being in play. The AWP hasn't really been given a lot of opportunities here, right? You even mentioned Hades burns out in heaven in this round because of the double Molotov going in. Whenever they're going outside, it's accompanied with these smokes, so he's not really been given an angle there either.
Whose door?
Dher's door, mate. They've got him back in main. Oh, Hades, finally, he's going to get given a chance to put this AWP to use. A fight on main, you know, suddenly the outside smokes being down don't matter so much. Hades can get something out of this AWP, and that's something, as Tess says, oh no! He's gonna go back to it. Out in the open, they're just trading with one another. Shots go either way, but no one hits a thing. While this has happened, Refresh crossed with the outside smokes. And because Hades has been so tunnel visioned on this main roof player, they don't know about Refresh yet.
Yeah, you definitely call the possibility. Like, he's saying, oh, I'm passive out. Like, they could be down, they could have hit timings. And that's why you see ENCE haven't sent any kind of rotation. They're like, fine, we'll know. Refresh has to make noise, right? He has to either fly up the vent, break a window, or open a door. And so we'll deal with that when we get to it. We'll deal with that if Heroic hit B. If not, then it's fine. 5-on-4, play retake, play together. And so smokes come down again. Hades makes the call. It's very clearly a B play now, and Snappy has to be ready for below. Here's him coming, or coming to join him as well, and Snappy goes in early. Well, with the molly down, there was only one way he could have come through. Refresh, why would he be looking anywhere else? And don't tell me you're going to save off that. ENCE, surprised by the B play. I don't know how or why. But one death is all it takes to throw in the towel.
Yeah, and if that was all it was going to take to get you saving, I'm kind of left scratching my head as to why even face that in the first place, right? You're bang on. The Molotov meant you only get to watch one side of ramp, you know? It doesn't take a genius to figure out where they can come from when there's only one doorway in. And so if that was always going to be the difference maker, if you were essentially saying there as your Snappy, look, I'm going to see if I can get one, and if I can't, we're going to save, might have just been an idea to play the 5-on-4 out.
Yeah, just wait it out, right?
Especially considering they never rotated to be early, right? It felt like they were leaning into a 5v4 retake
setup. Yeah, I thought they were
setup.
absolutely fine with giving away the site there. You know, and especially considering right when Snappy dies, Hades is only a few meters behind him. If Snappy waits and Hades is there to trade, maybe like, yeah, Refresh gets that kill. He's immediately
but then you're 4 on 3, yeah,
and then you're 4 on 3, and that's how it starts. That's how you just trade your way back in. Obviously, you know, a lot has to go right for ENCE, and they didn't exactly have rotates set up, sure, but damn, dude, throwing in the towel like that. It does mean, again, we saw these kind of rounds earlier, you just get to replay it, man. You lose your A site with only one player there, give it up, go next, another gun round. And so it does keep their money in good standing. That is the benefit to ENCE. I'm just surprised to see the round actually play out like that. Good stuff out of Heroic. T-side starting to build up. It was a 3-0 lead for ENCE after their pistol, but once the guns have come out, Heroic have not stopped. Forcing 2 full saves with 4 players alive in these 3-gun rounds.
It's kind of concerning as well because like those 2 rounds were just 1 kill and like a misread, a misstack, and then the round was over. You know, Nuke doesn't often feel like an Inferno.
All right.
And so this is nicer. This is looking far hotter from ENCE to open up. Spinks and Diha both get a kill apiece. Hades get a blindside down over at ramp. This is more like it on a path to an 11th, and this is why they wanted to keep on saving. Then they get to hold on to the guns, run it back again, and they'll nail it. 4th time's a charm.
I don't think Heroic are going to be worried. They shrug their shoulders there. They say, whatever, life round. They spam 2 smokes. They got a 5-on-3. No surprise they won that one. Now it's just about damage shooting. Take a couple of guns out of the round. You can set yourself up for breaking that CT economy later on. Orb is here. Again, the molly in. And the head. Oh, Shush catches the legs. Don't tell me they're going to 2-on-5 this round, but they are. It's a 1v1 now. Blink and you miss it, Hades. That smoke's a bit weird. He might have room to stick the defuse. Shush is playing with him. Hades has got it. The round, oh, just about comes through for ENCE. Not the kill. The 2-on-5 made a 1v1. And Heroic, hey, I said they were going to shrug their shoulders. They still will. They took all the guns out there, but damn, nice try.
And this is great. Like you're keeping ENCE in this mindset where they're always leaning on the side of caution with like saving and having to play very, very safe. You know, you're constantly keeping this money low in spite of the saves. That round there, everybody dies for ENCE even though they win the round. It's kind of a miracle that the AWP is even in play here.
Yeah. No mollies or anything really. 1 on Snappy. Tess is back on roof. Oh, Diha saw him. Diha definitely saw him, but the scope can always cut you off. Luckily, he cuts down Tessus instead. Secret Cross does come in, but the smokes are there, and so is the AWP. Hades set down lower. And another one of these 5-on-4s where ENCE at least have B control, right? That won't mean, you know, oh, Heroic walk forward down behind the smokes and they win the round and they plant and ENCE give it up. No, they've actually got skin in the game. They've got reason to believe with Hades keeping B. Stam going to try and lurk out door later. Radio's been taken. That's a nice push. Shotgun hut, 1 on the roof. This is a good setup for ENCE. They are ready to pounce into lobby at a moment's notice. And as long as Hades can just go 1 for 1 down on lower at a bare minimum, this should be an ENCE round.
Yeah, this AWP spot's great as well. Like, you can just go through the motions. You take a shot there, all right, fall back to the next spot. Take a shot there, fall back to the next spot. And you just kind of rinse, repeat that till you die or until you kill all the enemy. So B's off the cards for Heroic. They're going to look for answers over here outside. Diha, while he's been a bit of a nuisance, they're able to deal with him right away. Here's the response from ENCE. It's very, very common to take lobby if you lose outside. And hell, this is something Heroic are going to be more than aware of. The lurk out through door hits in all right timing, but Snappy has already wrapped it from the lobby. Over in heaven, Refresh is trying to do what he can, but they're just so annoying. They're jiggling him, they're wiggling on him. Cadian left in the clutch, and he can't do anything with so little time, so many bodies to find. This is a brawl, right? While the first 2 maps were so pretty to look at, this one is scrappy. This is a lot of on-the-fly changes. Very, very dynamic from both teams. And so sometimes, you know, we get into like these mid rounds and they both shuffled around the map so much, it's very confusing to know what is happening.
Yeah, that bait for Hades onto Snappy was so good. He was in vent and he was just going up and down, showing his head, forcing shots from the Rafters player. And then Snappy, you know, he hears these shots come in, he just swings with it. Fast, potentially, right out the hut. Tessa's good flashes from Cadian, and everyone's blind, everyone's dying. And even now, Orb knocked out of heaven, trying to look at the ground, wall banged by Shush. One way back in for Heroic, the double molly. Denies the Dane. And a 4-on-2. You've been talking about saving all this money and keeping guns up. Well, this is maybe a round where that needs to be the case again. You don't have a lot to fall back on. Always coming down to that CT economy, especially when the games are this close, this neck and neck, and this late in the match. Great call for Heroic just to pump and dump the A site. Yeah, even hunting as well to great success. Uh-oh.
Snappy, this is the only thing y'all are going to have. You need to hold on to it. You cannot let Heroic take it away. And look at them, they're all coming through. Snappy doesn't want to part ways with the orb. Oh, he's holding on, but he can't stay alive. Tess says the last guy able to remove that AWP. And that would have been the only big feature in this round for Ents. I just saw a scout come through. Hang on a moment, Hugo. They're not forcing, are they?
Damn right they are, Harry. Scout Mag 7, Deagle's out. Ents have made some peculiar buys in this series. They have no loss though, Harry. So back and forth in this first half that they just want to cut their losses and go in big. Can the Deags do it? D here in the smoke on the edge, and he's catching Refresh with a kill, but the rifles are there to trade. 1-for-1's work, but just because you get the first doesn't mean everyone else will. 5 kills, right? Easy. And despite these smokes, Heroic go right back into the lobby with 4. It's already a secret player. Dota reaggressing is going to confirm that this is not a B play, and he tells his teammates to watch out on top.
Yeah, there's only one guy top site though. Spinks is the one defender at A, and this has been the case every time Heroic have looked to go A for the most part. There's been a few rounds where you've had more, but a lot of the time it just doesn't feel like there's enough here. So Spinks is going to do a lot with this shotgun. The bomb goes in first. Snappy is dead on the lobby flank. That's given the 3-on-3 back over, but right now Ents are all inning this bomb. They do not want to let Heroic get it back. And this is where Spinks, the Mag 7's actually ideal, right, for denying the door push. The one thing I'm getting concerned about is that Stown is the guy trying to make the round-winning play right now. He's going to head up into heaven. Ents might need to pressure this player in lobby because they are getting lurked on. They are getting wrapped both through main and through heaven. Stown, as he goes in, he hasn't checked beneath him. Hades going to look up and will trade that out. Now there's the main man of Cadian arriving to the scene, sniping out Hades, and Shush holds the line, not letting that Mag 7 win the round for Ents. Heroic take 13, and even though that was a very rough scenario with the bomb lost out in no man's land, they respond to it well. They navigate that 3-on-3 well.
Yeah, they take so much space, right? You just didn't have a heaven player there if you're Ents, right? Your players are committed, they're dropped in, they're on roof, they're on A site. So, yeah, the trade is nice for Hades. It was definitely called by his teammate who spotted him get out, but it was all too little too late. 10 seconds left, and Heroic just about crossed the finish line. They're getting close to closing the series as well. That's one way to stack Ram. Not seen this formation before. All right. But, you know, one player will commit and everyone else can just run right back to A. There you go. Okay, that's nice, but there's no way you're getting any more.
That's brutal. They just both headshotted him up on top of the four-man pyramid. Now they're all in at the A bomb site. They've quick rotated through heaven. I like this as an idea. They've just seen everybody at ramp. The rotations are so quick in through heaven that it comes as a bit of a surprise, but they are just vanilla pistols at the end of the day.
Bomb has been planted.
Player snuck past Oto, but he's heard him, and so he's got this kill locked in. Oh, no, not to Cadian. Oh, come on. You're meant to respect your elders, not stab them in the back. Cadian's dead. Money made for Doto, and a bit of a middle finger to Heroic.
For money alone, that's a sick play.
Bro.
1,500 in the bank, like, you're very happy. You probably won't save the AK. If he keeps moving, he's dead. Tuck in the corner here. If you want to tell your grandkids about this round, as a Doto looks to do so. Still 14 though for Ents, full eco, or for Heroic rather, full eco for Ents, and yeah, it's interesting. They get a kill, they get a gun, they get a knife. Things to talk about, but at the end of the day, the real heroes are the Danes. 2 away from shutting out this series, and it would be quite the statement as well with how it started.
Yeah, throughout this whole thing, you've got to give credit to Ents because they have pushed Heroic to their very limits. But this is now where we get to see, was it all for naught? Do Heroic still emerge the victors as we anticipated? Are they able to right their wrongs? Or do Ents still have more left to give in this series? We already saw and got an idea just how much this means to folks like Snappy all the way back on map 1.
This would put Heroic 4-0 up in the group, the only flawless team. And uncontested for that top playoff spot. They're looking for it. Hades taking pot shots outside, got to watch out. They could always walk these smokes into garage. D-Hurt is aware of that, but it's not going to be the case. Heroic fully commit down lower. 3 players in the bomb. Stout, his door lurks have been monstrous as well, and Snappy spots something, but it's too little too late. Refresh with a quick shot, the only B player gone, and these rounds in the past have fallen apart at the seams. This is no exception. Shush and Stout trade kills, and Tessa's double taps into the B bomb site. It might be the beginning of the end.
Yeah, 15 now on the board for Heroic. There's nothing that Doto can do, and even looking to save this AK is tenuous at best. There's no money left for Ents, so this AK's got to get out, and it won't. Shush finds him back in the lobby. And with this being a dominant round for Heroic, they are poised now to take this series. If you're looking at Ents, if you've been impressed with the resilience of this squad today, they've got to come up huge now with next to nothing. Versus a Heroic that have only improved, that have only got better throughout the course of this series.
It's just shocking to remember the context of how it started. Snappy with his career performance and going, you know, with over a 3 KD to destroy Heroic on the first map. And the resilience, well, it's coming big for the Danes. 5 kills away, 2 rifles in the way. D-Ha's looking to use his outside behind the smokes. Tessa sits above the silo, and D-Ha is so good at catching these top site kills. Gets out of there scot-free. But in the meantime, Heroic make their move down towards B, and it's been the bomb site Ents just can't control, can't contain. Luckily, they're getting kills elsewhere. Both the lurkers in this round removed. And it's down to Heroic in a 3-on-5 on the lower site. Or is it?
Yeah, I mean, while Refresh is down here, this is something he's done a couple of times, right? Just trying to take B control, see if he can open a back door into the round. But if he can't, at the very, very least, you're hoping he can influence the rotations, right? He can misdirect the Ents squad.
It's going to come up vent, I bet.
Cadian and Shush, they're looking for heaven. They're going towards hell. From here, they could wrap ramp, they could try to end B, or they could go up heaven. This is something Heroic love to do on Nuke. So much of their T side, in situations like this, center around getting hell control, because it opens up so many possibilities. They're going to try and wrap down ramp. Hades has spotted this push. Shush, they're at... Oh my god, he didn't see Hades down beneath him. And Hades hides to get the double. Just refreshing what was a 1-on-5. The shotgun should have it locked in, and indeed it does. Ents, they keep it going.
Yeah.
This can't afford to be an overpass story, though, right? They don't want to go the full 30 rounds only to fall 16-14. They're looking for the overtime this time, Hugo.
Yeah, we're in the same position, though. It's like, you know, even if Heroic buy up here, they're going to be left with nothing for the last round. You could even make a case, well, not even just to eco this, but to just keep a bit of money, keep something spare. It's not like you have lost bonus. You've been all over the win in this T side, and they're going to buy full, leaving them with almost nothing left up. This is the round. As far as these last 2 go, Heroic have to win this one. Otherwise, they're in hot water. Otherwise, overtime is in the back of our minds. Yeah, for Hades there, I love that he sticks around. It looks like he's running away when he gets gooshed, and they expect that as well, but he just holds on at ramp. They fall right on his head, and he shoots him right into the shoes. Snappy mollied down lower. It's a ramp attack. Not seen many of these. Hades with the AWP. He's been one of the guys to watch out for this series, and he'll need to be now more than ever.
Yeah, this is the time to show it. This is the time. And Cadian's doing his signature little boost to go for this peek. There it is. He always gets away with it. Cadian on that opener. Now they're going to try and take hell. Diha here. He's been someone who can step up. And right now, the double kill. It's boding well for Ents. It's all Diha on this AK. Triple kill denies the hell wrap. And so it's back to the drawing board for Heroic. They're going to start to send Cadian down towards B. Diha posted, waiting for this outside player while the ramp fight's coming in. Missed shots for Diha. And we know what Refresh is like with these turns, with these 180s. He's not ready for that one, though. And so Cadian, 1 on 3, AWP in hand.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God. Yeah, he's going to get out.
This needs to be a save. This has to be a save. You've got nothing in that last round. They might have even heard that. I don't think so, though. Looks like he's got away with it. Oh, my goodness. What a game.
Mate,
great
they
stall
owe
for
everything to Diha.
Yeah, like, he gets 3. He could have gone for that 4th onto Refresh, but he just jiggles at red, waiting and waiting for that flank to come back up Secret. Great teamwork after the triple. And the saddest part is Heroic could have just dropped down lower from the beginning. It might have gone very, very differently. Now, Harry, that danger of buying full, of spending everything to get them 3 rifles, a Deagle, and a MAC-10, it doesn't do them justice. And now they've got to play round 30 on the back foot. Let's check this shot. Oh.
That's a Cadian classic move, right? And you could see almost that, like, as Hades sees a leg, like, where it shouldn't be, there's that moment in his brain where he goes, uh-oh, they're doing the Cadian boost, and then...
The funniest part about that boost is for, like, a deep ramp pick, really. You're expecting, you know, if an AWP is holding, like, a tight line down lower, you're expecting to get them. But even on the box, Hades probably knows it's coming. He's like, yeah, Cadian won't hit this shot. He doesn't, I'm on the box, I'm fine. It's a headshot angle. Well, wall banged, AWP'd, removed. And still around for Ents, thanks to Diha and co.
And so now, right, we put a lot of this idea, especially after the strong start to this, in the rivalry of Snappy versus Cadian. We said, look, Snappy's already elevated his level. We need Cadian to do that if Heroic want the chance to win this. Well, this round might exemplify that more than ever. He has got the big gun. He has got the big responsibility of making magic happen. Cadian's AWP is the big ticket item. The rest of the gang, they're only on these pistols. So right now we're looking to the IGL or Heroic for answers.
Yeah, he's just trying to get them some toys to play with, right? Drop some guns, arm your friends. Shoot the cans off the table, win yourself a prize. It's an A execute right now. Heroic lining up util. Stacked up for Ents, and the AWP is close to rotate through Heaven. But we've seen these Molotovs that Heroic throw. They've got Heaven lineups as well. They have been burning out those rotates when they do win A. Just very hard to get these entries past AKs. Enemies armed well. CT vent position, does that get Molly? These are the questions. Heroic lining up the execute, and here they come.
Yeah, in they go. You don't want to lose the pistols here. You don't want it to be another 30 rounds where the comeback is denied. They get down the vent. They get past Diha. He's so often been the problem. Snappy now has to be the man to give up answers, and Cadian's going to trade him. Oh, lordy, the B site. It's fallen to the hands of Heroic. Cadian's AWP now becomes even more influential in the post-plot. And there he is, taking the head off of Hades. Down up close, fighting with the Tech-9, trying to pull Cadian into the fight. And it might have been a snappy game back on Mirage. But now, in map 3, in round 30, when it matters most, Cadian's going to walk it over the line for Heroic. And there it is, 2-1. They take down Ents, another full 30 rounds that they can't quite take to OT. Flawless in the group for Heroic.
store is I'm about to get to ya. Sleepless nights, better think this twice before you step to me and come and speak with strife. There's a lesson when you breach my life. It'll be chin-checking and I'll teach you right. Plenty tried, plenty failed. Too many times I've seen plenty bail. And there will be no surprise what I'm about to do when you are looking through my eyes. See many go, see many come. See that they won't bring it to me, son. Try me if you want, but won't be any fun. I'll take the challenge. I'll beat anyone. I'm the one. I'll be quite clear. Bow down to no one. I'm right here. I get it in. I don't fight fair. And guess what? I'm your worst nightmare. Cause I ain't taking no losses. And I don't even care what the cost is. Are you prepared for the forces I'm about to bring? Cause I'm the boss of all bosses. I penetrate your thoughts and fill them with doubt. You gon'
In a matchup full of twists and turns, we finally got the final one. Heroic putting the nail in Ince's coffin here on the third map. Very close series, neck and neck there at, well, at least the last two maps. The first map, not so much. Welcome back, everybody, to ESL's Pro League Season of 14. I'm Trace, joined by Yanko. And any moment now, we will be talking to Cadian. So make sure you don't adjust your monitor or anything. And until that moment, Yanko, WTF, mate, what just happened?
What happened, Trace, is that Heroic is the first team into the playoffs. With 4 wins already, they're guaranteed the top 2, depending on how tomorrow's games go and the Astralis Vitality game that's next up. They might even get that #1 seed and book themselves a spot straight into the quarterfinal. But yeah, really did turn out to be a nail-biting series after that blowout on Mirage. 2 16-14 wins for Heroic, and it took everything they've got, everything they had to win this one. You know, they have a very, very deep playbook on Nuke, and they pull out all the stops.
I'm getting some news here. Let's go ahead and check down on the Heroic sidelines even. What's going on down there, Cadian? Can you hear us?
I hear you perfectly fine. Thank you, Stella.
Awesome. Hey, man, first of all, congratulations. You got top 2 in the group or something of that sort. So a little bit of a repeat of last season. Is that what you're looking to do?
Yeah, you can say so. We're back online. It's showing, right? Beastly performance. Great to see. Yeah, I mean, we thrive with how the atmosphere is at the moment, and we have really performed under some stressful situations right now. And repeating last season's Pro League trophy would just be amazing. I mean, you can see it right. Oh, it's his finger right here. It's pretty cool. We would definitely like another one.
So let's just go it and look at this matchup, right? So Overpass, Nuke, they got pretty tight, man. It was pretty sweaty for you, or what?
It was insanely sweaty. Ends played insanely well. I will say that maybe even though me and Snappy didn't get along too well inside of the game, I like him a lot outside of the game. He's a great guy, and he has done great things for this Ends project so far. I think that with the results they have at this Pro League and the last season, you can see that they're currently developing a lot. I know one of the things he wants to make up with as well is the kind of discussion of people playing above like 30 years old and so on. A lot of people say you can't, and he wants to show that you still can. And I think that first map he did on Mirage shows that age is just a number, at least for a guy like him. He played super well, and he deserves a lot of credit for that first map. The last 2, oh boy, were they close. But I think just like yesterday against Vitality, we just hit the zone in the end on that T side, and that just did wonder, because we were in a lot of awkward situations where I had to do crazy mid-round calling. But I mean, when you have these headshot machines and they're just able to react so quick, that is insane. Yeah, what a matchup.
Yeah, congrats, great win. I just have a question. We're talking a lot about Snappy and Mirage as well. So my question would be, did they do anything that you didn't quite expect? They seem to have been focusing on that A-bomb site a lot early on, some set pieces, or was it just a case of he in particular was lights out and there wasn't too much you could do even if you had some good reads?
There was a lot of misplays, to be honest. I think already in the pistol round, the guy on Tetris needs to not take as deep of a contact when the bomb is not planted for connector, so that the guy needs to run further, and then they can peek him together. That's the first one. Then in the first weapon round, we have a read where they're coming based off the smokes from spawn, and we block them. So they deroute and make a new plan, and we don't adjust properly. So then we're behind 5-0, and Snappy is just running around making crazy headshots. So yeah, we just misplayed quite a few situations, and I'm honestly a bit disappointed with how Mirage turned out, because we showed signs of greatness in this map before, and maybe the Bad News Bears game wasn't too telling because they haven't been showing that great of a level, but I definitely think that we're way better in Mirage than we showed today. And we were actually kind of satisfied with Snappy picking this in the veto, but I guess in the end he was right about this one.
Hey man, we don't have a whole lot of time up here. I'm sure you know how these scheduled things work. One final question, Astralis Vitality, who do you got?
Oh, you're putting me on the spot, Trey. That's dangerous. I think Vitality is going to win. Normally in this situation, I would like to jinx Astralis and just say that Astralis is going to win, and either I'm right or they lose, and that's a win-win. But I think Vitality, I mean, they need to win, because Astralis just changed the player. They put in a guy who's, what, 18 years old or something, has no experience. And this is about time that Vitality show that they've had enough time as this 5. They need to start performing, and there's no better chance than doing it right now.
Thank you so much, Katie, and I'm being urged to get us out of here. We do have another matchup. I appreciate you. Congratulations. And on that note, thank you very much to Cadian and for Heroic. They also, they secure quite the berth with that one. So that's good for them. For us, we continue to move the ball forward with Astralis and Vitality, which will be coming up after a very, very short break. So don't move. We'll be right back, I promise.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Top right.
Served. No, no.
Behind the ramp.
And he's close to me.
Oh.
One top right, probably.
In the middle.
Yeah, top right.
30 HP on Matix.
No, we go together, we stay together.
That was close for a double, man.
Fight together, we win together.
Ah!
Oh, Sip.
Close.
You are just camping.
What to?
Only have 2 bullets, and 1 is for noob.
Oh!
Fair enough.
Top left.
Sip.
Nice headshot. Galore.
Smackdown.
You're the one to carry this. You're the M4 guy on this team.
Oh,
Oh.
mystery. And a happy holiday.
Oh my god. That's bad.
No.
That is, you are crazy good.
Stop looking at you!
Mr. Muted.
Top right and mid right. Let's go. Top right still.
On ramp 1.
Pushing right side.
And where do we have Magic?
He either served or then he's top. Oh, he's top left now.
Top left.
Nice. Magic.
Keep an eye on him.
Just doing Sip tactics.
What's that? Hiding? Down left and top left.
I'm dead.
Nice. Magic. Good team play.
Magic's then take me on a 1v1 again. Oh.
Right. Top left.
Top left.
Right.
He went down the ramp.
Yes, I'm holding him. He's not falling back. He can't fall back.
Falling back.
He's coming to you.
Nice.
I was baiting. I wasn't holding him.
I know.
Top right one. Saw him. Careful for serve.
Oh, you're not
Holy shit, that was bad.
How are you not dead?
Yeah,
I hit you
I think one served.
I think.
Pushing left.
Dead. Mid left.
Okay.
Come so soup.
And we have the crouch and the...
Oh, I think one served.
One left down.
No.
Magisk, you are the best right now, I must say.
Thank you. I like when you talk dirty to me.
Top left, he's hit. 21. I repeat,
Is
21.
he gonna serve? Is the question. Oh, he was.
Oh,
what?
So
How did you not win that one?
So easy.
Sip.
Heroic just secured their playoff spot, at least for now. We're going to be taking a look at those numbers and a deeper dive into it as this group progresses even. Astralis Heroic now next on the cards, and that's where we're going to turn our attention to. One that's got some real stuff going on. Speaking of stuff going on, hold on, Jason, before you do or say anything outlandish.
Okay.
I have one question just for you, Little Moses.
What's up?
The report, Cold Zera going to Liquid. What do you think?
Interesting. I don't know. Interesting. I'll leave it at that. Thanks for putting me on the spot, though. I really appreciate that.
No problem, man.
By the way, what I was going to say is you introduced the game as Astralis versus Heroic. It's actually Astralis versus Vitality.
Yeah, that's what I thought I said. But
yeah.
Sometimes these words kind of run together. The matches start to run
Is there even a report out? I don't see it anywhere.
Yeah, we were just looking at it in the green room.
Cool.
It's fine. We'll get it to you at some point. For us, we kind of point ourselves towards Vitality and Astralis, as I said originally before Jason so rudely interrupted me. Looking at this one surface level, if you would have said like 2-3 years ago, you looked at it, yeah, okay, Astralis, this might be a little bit, you know, a back and forth game, but Astralis might pull it out. That's not so much the case anymore.
No, I mean, you still get that sense even just pretty recently after watching them at Cologne. Like the grit they showed, the team cohesion they showed to stick together and have a good performance despite everything was really, really impressive. But I think now you've added one more layer. You've added like one more straw on the camel's back, right? You've added in Lucky coming in. You've added a brand new player replacing Zip, who's been not only just a standard, really good bomb site anchor player, but also one of the best clutch players, if not the best clutch player of all time. So some would say. So you're missing out on a lot of things, and you can see it now. The two young guns on each side. Lucky, the newest addition to Astralis. Kyojin, the newest addition to Vitality. And that's going to be our aim high head-to-head presented by the U.S. Air Force. The two newest players. Who is going to step up and who's going to deliver early on in their careers with these rosters?
Yeah, for our Air Force aim high head-to-head right here.
Nailed it.
Two
You're
days
killing
in a row.
it. You're killing it in these segments.
2 dang days in a row. Nonetheless,
maybe practice that in the mirror tonight.
What, talking to myself?
Yeah.
Who says I don't do that already?
Fair point.
Nonetheless, if you don't sing in the shower, I don't know what's wrong with you. I also don't know what's wrong with you if you're not looking at our Epics players to watch. And in picking these, we looked at Bubsky. We looked at Mizuta.
Yeah.
But why?
We wanted both of these kind of head-to-head matchups in this Epics GG comparison to be between the new players because we know what these cores can do. We've seen the cores of each of these teams doing it from, each year in, year out, essentially, for quite some time. So now we want to look at, especially the story of following the progression of these players. Bubsky should start feeling a little bit more settled into Astralis, especially across the entire map pool. Misuta, same thing. Apex talked to us about how they were very pleased with where he was at one point, maybe a couple months into joining, but now it's starting to see the comfort level. Now it's starting to see, are those things clicking quicker? Now it's starting to see if things are actually registering and moving on and making this team better.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we're looking for. Of course, Mizuta and Bubsky, the two players we've identified via the Epics GG player to watch. So let's learn some more.
Having jumped around the Danish ranks since 2017, when he was just 19 years old, Bubsky gradually proved himself as one to watch within the region. And in 2020, on the vastly improving Mad Lions roster, he finally caught the eye of the country's top team, Astralis. It was this time last year that he joined the Astralis organization, and in that time he has seen success, but also inconsistency. But the future of the roster is still very much undetermined, and 6 members currently under contract while others remain on leave. Every match is one more chance for Bubsky to prove his place and earn a long-term home with the very players that he looked up to. Coming out of seemingly nowhere, it was a shock when the established organization of Vitality took a chance on a then young 16-year-old player by the name of Masuda. Since joining the team 521 days ago, he has blossomed into a cornerstone of their success, and his continued development has been most evident over the last 3 months, which have seen significant upturn in his statistics. Masuda's remarkable performance on Overpass against Bad News Bears just 2 days ago is one he will certainly look to replicate, as he hopes to help his team through to the playoffs.
That's your Epic's GG players to watch, and we're going to swiftly move into the map vetoes. I don't think we're going to see a Mirage. Definitely don't think we're going to see an Ancient.
No, and I hope Vitality just feels supremely confident. They go for an Overpass, their highest percentage win rate. Why not go for it? Although Strauss historically has been on it. But I want Vitality to pick things like this because I want them to show confidence on these maps, considering this Astralis. It's not a stand-in. It's a very new player. It's a very new player who hasn't fully got settled in and learned all the protocols and learned all the reactions. So for Vitality, it's just play a standard game. Don't try and do anything crazy in that veto. Just play to your strengths.
Yeah, and we look at Overpass, first map of this series. In terms of weight, picking this one up, is it going to be obviously more within the group itself, or are we talking about building blocks for these teams trying to find their way?
It's a little bit of both, but obviously if you're the team at the moment, you don't think about those building blocks until you're done with the event. At the moment, it's get through the group stage. It's win this match and get into the final day.
Yeah, and we're going to do just that. Right now is the time for us to go live with Astralis versus Vitality. This is ESL Pro League Season 14. Y'all take it away, Harry and Hugo.
Yeah, thank you very much, Trace. I can't wait to get into this one. We've been gifted with the series we've got to cast, Hugo, and I'm sure that this one is looking to vie for the title of game of the tournament, which I feel like we've said every single day.
Every day, you know, every day we get a new matchup and it delivers, and I'm not going to complain if that keeps up here, Harry. We've had great games so far out of Vitality. A slow start yesterday, sure, but they came back into their own on Nuke, and they almost won the series out. Lucky, gooshed in middle. Astralis on the CT side, and Lucky's been a delight to watch as well. He's held his own when needed to, but up against ZywOo, fastest sniper in the West. It's not going to be easy. Moving through middle, and the toilets. We've got Shox outside of B. Not got Util to sell any kind of fake, so they might just be grouping with him, or him with them. Spot for Glaive, gets that info, sees a couple of players through the toilets. Not the bomb though, didn't spot it, so doesn't have that full rotate. Finally grabs ZywOo and sees the package. Now you can see Astralis shuffling, stacking, moving all the way up CT spawn. Everyone's coming through. They're going to play the full 5A setup. Bubsky hangs around, a bit of hesitations. Vitality could go back down, but they've not. So Astralis stick their guns, and the guns come to them. Oh no, oh dear, this is a misread of sorts. You've got no kit either. So this is a real gamble dropping down. They see a smoke, but they don't see a commit. Now it finally comes through late.
Yeah, also Lucky is really out on an island here, swinging wide at bank. I don't know how he's still alive, if I'm being honest. He was tucked in the right-hand corner, down beneath that little billboard. Ooh, Kyojin up close, trying to come in with a bit of response.
dupreeh kills Glaive, not the Julies this time. No excuses, it's only Shox on the site with a USP, and he's tapped out. What a mess of a round. Even with the TK, Astralis still win it.
The dupreeh and Glaive have beef because...
That's twice now. It was dupreeh again last time, wasn't it?
It was dupreeh who killed Glaive with the dualies last time.
dupreeh coming in big, 0-0 after his 2 frags. What a round. Glaive had a great start as well. He got the first 2 kills of that round. Tip-tapping with the USP, took down ZywOo and Masuta. And then dupreeh's like, nah, mate. Glory, it's all mine. And they'll get the retake with plenty of time, even though Astralis, you know, they panic for a moment there. They get a bit scared of the B-bomb site, the prospect of that late rotate. They still win it clean. And AK's out in the second round. Vitality don't wait around.
They're scouting Apex's hands. Gonna be interesting to see what he can deliver there. Apex was very much the guy to keep an eye on, right? I think it was just him and ZywOo in a lot of these Vitality games, putting in the work. Since the player break, they're both looking refreshed. They had a damage done to ZywOo, but he's still gonna lock that kill in. dupreeh through the smoke finds that trade, and that's one of these AKs now removed. Vitality gonna group up here in the toilet. They want to get that AK back in the hands of Kyojin if they can, and they also want to try and deal with dupreeh, who's just being a nuisance over here at long. Good for the first, can't quite follow up, but it's a lot of damage. It's also information gained. That's the bomb spotted over here in the long toilets. You're building a very clear picture of what the plan was in this round, what was meant to happen. If they go through toilets on the short side, they're going to be able to retrieve this dropped AK. So a little bit more to work with. Masuta grabbing that. A 2-on-3 as they meander up into this bomb site. Right now, Magisk here, tucked in over towards long, is all alone, while Astralis are gambling heavier down towards that B bomb site. With Glaive holding con, I think we're going to see Bubzkji, starting to make his way up now. The Flash has given up the aim of the game, and Bubzkji's never even needed Magisk with a double kill. Keeps that round belonging to Astralis.
Yeah, nice and easy, nice and simple stuff. dupreeh gets a lot of damage out with the SMG, even though they knew where he was, right? That smoke may come down toilets. You often see CTs, after they're spotted, cross through that. But with dupreeh mollying deep, Vitality knew he was there. They hunt him down, but they would have loved the long split just to get rid of Magisk's position. Instead, now it's just Eagles for Vitality. Wait out one eco, coming with AKs yet again in the fourth. Good grenade. Oh, it's a spray instead. Magisk takes down Apex and Con. Everyone else party bound, taking long. They're not the German Deegs, but the French Deegs are damn good as well. Oh, lucky. Kind of trapped right now. He needs to get something out of this. He can't afford to give them a gun with no kills. And that's one at least. Damage done. Better than none. Bubzkji on a flank. He's come up connector. He's got dupreeh alongside him as well. ZywOo just misses that timing. They try and commit aim. It just sends them back with the AUG. They don't want to challenge it. And so instead, the flank will mop up the pieces of this round. Easy peasy for Bubzkji. 3-0 for Astralis. And now Vitality with guns.
Yeah, both these teams 2-1 in the group as well, right? So good bit riding on this. You want to try and springboard yourself away from the Ences, from the team spirits. You know, you want to try and put a bit of distance between yourself and them in the standings. So quite a lot riding on this one in that regard. Gonna have the mid molly thrown out. Try to force a bit of respect out of Vitality in a triple A lean for Astralis. While this is happening, Vitality want nothing to do with A. They're all-inning the B bomb site from the get-go. Quite a first rifle round to throw in, right? A B rush. Can they get past Bubzkji? He's trying to hold on. Bubzkji, king of the B site, won't let them in. He was the only defender once Glaive was toppled. And he's held out long enough that the cavalry can roll in for Astralis. This triple A stack now rotated down into the B bomb site. And it's all because Bubzkji just refuses to go down, refuses to give an inch of ground to Vitality. Beautiful stuff out of him there. Lovely to see. And look at him. It's like when they used to do the bottle tricks. He's like made the bomb land the right way up. Sick. I always used to think, man, those bottle flip videos, damn, like those guys must be slaying, like,
yeah,
such a cool talent. So here's Shox, 1v4. And he's going to die to Dupree.
All right, Astralis looking warmed up right there. I love the call for Vitality, right? They go for 3 A rounds in a row, and then they just explode B on the rifle. Yeah, it catches Astralis off guard. They go 1 for 1 on the entry, but then Bubsky just pops. And Astralis, yeah, they're looking good right now. They're looking strong individually. It's a good sign. Vitality's map pick here in the series. We don't get to see any more Ancient today. Vitality seems to just be going for first bans on that map. It's a bit sad. But Inferno up next and Dust 2 to close. If we even need it. Astralis would love to make this a quick day in the office. Molly into middle, they smoke it and run. Lucky looking for a shot through the gap, but he can't find it. Bit of utility here. Vitality can make this round interesting with that 1 AK kept on.
Something that's been kind of impressive so far is like a lot of the kind of gamble-y, reedy, stacky rounds have been oftentimes read wrong for Astralis, right? Like, in a lot of these situations, Vitality have been moving into the least protected bomb site, and yet still, Astralis are at this 4-0 scoreline.
It was those kind of rounds that were, you know, in the Heroic game earlier, it was the undoing of Heroic in a lot of CT overpass rounds. Misreads, triple A's into double B's, and this is one of them. Elise has quick rotates for Heaven players with the AWP, but Glaive holding strong and getting a double. You just don't need the whole Astralis entourage here. One man's enough. Glaive's done it this time around. And even if he falls, Bubsky now joined by another man in Dupree. Glaive wants them all though, and he might just find 5.
Yeah, he's on for the ace here. Give it to him. No! Bubsky, are you trying to end up sidelined again? You just stole the ace from Glaive. Come on now. 5-0. There's Astralis. Looking good. Little timeout for Vitality. They're going to try and address this one before it gets too out of hand. Something I will say about Vitality, hasn't been too strange to see them start slow in a series and have to build up, right?
Yeah. Yesterday was exactly that, right? They got absolutely shredded by Heroic on Vertigo. It was their map pick as well. Quite a worry. That's the thing about those Danes. They just never let off the gas, man. They never let you back in.
I hope the AWP comes out right away, because it would be glass cannon. That part sucks, don't get me wrong. But I think you want to start getting ahead of Lucky right away, right? This is a very high-pressure game for Lucky. You're not up against, you know, a pretty prominent AWPer. You know, pretty much all the AWPers here are more established in their role than Lucky. No, you're up against one of the best damn AWPers to ever grace Counter-Strike in ZywOo. So talk about a trial by fire. Flash in. Bit awkward.
Oh my goodness.
Goes through the window. That was meant to be a pop for Magisk, but it actually fully blinds him. That's just a bit of a fumble, right? You hate that it happened, but you've got to deal with it. They're going to try and re-aggress over here at short to take some of this map control away. And actually, they get that kill to Masuta, and they leave. That's big. They never walk into Shoxy. Lucky now, up in this A bomb site, has called for rotations. Bubsky moves in to help him out. 3 players up in A, the bomb going all the way back through T-spawn. This is looking to be a B play, and ZywOo has just opened up the site, but that was the bomb spotted.
You said you wanted the AWP, Harry, and while he's not taking down Lucky, it has delivered. Glaive is here. He's been good on the B-holes, but he's out of position in the open. Flash dodge, and Kyojin hits the shot. Lucky molly, double molly, and Bubsky smoked in heaven. He fires through it, taking down a player on default. That might tempt you back into a retake round here if you're Astralis, but the numbers are still the biggest problem, and ZywOo has not left his angle. Apex is on the backstab, stopping the save. It seems like they're aware. Maybe they heard something, and that's slowing them down, but really, it should be pushing them forward, because Apex is a long way away. This is a done deal. Vitality are on the board here. Astralis are just looking to get away with guns. They've eventually got to move away from this bomb, even just a little bit. At Apex, if they don't, he's going to be here to hound them down. Shot for Lucky. They're getting closer. Uh-oh, Bubsky with 1. Bomb going off, and there's the backstab for Apex. He dies with it, but it's more than worthwhile. ZywOo gets his AWP out of the round, and Vitality get there first. Lovely spray for Apex, man. Some of his little lurks in the Pro League have come in with huge results. On Nuke yesterday, he was dropping in off of T-Roof or Silo. Main Roof a lot of these A splits. And then like both guns on the exit.
Yeah, Apex has been a real treat. You know, like so many of these games, it's felt like him and ZywOo as this tag team have been making it happen. You know, I think if I was going to look at 3 players to be like that firepower trifecta based on what we've seen so far, it would be Apex, ZywOo, probably Masuta coming in as guy number 3. I think, you know, we've had Shox. He's someone who right now isn't really like delivering in the way that Shoxy used to, right? Like these huge numbers, these big clutches. He's more getting like, you know, an impact kill here and there, but it has been a reasonably quiet time for him. Hopefully that's something we can see, you know, return to form throughout the course of the Pro League. Lucky gonna try his hand at the com peak.
Yeah, Masuta saw him there. When you stand on that little pallet, you have a tiny pixel gap. So even though Lucky doesn't get a spot, Masuta knows, and Lucky goes back in. They're wide. Lucky takes no shot, but receives some, down to 6. Good luck escaping here. Oh, right.
Okay.
That's something.
That's pretty nice. That's pretty nice out of Lucky.
Yep. Fortunate to be alive right now.
Can he get another? 6 points of health. Is he going to be the one that got away and then went on to uproot the round? Masuta, he needs to finish the job he started. This is a very heavy toilet setup from Astralis. 2 players in long playing off of each other. Magis never even really gets to see the guy who's shooting him. Apex ruins his day. But will they be ready for Dupree now? Not terribly common to see such a heavy focus on this toilet area. Apex still keeping his wits about him is good for the opener again.
Good check. Really good check, yeah. There's no way you should be ready for that one, but bit of a read out of Vitality. They know that now Astralis will be stacked up on A. They know that Lucky's got the orb pushed back as well. Maybe it's tempting, considering he's low. You've got nades, you've got mollies. But back down B, and look what they're going into. Glaive in a perfect position, but the flashbang just renders him useless. They play with their food. Door open, door shut, back into B. They're going to commit.
Oh, yeah, another shot from Lucky, though. He's still providing. Bubsky gonna shut down the bomb over at short, and now just Shoxy 1-on-2. I said we haven't seen clutches out of this guy like normal, but he's only got 8 seconds. He's got to make this one happen. Lucky so low, and the bomb, it's just too late for Vitality. It didn't feel like much when Lucky got away, when Lucky got out of con on 6 health, but it actually has resounding complications. He's alive at the end of the round, and that's all it takes for Astralis to find a 6th.
Shox had a nade, man. He had a nade, and they knew Lucky was low from connector as well. It's such a shame he doesn't get it in. Could have ended the round right there and then with the fake tap. He knew he didn't have time when he taps this. He had to fake it. He had to force the fight, and nothing comes to him. Apex with all of that impact on long A, with that double kill. And even the rotate B is good, right? Not only do they drop killing Glaive and take like a 4-on-2 right there, they just get shredded in the B bomb site. So Astralis making Vitality work for the rounds right now. Pistols out. Shox on the saved AK. He's going to try and trade his teammates in middle. Easier said than done with angles like that from Magisk. He's making the org look very good indeed. And Lucky is ready to... Okay, we missed that, but Kyojin just destroyed him blind. Don't know how. The grenade will find Masuta. Can somehow Vitality grab this AWP? It's a bit out in the open. It's a bit out on a limb. Don't know if Magisk retrieved it. Doesn't look like it. So there may be a gun for ZywOo hanging about in the toilet. They've just got to get the short control. Magisk is doing everything he can to not let that happen.
Magisk, he's looking for fights, yeah. Okay. That's giving a pick over to ZywOo. Admittedly, you don't expect the Tech-9 to do that to you. But look at Apex again with this lurk. However, ZywOo drive-by onto Glaive, and Apex is all the way through the B-bomb site already. He's pushing CT. They've Molotoved it on the side of Vitality. And if you're Astralis, you hear the molly, you're not expecting Apex so damn deep. He steals the round away. I absolutely love what we're getting out of this guy. Oh.
Yeah, not just him, ZywOo as well. Right? Everything about that was all the pistols. Shox didn't need to provide impact. It's Kyojin's dig onto the AWP. The ZywOo tech taps up on A.
The thing that's just so beautiful though about Apex in particular, right? Everyone knows ZywOo's shit hot. He's like the topic of the month all the damn time, right? For Apex, it is this case of coming back after a little time away, rolling back the years, and just showing up in every damn game. Yeah. So impressive. Snappy showed us earlier on that age is no laughing matter, right? And Apex is one of the most tenured players on this squad.
Yeah. And, you know, in that conversation alone, in-game leading doesn't hold him back. It can for many players, can for many teams, but Apex is up for the job. Trying to get out B now. Vitality not much in their way on this lower bomb site. Deeg for Magisk would love to find a pick, but Suta is quick. And both pistols tagged up and lower as well. These rifles out of position. They might already be thinking about saving, especially if Astralis don't get any kills on this defense. Shox looking for entries. Nice check for ZywOo. You can't trick him there, Bubsky. And yeah, if I'm a rifle, I'm running away right now. You know someone's going to be hanging around looking for those exits, and Masut is still in con. Regardless of all that, Vitality on the board again. 5 alive at the end of it. They win an eco, and now they're going to start building into this T side. We should see these guns saved at worst case.
Flawless round though, right? And considering you did bring a reasonably heavy buyout into this one, right? It wasn't a case where, you know, you've got like one hero rifle. Nah, man, you had a good deal here to try and break apart Vitality. A flawless round is big in the grand scheme of this, right? With an eco looming for Astralis. Vitality, you've got them right where they want them. Every round hitting like a 2-for-1 right about now. And this is what we say, it's really not been uncommon to have kind of a slow start right out of the gate, with the recovery coming a little bit later. But for Vitality standards, this is actually a pretty fast turnaround. He's actually going to fully invest into this. He gets thrown an M4 over.
He had armor saved. I think he dropped the scout to Lucky. That's how Lucky's kept the money for the orb later on.
But look at this, mate. Yeah, they've all in the buy.
I'm not against it, but it's not going to leave you with many options. You don't have that kit. You don't have a lot of util either in terms of Molotovs. Smokes on 4 is something. Unlucky scout. Hopefully he can find some impact. He's got a mid spawn. He's going to take it. It's no orb, but ZywOo doesn't have one either. Oh, the nade stack on B.
No one's there, sadly. Instead of boosting to try and take short, Dupree's pushed in, but the flash from Apex is good. These rifles have been stripped away immediately. That's both the M4s gone. And they're not even in positions where you can look to get these back. That's the most heartbreaking part. They both go aggressive, and they both lose their fights.
Yeah, Masuta's done a really good job of lurking connector already in this T side, like constantly finding these rotates back down. He was the guy to open up onto Glaive coming back into B water on that late rotate. It was around that Astralis won, but been very impactful in this position. Now it's time for Vitality to pick a bomb site. Doesn't matter which. Group 5 or 4 and leave a lurk. They're going to go downward. B bound. Bubsky alone out on the town. And Magisk and Lucky up on that top side. None the wiser right now. There's no warning. There's no info. 40 seconds. Stick to your guns here. Bubsky's going to try and get aggressive, and they take him down. That's the round pretty much said and done. We just can try and stop the bomb with a Molotov, but even then, all it will do is delay the inevitable. Vitality have time to clear the site, to check everything. You would just want to take guns out of here if you're Astralis, have more to play with in the follow-up round, because as it sits right now, you're going to have absolutely nothing.
that was always the risk of forcing here, right? Like, you knew the risks when you signed up for this round, Astralis, and the grim reality is that now Vitality are really hot on your heels. They are going to close this gap up drastically. The next round is more or less a freebie. At that point, Vitality could be on track to win out the half. The pressure is very much on Astralis right now, even though they're in the lead. The scoreline does not tell the story in terms of where the pressure lies. Just look over at Vitality, right? ZywOo hasn't even really been AWPing. He picked up that one glass cannon. That was the only time we've seen the AWP fielded so far, right? He's just kept the rifle out since then, and he's been doing great work with it on these entries. It also means that, like, look at his bank account. He's on 10 grand. Apex is up there as well, along with Shoxel. The three of them on 10K, mate. Like, when you want to bring the AWPs out, it's very much on your terms as to whether or not you do that. You've got all the funds for it. And Astralis, well, they ain't so lucky. Oh.
Get it?
Didn't even mean for that one. That's the beauty of this guy's name.
Yeah, Glaive's up long. He's got Lucky defending him from range, and Glaive, if he wants, if he feels the time is right, he can activate. Shox is going to come clear it, though. Is there a flash for Shox? He seems to be alone on this one. Glaive cleared out. Lucky needs this trade. Shox has seen him. He knows what he's up against. Lucky going to bound out. He already hears these guys running up short A. Lucky's a dead man. He just doesn't know it yet. The tag will do, but it won't do much. Masuta, another entry into the B rotates. Headshot angles, and he's answering the call for grenades. And this is never going to be anything but what exactly you're watching. A clean round for Vitality. Damage spread thin. And while this was a 5-0, 5-1 lead for Astralis, Vitality have really come back into their own in this T side. Their map pick for a reason. I was worried when it began. Seeing a lot of nice shots out of Astralis, but we expected a competitive game, and here it is.
It just feels kind of par for the course, like seeing, you know, being worried for Vitality early on. And then you go, oh, actually, hang on a moment. Wait, no, they're sick. But really, these last few rounds, they all kind of come down to the rather aggressive monetary decision-making by Chief Financial Minister Glaive over on the side of Astralis, right? Now we actually get to see a round where they've got all the little bells and whistles they could possibly need. I'm talking the AWP in Lucky's hands. They've got kits as well. Plenty of utility. This is everything you would need. This is all the makings of a round right here. There's no caveats. We're not saying, oh yeah, you know, they've got like 3 M4s. No, everything they could need. This is where they need to offer up a little bit more resistance, because otherwise they're getting steamrolled in this half, and I think Vitality do just run away with it at that point, eyeing up like a 9-6 half.
I mean, it's just impossible to break Vitality's money. You're never going to do it.
You've got to grind back into this game.
You have to win every rifle round, and we haven't, like you said, we haven't even had to see ZywOo's AWP. 1 round, sure, but he doesn't need it right now. He's fine with a rifle, and the results are there. So that's in the back pocket. Vitality has so much more to show us that they don't even need to pull out of the bag yet. Now working for a contact B. This is probably 1 flash, 1 smoke over the top. In they go, Pug style. Kyojin running amok. Glaive doesn't know where to look, staring into the fire, and they are going to get burned. Astralis already thinking about saving their guns and saving their dignity. Lucky can't get involved. He can catch aggressive Ts. Ooh. Second kill maybe, but not today. Molly in heaven, and out they go. Vitality. I love that call as well.
What an odd start this has been. Like, you know, it looks so dominant out of the gate for Astralis when the money wasn't really built up for Vitality. You know, we saw that buy have to come in late after they lost that first rifle round. And I mean, since that, they've not only gone on this huge streak of rounds, but the majority of them have been 4 or 5 players surviving. Oh no, the AWP even removed, and that is rubbing salt in the wound there.
I mean, ZywOo's got 16 grand, but they still saved the AWP. It's just like, oh my god, these guys are made of money right now. Nothing can go wrong. Clean rounds. And even taking guns out at the end. Oh. You're right, it is weird. It started so strong. What happened? What went wrong? It's getting worse by the second for the Danes. Third timeout called already. We're 12 rounds deep. Ruh-roh.
And you know, if you're Astralis, this just feels brutal. Like, it just feels like you've never had money in so many of these rounds, and I hate to keep drawing attention to it, but it really is feeling like why this is so impactful. And then when they finally do, mate, they're just getting run down like with Hail Mary rush plays, and it's like, great, okay, so we can't put a stop to that, cool. And then they finally, you know, come through with like Deegs and whatnot. They hope that they're going to get given another fast round, and that's always when Vitality is slowing it down, getting grimy with it. It just feels like you've been stuck in this economic limbo forever. It's like Interstellar or something, mate, like that planet that you go to.
This little maneuver is going to set us back 10,000
$1 hour in this economy is like 9 years back on planet Earth. Like, yeah, I don't get it. They've just been broke for so long. That is the downside of this CT money. Like, when your back gets up against the wall, you never move away from it, man. It takes so much.
Then they go slow, they go quiet, they wait for the
Well,
kills.
this is what we say, right? These are the rounds where if you're Astralis, you want them to like run at you again. You want them to be fast, and in a way, like, you look at it and you go, well, Vitality are only up against pistols. They could throw in a fast round, sure, but they don't. This is where they get grimy with it, and they go, Astralis, if you want to win this D ground, you got to come to us, and we're going to wait for you. But the Deagle will open up. There's the response for Kyojin. At least keeps it on a 4-on-4, and he could look to get this gun out of play as well.
Yeah, having smoke in, already starting to cut off these angles. Astralis know the inevitable is closing in on them. Far more telegraphed of an execute when they know that Astralis don't have the util to counteract, right? On a gun round, you see these smokes land, you start to drop your Molotovs. Astralis just don't have that option. Here come Vitality, right in with a tap from Masuta. Kyojin, same story, and it's these two young guns, new boys on the block, doing the heavy lifting in this round. 4 kills between them. Lucky last up. Can try and jump spot all he wants, but it's just a matter of Masuta putting in the final shots. ZywOo gets there right at the end to steal it away. 7-6, the lead taken back by Vitality. And this is it for Astralis. This is the be-all and end-all, the do and the die. They've got to win this round, or Vitality are running away with a half.
And reminder, 6-1 start to Astralis, 6-1 up, right? And Vitality have chained together every single round since that point. And as mentioned, it's how clean they've been. It's how decisive. Like, I can't even look at this and think of a scenario where Astralis have actually been in a point to win any of these rounds. This is crazy dominant. And it's a classic case where the scoreline at the top of the screen doesn't really tell the story of the nature of this, this first half of play. AWP in the hands of Lucky. Bobsky's got one as well. We want to see these AWPs find something, but a missed shot for Lucky. He's throwing up on the boost. It's a nifty little way of AWPing that, right? ZywOo was not ready for it, but Kyojin, props to the guy, is able to trade it out.
Yeah, you wonder if it's worthwhile. You're now solo A. You're really gambling with this lead. You need Glaive to come back up. He's already running it as Magisk has spotted 3 separate players up on this A site at a bare minimum. Peeking out again, looking for a headshot, but just commits, and he only gets the dink. No more shown by Masuta, only the tippity top of his head. And now Vitality committing, at least Astralis get to dump their grenades, the spray through the smoke Glaive, traded after 1. All he does is finish off the 10 health player. It doesn't feel worthwhile. It's only Bubsky here. His teammates still committed at B. Bomb finally coming down. Bubsky scopes, now they know, and Kyojin just fires through the corner of the truck. It's another done deal. It's another 1 round, and it's Vitality winning the half at a worst case, but it's gonna get better. It's going to get way better. Astralis have nothing into that last round of the half. Again, Dead Horse getting beaten, money getting removed. Vitality, great game out of them right now.
This is just brutal. There is no other word for it. Like, once again, you know, even if this is a 9-6 half, you might look at it. And go, oh, you know, Astralis got 6 rounds, that's fine for a CT side. If they didn't win the pistol, if they didn't get the conversions and they didn't win that first rifle round, right, this would be a drastically different scoreline. Those first few rounds, you're kind of riding the success of the pistol round still, right? And with that now, a long distant memory since the guns have come through reliably for Vitality, it's night and day. I cannot even make a case for Astralis right now. These rounds have been so one-sided, and Astralis are like admitting defeat in like 2-on-3s. Dupree wasn't even rotating in that last round.
Oh, dear.
Now Vitality are pulling in the 5-man boost, really trying to add insult to injury. They won't spot anyone here, and so they will dismantle that boost.
Yeah, look at the setup out of the gate. There were 4 in middle for Astralis. 2 went con and 2 stay on A. So they're just gambling. They're just like, okay, if we're going to win a round, let's 50-50 it. Let's hope they come to us. And if they don't, well, you know, what can you do? Hopefully Glaive can hold off long enough, but already they're starting to put a bit of doubt in. Throw, rotate back down. Bubsky on his move. Connect to control. Masuta has been a beast here. The run boost puts Zywall on the angle. It sends Lucky Scout back to the bomb site. Masuta again gets an opening kill down in con. Dupree caught out. Looking for that 9-6 now. 4 kills away. Methodical clears coming through for Vitality. They've been great at clearing out toilets. Astralis have never gotten away with more than 1 apiece in this spot. And it's only Magisk here, really, playing in front of the smoke. Kyojin selling the fake in his team grouping at Monster.
Aegis might be able to catch the lurk. Oh, he's just missed the timing. And now that Kyojin's aware of this fight, he's taking it over in middle while the rest of the gang are pressuring B. Astralis is so divided between this B and A bomb site. Bubsky can't hold on this time. He might have been able to earlier in this first half of play, but not anymore. Knocked out of heaven is Lucky, and it's just Magisk 1v4 late in through CT. Not a hope in hell. What a turnaround from 6-1 to Astralis to a 9-6 half, where it felt like the Danes never even had a chance. Vitality are looking to lock in a victory here on Overpass. Can they? Well, we'll find out in a minute.
Future Pros. Today I wanted to show you a setup Heroic used to get a free cheesy kill on a CT playing towards B short boost spot. Overpass has a lot of double and triple nade possibilities, but let's start with this one. For this pro tip you'll need 3 Future Pros, 3 HEs and 1 molly. Future Pro number 1. You'll be throwing the short molly to stop any CTs from pushing and 1 of the HEs. To throw your molly you will need to stand on the edge of this shadowy area. Aim at the bottom center of the B, then jump throw the molly. Next, make your way to the surf ramp. Look for this dark line and stand in front of it. Aim to the right of this grate along this line. Then simply running jump throw the nade and you are set. Future Pro number 2. You'll be throwing the other HE. Head to the same surf wall and position yourself between these 2 white cracks. Aim along this line of the grate halfway to the right side. Then running jump throw the HE. Future Pro number 3. Guess what you'll also be throwing? A HE. To throw yours, head to the surf wall with your other Future Pros. Stand over the bottom corner of this red smudge. Aim along the second line of the grate close to the center. Then running jump throw the HE. If anyone is close to the boost, they will take some hefty damage. If they are unlucky enough to be boosting, well, you probably get 2 free kills. Happy nading.
I'ma say it from the jump. Mama ain't raised a chump. Mama raised me to persevere if I'm ever here in a slum. your part and you better buy. Working hard each and every day, even though some days it get hard to watch. But you gotta trust the process. Grind hard, don't you ever quit. It's a must, you see the progress. Gotta ball till you get it hit. They can never do what I could do.
Astralis fans is quaking in their boots, but Vitality fans all around the world, they're impressed with what we're getting out of the boys right now. The resilience to go from 1-6 down to a 9-6 half, not something you can shake a stick at right now. The scoreboard's getting dominated by Masuta and Kyojin topping the charts. Over on the side of Vitality, Kyojin and Masuta both getting a lot of key openers as well over on that T half. Let's see how that translates into the CT side for Vitality.
Yeah, we got the best of, you know, Apex and ZywOo yesterday. It's nice to have Masuta and Kyojin, you know, showing up in this series right now. I love this this fake play as well. Astralis jump over the right side of Monster. So the spot for Vitality comes in. They think, oh, B's clear. I see nothing. I see no one. And these two top A players, one with a full belt of util, is here to sell the fake to keep 3 in the wrong place. We'll see if Glaive wants to go back and use his util down lower. Seems to be the play. dupreeh. Even a kill here would be massive, would be everything. But Glock, not the gun for the range. And double face. Shox takes that fight. Heaven smoke for Glaive. And now here comes the rush.
Oh yeah, Kyojin can't get more than one, but Apex's nade will rein in for the trade, and now he waits at barrels. Oh, that's flash. A good flash. Lucky will capitalize. I was very concerned that he wasn't going to check it. Oh, that would have been awful. But now the bomb going down. Hugo 2-on-3. Lucky plugging in those numbers. Can him and Glaive navigate this one? They've spotted one player, now 2 over towards CT. Lucky doing the bulk of the damage, but he's left to fight this alone. Lucky, will come in with a second. 3 in the round in total, and Glaive there to close it out, helping his teammate, putting Astralis up onto 7.
That was a weird one. He went for a reload, and they didn't even peek him. They were probably waiting for the re-peek from Glaive, and it came in after the fact. They had a second. They could have, you know, double-peeked Lucky and removed that Glock from the pit. But yeah, you know, retake anyway, a bit of a weird one. I like the fake for Astralis. dupreeh sells it well, even with the death. Keeps enough players on that top site, and you got to be happy if you are Astralis there. Lucky and Glaive get it done down on lower. And a bit of a buy-in for Vitality. They save some spare, but mostly Deeg armor. Stacking Con. Bubsky spotted that. So one player there. dupreeh's got him trapped in. Oh, no one's looking. Everyone's watching the top side, and they try and flash out to fight middle. ZywOo and Masuta both getting a kill at least. Back through the model. It's a costly escape, but it's better than death. However, it might still be inevitable with dupreeh watching the cross. 3-on-2 now. And Astralis grouping.
Yeah, they don't want to get ahead of themselves. Vitality are pretty keen on the old force. Even in a 2-on-3, this can still get out of hand, but right now they're going to gamble down towards lower. This is good. If you're Astralis, you know, you try to give them enough time to get in their own heads and read this one, right, and kind of take a bit of a gamble. Just by falling silent, you hope that they make the wrong read. You've still got time to play with here. So even as you're peeking into A, if you saw someone right now, you could double back. You could change your mind, but they're not going to. The A-bomb site is the right decision here. They move in, it's uncontested. And so this conversion is locked in. Astralis now, they won the pistol in the first half. They found the conversions there. They've done it again in the second. And that's enough to keep their heads above water.
Maybe scavenging some guns here, right? A couple of players died in middle, so Vitality have got that to worry about. Maybe Magis can get here in time to stop. But, I mean, what weapons are there? Mac-10, gone already. Blink and you miss it. Shox, is there anything better? If not, just keep the Deeg armor and hope Magisk feeds you a Galil. But regardless of what happens here, it's still a 1 round. It's still a bit of a comeback in the T side for Astralis. Every penny matters on this CT side. Astralis know that better than anyone, how that first half transpired. So Shox saves something, at least. This is when you can start to flex your muscles if you want, right? Go for a faster round, get quickly into B. You know there's not going to be much on the other side. Vitality will never be tempted to rebuy back. They just want the guns ASAP. ZywOo saving for the AWP as well. He didn't really use it at the T side. There wasn't much of a need for it. But certainly your CT overpass can be the best weapon in the server. Especially in the right hands. We know ZywOo, always the right hands.
Vitality have been proactive at getting this mid-info in this round, and Masuta, oh, that's nice! Won't get out of there, chased down by dupreeh. Thank goodness they get that trade.
Mac 10 on the boost, what do you think?
What Shock's going to be able to get away with, right? It depends how much they get baited into Apex. It's not enough, sadly. Oh, the second peak, Glaive mopping them all up on the B entry. And suggests ZywOo left in the 1v3. Homie's got a P250.
Yeah, I can call this one off confidently, safely. No curse, no jinx, no worry.
Yeah, it's probably fine. I actually agree with you for once, Hugo.
Well, and that's when we know it's locked in. Glaive, lovely round, 4 frags. Walking out Monster, and yeah, like you said, not falling for that bait from Apex on the corner. Checks out Shoxy's legs on that little lip of the Monster tunnel.
And what great legs they are, Shox.
Running track and field. Good dig out of Masuta. A little pre-fire, but he didn't know dupreeh was a little closer. But this is it. This is the true test of Team Vitality now in this CT half. They've got the AWP on ZywOo. They've got everything they need, kit included. 4 buy, lucky on his. Didn't get many head-to-heads between him and ZywOo. That won't happen just yet. Missed shot in middle through the smoke.
Yeah, no, you're bang on. In terms of like this game being our eye test of a head-to-head of, you know, Lucky versus ZywOo, we really haven't had it a lot. And I think both the AWPs haven't really had a tremendous amount of impact so far. Largely, for Vitality, it's been this Masuta Kyojin story. And an Apex earlier on in the half. For Astralis, we've been looking at Glaive for the most part. Leading by example. Shots in the long toilets. Blindsided by dupreeh on the opener. And lovely little shot to open up. And so Astralis, now that they've got this early man advantage again, they're very, very good once they get that opener. That was something that was eluding them a lot on the CT side. Well, now that they've found this 5-on-4, they were trying to keep it slow. They really didn't want to lose Magisk there. He was trying to just hold on to Monster. What? Glaive wins that fight somehow. I could not tell you. And at 10 HP, he will get mopped up by ZywOo, who's got to keep his wits about him out through long. He's about to get peeked. He hasn't spotted this player getting into the site, but he's keeping himself concealed. Now they learn about dupreeh. ZywOo won't give dupreeh an angle if he can avoid it. Tag onto Bobski. Oh, finds him through the lip of the smoke. Lucky's going to trade places with ZywOo. Both players in the site. Lucky dead on the swing from Kyojin.
What?
And Vitality are the ones to come out on top there.
That's a messy one. I would think Kyojin with the USP on the run there when he got that smoke shot. But yeah, we were banking. We were counting on dupreeh to take down ZywOo. Not only did he not give up an angle at the truck when dupreeh got out long, but he was the only guy there. dupreeh could have gone wide. He wasn't to know. And then Masuta comes out through the smoke and, you know, draws the attention in, even taking down dupreeh eventually. Yeah, I mean, with how that started, with the entry from dupreeh, with Glaive finding a man in toilets, that was a 5-on-3. That was a safe and secure situation for Astralis. ZywOo, Kyojin make magic happen. 10-9, and you can't run away with every rifle round, Astralis. They may have gone 3-0 up, but now Vitality back on the board. This is where things heat up.
Yeah, Astralis have taken Con in this round. This is going to give them some options here, right? Like, they could look to fake a bit of an A play early drop down through Con. It's a very, very quick point of rotation. And they're actually going to look to assemble this boost here. There is a player on the barrels who could get spotted by this. Kyojin is keeping an eye on it. He's very cognizant of the boost, and Samagis gets tagged and just drops off. Glaive has got an out monster while this is happening, and that's not commed across. The electronic smoke is down, and Glaive uses that to cross out and start to disrupt the B bomb site. Look at all the rotations Glaive has drawn down to B. Are Astralis looking to follow through on the B play? It looks like
the bomb.
it. Glaive.
That's the reason it's weird.
Oh, and Magisk. Holding on. Glaive doing it all 3 in the round right now, and just Shoxy left to beat. But look at the time. There's so little left. If he stops the bomb plant, Shox can just hide. Oh,
he's
Glaive.
got it.
Does he?
No, Shox has got it. Shox has got it.
Yeah, there's no time. Shox dropping the bomb has locked it in. And Vitality steal that round away.
That bomb was in spawn. Glaive got out B. He got that entry to Kyojin on the barrels, I think it was. And all the entries start to fly through for Astralis. At that point, it looks like a done round. Back on the minimap, there's a guy running T-spawn all the way back to get that bomb. That's not a mistake we see Astralis make often. And then 1 kill does everything. Physically couldn't have been faster for Glaive. Grabbed it as soon as he could, stuck it in the smoke. Shox wins the round to time alone. Oh, that's a kicker. Glaive won't be happy. Triple entry, all for naught.
Yeah, you know, this is heartbreaking for Glaive. You know, like he's getting all the openers. He's leading the team. It's like, what more can one guy do? Look at him, 20 kills deep. But the bomb left in T-spot, and that is such an uncharacteristic, you know, trait for Astralis to show. That is a little rough.
Hey, you want to clutches out of Shoxy. Hell, it's not the typical fast flick triple headshot, but it is the 1 impact kill that changes everything.
That's what we've been saying about this guy right at the minute. It's like Shox isn't getting many kills, but the kills he gets carry so much weight in how the round plays out.
Yeah, that's a great example. Glaive, I mean, he's gone right in with a force call, this team buying around him. Because they kind of had to, keeping players after time. No loss, and so just put everything in, reset that money. However, that does mean Vitality are going to get 1 step closer to victory lane, and now ZywOo taking down Glaive. That's one way to start it out. They even pushed the playground, and this is the worst timing for Astralis. They could have caught this play. They were holding, but after losing Glaive, they've run away. Vitality are hot on their heels. Stack into B coming in. Bubsky needs his contact kill immediately, or things are going to go from bad to worse for Astralis. Dupree trying to cut down con rotations. Bubsky doesn't check the water. It's all falling apart now. Dupree may win his battle, and Magisk suddenly grabs a kill, but there's the bomb denial again. ZywOo, he was partied 10 seconds ago. Now he's stopping bombs on B.
Oh, Magisk falls off the sandbags. Oh, can't regain control over the AK. Kyojin's getting wrapped by Dupree. This is weird. Dupree! He realizes just a second too late, and Kyojin hears the footsteps, locks in a 12th for Vitality. And that was the force buy for Astralis. Now they have to take the eco. Now they have to bite the bullet. And so 13 rounds looking inevitable for the Vitality squad. From a 6-1 lead to Astralis, remember, to then 9-6 in the half. Vitality, the dominance continues.
I love that swing from ZywOo. What a ballsy play. Just runs down the plant. We always say this, you know, when we've seen these Astralis games, like, it's just the no respect. Feels like it's just such a flip. This roster doesn't get given a room that they would love anymore. Masuta pushing up into the water, double opener. A third easily done, and the bomb loose. This round's over. Safe to say. It felt like Astralis, you know, they go 9-6 down, they win a pistol, suddenly it's equal. They have this, you know, seemingly 1 round on that A site. It doesn't go their way. In the 3-on-3, and now it's all come up for the Frenchman every single round since.
It's just terrifying because, like, thus far, this second half is bearing a shocking amount of similarities to the first half, right? Where, yeah, they got the pistol round, they got the conversions. That's essentially where the success begins and ends. And now that the rifles have come through, Vitality have been ahead every step of the way.
Yeah, clean rounds as well. Or at least this one. And that's a nice feeling for Vitality. They don't have a lot of money in the coffers, so keeping 5 alive here is going to be the call. It's watch out, you know, don't lose your guns. We'd love a bit more money to fall back on. Not that we're worried about Astralis yet. They haven't... Okay, Glaive. Haven't threatened them too much on this T side. Apart from that one round that comes down to time. Glaive, a lovely dig earlier, but now he's all that sits in this round. And as good as Glaive has been individually, we've already seen that's not saved the day for Astralis. Push up through Monster. Vitality just want to end this quick, and Glaive won't be ready for the close position. Easily done, 13-9. And if Astralis wanted anything in this map, anything in this T side, it's now or never, boys.
We've got the AWP in Lucky's hands. We've got an AWP for Vitality as well, but it's not in the hands of ZywOo. We do actually see Shoxy donning that AWP a fair bit over it. I wonder if this is spawn-based in this round. Oh my goodness. Well, there certainly is a spawn-based play getting made. Look at this.
Oh my God, it's going to work.
He's up in middle. He is in their face. He's waiting behind
Glaive.
the smoke.
Oh, no.
Glaive dead. ZywOo doubling down. That's the bomb as well. Oh. No smoke without fire. The molly down on ramp, smoked off, and ZywOo uses that to his advantage. Now he's re-smoked the stairs. This gives him an avenue to try and clear Lucky out of the park.
He has no help.
Oh, bro, ZywOo is absolutely playing with their hearts and minds. He's got the bomb under his control. 3 in the round, spamming smokes, and finally traded by Magist.
I love how in all of that, his entire team, all 4 players are sitting back 2-2 on their bomb sites. They're like, yeah, ZywOo, you kill as many as you can, and we'll win the round for you. Don't you worry, bud. No one comes in to help. No one throws any kind of utility. He had a lot of time for a rotate to even be called, but hell, ZywOo 3 kills. He'll be happy with that one. Let his team finish the job.
I mean, we all remember that, like, Dust Stickman animation, right? Yeah. Like, Stellar, the closest thing CS is going to get to an anime for a long time. ZywOo very much is that AWP who just, you know, like, or not in this case, but, you know, like the guy, like, vibing to music. This is him, like, Apex calling to the rest of the team. ZywOo's just got the tunes on, mate, fragging out over in middle like it's a death match. So just Magisk here. And with 10 seconds left, he's saving. Oh, out of all the ways for your rifle round, you know, Hugo, going into that, you said, well, boys, this has got to be it. No, instead, they get rushed by ZywOo in middle, and he ends the round before it even begins.
Yeah, and Glaive, who has been the guy, you know, doing everything, not just calling, but every entry in this T side, and is top of the server right now. Like, he is, oh, sorry, second in the server to Masuta. He is the first guy to die. He doesn't even get a chance to react or trade. Look at this kill onto Glaive. Like, there's no way he can do anything about it. And ZywOo, despite the smoke fade, you feel like you can't see a thing. And he just gets everyone out of that round. And yeah, little smile, little chuckle. It's that easy, huh? 14-9. And Astralis, don't know what else to say at this point in the match. Magisk with the gun, surrounded by pistols yet again. It went no better last time. And this is a huge match with resounding complications. You know, you got to recall the group as well. Obviously, Heroic sitting pretty at the top of the board, but both these boys 2-1.
If I'm not mistaken as well, the only team that could actually steal that top spot off of Heroic was Astralis. It hinged on them winning this series and then beating Heroic when they play head-to-head. Yeah. That was the only way it could have happened, right? On like a head-to-head tiebreaker. Yeah. If that were to occur, they would have both been 4-1. And obviously,
Vitality already lost that.
So, you know, pretty great as well if you're a Heroic fan and you're watching.
You know,
this.
again, like anyone who's watched Astralis before, it's not GG at 14-9, and not even for this map, but even for the series.
Yeah,
Inferno's up next. Like, yeah, Vitality haven't looked perfect on that map. They lost it yesterday to Heroic. Like, there's ways back into this series for Astralis, but I'm getting a little scared in this map at least. Good flash, and Masuta capitalizes on it. Or Shoxy could have had a double on the left side. Instead, the flick will do. Swapping sides of the site to the truck. 4-on-3, 20 seconds. Here come the Danes.
Oh, Apex through the smoke is taking players out of the round. Magisk can do free. They've got 18 seconds. The bomb is dropped on the CT side of DICE. And if I were the gambling man, I would be betting on Vitality here all day long. Look at that, 15-9. They win the 3v1. They wreck it. Don't play the music yet. Don't worry, it's not over. Yeah. There's still more. Don't worry. Everyone's getting a bit ahead of themselves here.
They've leaked the script here, Harry. It's all scripted. It's all fake. None of this is happening. It's a demo.
Look, like, I can't blame them for wanting to play the music out. I can't blame them for thinking that this is GG, because it really, you know, once again, a 9-15 scoreline doesn't look like that much of a one-sided game.
It is.
But all the rounds Astralis have come off the back of pistol victories, essentially.
Yeah, 6 in a row. Astralis went 3-0 up in the half. As soon as the guns come out, Vitality have not dropped the ball, but maybe now is the time to pick up the pieces. Dupree, another opening kill. Had it in the last as well. Finding Zyru in con. It's a sigh of relief, a breath of fresh air. Babsky in the monster smoke. He's going to wait with Magisk and Kyojin. What can he see, if anything? 1, it's almost 2. He does a lot of damage. Magisk grabs the gun, but there's still a man up, even with the low health. Oh! Legs almost removed. Apex flashing for a repeat. Cheers. He's really lucky to be alive right now. Dupree looking for another kill through the door, and Masuta is not giving him squat. Meanwhile, the Shock's alone AWPing on the A site. Vitality, they've got faith in him to find something if Astralis were to come up their way. And Astralis is still holding for aggression. Look at that bomb unlucky, just waiting for a long peek. And Glaive sitting in toilets, nothing's coming to them, they've got to go to it. And Masuta finally pokes his head through.
30 seconds, and with Masuta getting that info now, I imagine Vitality is starting to get worried about the A play. Shox is going to call that, yeah, boys, we got utility coming in. Shox, how long can he hold the line? They've just seen him. They've just seen him on this angle. Lucky. Oh no, he TKs Magisk while he's fully blind. No, 15 seconds. Shocks, another kill. Oh, it's brutal.
Play that music.
Astralis, they're killing each other. And Vitality, they rise to the challenge. They dominate Astralis here. Now we look to Inferno. Astralis' map pick. Spirits can't be feeling that high with all the TKs coming in. So can they bounce back? We'll find out in a moment.
All right, back again with some lovely behind-the-scenes content. Talking to a guy who's been around for quite a while now. It seems crazy because he's still pretty young, still fresh-faced, still beautiful. Dupree, man, you've gone through so much Counter-Strike in your life, but right now we're going through something completely unprecedented with this whole pandemic thing. And you guys, for you, something completely new, a core that's been together since literally MLGX games, if you want to go back to the main 3. You've lost one of your longtime teammates, and you've got a whole new situation in Astralis. How's that going coming into this event? How are things looking?
I mean, it's been looking mixed. I mean, I think the team really believed and wanted a win against ENCE, and now the fact that we are sitting at a 2-1 in matchups that we feel like we should have won. It's okay. Now we're going up against Vitality and Heroic, which is by far the 2 best contenders in our group, and we definitely the win to be able to secure an advance in the playoffs. So that's a lot on stake right now for us. But obviously we are going through a lot of changes. We just brought in Lucky, which is this new talent from Denmark. He's picking up the op for us. It relieves my own duties of the opping, which I picked up in Cologne and also the time prior to that. So I mean, like it's good to, in that sense, that someone else is picking up that part of the game, because I feel like I'm a lot stronger on the rifle, and obviously there is a lot of things going on in the team in terms of like people getting new roles and new positions to play, but we're doing our best to just make all the time count and just do our best as we're trying to do.
How about like just the aspect of Lucky coming in? I think he's 18 years old, and I mentioned the core, you, Xyp9x, and Device. You've been together for 6, almost 7 years, maybe more, if I'm not mistaken, as a roster.
Like that, yeah.
Is it different to have the young guy come in and sort of be a mentor now? Is that something that you guys are all having to adapt to?
Sure, it definitely is different now that we're not like the core that we used to be, now that Device left for NIP. at the same time, it's also nice to have something new. I mean, it is what life is about, you know, like you get used to stuff and then something changes, then you get used to something else, and then that's the position we have right now. Surely it's been difficult, but at the same time, I feel like Lucky is a really good asset to the team. He has impressed me in multiple ways in terms of remembering all the things we tell him, and his individual level has been really good this tournament, even though he hasn't played many Tier 1 games. So it's just an exciting future, honestly, and obviously we're still here to work out, and every time that I can try and use some of my experience that I've gained throughout my career, I will try to tell him about what I feel like he should either have done or what he could do. So obviously I do try to learn him some stuff, but honestly I think he knows a lot of things already, so that's a really good sign. And the fact that we're not the trio anymore, I mean, it is what it is, and also the fact that, how do you say, like, that the future is a little bit unknown for the majority of the team. It is what it is right now. We're just trying to focus on one game at a time, and then we'll take all the things when time is coming.
Welcome back to the Analyst Desk, everybody. This is CSL Pro League Season of 14. We're heavy into the match that is Astralis versus Vitality. Vitality picking up this first map. Their map pick, Overpass, going their way. Next, we start to look at Inferno. But not before we look and examine every little intricate detail of Moses' life, which is, of course, why we brought him up here in the first place. Jason, tell the crowd something they need to know about you.
Oh, dear.
No pressure, though.
I like eating peanut butter and jelly with a spoon.
Like, together?
Yeah, you scoop some peanut butter, just a little dab of jelly.
A little dab of jelly?
Yep.
Oh, respect, Jason.
Go hard.
Nice.
Can't have those carbs in the bread, you know?
Yeah, I guess.
This is not a body that eats bread.
Yeah, that's peak performance, ladies and gentlemen, right there. You see it live in flesh. Moses, let's talk about the peak performance that is Vitality on Overpass and just how they're able to run the board right here with the Astralis.
Well, I mean, I think you can't start this conversation without bringing up right out of the gates, Masuta and Kyojin had absolutely incredible game. I mean, an incredible game, which we can touch on a little bit later. But, I mean, just to get them started, Masuta and Kyojin were massive. This was our aim high head-to-head. Look at the results. Bubsky, Masuta, it's heavy in the favor of Vitality. Masuta ends this map with 29 kills. It's absolutely phenomenal. And look at the first kills. That's another thing. That's huge to be able to find those openings for your team. He had a couple triple kill rounds, a couple multi-kill rounds. I mean, the guy was just an absolute monster. And, you know, that kind of an effort from someone who's technically supposed to be, quote-unquote, like, you know, supporting cast or just newer to the roster. You know, when you look at this core and when you look at Vitality up to this point, it's been Shox having a game here and there. It's been ZywOo being consistently excellent. It's been Apex being consistently good. And now in this game, it's the Young Guns that took over.
Which has got to be a good feeling and maybe even a sense of relief, too, when you start to think about, okay, well, ZywOo, yeah, he does cool stuff, but then there's so much more to this lineup. They have a lot to offer.
Yeah, they really do. And I mean, at least we're seeing also the results, right? As time goes on, if Masuta keeps getting better and keeps playing like this consistently, then yeah, you keep having more options. Same with Kyojin. He ended on 18 and 12, but he had a phenomenal first half to get, remember, Vitality also started out down 5-0, down 6-1. It was these two young guys who ignited the comeback in that first half and let them rattle off, what, 8 rounds in a row to end it? That is an absolutely brilliant performance from those two.
It was 7 to be exact, Jason. Please
7?
Don't ever get that wrong again. Is that 7? Am I? Yeah.
That's 8.
Is it?
I hope you feel dumb.
I'm looking at 7, man.
Can we get that brought up on the screen? Can we get the round count
Run
on
that
the
back.
screen? Yeah.
EVS, make sure we pull that one back. Speaking of pulling things back up, we also have to talk about the next map ahead of us, right? So,
yeah.
You know, we know that Vitality comes in here and they see an Astralis in the crosshair that, you know, is kind of a little tender.
Weakened. It's the limping gazelle.
It's a little fawn,
yeah.
if you will. And on that notion, you know, when you have that deer in your crosshairs, what are you going to do, Jason?
Well, I cannot continue that metaphor. Oh. I mean, here, we are going into Inferno, a map that Astralis is going to be obviously very, very good on. But again, we have a lot of the things that have made them unbeatable on Inferno in the past have to do with, like, their team chemistry of everyone knowing what they're doing, where the nades are going to go. Remember, we always talk about the utility, the set utility, the timings of when you're going to throw it, the triggers of when you're going to throw it, and how you coordinate that with your teammates. Bringing Lucky in, I mean, obviously takes a big piece of that puzzle kind of away and zip. So it's going to be a big challenge, I think, for Astralis because Vitality Vitality obviously have some really powerful players, and especially if those young guys show up, especially if those two players show up, or any two players really from Vitality, they can just take it over.
And just to further expand on the Lucky point there, he's been kind of given a tall order, right? You know, so he's filling in some shoes here at this AWP lineup. I think they had a guy named Device before or something. But within now, you know, do we see him kind of evolving in real time within the tournament itself?
Maybe a little bit, but not quite
quick,
yet.
Man.
Yeah, nothing too significant. I don't really expect him to either. Like, remember, like as they said in the interview, he's 18 years old. This is his first major tournament. This is his first tournament with this team as well. I don't expect him to be blowing up and lighting things up in a team like Astralis right out of the gates when he joins the roster. I think he's going to be one that takes a little bit of time. And obviously, in that previous map, you didn't see anything crazy out of him, so he struggled a little bit, but that's to be expected.
And you think that he will eventually get there, though, right? Does he look like a guy that has mechanics?
Yeah, he looks solid. He looks okay. I mean, we'll see if he gets there. I think it's a long route to getting where he needs to be. So, I mean, it's going to be a progression. I certainly see some things. And obviously, we talked to Glaive, and he mentioned one of the things that he really liked about him is the fact that he takes initiative. And that's sometimes one of the things that's tough for a rookie player coming into an experienced roster that's had so much success is taking initiative. When you've got guys like Glaive, one of the greatest in-game leaders, when you've got guys like Dupree, one of the most experienced players, when you've got guys like Magus, who's been an impressive and incredible player for Astralis as well, it's sometimes hard to take initiative over those players. And I think the fact that Glaive values that as an asset out of Lucky means got to mean the world for him.
So if we go to Inferno, do we see stylistically this matching up and being a little bit closer than perhaps we got on Overpass?
I think a lot of it is going to come down to, stylistically speaking, I think a lot of it's going to come down to if Astralis can manage to still have that really solid utility usage on this map. We've seen Vitality play it a number of times. I believe they played it yesterday as well, if my memory serves, which it very well might not. But a lot of back and forth between Banana, between top mid. Stylistically, Vitality like to make a lot of timings work, a lot of like little busts and just weird timings of when they kind of explode with 4 or 5 players to a certain part of the map. And that can all be negated and stopped if you're Astralis, if you're using your Molotovs correctly, if you're using your smokes, if you're holding on to them until there's some kind of an indication. So if they can do that, which might be tough with the addition of Lucky into the roster, they can be okay.
If this goes to 3, Jason?
What's third?
If it goes to Dust 2?
Dust 2.
Rather, that's probably how I should have said.
If this goes, I'm going to take Vitality in 3 if it gets there.
Okay. Well, we're going to have to get there first. Inferno next on the cards. And for us, a break as well. We're going to go to a break. We're going to come back. Inferno between Vitality and Astralis. We'll see you there.
Nailed it.
Thank you so much, Jason. GTFO.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
We can't share too much with about how we work with Lucky. I think that's, for me as a coach, when you get in a young talent at the age of 18, Astralis is a huge brand in Denmark, so I can imagine that it will be his dream coming true, joining this team, but also a bit nerve-wracking. So for us, it has been important that we have been doing some stuff together, team bonding. We only had 5-6 days to prepare or get ourselves ready, and that's nearly impossible. So for me, it's also about getting him ready on the team outside of the server, being more comfortable, being around Dupree, which is a legendary Counter-Strike player in Denmark, and everyone is just, yeah, it must have been a bit of a tough task to ask for a young guy just to come in on this team and then start performing from day one. So getting him onto the team, doing some stuff together outside of the server has been prioritized with him. So I think he's been doing a great job. This guy remembers absolutely everything that we tell him on the server. So it's been a pleasure playing with him so far.
Well, what needs to change to just get back to a strong level is everyone being really, how can I say, in the same view of the game and in the same view of how we work together and the goal we're making together. And that's always been the case when we've been playing good. So I think that's the most important thing to do right now.
There we go. Right, I'll fill that in. Yeah, so look, we had a bit of a slow start from Astralis there. Vitality having their way with the back on overpass. Thank you very much, Hugo, providing the musical score. And yes, Astralis, they're now going on to their map pick of Inferno. One of the more botched openers I think we've had, but maybe one of the better ones as well.
I think I've done worse, don't worry.
Can Astralis find success here on Inferno? They look stone cold back on overpass. Yeah. They were at least good in these pistol rounds. And so if that can stay true to Astralis now, they could hit the ground running here to open up their map pick. Double porch side set up though, and ZywOo's taking heads off. He's on for the ace. Not gonna get it. Lucky will remove him. But oh boy, the big boy of ZywOo immediately throwing down the gauntlet to open up this pistol round. Vitality, it's them finding their first pistol in this series.
That's a statement right there, my dear God. That last series ended with team kills. They start with ZywOo nearly killing everyone. Astralis got to keep their heads in the game because ZywOo's ripping them off. 4 frags in middle, that's just unbelievable. He wanted more. He really wanted more, but I think you take 4. Last 2 BO3 series, these 2 teams took each other on. Astralis managed to close both of them with Inferno pretty one-sidedly in both those matches as well. Prior to that, Vitality have won on this map before. It's been a while. And Astralis, they played it twice in Pro League, both of which, you know, against lesser competition in Spirit and Bad News Bears. Both of those games, dominant wins for Astralis. So they've really got to whip out everything they've got in this one, especially after that pistol round. Vitality looking to start strong. Like you say, Astralis have had pistols. They went 3-0 up and 5-0 up in the first halves of Overpass, and that helped them not. Oh, lovely Deeg. Maybe they can flip the script, win this Force Buyer.
It's a bit of a hope and a prayer for Masuta, but he does get out of there. Does live to fight another day at this B bomb site, and that's big. Astralis grouping up in top middle, looking for this A play by the looks of things. They've got the utility to get themselves out of the apartments or to wrap around over here on the long side. They have dealt with that first man, but ZywOo's going to keep trading the way to success. dupree's Deagle will find him. And now Kyojin dead in the water as well. dupreeh opening up this round on the Deag in a very big way from a 3-on-3 to a 3v1 in the blink of an eye. And it's dupree's Deagle to get Astralis there. They've stolen this one with the Force Buy. Just Masuta all the way from Banana. Rooted around towards long. And he might just be left saving here. This MP9 out of the round. Astralis, there's the reply.
Damn, and quite a reply it is. Already Inferno looking a lot better. And dupreeh, yeah, we needed another guy to step up, right? Glaive was that first man in Astralis back on Overpass, but it kind of fell on dead ears, and dupreeh looked fine. He had a few opening kills on those T sides, but Astralis just couldn't close gun rounds. Well, now they're going to manage to. Or at least a Force Buy. That'll do. Deag from Magiska and the double from dupreeh. Lovely sight indeed. Is this something you can repeat? Is this something you can keep up? Because you know Vitality are going to be forcing back into round 3. They won't be giving you much room. Not satisfied with 2. Who doesn't want more? AK's out though. Astralis are well armed, and that can't be said for Vitality in this position. Flash ready at the B site. 2 players pushing down with him, but the smoke has locked Bubsky out anyway. Masuta goes up and over. Looked incredible back on that last map. They know he's close. Glaive will go in. Molotov as well, a bit deeper. At least keeps Masuta trapped up down by the tree, and they know it. There is not a second of doubt here. Astralis waiting for a player to come in with a Molotov to clear him out. Flash. Oh, Masuta needs it. Goes through, and he somehow escapes. Can't tell you how.
Now thrown up on this boost peak and over the top of the half wall, and there's Masuta getting rewarded. Glaive on the receiving end of that boost. Reflash as well to try and send Apex in for a peek here. It's flashed over, blinding the players at Banana, but they weren't up yet. They weren't past that half wall, so Apex does not get a chance to extend this advantage even further. He will, however, call for the rotation of ZywOo, moving him away from A and towards this B bomb site. But because dupreeh's been holding on to the apartments, Astralis, they've got options open. They're going to go back into a late A play here. 2 players for Vitality, both down in the pit running this crossfire. Kyojin and Shoxy gonna have to hold on. 15 seconds. Will time be the problem again for Astralis? One of these Deags open. Shoxy's Deagle drops the bomb. Kyojin's nailed dupreeh, and time is the least of their worries. This Deag tearing through them. Vitality is straight back in with a reply. The double hold at A 2-on-4 in that push. Kyojin and Shox make it look easy.
Yeah, just a couple of kills each, right? Just go kill, no problem. And wow, and they were not set up for that at all. You know, obviously, double pit's lovely, got those headshot angles, but Astralis had smokes in, they had that lurk out of apartments. I don't know how Kyojin dealt with dupreeh so quickly. Shox with the starters. Look at this one. Oh, through the wall. Damn. Got to get excited about that. Vitality flip it again. Force by Wars keep on rolling. Never stopping through the Molotovs and up and past them. Glaive will decide to give it up. Keep that AK in good standing. Masuta check left, and he will. Just about. Spray down through the smoke molly combo, but you're fine with a 5-on-4. You are alone, but full belt to util to make sure Astralis cannot commit. And even if they do, there's another man coming back. Masuta will call for him. Apex is here. You can always play those flash peeks, but why give your opponent weapons? Ooh, Apex just takes a dry fight, and it works wonders. 1 by 1, Astralis start to falter in this round, and never like to lose the Force by Wars, but someone's got to, eventually. Maybe Glaive can keep them rolling on. No flash to get you in, though, and you've got to respect that smoke.
Back to the drawing board here. You know, the banana take has not gone well. Gonna look for results over here at A again. They weren't able to get in a 4-on-2 last time. This time it's a 3-on-3. Nade timing is good from ZywOo, just chipping these players down even lower. Jiggling this long corner, he's going to spot the smoke, and now he knows the nature of this round. The A play coming through again, a late long wrap for Astralis. Glaive can't find a thing with that AK, and Kyojin down in the pit. Once more, trying to have his way with Astralis. dupreeh, oh, what? Flying ZywOo.
All right.
And Lucky left saving, might not even get away with the AK. He's brought to his knees.
Kyojin's so hungry, like, oh, yeah, gets the AKs. He sees that long player. He's tapping him from the pit with a angle. It's very favorable. He's got the AK. It's lovely. And then, even though he's getting fought from long, he still swings out wide, checks up, looks at balcony. He's got two teammates on the site, mate. They've got cover. Even though the smoke came down, didn't stop ZywOo, jumps over the double box. And even there, just jumping to Boiler as well, right at the end, sets his teammate up to take down Lucky with the rifle. Wow. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? Whatever it is, it's a pain. I don't mean bread, but Vitality have got it. All the money, none for Astralis, just pistols.
This is a nice little idea. I like that. At 2 different angles, makes it a real nuisance to peek into. And it's only Glocks here. So it should be that clean 4-1 lead. Apex just padding his stats, him and Masuta holding on to Banana. And Apex is on for the ace, but of course, we never get aces. ZywOo gonna grab the last one. There it is, 4-1 lead as promised. It's clean, 5 alive, and now that investment's coming in for the Astralis squad. We're not gonna have an AWP in play. I'm really curious to see. You know, I'm imagining Lucky's gonna lean away from it a good bit. Right, T-side AWP, very, very tricky on this map.
Yeah, I don't think Vitality are going to give you many options. Not the kind of team that are often like running down mid or, you know, making those risky apps peaks from Boiler. So options for an AWP are, you know, you do have to be at the front. You do have to be taking those long peaks or waiting till your team get into B and posting up a new box. Astralis moving up Banana. I'd like to see a full exec here, but so would Vitality, because they've got 3 CTs in position. Still owning long as well means they won't be moving ZywOo here and going anywhere but up. And he's already on top of the boost. Masuta taking first. They don't know about ZywOo yet. Masuta's just buying time, baiting them in. ZywOo fight, and he drops off eventually as Apex goes through. He gets another 1.5 for Apex. Molly to stop the plant, and maybe even a reboost. It's a blue plant at least, but now dupreeh back in Banana can't do anything about a defuse. The nade might finish off or do significant damage, and dupreeh's got to somehow get involved.
Yeah, dupreeh needs to be taking fights, sadly, right? He can't play the post plant. Oh my god, he's burned down a 3 HP by running into the Molotov. Lucky's got to do it all. New boy on the block, AK out, and Shox is going to get the better of him.
Oh, this is a fresh Vitality right here. I was a little worried coming into Inferno. It's a classic Astralis map. It's one that, you know, even if you take away the device, the zips from this team, you still have the core, you still have the brain power, those rotates, those reads, that utility. Vitality, despite all of that, putting on a masterclass right now. Triple P setup. Holding strong, Apex running through smokes. He always does that. It's nothing new.
Well, you know, also it makes a lot of sense there because they've seen 2 players, right? They've seen Masuta and ZywOo, and so they're kind of discounting the idea of a third. Even if you're anticipating Apex there because he's so often over towards the B site, you're not expecting him to just Hail Mary smoke push you. It's great. You know, he just takes the element of surprise while he knows he's got it.
Oh, little flash peek. Hello. That's a way to do it.
That's cool.
Bye-bye, dupreeh. Thanks for playing.
Oh, bro, we're getting a ZywOo game here. Like, he hasn't had one where he just completely starts owning the course, but this is very much looking like a more classic ZywOo affair.
Well, I was going to say that, we just saw him laughing on the cams there with Apex, because they were playing this little 1-2 punch at that B site. And, it's really nice to see ZywOo, smiling, having fun with it as well. I feel like he did have a bit of a slower start to the start of the year. Mate. And the second half of it is turning out really well for ZywOo.
Post-player break ZywOo,
exactly.
right?
Post-player break, yeah. He's looked really good. Vitality looked like they're having fun. There were a lot of questions on this team coming into the group, but they seem to be answering them well.
Can I just say already, I don't want to make us relive all the financial talk of Overpass, but mate, look at the cash already, bro. 10 grand on Shox. 10 grand on Apex and ZywOo, like you're already set for this CT side.
They did the same flash peek as well into Boiler. Dupree was ready this time. He did dodge the flash.
Lucky does have the AWP in play, right? He's bringing that out here and now. Bubsky, Agent Bubsky, 007 gets his first in the game now. It's Masuta. The receiving end, a little dribble nade coming his way.
Get out.
They really want to use the utility to get this trade, but Bubsky will dodge it for the time being. The boost is good, and just like that, the B bomb site is open for business. They're peeking Lucky's AWP. They need to take risks here, right? They've lost B entirely, so they were trying to do what they can with the fights they're being offered in middle. But now it is just Shox, 1v4, and Dupree has cleared the A bomb site.
Yeah, this is a good little move for Astralis. They don't even need to commit. I know it's a 4-on-1. You probably feel like nothing could possibly go wrong, but why even give that option away? Send a lurker to each bomb site. Whoever uncovers the terrible truth where you can go elsewhere. No one's found Shox yet. They don't actually know, but Dupree in pit is enough of a reason to commit. And so Lucky drops out of apps with a bomb. And at this point, do they even want to hunt down Shox? They know the money's bulging for Vitality.
You ain't hunting anything here,
you're checking
mate.
everything.
You've got to... It's more important here to, establish your own money, right? And 4 Alive would start to have you building the foundations of a T-side economy. You have very little to gain from chasing this one surviving player. And so this will just be one of these rounds where you watch Shoxy hanging out, walking about, and nothing really is going to happen. But it's Astralis onto a second here. Good stuff. I mean, really, the round is won by Bubsky and Magisk over towards that B bomb site, right? That's the whole reason Lucky gets away with the double kill in mid. That round would have shaped up very, very differently if that double kill didn't come in on the back of that late boost at top banana.
Yeah, and even though you can make the argument like, oh yeah, they're so far down, they need to be peaking. It's just like Astralis are in no hurry in these T-side rounds, so you can always get your rotating rather than feed the beast.
I don't know, man. I look at that as right on, because as far as you're aware, you actually don't have the info whether or not they're in B, but they just got 2 kills, mate. You're imagining that they're just going to pick up the pace. Yeah. And so, you're looking down mid, you're going, well, look, this AWP's giving us a fight. Let's try get him, because if you get that suddenly, you're back into, a 3-on-3. It's winnable, 3-on-4, rather.
And, hey, on the bright side, we were wondering if Lucky would be able to find the value with this AWP. Well, he has already. So I was going to meet him, though, and luckily, no deaths for Astralis. They dodged death. Down middle with the run boost. ZywOo, will he switch up sites now? Often is the case. You fire a shot on A and now you swap sides with Apex, but you might need the reinforcement. You might need to call his in-game leader back. Yep, following in his tracks. Double, triple setup on B, and now the commit for Astralis.
Yeah, the triple rotates a little late, but still, what? They all get to kill a piece.
Double smoke
Astralis
shots.
now learn, oh my god, there's 3 here, but the bomb is in no man's land. Lucky will just about grab that back. And he's going to get out of there like a bandit. Dupree trying to create space in this A bomb site, but he's spotted, and that is a lovely shot from Shoxy.
We're getting more out of Shox today.
Yeah, I think, I think he's heard the rumblings of us all saying, yeah, Shox isn't a mad fragger like he was. That was a surprise knife. Lucky affixing the bayonet to the end of his AWP. That must have been spooky if you...
Yeah, you hear it, you're like, oh my god, he's here.
I've just been stabbed.
Yeah, that's just like, that's just like the spamming. Everyone does it, the press inspect, the QQ, the quick switch, the clicks, all that. Just out of panic. And he gets a little tag, but it's still Shox being the hero of the round. It's so weird. Unlucky for Lucky, and it's Vitality up to 7-2 right now. Money is still out of control. Astralis need to break through. They need to win another round. Otherwise, they're back to pistols themselves. And hey, Triple B still here.
Yeah, this Triple B's been stellar. No other word for it. It feels like the timings on it has always been good. Double nade will find ZywOo. flash to set up Masuta, and he's making a big boy play.
No.
Extinguishes the molly, peeks with the flash, and has regained the 4-on-4. I cannot understate how much impact Masuta has already had to open up this map. He was very much the shining star back on Overpass. He was someone that you had to pay attention to. Don't get me wrong, ZywOo's 14-5. Like, he might be top of the board, but Masuta is 5-1 in opening duels, and he's getting these like high impact trade kills down towards Banana. Now, he's all alone over at B while the real bulk of this push is coming in at the A bomb site. Apex. Lucky with a double has opened it up. Apex is the nasty surprise, still left here, still holding on. And Masuta now rotating away from B. Well, that's opened up a path for Astralis to move into an uncontested B bomb site.
That's a good call. The bomb was like loose in middle, so you get a couple of quick kills in A, and suddenly, you know, you realize B is just going to be clear.
I am a little bit concerned because
they're still waiting.
They're still waiting, and eventually that bomb's going to pick a side.
Fine, that's fine.
He's going to go B.
Yeah, I mean, even
but
if
he could get caught crossing. They do have the smoke on Dupree, so it's fine.
I'm not worried yet.
It's fine. Smoke's on both players at B, so he can get across.
But Masuta, if there were a man for the clutch, you've been hyping him up, opening kills. Now he needs to close one. 1v3. He's got the kit, can hang around. It's a nice open plant. It's not for Banana, which is where the AWP is coming from later. If Masuta somehow manages to mangle his way through these first two men, Lucky's going to be in very hot water to clutch this round out. Masuta is doing a delayed retake here. The later he goes, the least they expect it.
Bro, he is going to try get cheeky with this. He really is. Like, they're anticipating the save.
Oh, my goodness.
Is he going to try and ninja defuse this? Oh, he's out too soon. Bubsky waiting, but now Bubsky's dead.
Oh, he could have stopped
it. No time. Dupree's coming back. It's all good. Astralis get this third. Masuta takes one to the grave with him and gets out of there, saving the AK.
He was a little far from the bomb, and the time was very, very low. Bubsky, good awareness, though. Hanging around for the ninja defuse. Even though he dies, he just stops the chance of that happening. Yeah, you got ZywOo warping sandbags. It's a shame to see that. This was a great play from Masuta. And also Lucky, like, let's just talk about him quickly. He's finding these massive impact openers. Look at these kills into A. 3 frags in the round to actually get things going. Clears Apex as well on the trade. So, yeah, great stuff out of Lucky, even though it ended back on B.
Any Lucky doubters? Getting silenced right about now as he's topping the charts.
All right, I didn't expect to see much of this, but Shox has had enough of waiting around, and Lucky's missed his shot. He needs to make the call. They've got to turn back. ZywOo's taken one down mid with the AWP. Shox has cover from ult, and he's trying to take down these Banana players. Even one would do, and he can only get damage. Molly burns, and Apex, good reaction to finish off what Shox started.
This is like, this is it's just so weird. Look at the scoreboard. Glaive and Bubsky combined are 1 in 20.
Wow.
Oh,
I believe Masuta.
Just Lucky left, and you know we're saying like, yeah, he's been good. He has been good. He's been the only player in double digits for Astralis, the only guy to make us believe, really. But this 1v4. I don't know, not destined to happen. Him and Masuta clash, and Vitality are up onto 8. Masuta at B has just been a treat to watch, and I think the support system of Apex, what he actually brings to the table is invaluable. This B bomb site is terrifying, and it's even more scary considering Apex's calls at bringing ZywOo over have felt perfectly timed.
Absolutely. Every time that Astralis have like done one of these just BXX out the gate, ZywOo's been on the boost or he's been behind the smoke. Yeah, there's been 3 players almost every single time. So really good reads, and even when there's not, the flash plays back in. Sometimes Banana control right there. Shox pushes mid, and okay, sure, he gets no kill, but he just causes so much, pandemonia. And ZywOo's even supporting. He's holding top ult with the AWP. He's able to cover Shox, take a kill, and then Bubsky gets burnt out in Banana off of Shox's damage. So it's just, you can't get comfortable if you're Astralis. You can never, breathe and relax. Bubsky's bought an AK because he has a bit more money. He's only got 1 kill. Glaive yet to frag. And what a fall from grace for Glaive. We've seen that from the in-game leads today. An incredible opening map. But we were worrying about him because he was just getting destroyed near the end of that T side. And it wasn't even really down to him. It was just ZywOo pushing mid and taking names. And, well, Glaive looks a little bit shattered here at the start of Inferno. Let's hope it doesn't reflect in the calling.
I mean, mate, it must just take it out of you, right? Like, you're kind of giving it everything you've got back on that last map, right? You're having a frag, you're having a lead, you're having to direct the flow, and even then, it doesn't feel like you're doing enough, right? So And now to come into this one, as you say, on such a stone-cold start, like it's going to be a real test of Glaive's mental game to dig himself out of this hole.
Yeah, for the first time they're going B, and there's only 2 here. And in fact, that 2 might be 1 sooner than later. Apex is very far back.
Yeah, he does have this flash, though, and Apex is keen with the flashes. Masuta drops the bomb to open it. He's going to throw a molly in ahead of the flashbang, so Masuta is very much fighting solo for the time being. Apex with the spray, yeah, I thought it was going to come in. I thought that was the idea behind it. There's a gnarly pop flash you can throw from CT spawn, back where Apex was.
Hit that.
4 on 4. Bomb's not down yet. It's not going down anytime soon. Apex drops it out in the open. A 3 on 3 Astralis, they're keeping it scrappy, and whenever Vitality take ahead, Astralis will respond, but now the bomb cut loose at Coffins, and Lucky just getting silenced by Shoxy. It's 9-3, the dominance carrying over from Overpass.
Every time they dropped that bomb, it got further and further into ruins, deeper and deeper towards the Vitality defense. Oh, Astralis can't catch a break. Orps just tearing through them at CT, even though there was only 1 man in the site. Masuta, he gets that opening kill. And again, like the opening kill, he drops the bomb. So, you know, if there were any doubt that, oh, is this a commitment? Is this 5? Yes, it is. You know, the first frag is the bomb. And like, even though it is a commit and that doesn't really matter, it just means Vitality have that extra maybe 2 seconds of a rotation. They're all there. No prompt allowed, no chance. And now Astralis, are they going to continue to just pop through smokes into this A site?
Yeah, here they come. Trying to get a bit wild with it, trying to keep it scrappy. Pixel, little angle from ZywOo, and now he sets his teammate up at long. Flash out! Oh, ZywOo, the complete package. He'll get a kill, and then he'll set you up for one yourself. Oh, it is a massacre. Shox is hunting Bumsky down, but ZywOo's going to beat him to the punch. 10-3, and this is looking done, man. I hate calling games. Like, you know, we're still in the first half, but Vitality are looking so fired up. They are giving this all they've got. The synergy is perfect. They're reading everything well. They're playing off of each other exceptionally. And for Astralis, mate, like, you still have players down with, you know, 0 kills to their name up until, you know, like, Glaive.
Glaive got into spawn that round, man, and no one knew. Like, they did the flash play on long for, I think it was Shox. He never saw Glaive on long. He never saw him get into CT.
Glaive.
And then that happens. That's how your round starts. But yeah, when he was in CT, I mean, there was no call that, oh yeah, they were CT, and Vitality still are aware. They still take him down before he goes anywhere. And his head removed, 0-13. 10-3 down, Dupree will provide a deagle. Remember those 2-1 deags out of apps in round number 2? That was one of the last times Astralis had anything to be happy with. Well, Dupree's back on the board, but
3 of his 4 kills are from the deagles, mate.
Is it too late?
This is just a massacre. And once again, like, ZywOo might be topping the charts, and he really might be coming alive in these A plays, but for me, the golden member here is Masuta, and some of the openings he's been able to get. He has just been a menace at this B site. And it's felt like B is just off the cards entirely for Astralis. And that really restricts, you know, your ability to game the system at all here.
ZywOo and Shoxy, though, side by side. This could be a deadly duo. I mean, we certainly know what it can provide. And Shox gets 1. ZywOo now sees the split, and he manages to drop the bomb right down out of apps. Can't hit the second shot, but can just give it up. Wait for his team, play the retake. This is the closest Astralis have had to a round in a while. And they have 1 gun to do it. Magiska's got to do the heavy lifting. Lucky's looking for an upgrade. Yoink. Apex, we saw his AWPing yesterday.
They're holding for the boiler up. So often this gets away with more than it should, and, well, Lucky will deliver the first. Not able to follow up, however. So Magisk, all eyes on you, my friend, down in the pit. 1v2. 1 up short, 1 through long, and Magisk is there for the first, but he can't convert the spray.
Who is it?
Masuta, the guy to close it in the 1v1. The trade king, the opening king. He does it all, 11-3, and we are on our way to a crazy dominant victory for Vitality. You know, while the scoreline of Overpass read 16-9, I think it was a far more dominant affair than the scoreline really lets on. here on Inferno, we're looking to get one that's a lot more representative of how one-sided this game has been.
Yeah, even though ZywOo is 21-6, top of the server, destroying, he also has the highest effective flashes. He also has 50% headshot ratio. He's been AWPing, mate. Take a chill pill. That USP 4K pistol round might have helped, but man, Astralis, this is it. This is your last round, your last hurrah on the T side. Your last chance to control the flow of this game. All that's flowing is their blood. This is at least a full buy. Bomb plant provided in the last round gives them that bonus money. And they've got the orb. Lucky has certainly been a sight to behold, but unfortunately it's just not enough to win rounds at this point in the game. Right up mid, Lucky throwing himself into the action, getting involved, deep mid smoke. No worry. Out of control, take it, but don't be surprised if you see a flash back in. Astralis won't be there, ready for it as well. Util set is there, the retake utility. Not going to use it for anything more than dropping more grenades and finding more damage. Apex probably won't hang around forever. And if he does, it will be at the hands of a flash that Masuta can throw over, or vice versa. Boost up will do, anchor that B-bomb site, and wait to see if they execute. They won't. 2 guys up top B for now. Astralis is still defaulting in middle.
And so essentially, you're left with a choice. Do you go into this horrific B hold that has been churning you up, or do you go into ZywOo A?
What would you pick?
You know, it's kind of like, would I rather burn or freeze to death? I'm dying either way, and they both kind of suck. So, yeah,
Would you rather burn or freeze to death?
Freeze, I guess, because it's kind of like a nice sleep.
Well, that's what death is. I wouldn't call it nice, though. Astralis. There's no mollies to burn them, at least. And they can't freeze any longer. 20 seconds, they've got to go.
Yeah, Dupree's going to try and cut off rotations, but this relies on the B play actually getting into the site. Apex is dead. Okay. Masuta's followed up onto, and Dupree does cut down the rotates. Vitality, you may as well give this a look in, right? Masuta is loaded with cash. You can give this a little look in. Here we are. Oh, yeah, wait, and it's round 15.
Yeah,
gosh,
buddy.
this has been such a fast game, mate.
No, it's, yeah.
Here we go. They're on for the 2. Oh, now 1v5 retake. It's not going to happen. So there's one for Glaive at the end of that first half. Is that going to be enough for Astralis? 4 at the end of it, trying to bounce back at Inferno. Their CT side better be incredible.
Hey Future Pros, are those pesky T's rushing banana literally every round? Well, if your teammates really are Future Pros, then this nade combo should help shut down your rushing counterparts. For this, you'll need a total of 3 Future Pros, 2 incendiaries, 2 smokes, and 2 HEs and a flash. Let's break this down. Future Pro number 1. Your job is to throw the deep smoke and incendiary the close push. Do this by lining up with this point and then run through your smoke. The close incendiary doesn't really have a specific lineup, just bank it off the wall and make sure it's close to the choke. Future Pro number 2. Your job is to throw the deep molly. To do this, simply run to the corner of this wall, crouch down and throw the incendiary while aiming at the top left side of the wall. Future Pro number 3. Your role is mainly just a backup player. You can sit in this spot holding a flash. If you aim along this line of the antenna, you can flash the whole of Banana without affecting your teammates. However, be ready to sprint to A if your teammates call any T aggression on that side of the map. Now that Banana has been blanketed in flames, both Future Pro number 1 and number 2 can throw their HEs. You can choose to double nade tree or double nade the entrance to Banana. That choice is yours. Once the HEs have been thrown, Future Pro 2 can throw their smoke at the entrance to Banana, locking the Ts out for even longer. From here, you can send one of you to push down Banana while your teammates rotate over to A. There are many options at this point depending on the situation, so don't make the wrong call.
I felt a great disturbance in the force, Hugo, as if millions of voices suddenly cried out and were suddenly silenced. Those being the supporters of Astralis, the Danes, rallied behind this squad. Silent as hell now after this first half. 11-4, Astralis staring down the barrel of a mammoth comeback versus an in-form Vitality.
Yeah, Frenchmen looking to make these Danes extinct. Frozen where they stand in the ice. Bit of a smoke in mid, bit of a slow down here, but Dupree doesn't know just how many players have walked through the apartments. Flash again thrown from through the smoke, and Apex with a tap to begin everything. Well, begin maybe to end it. The bomb's already getting planted, for crying out loud. You don't have a kit currently. Kyojin will fall. That will start the retake off, at least 4-on-4. You've got some nades to make things weird. But I don't even know how you're supposed to win this. Glaive's running back to throw a moto smoke or a pit smoke of some sort. Astralis is trying to move in as a pack.
All right, Glaive. All right, lad. 1 kill deep at the end of that first half. Well, he's opened up with 2 now. Glaive coming in, coming through, but he gets silenced by Zywoo, and they're trying to knife Bobski. Masuta, you cheeky devil. Zywoo actually shows a bit of respect to his opponent and is like, don't worry, I got you. I'm not going to let Masuta knife you.
That's a shame, really. That's a shame. That's Zywoo playing for KD. But no, you would have loved to see a knife kill.
That was just that honorable, right? Like,
maybe a bit, a bit sad for Astralis. Maybe a bit off-putting.
Damn. Replay sounds cool, but look at this, Hugo. Force buy up for Astralis. You know, I think they have come to terms with this one as well.
Yeah.
Knowing that they have to win it here and now if they want to embark on this comeback.
I mean, you don't want to lie to yourself. It's not pretty, it's not perfect. Winning this round could at least give you more room to breathe, but in losing it, you're just playing up against 14 with guns. One buy to rule them all.
Well, look, if there ever was a time that Zonic's saying had to come true about those 11-4 halves, there ever was a time, Hugo.
It's bittersweet, Harry. It's bittersweet.
It is.
More bitter than sweet. Leaves a tough taste in the mouth.
Tough taste.
Yeah.
Very chewy, yeah. Like a grape steak. It's cooked well done. It's a steak made out of grapes. It would be bitter and also tough.
Grapes, then they explode. I feel like they explode.
Yeah, they explode.
Yeah, nice.
I feel like the resulting paste, I imagine, is pretty chewy.
Grape steak paste out soon. Right now, it's a gamble and it's a misread as well because Zywoo selling the fake. Watch him kill all 4 on the fake.
Oh, bro, yeah. Or none.
Or none. But it doesn't matter.
Option
it's
C.
worked out. It's already kept them here. I think Astralis are realizing Bubsky's going back and so is Zywoo. He doesn't want to give them a gun. Don't give them the chance. Don't give them the satisfaction as Masuta clears a corner through the smoke and he recovers a spray. Apex gives a helping hand and that might be the end of the force. Well, talking about some disturbance in the force, Harry. Well, avert your eyes. This buy wasn't pretty.
This means that scoreline is going to be 14-4 when Astralis have their first rifle round fielded. They've got one chance, essentially, is what I'm trying to tell you all. They've got one chance to try and build anything up here, or else Vitality are off to the races. You know, like this is this must feel good for Vitality.
Yeah, sure. Especially after, you know, they had to. I know we kind of felt like that last map was a stomp. They still had to work for it, man. You know, they still had to recover from two, you know, downward spiraling halves. That was a 6-1 lead for Astralis. Vitality made 9-6 half. And then, you know, Astralis win the pistol, they convert, they get rid of the force buys, easier said than done. And then Vitality win every rifle round once they get guns in that second half as well. So they had to work for that map. And here's the reward. Got a down tempo Astralis and a Vitality that can do nothing wrong.
And yeah, my heart kind of goes out to Lucky here. Like, he's the one guy we're looking to really do anything. At least here on Inferno. Ooh, that's a nice opener from Magisk Deagle.
Yeah. Zeus on Dupree in this round. He's up on Balk.
Okay, dub. All right, son, let's get it with the Zeus.
Screamer. Yeah, but their bomb is still back down. So who goes back? If it's the mid players, watch out for a B take, although that's a B fake. Zywoo, again, lobbing in util. He's found another smoke on the ground from Apex's body. Like he's very wide on this angle in order to not get blocked by the pallets. It means he could get caught on the corner, gets out safe. Glaive now, his time to shine. Deagles have been some of the only frags Astralis have found in this entire map. And it is that B take, that dreaded walk back down mid. Dupree, Zeus sees nothing in the four-man stack, avoided.
All right, Magisk, give us something. Give us a D ground here. Come on, my son. The rotations are coming in. Astralis are moving everybody around, and the longer Vitality take, the longer the Deagles have. Glaive could even catch players lining up utility. Oh, there's one. Zywoo on the receiving end of that. Now Magisk. Now we look at him. There's also a boost getting assembled here in CT. This is a stacked up B bomb site now. Magisk Deagle doing damage, but it's Lucky taking them out of the round. And oh, he's in with the fight. Shox having a turn on a dime. He's shooting at everything that moves. And he's taken them all to the grave, out of ammo, onto the Glock, and finally he's brought to a stop by Magisk. Shox, there was a moment where he was very much kind of starting to believe in himself.
If he grabbed that Galil, man, if he grabbed that Galil or dropped his, maybe he'd get that fourth, but couldn't tap E on it in time and didn't have the time to play around. E button's better than it used to be, but not always bueno. Nice flank play. That was a big deep to hit, and he doesn't commit on the flank until right at the very end of the round, and that's important as well. Don't offer up a way for Vitality to turn around in 20 seconds and run back to A. You know they could, you know they would. And so no open door in that round. Big force by the win for Astralis. And like, who cares about the cost? Who cares about the kills that Shox finds? Because nothing to lose, everything to gain. And for Zywoo, they double up with the help of Apex.
That's
He's
a little
dead, but he died a hero.
A little ugly as well. That they're all, you know, they're getting stuck on each other in the top of Banana. Like, these are very... Astralis just look a bit out of it.
Yeah, can't blame them.
No, exactly. Like, they have been dealt a very, very rough hand here. These are not easy games to recover. But, like, you know, even, like, blocking each other out at the top of Banana while reloads are happening, like, that's not a classic Astralis mistake.
No. Uh-oh, Kyojin.
This was the best team to ever do it. So, there we go. That's more like it. Dupree and Bubsky both coming in with a killer piece, but now they're trying to rotate ahead of this one. They're taking gambles that maybe they don't need to take. Long control given up. Vitality are wrapping this A bomb site. And with Zywoo and Shox still alive, there were two players you want in the clutch. Okay. You're looking at them right here.
Yeah, they know they're behind Dupree as well. They know that he made this rotate. There's no way anything else happened here. No one's looking. Dupree just checks Banana, turns around, knife out, and there's the kill. Now, are they ready for another man? They should be. Lucky's got the orb posted up, dropping the bomb, and now they need the trade, and they need it quick before Bubsky comes in on the flank. Zywoo waiting. Kill not getting delivered. He's got to hunt for it, and he's found the shot. Safe plant. If he can get it in 15 seconds, Bubsky, he's got a kit, he's got the nades. But has he got the round?
ZywOo hears the footsteps as well. He's been given a little bit of time. That flash gives him a chance to reposition, but he's taking a fight here. He's not playing around the bomb. He's not like, look, I'm going to deny defuse. I'm going to win the fight. That's what ZywOo says. Bobski going over, going up, and he does take him down in that head-to-head. So a clutch going in favor of Astralis. A sigh of relief as they see that round through.
Lovely.
And considering the positions that were gained, considering how that was looking, like, don't get me wrong, ZywOo hits a blinder, but good stuff that Astralis are able to see that one through to the end.
Yeah, they're holding on by the skin of their teeth right there, right? Not just the Deagle round that Shox almost converts in the 1-on-5, but right there. I like that bait jump from Bubski. Gets a lot of info, forces the shot, and, you know, ZywOo's position is good because, you know, it's so crazy that you just don't expect anyone to play that. But once if the info's there, ZywOo just has to swing. He knows Bubski can, like, you know, pick his target. He can choose how he peeks around the pillar, which side. So ZywOo kind of just has to take the fight. The position's given up. A shot for Lucky. The one consistent factor in this game, but so is Masuta for Vitality. Takes that Deeg shot. They won't be able to get the AWP out. But that has made a panic rotate happen. Astralis stacked up on A. And Vitality walking into the solo hold. It's Magisk with nades. He gets a smoke down at the perfect second, but they might still go through.
Yeah, Magisk, you've got to hold on, bud. You've got to hold on. And oh no, that is not the opener you wanted. One, take him with him to the grave. Not able to catch the players. Crossing is Glaive, and won't be able to stop that bomb plant either. Apex sticks it. Damage exchanged either which way, but it's dupreeh to break the silence with a kill onto Apex. There's the Deeg, and Masuta ringing in with one. Just Kyojin left now, the last man to try and quell. They have him pinned, they have him spotted, and Bubski will walk it over the line. Astralis up on a 7, trying to build something.
It does feel like Kyojin panics in those positions a lot. Like, he's just had his teammate bait for him so well. Like, he's 6-12. I know it doesn't really matter, but, you know, these are clutch rounds coming in for Astralis right now. They delay the defuse, get the AWP. Like, you know, you need to be converting as many as you can if you're Vitality. This game's not done, not yet. And Astralis is starting to pick up steam. Yeah, but he gets baited for really well there. He still goes back in with a kill. Don't know if he thinks they're grouping up and walking through CT, but
yeah, I mean, you know,
the panic.
The thing about Kyojin is I think that's like an element that he's only going to get more comfortable with, right? Like, for this guy, he was brought into this team because he had a very, very clear showing of, like, incredible mechanical ability, right? And I think the nerves, the stresses of being on a Vitality squad, competing at the top level, that stuff he's going to have to build up over time, because mechanically, this guy has got mind-boggling aim.
Oh no, the volley, they think it's spread. They have no idea. That tick, they've heard it, now they know. Span through the wood. Majest takes down ZywOo, man. Almost got away with it. 4 on 5, mate. I'm not calling GG on this game just yet.
Yeah.
I think that, you know, it would have been easy if Vitality converted their pistol win, but remember that force buy that came out? Or the 3rd round, rather, for Astralis, the eco win. They've been building ever since, 3 in a row. They've got the money to show for it. Well, not much left up, but as long as they keep winning rounds, they'll be fine and dandy. Flash, will it get lucky, or can he just take the blind timing shot? And there it is, Kyojin gone. He might die a hero if they can get the trade, but Magisk catches him off guard for the boost up top. Flash is good, everyone's blind, and Magisk has had enough of this CT side. He just wants to end it, killing everyone. 8 rounds, 5 alive, and that's more like it for Astralis.
Well, Salaki was the only star in the Astralis sky in that first half, right? But now we have a bit of a supporting cast emerging around him, with Magisk starting to find his footing. These B players are going to get a lot harder, with Bubski, you know, winning a couple of key clutch moments here and there and starting to establish himself in the server. Maybe there is still hope for Astralis. Glaive as well was down 0-13, now 5-16. I know those aren't like an incredible set of numbers, but hell, it's better than literally nothing. And if he can even, you know, start to right the ship a little bit, you know, you can never write off Astralis. Looking like an apps pop here for Vitality. And they play with the utility to try and get them out. ZywOo going to underhand this flash, try to go with it.
Oh, wow, Bubski trip out of nowhere. How's he get the quad? Tech9 out. We know he likes the taps, but dupreeh likes to steal the ace. there's no complaints at this point in the game. You're just taking the rounds as they come through. And they're coming through. They're coming home for Astralis. Up to 9 now. 5 in a row. Lovely hold for Bubsky and co. Still a disturbance, Harry.
Yeah, so as we were approaching the end of that first half, there was a point in time where I think it was Lucky was on 13 kills and the rest of the team combined were on 19. Right, I think that was in round 14 if my memory serves correct.
Yeah.
Now, you know, the scoreboard's building up for Astralis. The individuals are starting to feel more confident. And you don't want to be left, if you're Vitality, feeling like you missed that opportunity while Astralis were down in the dumps, right? We've all been in those games where you're just getting dominated, you're in your own head, but then a couple of rounds tip back your way, you remember what winning feels like, you rebuild that confidence. Confidence being a very hard thing to quantify, and it can make all the difference. You know, Astralis weren't believing at all coming into this second half. Well, they certainly are now.
Vitality, did they get ahead of themselves? A bit quiet, flash into middle, and Apex hits some timing. He does get spotted though, even though he gets round to CT. Magisk has been dispatched to watch for the wrap. If Apex can get in on the long side before that flank comes in, there's still hope. Popped out Axe Masuta with the entry, and even though he falls, so does Dupree in the bomb site. Now only those B rotates. A man up on Vitality. A re-smoke would do it, and Magisk does get cut off with a gap to play with, a flash in the face. He holds his own. Stays on the angle, and he can't get the kill. Shox fires through, and now he just walks to end the round. Oh my goodness, bye-bye Glaive. It's 14 found for Vitality. Thank goodness for the streak of rounds that Astralis managed to get, right? They did take clean ones. The last 2 anti-ecos have been 5 alive. They've still got everything they need. That's not going to hold them back. Against 14, you have room.
Yeah, a break in the momentum is pretty huge for like the Vitality mindset, right? Whenever you look at a lot of other, even like mainstream sports, right, they always talk about like these momentum breaks and how impactful they can be. Well, is that going to be the case for Vitality, or do Astralis get right back to it? Glaive taking some liberties, pushing down Banana, and he will best Zywoo. Oh, it's a little bit hot and heavy. They're trying to chase down this trade. Utility's done a lot of damage to Lucky and Dupree as well, so they need to get out of there with this 5-on-4, and Astralis managed that at least. Glaive making a ballsy play, but reaping the reward has set Astralis up with the man advantage.
Yeah, Magis is even leaning back B. Lucky's very low. One bullet would end this AWP, but goes both ways, doesn't it? Got to be careful with just peeking off the flash, especially Lucky just been hitting those flash timing shots on the CT side. Renade back in, Magisk. Careful. This is not a commitment, although Vitality are trying to make it seem that way. Bringing the bomb back down to A. But Astralis have the numbers to just lean default and play 3-2. Where will this end up? You've still got Masuta lurking B. Are you going to try and get in through the spawn? That would cause problems for Astralis. The B players can't move out of the bomb site at this point. They've just got to watch at range, watch CT. Magis's position needs to change right now unless he has cover. I hope Glaive's watching it because they know about this possibility. They know about the smoke. And Magis just can't see that deep. He gets pushed off the boost. They've got the info. Nice double swing. Magis gets one, but he continues to spray. Now they're in. Now he has no ammo. He wasted it on dead air. 3-on-3. Bomb finally getting planted. And Astralis coming back up Banana.
Yeah, you can't rotate CT because of that position game by Vitality, right, on the aggro. So now they've had to all group up and all look to come in through Banana. Lucky and Dupree were naded down early in the round, so Bubsky feeling the bulk of the pressure, and there's that first kill garnered. Apex gonna equalize, and holding for the re-swing from Bubsky. It's just Lucky, and he's so low, he's gotta run away, he's gotta concede. 15 to Vitality. That break in the momentum, that one round, it set Vitality up to start chaining them together again.
Yeah, it's a big save. It's one of the 3 guns they're going to have, so he had to do it. He had to call that off, but... Oh, it's a sad round. I don't know what happened there. You know, Astralis just didn't make the... I know it didn't matter massively. Like, Magis still gets off the boost. He still gets a kill, but it felt like the arch smoke comes in and there's just no call on, hey, watch your CT, watch out. But just can't even see because he's crouched into that arch on top of New Box. And like I said, it didn't kill him, but it certainly didn't help either. As Vitality wrap through Spawn and perform another B split. They found 15, one more to close the entire series to 2-0 Astralis on their map pick here as well. Would be dominant. You know, you got to give a bit of respect to Astralis for managing to stay in this game. Was 13-4. Didn't feel like there was any way back in. They managed to pull up a streak of 5, but it does feel like that might be all. Lucky's AWP needed to find impact more than ever in the early round here.
Yeah, but he's not like set up to take any early peeks. Instead, he's taking a more passive approach over towards the short side at A. That's in spite of this triple B lean. The guy reinforcing the A hold is Dupree with a mag 7. So it's an AWP and a shotgun to try and hold on to A. The AWP already gone. Dupree, I don't think the mag 7's going to work from there. It's a bit of a rough spot for it. He does at least now have Bubsky in the site to help him, but the beauty of this for Vitality now, with all the pressure Astralis are under, in a 5-on-4 so early out of the gate, you know you've shuffled this CT defense around. And so just holding, just waiting, only makes Astralis, you know, potentially misread this, over-rotate, over-gamble. It is still looking to be the A commitment here, but with 50 seconds left, I imagine they might send Kyojin and Apex to work this banana control, trying to force Magisk away. He sees them coming, and that's going to trigger the rotation back towards B. This is beautiful for Vitality. They get that kill, and that has sold the B play. Look at this. Astralis are fully leaving A. They're fully departing the A bomb site. Kyojin dies at B, and now the penny drops. Oh no, we've been faked on. We've fallen for it. Dupree's AWP has reined in with a kill from the library, trying to silence Vitality one last time. The librarian in Dupree brought to his knees, and it's Vitality locking in a dominant 2-0, putting a stop to the Astralis comeback. They fall just shy of it. That momentum break at the end, 3 rounds chained together on the back of it, and Vitality are the victors.
Down, but where's Zywu's fragged? He's got to start posting something, but from where? Zywu, he's just got a slight gap under the smoke, and it's enough to catch Boomich in transition. Zywoo wants to pull it across the line. 2 frags onto 2 of the best. And now swings out for another. He's possessed. Zywoo won for another ace. Another clutch. It's Perfecto hunting him. No one has been able to knock him on his ass yet. And he's got 6 HP. It didn't stop him before. And it doesn't stop him again. Zywoo.
It's ESL Pro League, it's Season 14, and it's a strawless, down and out. No bueno for the Danes. Now, of course, for the French side, things are looking pretty damn good. You got to be feeling good as well. That means that they have picked up this series over Astralis. They did it in 2, and that is going to be the end of the matchup of the day. Welcome back, everybody. I'm Trace. I got Jason, Moses, O'Toole here with me as well to talk some of the victory in Vitality. I had to think.
I was so confused for a second. I was like, does he expect me to talk just yet?
So I just say anything, yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, nice victory for Vitality, 2-0. Inferno was quite nice as well, especially that first half dominant. Got a little sketchy second half. Kind of started to feel a little Astralis come back there towards the middle stages, and they closed that door pretty fast. ZywOo had an excellent game, 28-13. There's plenty we can say about him.
Always.
There's
also plenty we could say about a guy like Masuda. What do you think about him, like on a personal level, Jason?
Seems like a nice guy. Seems like someone I'd like to meet. Seems like someone I'd like to chat to, really.
Okay. Well, in that case, we're going to talk to somebody else. I'm just kidding. Go ahead and get Masuda in here, because that's who we really want to talk to.
Nice.
Masuda, are you here with us?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. But where are you? I can't quite see you yet.
It's
there we go.
Stuff. There we are. What's going on, man? How you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations. You know, I'm not sure if you know this, but you guys are confirmed through to the next.
That feels good. That feels good.
Yeah. Second, you got the second place out of the group, so that's got to feel like a weight off your shoulders. You had a great day on Overpass. Talk to me about how you felt going into this game.
Overpass was really hard at the beginning. We started 0-6, then we just did a pause and we thought like just let's do our things, and then Apex just called like everything was good. Apex. Just Apex things.
Yeah, talk about him a little bit. Let's not just throw it down to things. Talk to him as an in-game leader, because I know it's a big transformation in his career that's been going on for some time, and he's probably received some criticism and some praise, going both ways. So, what's it like with him at the helm? I think everyone's big question is how is it with someone who's so emotional and so reactive as being an in-game leader?
Personally, at the beginning when I joined the team, it was for me a bit. I didn't have experience at all, and like having someone in leading game being so energetic and so so emotional, it was hard for me because I never had that before.
Yeah.
But now that I'm used to it, I'll say.
Gotten used to it, you understand it.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, you got another young gun on the team in Kyojin, and when we talked with Apex, he said Kyojin's at a similar point to where you were at like the same junction of joining the team. Have you been able to pass on any advice to Kyojin in terms of things that helped you improve, things that helped you feel more comfortable within the team?
Yeah, of course. I talked to him personally because I was saying myself when he started with us. I was literally saying myself when I started with the team. We are the entries. We just Apex and Shocks and ZywOo are just stuffing for us, doing flashes, everything. We just need to put headshots. They just need that from us. But not now that I have at least more experience, I'll say. I'm used to some reactions about the feeling about how to play CS more, and yeah, that's helping me a lot to have everyone in the team.
So, Masuda, when we look at Vitality, you guys came into this group, and you were one of the heavy hitters in the group. But I want to know if there's anything that you and your team learned throughout the course of the group stages here so far.
Can you repeat? Sorry.
I was wondering if you guys had learned anything through the group stages as a team and part of your growth.
About the team?
Coming into this out of the break, like what did you guys feel like you learned from what you worked on and discussed after ESL?
Oh, that we have to change like our mind about that. We just especially for me and Kyojin, that we have to just focus about Apex voices and everyone else's voices, but we have to be like really confident about what we do at all.
Cool. Awesome. Well, hey, man, I'm happy for you. I'm happy for you guys making the playoffs. Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations are in store. Thank you so much for your time, man. We'll see you around.
Thank you.
Easy as that. It really is that easy, Jason.
Yeah, like apple pie.
Yeah, which was easy in the show American Pie.
It's a great flick.
Easy, wasn't it?
It's based off my hometown. Just fun fact.
Really?
Yeah.
Grand Rapids, Michigan. Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, the writer of the movie went to my high school.
So did you guys hang out, or was it just like...
He was years ahead of me, you know, Trace.
I figure he
Let's
had
not
like,
go
the
down
freshest clothes. And
yeah, that whole thing.
Yeah. So a lot going on, a lot of results that come out of today, and a lot of things that start to take shape here within the Pro League itself. Here are the results for the day. You're going to see that Astralis take an O here, an L here even.
And an O.
And an O.
You weren't wrong.
And that doesn't feel good if you're an Astralis fan.
No, that goose egg is not good feeling.
What's it mean?
Well, Trace, it means, unfortunately, we're not going to be seeing Astralis in the playoffs here at ESL Pro League. It means that they have officially been knocked out of the running.
And they're not the only ones either, right? So there's Spirit, who came out in fifth place.
I could be wrong. Oop, I'm getting word.
You're wrong.
I'm incorrect.
What were you thinking, Jay?
There's so many documents going around.
There really are a lot of them. But what I do see, and you know what, actually we can pinpoint this to one individual. He goes by the name of Michał Slawinski. So if there are any discrepancies in what we're saying, we could actually...
Just blame me. I think I actually just threw production under the bus, so my bad, boys.
Look, Spirit's out. Bad News Bears, also known as the Sad News Bears, they're also out because they didn't have a great time of it here.
I can't believe you kept that after the test run in the green room.
You told me to use it here on the desk.
I know. I didn't think you'd actually do it, though.
My bad, man. Well, I mean, if the shoe fits, you're supposed to wear it, right?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Rough showing here for Bad News Bears, but ultimately the building blocks for them to start to build on. But again, this group has started to take shape. Like, we finally got to the end of it.
It's been some really cool stuff in this group as well, like Vitality coming out of Cologne. We were curious for that was going to be, how they were going to be feeling. Obviously, the wrinkle of Astralis adding in Lucky really last minute caught us off guard, so that was kind of interesting to watch. I loved watching Ents, who didn't look good on the first day, but like pulled it together and had a really good run in there and have put themselves in a position to potentially make the playoffs. So there's some cool things happening.
Would Ents be a team if they do make it the playoffs? You see them like putting some damage down range there?
From what I saw this week, they can cause some upsets. I mean, I don't know if they're going to be making any crazy deep runs, but I mean, they can certainly play spoiler. And I think for where Ents is at and how new that roster is as a unit, the showing that they had at this event is like a really good first step forward.
Yeah, and that last game they are going to get in this group is against those Bad News Bears. So that's tomorrow. They've got Ents Bad News Bears. That's at the 8 p.m. CEST slot. Coming up before that would be Vitality, Spirit, and then Heroic Astralis. When I say before that, I meant like simultaneously. That's how the last day of the groups goes here. So.
All 3 games at once, baby.
Oh, yeah. It's kind of like the NFL Red Zone, but kind of not at the same time. You know what I mean, Jason?
I know what you mean.
Cool, man. I'm glad. Well, yeah, that pretty much runs its course. I don't know that there's much else to tell you all other than the fact that there are more streams coming up tomorrow. Jason, is there anything that you want to say in this moment? Maybe to recuse yourself or maybe anything?
I would just like to apologize for the 10 seconds of confusion I caused by saying Astralis was knocked out.
Yeah, well, you look down that pipe.
I'd like to apologize to all of you out there. That's my bad.
Him.
We good?
Little Jason. No, you got to look down the pipe, man.
I did it already.
Yeah, but now the camera's
Right, I apologize. One more time. I'll say it 3 times. Yeah. My bad.
That's what we like to hear. Well, Jason, on that note, we'll get out of this awkward phase and get the hell out of the studio because the day is donezo. Again, all streams and all games played simultaneously tomorrow for Pro League Season 14. It's a Friday, everybody. You ain't got nothing better to do. You don't have a job. You don't have friends. You know what? Get out and make sure you set your alarm clocks. We'll be back tomorrow, everybody. See you later.
Broken bones and a bloodstained flag. Open road and nomadic plans. In a quiet town, bodies fall upon sacred ground. Burn that flag and a king is crowned. Coming to get you.
Hey Future Pros. Today I thought I'd teach you all how to do the famous quad boost on overpass.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
And there will be no surprise what I'm about to do when you are looking through my eyes. See many go, see many come. See that they won't bring it to me, son. Try me if you want, but won't be any fun. I'll take the challenge. I'll beat anyone. I'm the one. I'll be quite clear. Bow down to no one. I'm right here. I get it in. I don't fight fair. And guess what? I'm your worst nightmare. Cause I ain't taking no losses. And I don't even care what the cost is. Are you prepared for the forces I'm about to bring? Cause I'm the boss of all bosses. I penetrate your thoughts and fill them with doubt. You gon' feel where I'm coming and feel what I'm about. If they come in with the drama, I'm wheeling them out. Cause I ain't about to have somebody here stealing my clout. I keep my friends close, enemies closer. Cause that's the way it is and the way it's supposed to be. Anybody can see there's only room for one, and that one is me. Plenty tried, plenty failed. Too many times I seen plenty bail. And there will be no surprise what I'm about to do when you are looking through my eyes. See many go, see many come. See that they won't bring it to me, son. Try me if you want, but won't be any fun. I'll take the challenge. I'll beat anyone. I'm the one. I'll be quite clear. Bow down to no one. I'm right here. I get it in. I don't fight fair. And guess what? I'm your worst nightmare. I'm your worst nightmare. Are you prepared? I'm your worst nightmare. I know you're scared. I'm your worst nightmare. Are you prepared? I'm your worst nightmare. I know you're scared. The dust breaks, showing you the path you're Face your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together, been staying off track forever. Child of the nation, will seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Rebirth's a tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, get back your back now, keep your feet on the ground and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Go save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now, get out now. Go with the move, go for the goal, lead up the stadium, you know how it's done. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. can see the world. Aren't we all insistent to be small? Subdivide. I'll show you how it's done. There's no sight we go inside. The many is the one. You build your walls with faith in God. They never come around. Then wonder why we all defy the burden to be born. We're coming home with a mission to bring an end to a terrible land. We are here to your mission. We are many of one. We're coming home with a mission to tear you down from your undeserved throne. We can take your conviction. We are many of one. You may call it a virus, but we call it the antidote. It's an answer to silence. The future is here to revolt. give it up.